Chapter 1. The Count's Son. My name is Murray Green, male, unmarried. Perhaps I crossed over correctly, or maybe it's a compensation from heaven. I, who was originally a 996 office worker, have unexpectedly become the son of a noble. Standing in front of the mirror, Murray Green looked at his unfamiliar face. Handsome and striking, with light blue eyes as clear and bright as the sky, long black hair, and a slight smile that exuded youthful vigor. This is the body he has now. If I returned to that world with this face, I wouldn't have less than 2 girlfriends a day. A nearby male servant reached out to adjust his collar, making Murray stand up. Straight, his neck involuntarily extending, chest out, complemented by a complete set of embroidered noble robes, presenting a picture of a handsome young nobleman. Young master, do you think this outfit is suitable? Not bad. Murray Green nodded with a smile, then raised his hand to gently press on his abdomen, discovering that the pain was not severe. It was just over a week since he arrived in this world. Murray Green had gone out with his older brother to hunt when they were suddenly attacked by a pack of magical beasts, and he accidentally fell off his horse. He was trampled by a hoof, gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread, and even his heartbeat had stopped for a while. After lying in bed for more than a week, aside from some lingering pain, I'm almost healed. Today, I won't dine alone in my room. I'll go to the hall to have dinner with my parents and older brother. After a week of adaptation, he felt it was time to go out and adjust to this world. Hearing his plans, the servants smiled broadly. Count and Countess will definitely be very happy to see you in the dining room. Ensure your speedy recovery. Your mother personally concocted several bottles of healing potions for you. Well, having broken so many bones, to be healed in just a week is indeed thanks to my mother's potions. At this point, excitement and fervor glimmered in Murray Green's eyes. Unlike his original technological world, this world had martial energy and magic, a marvelous realm filled with dragons and magical beasts. His mother, the Countess, was a remarkable sorceress, while his father, the Great Count, was a warrior, and his older brother was also a warrior. As for him, although he was currently an ordinary person, his future was promising. With the servant's assistance, Murray Green finished his grooming and approached his bedside cabinet, pulling open a drawer to reveal a delicate wooden box. Inside the box lay a glass vial filled with a green liquid, glowing faintly, clearly not an ordinary item. Healing potion, the last one, muttering to himself. Murray picked up the green healing potion, uncorked it, and a fragrant herbal aroma wafted out, refreshing his senses and easing his bodily pain. The potion tasted like plain water at first, but after swallowing, it left a sweet aftertaste, and then he felt a warm sensation in his belly, like a spring breeze soothing his injuries, causing the pain to dissipate quickly. Though it wasn't his first time drinking a healing potion, the effects always amazed him. It was truly miraculous, further piquing his curiosity about magic and martial energy. Leaving his room, he walked down the dim corridor to the hall, where 7 portraits hung at the far end, depicting the past heads of the Green family. In the center was a massive long table, above which hung a magical crystal lamp suspended by 8 iron chains, though it was unlit. The lamp was only used during banquets or significant holidays. Using this magical lamp consumed a large amount of magic crystals, and even for a wealthy count's family, they typically use candles instead of lighting the lamp regularly. At this moment, 3 people were already seated around the long table. A tall, burly middle-aged man in a noble robe with a full beard sat at the head, looking just like the 7th portrait. To his left was a beautiful young woman with light blue hair, and eyes. To his right was a tall, handsome young man. These 3 were his father, mother, and older brother. As Murray Green arrived, all 3 turned their gazes toward him. Facing their stares, Murray took a deep breath, thinking he had to get through this, and immediately steeled himself to step forward, bowing as he greeted them according to his original memory. Father, mother, brother, good morning. His greeting, his father and mother nodded with smiles, while his brother, Ryan Green, stood up and quickly walked to him, beaming as he placed his hands on Murray's shoulders. Good morning, Murray. How's your health? I'm healed. Mother's healing potion is simply miraculous, curing me instantly. Murray Green moved his body slightly to show he had recovered well, then quickly walked to the long table with his brother, sitting beside him, picking up the knife and fork too. Look at the silver plate before him. On the plate was a piece of fried steak and a glass of milk. Looking at the steak, it was the meat of the shadow leopard, the very beast that had injured Murray Green. It had ambushed him while lurking beneath other magical beasts, causing him to be severely wounded, and later it was slain by an enraged Ryan Green, allowing Murray Green to eat its meat to restore his health. However, when he glanced at his father and brother's plates, he saw a large piece of cured smoked meat that looked dry and salty, while his mother's plate held 2 pieces of white cream bread and a glass of grape juice. Let's eat. Seeing that the family was gathered, his father said this and picked up the cured smoked meat, easily tearing it into pieces with a little force, then putting a piece into his mouth and chewing quickly. Ryan Green did the same. Murray Green, feeling an inexplicable toothache, twitched his mouth, lowered his head, and began cutting into the steak with his knife and fork. The Count was a strict military man, and even at home, he ate military food. As his successor, the future Count Ryan Green trained with strict requirements. As for Murray Green, under his mother's pleas, he avoided such devilish training, only receiving basic training otherwise. The steak on his plate would have been replaced with cured smoked meat, but he certainly didn't have the strong teeth of his father and brother to eat that tough, unprocessed smoked meat. While eating breakfast, Murray Green responded to the questions from the Countess and his brother Ryan Green, and with the memories of his body, he managed to act a bit more reserved than usual, showing no flaws, believing he would soon integrate into this family. Little Murray, tomorrow is your 16th birthday, and we will hold a grand comingafage ceremony for you. Just as he was still focused on his meal, a gentle voice entered his ears. He looked up to see his mother, eating cream bread while watching him, her light blue eyes soft and gentle, making Murray's heart tremble. Although he had only been in this world for a little over a week, he could still feel the deep love from his mother, who cared for him dearly. He would be turning 16 soon. Chapter 2. The Earl's Collection Room. Unlike the world before his transmigration, in this world, turning 16 means becoming an adult. According to research in this world, this is also the most suitable age to come into contact with battle energy and learn magic. Tomorrow you will be an adult. Later, let Ryan take you to the family collection room to select a collection item as your comingafage gift. Thank you, Father. The Green family's collection room had existed for over 200 years, housing treasures collected by the heads of the family throughout the generations. Only the head of the family, the heir, or someone authorized by the head could enter. Murray had long coveted this collection room, but had never been inside. He never expected that today he could actually go in to choose a comingafage gift. So he quickly stuffed the meat from his plate into his mouth and finished his milk in one gulp. I'm done eating. Excited, he looked eagerly at Ryan Green. Seeing his younger brother's eagerness, Ryan Green couldn't help but smile that he picked up some smoked meat, ate a few bites, and while chewing, led Murray Green out of the hall toward the collection room. At the entrance of the collection room, two guards in full armor, with long swords at their waists, stood at either side of the door. Upon seeing the two approach, they immediately bowed and greeted them. Young master, young lord, open the door. Father has instructed little Murray to go in and select a comingafage gift. Hearing Ryan Green's command, the two guards had no doubts. After all, Ryan, as the heir of the family, had the authority to enter the collection room, not to mention he was acting on the Earl's orders. One of the guards took out a key, inserted it into the keyhole on the door, and they both turned it together twice. With a click, the heavy door opened slightly, and both guards reached out to push against the door together. Accompanied by a creaking sound, the heavy door slowly opened. Murray Green squinted, noticing that it was pitch dark inside, and couldn't help but look at his older brother. Go in. Saying this, Ryan Green took the lead and stepped inside, with Murray Green quickly following him into the collection room. The collection room was completely dark, and he couldn't see anything. Murray Green felt a bit confused, but before he could ask, a faint sound of a switch being turned on was heard, and the originally dark room was instantly illuminated. Instinctively looking up towards the light, he saw a magic crystal lamp hanging from the ceiling, smaller than the one in the hall, emitting a pure white light that filled the dark room with brightness akin to daylight. That a magic crystal lamp? That's right. The items in the collection room are either extremely valuable or hold great significance. Using torches or candles inside could easily damage these treasures and is not conducive to their preservation. So a magic crystal lamp was installed in the collection room. As the magic crystal lamp lit up, the mysterious collection room revealed its true form before Murray. The first thing that caught his eye was 6 complete sets of armor. Each of these 6 sets of armor was different, and some were even damaged, covered in cracks and signs of battle. These are the armors of the heads of the Green family throughout the generations. Each of them have been a fierce warrior on the battlefield, and everything about the Green family stemmed from their efforts. The two brothers respectfully bowed. The 6 sets of armor stood in the center of the collection room, with many shelves and tables on either side, displaying numerous items: swords, spears, hand axes, longbows, armor, precious materials, magic wands. Seeing these magical items, Murray Green casually picked up the nearest long sword, which gleamed sharply under the light of the magic lamp. It was a one-handed sword, for fingers wide and about 1.2 meters long, but it weighed as much as a two-handed sword, so he could only grip the hilt with both hands and gently swing it, creating a sound of the blade slicing through the air. The Dar one-handed sword, a level 5 weapon, was taken from the notorious bandit, the great warrior Dar, over 50 years ago. It was killed by Grandpa. This sword is made of tempered steel mixed with magic iron and fine gold, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Incredibly sharp. Murray Green couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. No wonder these were treasures in the collection room. Just picking up a sword was already a level 5 weapon suitable for great warriors. After putting the sword back, He looked at the other weapons. Since he had the chance to enter the collection room, he had to make the most of it and select a good treasure. As he walked around, every time he showed interest in a weapon, Ryan Green acted like a professional guide, explaining it to him. Since Murray Green wanted to become a magician, after examining a few weapons, he headed straight toward the area where magician items were displayed. The first thing that caught his eye was a wooden magic wand about 1.3 to 1.4 meters long. Curious, he reached out to pick it up. The wand was made of light red wood and featured a red crystal at its tip, and holding in his hand, he felt a surge of hot energy, which surprised Murray greatly. A fire magic wand, a level 2 wand, made from the branches of the fire leaf tree and fire magic crystal, which can amplify the power of fire magic. The fire leaf tree is a type of magical tree that grows in high-temperature environments, producing leaves that resemble flames, hence its name. In June and July, the fire energy contained in the branches with fire leaves reaches its peak, making it ideal for crafting fire magic items. After touching the Pigeon Egg's Eyes fire magic crystal, Murray put down the wand and picked up another one. This wand was entirely blue, adorned with flowing water patterns, less than a meter long, made from a stone-like material, smooth to the touch. Although it was made of stone, it felt as smooth as water, comfortable in his hand, and Murray Green felt it suited him well. A water magic wand, a level 3 wand, made from water essence stone, engraved with a water magic amplification array, which has a calming effect on the mind and stabilizes magic. Release, providing a certain amplification effect for releasing water magic. Ryan Green continued to explain, then looked at Murray Green's light blue eyes and said, "This should be a magic wand that fits your attributes. How about it? Do you want to choose it? I want to take another look." The Green family was a relatively new noble family with only a 200-year history, so their foundation was not very rich. Compared to warrior items, there were far fewer magic items. Moreover, the quality could not be compared. The highest level magic items were only level 4 wands suitable for high-level magicians, while most warrior items were level 5. Weapons, and there were even level 6 weapons in this world. The formal ranking for warriors and magicians is 10 levels. The 10 levels for warriors are Warrior Apprentice, Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Senior Warrior, Great Warrior, Earth Warrior, Sky Warrior, Star Warrior, War Saint, and War God. For magicians, the ranks are Magic Apprentice, Junior Magician, Intermediate Magician, Senior Magician, Great Magician, Magic Guide, Magic Tutor, Great Magic Tutor, Magic Saint, and Magic God. Each level is privately divided into 3 tiers: Novice, Experienced, and Accomplished. The 10th level is a detailed rank with level recognition and level medals. The 3 tiers are based on individual circumstances, including cultivation progress, combat power, and promotion time, which are not uniform but essential, as there can be significant differences within the same level. The weapons level is determined by the rank it can accommodate for the user, with a several-fold value difference between a level 4 weapon and a level 5 weapon. This left Murray feeling hesitant, unsure whether to choose a magical item suitable for himself or to abandon his plans of becoming a mage and opt for a high-level warrior weapon. Chapter 3: Magic Crystal Gun. Not long after, Murray Green, having finished examining the magical robe, arrived at the last long table displaying magical items, where several boxes were placed. This was the final set of magical items he had yet to see, and if he did not find a satisfactory magical item after this, he would need to reconsider his career plans. Carefully, Murray Green picked up one of the boxes, opened it, and upon seeing the item inside, his pupils constricted violently, and his expression changed dramatically. What the heck? This world actually has this thing. He was shocked as he pulled out a strange-looking object about 30 centimeters long from a wooden box measuring 50 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The object was entirely brass-colored, with many peculiar patterns on its surface, bent and straight, as if composed of 2 parts. The straight part was a cylinder, with an internal hole about the width of a finger. This was a flintlock gun. Although it was his first time seeing the real thing, Murray immediately identified it. "Bro, what is this?" Not understanding, he asked his older brother. Reinhardt Green was well acquainted with all the items in the collection room, and upon Murray's inquiry, he did not disappoint him and began to explain. "This is a magic crystal gun, a specially crafted weapon with no rank, equipped with a trigger so that even ordinary people can use it. The main body is forged from a mix of brass and bronze, inscribed by mages with a sturdy magic array and a shock absorption magic array, making its structure very solid. As long as you load the specially made magic crystal powder and copper balls into the barrel, it can be fired using mental power, magical power, battle aura, or by pulling the trigger. The firing will ignite the magic crystal powder, triggering the magic array while shooting out the copper balls, with a power equivalent to a fireball spell." He spoke. Reinhardt Green took out 2 exquisite boxes from the wooden box, opened one containing copper balls and the other with several small fabric bags. He picked one up, opened it, and handed it to Murray, who saw that it contained crystal clear magic crystal powder. Touching the cold exterior of the magic crystal gun, Murray Green felt a burning passion inside. What boy wouldn't want a gun of his own? Moreover, this was a magical gun, a combination of power from two worlds. He carefully cradled the magic crystal gun and quickly finished looking through the remaining boxes, selecting his Kamingafage gift. Reinhardt Green nodded and said, "Good choice. It can be used for self-defense at your current level. Do you want to test its power at the training ground?" Murray Green immediately agreed, carefully placing the magic crystal gun back in the wooden box, picking it up, and following Reinhardt Green out of the collection room to the training ground behind the castle. The training ground behind Green Castle was divided into two parts: a public training area for family guards and those undergoing guard training, and a private training area for members of the Green family. At that moment, dozens of young people were practicing sword swings under the guidance of several instructors. Upon seeing the two arrive, they immediately stopped their actions and bowed to them. After greeting the instructors, the two continued walking toward the private training area. Upon entering the private training area, Murray Green saw Count Green, dressed in warrior attire, stopping his training in the center. He had a double-handed sword, still unsharpened, planted in front of him, both hands resting on the sword's hilt. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the two. Father, have you chosen your Kamingafage gift?" "Yes, thank you for the gift, Father. I chose this magic crystal GU and I." In response to Count Green's inquiry, Murray Green did not hesitate. He took out the magic crystal gun from the wooden box and presented it to him. Count Green took the magic crystal gun, and a red glow appeared in his hand, revealing his battle aura. When the battle aura entered the magic crystal gun, the magic arrays on the gun immediately activated, and strange red patterns covered its surface, putting the magic crystal gun in a standby state. Unfortunately, it could not be fired without being loaded. The magic crystal gun is quite an interesting little gadget, a protective weapon for mages. It seems you want to become a mage in the future. Count Green turned to look at Murray Green. Under the deep, abyss-like gaze of Count Green, Murray felt a bit nervous. However, he still made an effort to widen his light blue eyes and meet his gaze, as Count Green disliked weak individuals. "Yes, Father." Seeing the determination in Murray Green's eyes, Count Green nodded and said, "You inherited Penny's water magic talent. You should indeed choose to become a mage. Remember, do not disappoint your mother. I will make my mother proud and also bring pride to the Green family." After returning the magic crystal gun to Murray Green, Count Green looked at him with some surprise upon hearing these words, realizing that his younger son had become much stronger and more outgoing after his serious injury, finally resembling him a bit. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as it was entirely normal to grow after experiencing such a life-and-death horror. He patted Murray Green on the shoulder to encourage him. Murray Green found a table, placed a wooden box on it, took a bag of magic crystal powder with his right hand, and held the magic crystal gun barrel with his left hand, pouring the magic crystal powder into the barrel. Then he took out a matching wooden stick from the wooden box, pushed it into the barrel to compact the magic crystal powder, then inserted a copper ball and pressed it down with the wooden stick. After preparing everything, he approached a wooden stake that was about his height, standing more than 10 meters away, holding the gun at shoulder height and aiming at the stake. "Ahem, I think you should use both hands. Although the magic crystal gun has a shock absorption spell, the recoil might still be a bit much for you to IT that moment," Reinhardt Green, standing nearby, reminded him. Listening to advice is wise. Murray Green was someone who heeded advice, so he tightened his grip on the gun with both hands, aimed at the stake, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled the trigger, igniting the magic crystal powder. The magic patterns on the magic crystal gun lit up. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the wooden stake, which was over 10 meters away from Murray Green, exploded, sending wood chips flying, while Murray Green felt a tremendous force feedback and instinctively took 2 steps back to absorb the terrifying recoil. Steadying himself, with trembling hands, Murray Green exhaled deeply, looking at the stake, and was shocked to discover that the wooden stake, as tall as a person and as thick as a barrel, had been blown apart by this shot, with wood chips scattering everywhere. What kind of flintlock gun is this? Even a Barrett wouldn't compare. Its power was equivalent to that of a grenade. This is truly a magical weapon, allowing an ordinary person to possess the destructive power of a mage. It's truly astonishing. Seeing the power of the magical crystal gun, Ryan Green couldn't help but exclaim, but Count Green shook his head and said, "It's just a trick weapon. While it allows ordinary people to possess considerable killing power, the upper limit of its lethality is already fixed. Even a god cannot make it any stronger. Moreover, aside from its lethality, it has no other advantages because enemies are not made of wood. They won't just stand there waiting for you to shoot. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you truly be powerful." Then Count Green picked up a 2-handed sword with one hand, swung it horizontally, and a red sword light flew out. The wooden stakes in front of the red sword light were all cut down, and with a thunderous sound, the red sword light left a deep crack on the stone wall of the training ground. The might of Count Green's sword was terrifying. causing Murray Green to gasp in awe. Is it too late for me to become a warrior now? Chapter 4 Training and the Origin of the Magic Crystal Gun. Put away your gifts and start today as training. As the training began, Murugan changed into a warrior's outfit, moved his body a bit, and found that his injuries had healed and he was in good condition. He then selected a blunt one-handed sword and began to hone his sword techniques based on his memories. At first, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but as he warmed up and became familiar with the actions, his swordplay became much smoother. As an intermediate warrior, Lindgren no longer needed to practice repetitive sword techniques and began to refine his combat skills and practical fighting. He picked up a blunt two-handed sword and sparred with Count Grin. With a swing, Lindgren's sword was easily blocked by Count Grin, who held his sword with one hand. Then, Count Grin, holding the sword with both hands, twirled and deflected Lindgren's sword, followed by a thrust straight toward Lindgren's chest. In response, Lindgren swung his sword down to deflect Count Grin's thrust. However, before he could catch his breath, a strong figure quickly charged in, pressed down on his sword handle, and with one hand held the sword, thrusting the sword's hilt against Lindgren's belly, pushing him back. You remember the sword techniques well, but you can't adapt on the fly. You need to make swinging the sword your instinct. The battlefield doesn't give you much time to think about what move to make. After being pushed back by the sword hilt, Lindgren felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, endured the pain, and raised his two-handed sword to slash at Count Grin, only to be kicked away after 3 or 5 exchanges. Seeing his older brother's miserable state, Murugan silently retracted his thoughts of becoming a warrior. Perhaps his future lay in becoming a noble and elegant magician. You too. Before Murugan could rejoice, Count Grin, who had just knocked Lindgren away again, fixed his gaze on him, deciding to give this soon-to-be adult son a bit of attention. Me? This might hurt a bit. Facing Count Grin's command, Murugan felt a mix of curiosity and fear as he still held the one-handed sword. He instinctively used the sword techniques he practiced, thrusting directly at Count Grin. His steps were unsteady, and his attack lacked decisiveness. Count Grin, while instructing him, stepped aside, slightly turned his body to dodge Murugan's thrust, raised his sword to block Lindgren's attack, and then sharply collided his shoulder against Murugan's sword, pushing it away. The force wasn't great, but caught off guard. Murugan felt his wrist bend, and his body was sent flying by the sword, staggering 2 steps to the side. Count Grin then executed a hand chop, and before Murugan could react, he was struck in the back, causing him to tumble and fall heavily onto the specially designed sandy ground. Ugh. Although he knew he couldn't win, he never expected to lose so thoroughly, without even touching the opponent's sword. This was simply unbearable, so while still spitting out sand, Murugan made a sliding attack toward Count Grin's legs. He was then kicked out of the training area. What a mess. How embarrassing. Cough. It hurts. My old injury has flared up. I need to go back to my room to recuperate. This isn't training at all. It's just bullying the weak. So, holding his previously injured chest, Murugan executed a sickly retreat and left the training ground. After freshening up in his room and spitting out the sand from his mouth, Murugan carefully put on a casual outfit. After playing with the magic crystal gun for a while, he placed it in his collection cabinet and, with a thought, headed to the library of Grin Castle. Good morning, Teacher Roy. Upon entering the library, Murugan saw Teacher Roy, who was reading there. Teacher Roy was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a kind face and neatly groomed hair, half of which had turned white. He was a noble descendant, knowledgeable, the librarian of the library, and also a part-time teacher who had taught Murugan noble etiquette, reading and writing, and basic knowledge. It's little Murugan. Feeling better? Hearing Murugan's greeting, Teacher Roy looked up with a kindly smile on his aged face. Murugan patted his body and replied, I'm fully healed. What book are you reading? Teacher Roy? Just some recently published travel notes. Are you here to read today? Teacher Roy joked. Murugan had never been fond of reading since he was a child. Some noble etiquette and basic knowledge had been forced upon him by the Countess sitting beside him, so it was quite rare for him to voluntarily come to the library today. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow I will be 16 and officially an adult. My father gifted me a magic crystal gun, which is simply amazing, so I want to find some books about it to learn more. I see. The magic crystal gun. I remember there are a few books on that. Wait a moment, I'll go find them. Roy suddenly realized and stood up, taking his cane, moving somewhat slowly toward the bookshelves. The entire library was about 200 square meters, filled with more than 20 bookshelves. But only one shelf had books bound in animal skin. The rest were ordinary paper books. Before long, Teacher Roy returned with 4 books, 1 animal skin book and 3 paper books. After receiving the books, Murugan exchanged a few pleasantries with Teacher Roy and then left the library to return to his room. The titles were The History of the Fall of the Moss Kingdom, Research on Explosives, Ranger Anthony, and the last animal skin book, Key Points of the Magic Crystal Gun Array. Murugan briefly skimmed through them. It was the year 4225 of the Divine Awakening calendar. The Moss Kingdom was a country that had perished over 1,000 years ago, specifically in the year 3123 of the Divine Awakening calendar. The king of that country had a penchant for peculiar things, so he kept a large number of people to create interesting items for him. Among them was a fireworks craftsman who created a matchlock gun, which the King of Moss found too cumbersome and subsequently invented the flintlock gun. The king lightly pulled the trigger, and the prey fell, which greatly pleased him. After the death of the King of Moss, the new king waged foreign wars and discovered that the flintlock gun was not only effective for hunting, but also excellent for combat. With the help of the flintlock gun, the Moss Kingdom won battles repeatedly, forcing the nearby countries to unite against it. Cold weapons cannot match hot weapons. Even if there are many people, it makes no difference. However, this world has battle chi and magic. Later, several countries united to form a warrior legion, fully armored and swift as the wind, which decisively crushed the Moss Kingdom. The royal palace of the Moss Kingdom was reduced to rubble by the combined magic army. The new king perished, and the Moss Kingdom was divided and destroyed. Seeing the fate of the Moss Kingdom, Murugan promptly shot down the bold idea of conquering the world that had suddenly popped up in his mind. Although technological development has a high ceiling, unless he can grow giant mushrooms in a short time, a magical forbidden spell would soon fall upon him. Previously, he was just an ordinary individual with a 9-to-6 job, having only watched some military programs and gun videos. After all, boys are always fascinated by weapons. But growing mushrooms was beyond his capability. The book Research on Explosives discussed the material composition of various explosives, including studies on the magic crystal powder for the magic crystal gun, which is the magical modified version of the flintlock gun. Ranger Anthony is a novel about a ranger named Anthony, wielding a long sword in one hand and a magic crystal gun in the other, who punishes evil and promotes good. It's not very interesting. The book Beast Skin Book, Key Points for Inscribing Magic Arrays on Magic Crystals, is a manual for wizards on how to inscribe magic arrays on magic crystals. But Murugan cannot understand it. He only knows that the magic array inscribed on the magic crystal gun in his hand is solid and has a shock absorption magic array. Chapter 5, Coming of Age Banquet the next day. Time quietly passes, and night falls. The originally dim and remote Green Castle is now brightly lit, with luxurious carriages carrying elegantly dressed nobles rushing to Green Castle to attend the coming-of-age banquet specially held for Murugan. The calm Green Castle gradually becomes lively, filled with people. Tonight's main character, Murugan, is pulled by the Countess to dress up, wearing a splendid noble robe, with expensive cosmetics applied to his face, making Murugan's already fair complexion look snow white, and his lips as bright as blood. Looking at his unfamiliar reflection in the copper mirror, as if he had been beautified to the extreme, Murugan feels like ending it all. He never expected that after decades of life combined, he would have to face such a situation today. Well, very good. My little Murugan looks just like me, truly beautiful. In the house, the one who loves Murugan the most is his mother, Penny Campbell. Compared to Rhine, Murugan resembles the Countess more in appearance, handsome and with a touch of elegance. In terms of bloodline inheritance, the Countess's family lineage is more reflected in Murugan, as he possesses the same light blue eyes as the Countess, while Count Green and Rhine have black eyes. Mother, doesn't this look a bit too unmanly? Why not remove my makeup? Upon hearing this, the Countess gently slapped Murugan on the head, slightly annoyed, and said, "Humph, you've been made foolish by your father, always knowing how to fight and being rough, without any noble etiquette. Wait until you go to school and interact with your wizard classmates. You'll know to be more restrained. You will be a noble wizard in the future, not a reckless warrior." The Countess, named Penny Campbell, is the third daughter of the current Marquis of Campbell. Unlike the Green family, which has only a history of over 200 years, the Campbell family is a large family that existed even before the establishment of this country and is a well-known magical family. After the founding of the country, they have held the title of Marquis for over 600 years and are one of the 4 great marquises of the northern part of the kingdom, with deep roots. In comparison, the Green family is merely a nouveau riche. The Campbell family has produced a great water mage in its history. Such an existence has infused its great power into its bloodline, passed down to later generations. So those with Campbell bloodline who can show it generally possess the potential to become water mages. Murugan's light blue eyes are proof of the manifestation of the Campbell bloodline. Unfortunately, his hair color is not the same light blue as the Countess's, but is black like the Count, indicating that Murugan's potential for water magic is not as high as the Countess's, but he still has the potential to become a wizard. Penny Campbell is a mid-level water mage, skilled in water healing magic, and has also transitioned to being a potion maker, capable of brewing potions independently. The Countess's plan for Murugan's future is to follow her path, becoming a water healing mage so that when his older brother Rhine goes to the battlefield, having a brother who is a healing mage will significantly increase his chances of survival. If Murugan can transition to being a potion maker, that would be even better. Alright. Beautiful. My little Murugan looks really beautiful today. I wonder how many noble ladies he can charm tonight. After more than 2 hours of makeup and dressing by the Countess, the originally handsome Murugan has become even more dashing. Perhaps the advice he previously gave was heeded by the Countess, as she tied his long hair into a wolf's tail with a golden headband, adding a touch of mature wildness. Thank you all for attending Murugan Green's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope everyone enjoys a pleasant evening tonight. let the banquet begin. The Earl, who comes from a military background, spoke little, succinctly expressing gratitude to the guests attending the banquet. After toasting to start, he stepped down, mingling with the nobles and key figures of the entire earldom in the central hall, drinking and chatting. The Countess then took the other noble ladies to the back hall for entertainment, leaving the remaining children to roam freely around the hall. As today's main character, Mariglin is surrounded by many people. Hey, Mariglin, happy coming of age. Do you want us to arrange something for you tonight to make you a real man? A plump figure squeezed next to Mariglin, whispering in his ear and making funny faces. Although the words were meant for Mariglin, several people around heard it, and they started teasing him quietly. That's right, Mariglin, before when we took you out for fun, you said the Earl was strict, and since you weren't of age yet. Now that you are of age, we brothers will hold a real coming-of-age ceremony for you. Haha. A group of like-minded buddies chuckled softly, and Mariglin Green's face turned red. Then he sternly scolded them in a low voice. Get lost, you bunch of old perverts. Hurry up and roll away. Hearing the insults from these old perverts, with a small boy on one side and someone who isn't truly an adult on the other, Mariglin's expression darkened. He angrily punched one of them. But instead of getting upset, his friends burst into laughter. Oh, my brother Mariglin has come of age and is picky now. Are you planning to make a move on the noble ladies present? You better think twice. They are thorny roses. If you play with them, you better be ready for marriage. If you have such intentions, I can painfully introduce my sister and younger sister to you. If you want one, I'll tell them. His friend's sisters are as plump as he is, and he asked, You've seen my younger sister, right? She's beautiful. Just give a word, and I'll send her over to you. Who are you calling fat? That's called voluptuous. Being slightly plump is the best. Your sister is no different from a bean sprout. Although Mariglin is only the second son of the Earl, as long as Ryan Green is around, he has no chance of inheriting the title. However, being the son of an Earl, the second young master of the entire earldom, makes him quite desirable among unmarried women, second only to those with noble inheritance rights. The number of noble ladies in the earldom is limited, while there may not be many. They are certainly fewer than the number of nobles, and there aren't that many noble ladies to serve them. With the Earl's care, Mariglin's future life will definitely be more comfortable than many nobles. If he follows the Earl to the battlefield and gains some military merit, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be granted a noble title. Today, these friends who usually play well with Mariglin also received a task to match him with their sisters. Mariglin finally understands why these old perverts aren't going after those noble ladies, but are instead revolving around him, a big man. As the Earl's son, Mariglin knows many noble secrets and thought they were just looking for a change of pace today. After all, the Countess has dressed him up beautifully. No, I need to stay away from them. Otherwise, who knows what rumors might arise the next day, ruining my reputation built over 2 lifetimes. It was normal not to have a girlfriend when I was ugly, but now that I look so handsome, if I still don't have a girlfriend because of this, that would be completely disastrous. Chapter 6. Anchi Hehe, do I need your introductions? I can handle it myself. Raising his wine glass, Mariglin Green forcibly squeezed out of this small circle and walked towards a salon circle composed of noble young ladies. A few of his buddies exchanged smiles and then cheerfully followed behind him, making Mariglin Green look like a general about to go to battle, full of vigor and pride. I bet 5 silver coins that Murray won't last 2 minutes before he blushes and runs away. Add 1 minute and subtract 1, 5 silver coins. I bet 1 minute. From my understanding of Murray, this shy and introverted kid definitely can't last a minute. The general is about to step onto the battlefield. But the little soldiers behind him secretly started a betting game, wildly betting on defeat. Although this group of friends whispered, the forward Murray Green heard them clearly, his mouth twitching in speechlessness. Were you doing this on purpose, or was it accidental, or was it intentionally careless for him to hear? Besides, is the shy and introverted description really about him? After a brief recollection, Murray Green decided not to think about it anymore and moved on. At the edge of the hall, several noble young ladies sat together, savoring specially made pastries and red tea, whispering about food, clothing, gossip, and occasionally letting out light laughter, exuding youthful energy. Look, Murray Green is coming over. Wow, Murray Green looks so handsome tonight. I never noticed he was this handsome before. Although he has a wolf tail, he has a strangely soft aura, so unique, I really want to tease him. Hearing her companion's words, the noble young ladies who were gossiping immediately straightened up. Sitting gracefully on the sofa, their eyes calmly directed at Murray Green. Hello, beautiful ladies, good evening. Thank you for coming to my coming-of-age party today. I hope you all have a pleasant night. A few noble young ladies nodded, but just then, a lazy voice interrupted. The fragrance of the peony powder is noble and elegant. The pastries and red tea are a new recipe. I've never tasted anything like this before. The combination is unique, and it's clear a lot of effort has gone into improving it. This banquet is great, but not perfect. Upon hearing this, Murray Green turned to look at the noble young lady who was speaking, the bright magic crystal light illuminating her. Her fair skin contrasted with her deep black dress, making her appear whiter than snow, and the diamond necklace around her neck sparkled charmingly under the magical light. Under her curved willow leaf eyebrows, Her lazy eyes looked at him, her exquisite face adorned with a teasing smile. Oh, this is too enchanting. Although in that world, with the phone in hand, scrolling through short videos, there were plenty of beautiful women, which made him feel indifferent and see through the mundane. In reality, how many ordinary people could remain calm upon seeing a beauty? Murray Green's heart raced. The shy and introverted description seemed to truly fit him. Wah, I feel like I've been defeated. I want to escape. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green recalled some memories and responded, Anshi, long time no see. You look even more beautiful. Although perfection is hard to achieve in this world, the pursuit of perfection is everyone's goal. I wonder if you could share a tip or two to bring this banquet closer to perfection. Thank you for the compliment, Murray. It has indeed been a long time. Anshi carefully observed Murray Green, noting his handsome face and well-proportioned figure, though he seemed a bit tense. Even though they hadn't interacted much, only exchanging polite nods at significant banquets, she could tell he was somewhat nervous. Thinking about how today was his coming-of-age party, Anshi, feeling a bit bored, suddenly became interested, raised an eyebrow, and playfully patted the sofa beside her. Of course I can tell you. Come, sit down. And I'll slowly tell you. Mom, there's a beautiful girl trying to take advantage of me. With that thought, and knowing he wouldn't lose out, Murray Green turned to look at his group of friends and found them nodding in agreement, indicating they were with him. Thus, Murray Green steeled himself and took 2 steps forward, plopping down beside Anshi. A faint fragrance wafted with his breath, coming from Anshi. He had never smelled anything like it before. It was quite pleasant. Looking up, Murray Green was shocked to find that the friends who had shown support had run far away. They looked at him, fist-bumped their chests, and pointed at Murray Green, indicating that their hearts were with him. You bunch of unreliable friends. Alone and unsupported, Murray Green collected himself, placed his wine glass on the table, and scanned the room. Noticing that several noble young ladies were smiling at him, although their smiles seemed a bit odd. Oh no, I'm like a sheep among wolves. Never mind. I'm going for it. I'm sorry that the hospitality this time has been a bit lacking. I hope the beautiful ladies can bear with it and offer some guidance. Hee. Young Master Murray is joking. The banquet arranged by the Countess is perfect. It's just that we want to make a small suggestion, if that's all right. Please, go ahead. Miss Anshi. Seeing that Murray Green was slowly getting into the groove and becoming more natural, Anshi smiled and raised her red tea. Ladies, today is young Master Murray's coming-of-age banquet. Let's toast him with a cup and wish him a happy coming of age. Okay, Murray, happy coming of age. Murray, happy coming of age. Several noble young ladies raised their red tea cups, saying words of blessing as they looked at Murray Green. Under the gaze of several people, Murray Green smiled but felt a tightness in his chest. A toast with red tea, what's going on? Thank you, everyone. Although he couldn't quite understand, receiving blessings from several beauties made Murray Green very happy. He raised his wine glass again, gently clinking it with theirs, and downed the wine in one gulp. Before he could swallow, Anshi leaned closer, holding her red tea cup, took a sip, and softly said, A banquet is supposed to be a wine feast. But we ladies are just drinking red tea. Does that mean no handsome young gentlemen are here to drink with us? Young Master Murray, don't you think a banquet without wine can be a perfect banquet? Before she finished speaking, several noble young ladies snapped their fingers, beckoning a few male servants carrying wine bottles to come over. With a series of sounds, several bottles of wine were opened and placed on the table. The servants kindly took away the red tea and replaced Murray Green's empty wine glass with a uniform high-stemmed glass. After filling them all up, Anshi waved her hand to signal the servants to leave, then smiled, looking at Murray Green with a mix of inquiry, anticipation, and provocation. My lord, your son has inherited your charm, but he hasn't inherited your strong physique. I wonder if he can handle this scene. The Count, downing a jug of ale, glanced towards the back hall, and then swished some wine in his mouth, looking towards Murray. Although he didn't hold high hopes for Murray, he still said, Don't worry. My son, although he looks a bit weak, handling a few girls is more than enough. My lord, now that the young master is of age, do you have any plans for his marriage? Compared to Murray Green, everyone wanted to marry their daughters to Rhine Green. However, as the heir of the Count, Rhine held a high status not only in the Countess territory but throughout the north. Even young ladies from marquis families would compete for the future Countess position. Due to the high competition for the future Countess position, some people shifted their targets to Murray Green. Children's matters are all handled by Penny. Come, let's drink. After finishing this cup, we'll go to the back hall to play, leaving this place for these kids to have fun. Chapter 7 The Green family becoming an adult means you can do things that were forbidden in childhood, like drinking alcohol, but it also means you can't refuse certain things, like being toasted and having to drink when it's offered. Murray Green knew that adulthood was tough, but he didn't expect his first day of being an adult to be so difficult. By the time Murray got out of bed, it was already the afternoon of the next day, and it took him until the 3rd day to fully recover. That night, Murray felt a bit fearful as he recalled how, after Count Green and others had left, the male servants cleared the center of the hall. The orchestra, which had been playing soft music, began to play dance music, and the once calm banquet suddenly became lively, with young boys and girls dancing wildly. However, Murray found himself surrounded by a group of noble girls drinking. Although his body had a history of secretly drinking, it was always just a taste. But that night he went all out, left and right, and ended up blackout drunk, unconscious. According to his older brother, Ryan Green. A drunken Murray sat on the sofa like a fool, dazed, with only instinct left. Anyone who wanted to dance with him could just pull him away, and after dancing, they would bring him back, and he would just sit there blankly, which was quite amusing. So many noble girls came to dance with him. If it weren't for Ryan controlling the situation and keeping an eye on him, Murray wouldn't have known which girl had taken him home that night. He truly experienced adulthood on his very first day. That night, Murray couldn't remember how many bottles he drank or how many girls he danced with. He just remembered he drank a lot and wanted to leave, but was pulled by Angela to dance, the soft touch and enchanting fragrance being his last memory. How embarrassing. In the days following his coming-of-age ceremony, Murray stayed home, training with his father and older brother in the mornings and reading in the library with Teacher Roy in the afternoons. His performance pleased Teacher Roy, who would also share some things not found in books, enriching Murray's understanding of the world. In his bedroom, Murray carefully examined several blueprints in front of him, all of firearms he had designed over the past few days. Sigh. Forget it. In this magical world, these things are just toys. With a soft sigh, Murray set the blueprints on fire and tossed them into the brazier until they were all reduced to ashes. After dealing with the blueprints, Murray changed into a set of casual clothes. After hesitating for a moment, feeling a lack of security in this world, he opened his storage cabinet, took out a magic crystal gun, and placed it in a specially designed holster, fastening the holster around his waist. Jim, prepare the carriage. I want to go to town. Yes, young master. The male servant Jim quickly left to arrange for the trip. When Murray stepped out of the castle gate, a carriage and 2 guards in half armor were already waiting at the entrance. It was a single-horse 4-wheeled carriage, black and red in color, with side doors. Jim opened the door, revealing 2 rows of sofa seats facing each other inside. Murray sat down, inhaling the recently lit incense, feeling refreshed. To Sam's Tavern. As you command. Drive on. Following Murray's orders, the 2 guards mounted their horses and led the way, while the gentlemanly carriage driver lightly flicked the whip, urging the horse to move. The red and black flame Warhammer flag representing the Green family fluttered atop the carriage as it made its way down the hill from the castle. Green Castle was built on a low hill to the north of Green City. No, more accurately, Green City was established to the south of Green Castle, as the Green territory was on the kingdom's border. To the north, there were barbaric orcs different from humans. These savage orcs would occasionally raid southward, stealing food and people. Thus, Green Castle served as the first line of defense for Green City. The history of Green Castle is even longer than that of the Green family. It has been around for hundreds of years, having changed hands several times among nobles and undergone numerous renovations. Over 200 years ago, an ancestor of the Greens, who was a blacksmith, led a group of blacksmiths, their children, and apprentices to resist the invasion of the savage orcs. After several years of fighting, they adopted the surname Green and became the first generation of feudal nobles, titled Baron Green, establishing a glorious foundation for the Green family. Subsequent generations of Green barons were not to be outdone. They not only maintained the Green territory, but also actively sent troops to combat invading orcs, successfully earning the title of Viscount Green. Ultimately, the last Green Viscount, Murray's grandfather, led his father, Count Green, into the northern grasslands to counterattack the savage orcs. Unfortunately, losing his life in battle, Count Green succeeded him, achieving great success in battle, repelling a tribe of 10,000 savage orcs surrounding the border, crushing 3 other 10,000-strong tribes, seizing their lands, and earning the title of Count Green. The current Count Green territory consists of the original Viscount territory, 3 Baron territories, plus a vast expanse of northern grasslands, with 7 cities and 3 fortresses, making it a powerful emerging noble family known throughout the northern lands and even the entire kingdom. The carriage adorned with the Green family flag sped through the streets, parting the way for both the carriage and pedestrians without any obstruction. Through the window, Murray looked at the crowd outside and noticed their gazes filled with respect and fear. For the first time, he felt the impact of the name Green, and his heart was filled with complex emotions, ultimately whispering to himself, "This crossing posture is indeed right." When the carriage stopped at Sam's Tavern, Murray's feelings were still somewhat mixed. After getting out, he looked up at Sam's Tavern, which was an impressive building covering 300 to 400 meters and 4 stories high, standing out in an area where the average height was only 2 stories. This was Fat Sam's Tavern. Fat Sam was the son of a knight under Count Green, with 2 older brothers, and his eldest brother was currently performing well, with a chance to continue the family seat. Therefore, after Sam came of age, his father gave him some money in 3 shops, and he ended up selling all 3 shops, gathering a few friends, and even borrowing a little money from Murray to buy this building, which became Sam's Tavern. "Young Master Murray, welcome." Before Murray could step through the door of Sam's Tavern, a doorman's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to greet him with a flattering smile. In the past, Murray disliked sycophants, but looking at the radiant smile, warm tone, and sincere eyes, he found it quite charming. "Where's Sam?" The boss is resting on the fourth floor. I'll call him for you right away. I can go find him myself. Murray nodded slightly and waved his hand to refuse the doorman's offer. According to his memory, he went straight up the stairs, while the servant Jim took out a silver coin and tossed it to the doorman. Thank you, young Master Murray, for your generosity. I hope you enjoy your time here. Sam's Tavern had 4 floors. The first floor served commoners and small merchants. The second floor catered to big merchants or those with noble blood. The third floor was for nobles, and the fourth floor housed the banquet hall, where feasts could be held, along with some lounges in Sam's office. At this time, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, people were gradually arriving. Mostly small merchants coming to unwind after finishing their business. The real nightlife had yet to begin. Chapter 8. Fat Sam. Knock, knock, knock. Who? The knocking grew louder, and Sam's impatient voice finally echoed from the lounge. It's me. Hearing the voice of Murray Green, the lounge immediately erupted with chaos, not only with Sam rummaging through clothes, but also with the sounds of women talking. This made Murray Green realize what was happening inside. He didn't expect that this fat guy Sam was living such a carefree life. Thinking back to that night when he was betrayed by this group of guys, he couldn't help but darken his expression. Murray, wait for me in the office for a moment. I just woke up and haven't dressed yet. I'll come to the office to find you as soon as I'm dressed. As soon as possible. Walking into Sam's office, there was a fluffy carpet, a large solid wood desk, a row of liquor shelves, a floor-to-ceiling window made entirely of glass, and a leather sofa that felt no worse than that in Greencastle. Looking out the window, he could see the city walls in the distance. The view was nice, though not as spectacular as the panoramic view from the top of Greencastle, but it allowed him to see the various aspects of the human world. Before long, a plump Sam in pajamas, with a hint of his white belly showing, pushed the door open and walked into the office, laughing as he greeted Murray Green. "Ah, a rare guest. Murray, what brings you here?" "There was a banquet last night. I entertained some guests and drank too much. My head is still dizzy and I haven't fully woken up. I think it's not that you haven't woken up, but that you took another nap." Hearing the hint of sarcasm in Murray Green's words, Sam chuckled and sat down beside him, patting his shoulder and lewdly saying, "Murray, now that you're an adult, I have a banquet tonight. How about I arrange something for you? I guarantee the looks and figures are top-notch." Murray Green squinted at Sam and replied, "Sure. As long as you're not worried about my mother ruining your tavern and my brother hanging you up and whipping you, I don't mind staying here for a few days." At these words, Sam shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Despite the Countess being gentle and caring in front of Murray, she was the financial minister of the entire Green Count territory and controlled the economic power of the earldom. A single word from her could bankrupt Sam and leave him homeless. "Ah, your mother still manages you so strictly after you've come of age, doesn't she?" In the kingdom of Lanyas, where he currently resided, noble titles were inherited by the eldest son, and the law stipulated a monogamous system. The legitimate eldest son was the first heir, and if there were no sons, daughters could inherit the noble title. If there were no children, siblings could inherit in order. Therefore, the nobles in the kingdom of Lanyas focused on training their eldest sons, as family assets would be inherited by them. In a world filled with battle energy and magic, to ensure the eldest son could maintain the family legacy, they would train him in battle energy or magic. According to research in this world, the golden age for cultivating battle energy and magic is between the ages of 16 and 20. If children can maintain a pure body, their cultivation will have added benefits, and their speed and potential will generally be higher than those who do not maintain purity. As for a pure body, it is simple. Boys should not be involved with women, and girls should not be involved with men. Therefore, the marriage age for noble eldest sons is generally around 20 years old. However, if they truly lack talent for cultivation, they would be encouraged to marry and have children early to directly train their descendants. As for children other than the eldest son, some would split from the family upon reaching adulthood, while others would receive family support for cultivation. But the intensity of training would not be as great as that for the eldest son, and they wouldn't care about whether they maintained a pure body. Despite being a noble family, Sam's family did not strictly control him, as it was rumored that he came of age at 12 with a maid in his own house, thus losing his purity early on. Therefore, they let him be and planned to split him from the family once he came of age. I'm not like you. I'm destined to become a powerful magician. My mother has allocated a large sum for my studies and plans to send me to Ellis Academy to learn magic. What? Ellis Academy? Murray Green said triumphantly, but upon hearing the name of Ellis Academy, Sam was stunned, looking at Murray with an expression of disbelief. That's right. It's the Ellis Academy you're thinking of, the top academy in the north. My mother is preparing to arrange for me to study magic there. Sam took a big gulp of red tea to suppress his shock, then exclaimed, "Murray, this is incredible. I didn't expect you to actually get to study at Ellis Academy, and to study magic at that. I heard that the tuition for Ellis Academy is 300 gold coins a year. 300 gold coins. That's almost equivalent to 1 or 2 years' profits from my little tavern. The mainstream currency in this world consists of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. One gold coin can be exchanged for 10,000 copper coins. A copper coin has a purchasing power similar to $1 in the previous world. So one gold coin is equivalent to $10,000. 300 gold coins is 300,000, which is a significant amount in any world. Yet here it is just the tuition for a year. The academic system at Ellis Academy is 4 years. So the total tuition over 4 years would be 1,200 gold coins. However, for magicians, paying tuition only allows them to learn the most basic knowledge. To become stronger and achieve powerful professions, they would have to spend money to learn other knowledge, which constitutes the most expensive part of the expenditure. 1,200 gold coins, while not a lot for the powerful Green family, is still considerable. This is because the Green family has grown too rapidly and rather abnormally, possessing strong combat power but lacking a substantial foundation and economic base. To combat the savage orcs, the Green family maintains a large army, investing at least 70% of their tax revenue and operational income into the military, aside from expenses for building the Green territory, paying war rewards, and cultivating talent in the territory, among other expenditures. In the end, retaining only 10% would be an incredible achievement. If faced with continuous wars or natural disasters, they might have to draw on their reserves or even live in debt. Thus, Sam was very surprised that the Countess actually arranged for Murray Green to study magic at Ellis Academy, even though Ellis Academy has a very strong teaching capability. With normal graduates reaching the level of intermediate magicians, he still felt that those 10-year magic academies offered better value for money. I'm also quite surprised about being able to study magic at Ellis Academy. In a few days, I will be going out to study. And today I wanted to gather with you all. The next time we meet will be at the end of the year. Murray Green also expressed surprise. And Sam patted his chest, replying, "Tonight, I'll make the arrangements, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." But I'm not too sure about that. After the night of the coming-of-age ceremony, Murray Green no longer had any trust in Sam's assurances. If it weren't for these few friends being some of the few familiar companions of this body, he wouldn't have come specifically to say goodbye. Chapter 9. Enrollment at Ellis Academy. After wandering around Green City for a few days and witnessing this different world firsthand, he officially said goodbye to a few close friends. At the special arrangement of Fat Sam, he once again met with Anshi, who had once gotten him drunk, and in a one-on-one drinking session, he was once again overwhelmed by her. In response, Murray Green lamented that it was only because this body had just come of age and rarely drank before. When he returned from school, he would make Anshi pay for it. After that, he followed Ryan Green, and with the escort of a cavalry squad, they safely arrived at Ellis City without any incident, enrolled at Ellis Academy, and successfully began his studies. Murray Green, here is your student card, dormitory key, and basic course schedule. Please keep them safe, as many things in school require a student card. This student card is very precious, made of gold, mithril, and gray magic iron, with a magic array on it that connects to the Academy's large magic array. If lost, please come to the academic office immediately to invalidate the old card and apply for a new one, costing 10 gold coins each time. If you have any other questions, you can consult the service staff at the front desk. Please bring the next student to pay. Murray Green received a gray card, and the words Ellis Academy came into view. Below that was Magic Division, followed by his name, Murray Green. Finally, it indicated the enrollment date, March 1st, 4255 of the Divine Awakening calendar. The back of the card featured his magical portrait. Ellis Academy, the first academy in the North, was established by the Duke of the North, the Ellis family. It has been in operation for over 500 years, specializing in training warriors and mages. Essentially, all the nobles in the North who can afford it send their children to this academy to study. Here, students can not only learn systematic knowledge but also expand their networks. Ryan Green, besides receiving training under the Count, also studied in the Warrior Division of Ellis Academy. After carefully storing this 10 gold coin student card, Murray turned to Ryan Green beside him. Where is the dormitory building for the Magic Division? Compared to Murray, the new student, Ryan was already a third-year student, halfway through his academic journey. I've been to the Magic Academy a few times, just follow me. Ellis Academy is vast, covering nearly 10,000 acres, larger than many universities in the previous world. However, there are only a little over 5,000 formal students at Ellis Academy, and with faculty, guards, and servants, the total does not exceed 10,000, making it a sparsely populated area. The Magic Division that Murray is about to enter has fewer than 1,000 students across 4 grades, but occupies a third of Ellis Academy's territory. Therefore, even on the enrollment day, there are not many people in the Magic Academy, and few are out wandering, following his older brother Ryan into the Magic Division. The first thing that caught their eyes was the hundreds of towering magic towers. These towers vary in height, with the shortest being 50 meters and the tallest reaching several hundred meters. Having experienced the internet in the previous world, Murray Green had seen many tall buildings in the modern world. But he never expected to see hundreds of meters high towers for the first time in this seemingly backward world, which only knows how to stack stones. Standing beneath a tower that is hundreds of meters tall, Murray's first reaction was to feel small. Wow, this tower is so tall. The Stanley Ellis Tower was completed after 20 years of construction by the Duke of Ellis and the great mage Stanley Ellis 500 years ago. The day the Stanley Ellis Tower was established was also the day Ellis Academy was founded, with the great mage Stanley Ellis serving as the first president of Ellis Academy. Acting as a tour guide, Ryan Green began to explain as they walked, quickly arriving at a 3-story building. Compared to the towering Magic Towers, this 3-story building is only about 40 meters tall, but its footprint is quite large. This is the teaching building for the Magic Division. We're here. Passing by the teaching building, Murray Green saw 5-story buildings, which are the dormitories for the Magic Division. He also noticed that surrounding these 5 dormitories were many standalone small castles. Water, wind, earth, fire, mystery. These 5 dormitory buildings. Your dorm is in the water building. Ryan pointed to a blue-tinted dormitory building. The 2 brothers registered at the dormitory guard post, and the dormitory supervisor entered Murray Green's student card into the magic array. He was informed to keep the student card safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter or exit the dormitory freely. Listening to the supervisor's guidance, Murray Green nodded repeatedly. After bidding farewell to the supervisor, he looked at the tag on the dormitory key. Magic Dormitory Water 305. Following the tag's guidance, Murray Green quickly found his dormitory. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was amazed to discover that it was actually a 1-bedroom apartment with a living room and a private bathroom, furnished with many noble items that were luxurious and comfortable. No wonder it's Ellis Academy. They have deep pockets. And every student gets such a luxurious single room. This must cost a lot. Hearing this, Ryan Green shot Murray a glance and retorted, "You think too much. This dorm costs 30 gold coins a year. Mages really can make money faster than robbing. 30 gold coins. Oh my god, that's so expensive. 30 gold coins for a dormitory per year means 3,000 gold coins for 1,000 students, or 300 million copper coins. Just the accommodation fees for the Magic Division alone make up 3 small targets each year. Robbing is not this quick. Robbing isn't this quick. But catching a mage might be even faster. So little Murray, don't let us down. Strive to become a powerful mage. If you switch to becoming a potion master, that's a big fat sheep among mages, and you'll be wealthy." Ryan's eyes sparkled as he stared at Murray, making him feel a chill down his spine. "What's going on? We are blood-related, brothers. He wouldn't want to rob me, would he? No way. No way." The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast in the dormitory cafeteria, Murray Green cheerfully headed toward the teaching building. On the way, he noticed many classmates also leaving the dormitory to rush to the teaching building, the busy students bringing a hint of life to the quiet Magic Academy. Keeping his pace steady, Murray, who had undergone physical training under the count from a young age, quickly arrived at the teaching building. Following the guard's guidance, he found the classroom written on the schedule, Meditation Classroom 1. Upon entering the classroom, Murray noticed that there were no traditional desks and chairs. Instead, there was a large empty space with wooden planks laid out, neatly arranged with 20 cushions. Currently, about 10 classmates were sitting cross-legged on the cushions. He carefully selected one and quietly sat down, waiting for class to begin with the other students. Before long, more students entered the classroom, filling all 20 cushions. Perhaps it was the first class of the semester. Everyone remained silent, sitting seriously and quietly, waiting for the lesson to start. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As the class bell rang, a middle-aged mage dressed in a magical robe suddenly floated in from the classroom door. Yes, he floated in. Murray Green thought he was seeing things. However, when he saw the mage's feet hovering about 20 centimeters above the ground as he floated from the entrance to the podium, Murray Green realized this was magic, the wondrous magic that was finally beginning to reveal a glimpse to him. Just this little hint of charm was enough to leave him spellbound. Chapter 10. The First Class. "Hello, teacher." Although no one shouted to stand up, all the seated students rose at the same time, bowing to the magic teacher in greeting. The middle-aged magic teacher's expression remained unchanged as he lightly nodded and said, "Please sit. My name is Lyndon Beale, and I will be your introductory meditation teacher. You can call me Teacher Lyndon. Now, I will take attendance, and let us get to know each other." Saying this, Teacher Lyndon slowly descended from his floating position and sat cross-legged on the cushion at the podium, pulling out an attendance sheet from his robe to begin calling names. "Leeway Ellis. Here." A student named Leeway Ellis stood up and greeted Teacher Lyndon and his classmates. Ellis, upon hearing this surname, Murray Green was taken aback, immediately knowing that this was a member of the Ellis family. However, seeing his physical features, pale blackish pupils, black hair, and a fair skin tone, he realized that the characteristics of the Ellis family were not very evident. Murray Green quickly deduced that this Leeway Ellis was likely a distant relative of the Ellis family, probably just retaining the surname. Magic Clements. "Hello everyone. I am Magic Clements." A beautiful girl with a proud figure quietly stood up and greeted everyone present with a smile. The Clements family is one of the 4 major marquee families in the Northern Lands. Watching as each of his classmates introduced themselves, all of whom had notable names, it was clear that everyone in this classroom was of noble descent. There were a total of 20 people, and it didn't take long for everyone to finish their introductions. Teacher Lyndon put away the attendance sheet and calmly looked at everyone. "Welcome to Ellis Academy, to my class." Polite applause followed but quickly ceased. Lyndon nodded and continued. To maintain classroom discipline and integrity, there are a few rules in my class. They are quite simple. No absences, no tardiness, no early departures, no disturbances. Keep the classroom quiet, report any issues, and you can ask for leave as long as you have a valid reason. That's all for now. If necessary, we can add more later. I hope that soon we won't be seeing each other in this classroom. Teacher Linden taught the Meditation Enlightenment class. And once one cultivated magical power, attendance in this class would no longer be necessary. The students chuckled softly, accepting the teacher's blessing. What I am going to teach you is the standard magic meditation method of Ellis Academy. This meditation method was created by the first principal of Ellis Academy, Stanley Ellis, and has been modified and supplemented by various magical sages of Ellis Academy, finally taking shape. It is divided into 5 volumes and can be cultivated to the level of a 5th-level great magician. Now, you will be learning the first volume, which will allow you to enter a meditative state, mobilize mental power, strengthen mental power, and cultivate magical power. It is a very basic meditation method, and I hope everyone studies hard. Upon hearing that Teacher Linden was about to teach the meditation method, Murray Green's expression became serious, and he looked intently at Linden. Facing the eager gazes of everyone, Linden didn't elaborate further and got straight to the point. All right, everyone close your eyes, and I will start teaching you the meditation method. Huh, aren't we getting textbooks in the back? The tuition of 300 gold coins is really just for tuition, not including the textbook fee? Although feeling a bit confused, Murray Green obediently closed his eyes. Seeing all the students with their eyes closed, Linden took a deep breath, channeling his magical power into the cushion beneath him. Soon, mysterious patterns lit up on the podium, forming a magic circle. As Linden continuously infused magical power, the magic circle patterns flowed downward like water, passing through each student's cushion and eventually covering the entire floor, forming a complete magic circle. Focusing magic circle, activate. With his eyes closed, Murray Green felt a sudden chill in his head, as if he had touched an ice block, and instinctively let out a gasp, abruptly opening his eyes. Huh. All the students present felt the unexpected chill, and surprised exclamations arose as they opened their eyes, only to see the ground covered in magic circle patterns. It's a magic circle. Quiet, everyone close your eyes. Before the students could continue talking, Linden immediately interrupted. Hearing the teacher's command, everyone could only suppress their curiosity and close their eyes again, feeling the chill, which woke them up considerably. Soon, Teacher Linden's voice echoed in their ears, not loud, somewhat muffled, as if whispering in their ears, which made Murray Green feel quite awkward. After about 10 minutes, Murray Green finally understood that Teacher Linden was reciting the meditation method, but he hadn't memorized much. Just as he was about to open his eyes and ask Linden for the textbook to memorize, Linden's voice drifted into his ears again, starting the second round. When the second round of the meditation method began, Murray Green felt that Linden's voice was much louder and clearer, allowing him to hear many more details of the meditation method. Although he was just sitting cross-legged on the cushion listening to the meditation method, Murray felt particularly excited, even exhilarated, but fortunately, with the suppression of the focusing magic circle, he could control his emotions and continue meditating. During this process, however, his body felt somewhat fatigued, as if he were exercising. When the third round of the meditation method began, Murray Green felt that Linden's voice was like normal speech. He could hear each word clearly. In the fourth round, his voice was like a great bell. In the fifth round, Murray Green felt that Linden's voice was like a chisel, and his own head was like a stone tablet, with the chisel carving each word into the stone tablet, completely memorizing the entire meditation method. Again and again, one round after another, he lost count of how many rounds he had gone through. Not only did Murray Green memorize the entire meditation method fluently, but he also began to meditate according to the method. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As the class bell rang, Murray had no idea how many times he had listened to the meditation method, and his head was spinning, his limbs weak. Today's class ends here. Remember to reflect on the meditation method after class. Try to meditate on your own, and write down any questions you don't understand to ask in the next class. Alright, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Hearing the words class dismissed, although Murray Green felt very fatigued, he still instinctively stood up and bowed to Linden, indicating goodbye. But when he groggily opened his eyes and found that he was the only one standing while everyone else was still slumped on their cushions, Murray Green was a bit dumbfounded. Seeing Murray Green standing alone, a hint of surprise appeared on Linden's otherwise calm face. He took a closer look at Murray Green, and finally, with a smile, he gently said to him, "Your spirit is quite good. Remember to memorize the meditation method after class, and try to enter the meditative state on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my magic tower to ask me." "Thank you, teacher." Although Murray Green didn't understand why Teacher Linden was being so kind to him and seemed to be giving him special attention, it was a good thing. So he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 11. History of Magic class. After finishing the Magic Meditation Enlightenment class, Murray went to the cafeteria for lunch and then returned to the dormitory building, sitting cross-legged on his bed, trying to meditate on his own. In this world, warriors cultivate battle energy, while magicians cultivate magical power, Meditation is a necessary means to cultivate magical power. Magicians use meditation to concentrate, enhance mental strength, and allow their mental strength to capture magical particles wandering between heaven and earth, drawing them into their bodies to combine with their mental strength, giving birth to magical power. With the theory established, it was time to practice. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Murray continuously recited the meditation incantation, following Linden's guidance, and began to operate the meditation method. However, after reciting the meditation method 3 times, he did not experience the excitement he had felt in class. As for the so-called mental strength, he didn't feel it at all. Before long, feeling a bit fatigued, Murray leaned back, lay on the bed, covered himself with the blanket, and fell asleep. But not long after he fell asleep, a gray particle, invisible to the naked eye, appeared out of nowhere and slowly floated into Murray's head. At this moment, Murray was having a strange dream. He dreamed that he was hit by a truck, flying 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and then thousands of meters up into the sky, passing through the clouds and breaking out of the atmosphere. He was still flying, and the earth kept shrinking before his eyes until it disappeared. He passed through a grayish area, and his whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of gray paint, making him appear gray as well, but he didn't stop and continued to fly. Suddenly, he kicked out with his legs, and a feeling of stepping into thin air hit him, causing Murray Green to wake up abruptly from his dream. Damn, just had a nightmare. Looking at the familiar furniture around him, the awakened Murray realized he had a nightmare, but upon reflection, he found he couldn't remember the content of the nightmare, only that he had been flying and there was a lot of gray. Yawning, he got out of bed, stretched, and moved his muscles. Murray Green felt he had slept well, full of energy, unlike his usual drowsy self, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Looking out the window, he saw the sun setting. He had taken a long nap, and when he woke up, it was already dark outside. The foundational course schedule included 5 subjects: Introduction to Wizard Meditation, History of Magic, Basic Knowledge of Magical Flora and Fauna, Appreciation of Magical Artifacts, and Magical Etiquette and Spells. 1 subject was taught each day, 5 subjects a week, with weekends off. The history of magic is long and rich. People began to come into contact with and use magic thousands of years ago, but back then magic was chaotic and lacked a system. This class was different from the meditation class with only 20 students. It was a large lecture with hundreds of students sitting together in a big classroom. An old wizard with white hair was passionately explaining the history of magic development at the podium. Murray Green was very interested in this course, as this world was different from the previous one. Many knowledge was available online, including original versions, revised versions, modified versions, and audio versions. All sorts of versions were available. Knowledge in this world is very expensive, especially magical knowledge. Each piece of knowledge has its own price, so much of it is monopolized. Therefore, the History of Magic class also had no textbooks. All content was orally delivered by the teacher, allowing students to take notes, but forbidding them to share the content outside. Otherwise, the Academy would have the right to punish students who leaked knowledge. Current researchers in the history of magic have divided the history of magic development into 3 periods based on its evolution. The first period is the ancient era of blood magic, around 10,000 years ago. The second is the ancient chaotic magic era, from 10,000 years ago to the first year of the divine enlightenment era, and finally, the current elemental magic era, which I will explain now, is the ancient blood magic era. As the old wizard explained, Murray Green gradually learned about the history of magic and the progression of civilization. Although he couldn't see it firsthand, he could sense the barbarity and bloodshed of ancient times through the old wizard's brief descriptions. In the beginning of magic, people had no meditation techniques and no teachers to guide them. Everything relied on personal exploration and the wonders of nature, giving birth to superpowered individuals awakened by nature. Some people were born strong, some awakened later, and others awakened by consuming rare materials, but their power and spirit far exceeded ordinary people, even allowing them to manipulate elements. These superpowered individuals were called the messengers of the gods, and with the messengers of the gods, researchers studying them emerged. After a period of bloody and brutal research, wizards who toyed with blood and flesh took the stage of history, dominating the ancient blood magic era. The ancient chaotic magic era was a time of flourishing schools of thought, while the first year of the divine enlightenment era was when the orthodox meditation techniques were introduced. When one is not interested in the classroom content, time drags on like years. If interested, it is intoxicating. Murray Green felt as if he had returned to childhood, hearing a mythological story for the first time, completely absorbed. Ding dong, ding dong. All right, I'll stop here for today. We'll continue next time. Class dismissed, students. The old white-haired teacher, who was originally passionate and loud, had no habit of extending class time. As soon as he announced the end of class, he left the classroom without looking back, and Murray Green hadn't even reacted yet. In fact, I wouldn't mind if you extended class for a bit. Murray Green muttered softly, picked up his notebook, and slowly got up to leave the classroom. Murray, wait a moment. As soon as Murray Green stepped out of the classroom, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Hearing this voice, he stopped, turned around, and saw Li Wei Ailey's calling him. "Hello, Li Wei. Is there something you need?" Li Wei Ailey's replied with a smile. "Well, this Friday evening at 7. I'm planning to host a classmate dinner at the Rose Garden in the student service area, and I'd like to invite you to join. I wonder if you're free." Dinner is a means of socializing among nobles, along with hunting. Upon receiving Li Wei Ailey's invitation, Murray Green immediately revealed a noble smile and nodded in agreement. "Haha, of course I'm free. Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored." With Murray Green's affirmative response, Li Wei Ailey's beamed with joy and quickly walked beside him, chatting as they walked. "Murray, could you tell me your room number? I need to arrange for someone to deliver the dinner invitation to you." "Of course, my room number is." The two walked together to the cafeteria for a meal, and then returned to the dormitory area. Murray Green discovered that Li Wei Ailey's did not live in the dormitory building, but rather in a nearby detached villa. This two-story small villa could accommodate servants, cook meals, do laundry, and had a separate magical research room, meditation room, and basement. The living environment and quietness were far better than the dormitory building, but the price was also much higher. With the study funds specially approved by the Countess, Murray Green could afford a small villa, but he hadn't chosen one because he didn't need it yet. Chapter 12. Nobles everywhere are relatives. Back in his dormitory, Murray Green eagerly sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently recited the meditation technique, trying to enter a meditative state. He hadn't meditated today, and both his energy and physical condition were at their peak, but perhaps due to the lack of guidance from a teacher, other than feeling a bit restless, he made no other progress. After an hour of trying, Murray Green, who still couldn't enter a meditative state on his own, felt a bit discouraged. He opened his eyes, took a moment to adjust his breathing, and calmed his body down. This meditation technique is truly magical. I remember it well. But when I try to speak it, I find it hard to articulate, and when I pick up a pen, I forget the words. Otherwise, I could verify whether I remembered the meditation technique incorrectly. Murray Green chuckled to himself, sighed, and then softly reassured himself. It's okay. It's only the second day. Generally, it takes a month for most people to enter a meditative state on their own. It's still early. Perhaps he had encouraged himself, and feeling more relaxed. Murray Green felt a bit tired again. He closed his eyes, leaned back, and soon fell asleep. When Murray Green opened his eyes again, he glanced out the window and found the sun was preparing to set again. Is this how university life is meant to be? No, I need to work hard tomorrow. I can't keep sleeping like this. After waking up, Murray Green made up his mind, quickly got up, tidied himself, and left the dormitory to head to the cafeteria for a meal. In the cafeteria, some students were dining, and Murray Green noticed a few familiar faces, classmates from the meditation class. He politely greeted them, and after a nod in response, he approached the cafeteria counter to place his order. "Hello, I would like 2 pieces of honey-glazed pork chops, with a cup of grape juice, thank you." The price was 60 copper coins for the pork chops and 20 for the grape juice, totaling 80 copper coins. This price was much higher than outside, but in the main city of the north, especially in the core area of Ellis Academy, it was still considered reasonable. Murray took out his student card and swiped it on the magic array at the counter, leaving a record of the transaction. He then picked up his tray and found an empty seat to sit down. The small student card was worth 10 gold coins because it connected to the entire magic array of Ellis Academy. The academy had a large combination magic array. Without this card, students had to register to return to their dorms or enter classrooms, and even had to carry cash to eat in the cafeteria. By pre-depositing some money, students could use their cards anywhere on campus that required payment, similar to card payments in the real world. This opened Murray's eyes. He hadn't expected that even without technological advancement, magic had developed impressively. Of course, this was only within Ellis Academy. Outside the academy, without the coverage of the magic array, the student card was worth only the material it was made of. Murray raised his knife and fork, skillfully cutting the pork chop and elegantly enjoying his meal. But just then, a tall figure approached him. Feeling the presence, Murray looked up to see a tall man with a handsome face and a calm expression standing in front of him. Upon seeing his face, a name popped into his head. This was his classmate from meditation class, whose name seemed to be, "Hello, Murray Green, I am Nick Brown." From the Brown family, with an Earl title. Nick Brown was tall, and although only 16, he was a head taller than Murray, rivaling his older brother Rain Green. He seemed to be well suited to be a warrior, yet he had chosen to become a mage. "Hello, Nick, is there something you need?" Murray put down his knife and fork, wiped the remaining sauce from the pork chop off the corner of his mouth with a white napkin, and stood up to formally respond to Nick Brown. "Can I sit in the empty seat in front of you?" Of course. The two sat down together. Nick Brown stared intently into Murray's light blue eyes and quietly asked, "Is your mother a member of the Campbell family?" "Yes, my mother is Penny Campbell, the third daughter of the current Marquis of Campbell." Although Murray was somewhat puzzled by Nick Brown's intention for approaching him, he answered truthfully to the inquiry. Upon receiving a positive response, Nick Brown suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, what a coincidence, my grandmother is the current Marquis of Campbell's aunt. We are relatives. By this calculation, I might be your distant uncle." Faced with this suddenly revealed peer who was technically an elder, Murray felt that the pork chop in front of him lost its appeal. However, considering that his grandmother was the younger aunt of Nick's grandfather, the tall and similarly aged Nick Brown indeed seemed to be a generation older than him. Damn, uncle. Ha ha ha. No need to call me uncle. We are classmates and brothers. Just call me Nick, or you can call me brother. Nick Brown's originally calm expression became slick and cunning, making Murray's temples throb, and he tightened his fist but then quietly relaxed, realizing the imposing figure before him. He expected that someone who looked sturdy and honest could be like this. The history of noble families is long and complex. The larger and older the family, the more mixed the bloodlines. Just like in the previous world of Europe, where almost all monarchs were related. If there were no offspring and the bloodline was about to die out, they could borrow a prince from another country to become king. It was no different here. You never know who the person in front of you is related to. After finally finding a girl he liked, only to discover she was his great-grandmother. What a subtly complicated feeling that must be. The Green family was a newly emerging noble family in the north, and after several generations of intermarriage in the vicinity, they had not developed much of a noble circle. However, the current Earl of Green married a daughter of the Marquis of Campbell, became famous after the First War, and was elevated to an earl, suddenly becoming quite sought after. Therefore, as the son of Penny Campbell and the grandson of the Marquis of Campbell, the Green brothers entered the circle of noble bloodlines in the north through their mother's lineage. Entering this circle of noble bloodlines had its pros and cons. The benefit was having noble relatives everywhere, and it's a well-known truth that having relatives makes things easier, no matter which world you're in. Especially for a newly emerging noble family like the Greens. Once they entered the noble bloodline circle, dealings like selling goods, purchasing strategic resources, or even borrowing money for battles became much smoother, truly a win-win situation. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. The first point that Murray faced was being lower in status and generation. This nearly made the usually calm and composed Murray break down. Chapter 13. The prestige of a potion master classmates, peers, and relatives with similar status. These factors made their relationship quite close, except for the slightly awkward generational difference. While talking with Nick Brown, Murray enjoyed his pork chops, but suddenly he realized that his satisfaction from the meal today wasn't as strong as usual. Normally, 2 pork chops would fill him up to about 80%, but today he felt only 70% full. Has my appetite increased? I hope I won tea gain weight. It shouldn't tea. At 16, it's normal to have a bigger appetite while growing. With that thought, Murray stuffed the decorative vegetables from his tray into his mouth and finished off his grape juice in one go. One must not be picky. Vitamins are important. Hey Murray, are you free tonight? How about we go to the student service area together? Seeing Murray finish his meal, Nick Brown glanced at the leftover food on his own tray but didn't mind it, excitedly inviting him to the student service area. Sure, I've heard the service area is particularly lively. I've wanted to check it out for a long time. Responding positively to Nick Brown's invitation, and equally interested in the student service area, Murray quickly agreed, and they headed toward the student service area together. The entire Ellis Academy could be divided into 3 parts, arranged like a trident: the Magic Division, the Warrior Division, and the Student Service Area. The Magic and Warrior Divisions occupied the lower 2 points of the trident. These 2 areas were straightforward, teaching zones and faculty student dormitories. The Student Service Area was more complex. It served as a large shopping and leisure zone for teachers and students, including restaurants, clothing stores, weapon shops, potion shops, and bars. Essentially, all the needs one could think of were met here. It was like a mini city. As they walked, the 2 noticed many students from the Magic Academy heading toward the service area, mostly new students. It made sense. The evening was the best time for mages to meditate, and only new students would have time to stroll around the service area. Plus, the Magic Academy was quite quiet. How could young students endure the solitude and stay confined within the academy? As soon as you enter the student service area, the first thing you see is a shopping street, lined with shops on both sides. Groups of students are shopping and having fun on the street, and many students are setting up stalls in open spaces to sell items. Come and take a look at the secondary magical beast, the Gale Wolf, hunted from the Kayas Mountain. Check out its wolf teeth and sharp claws, essential for refining equipment. The wolf skin is incredibly tough. A little stitching can turn it into armor. Its death time does not exceed 3 hours, and the meat is very fresh, great for strengthening the body. A senior dressed in armor, resembling a warrior, is shouting, while a teammate dressed as a ranger, equipped with a one-handed sword and splattered with blood, is calling out to customers. In front of them lies a processed Gale Wolf carcass, about the size of a buffalo, surrounded by many classmates. Classmate, how much for the wolf teeth? A student dressed in leather armor, carrying a longbow, carefully examines the wolf teeth and starts inquiring about the price. 1 gold coin for the fong, 50 silver coins for the sharp teeth. All right, 1 fong and 2 sharp teeth. The longbow student does not haggle and hands 2 gold coins to the warrior senior. Then, he pulls out a dagger from his calf, pries a fong and 2 sharp teeth from the wolf's mouth, wraps them in a piece of cloth, and carefully tucks them into his bosom. Magical beasts are powerful creatures that have been baptized by magical particles and possess magical powers. Even the weakest first-level magical beast is stronger than an average warrior or mage apprentice. Every part of them has a unique function. Their teeth are excellent materials for arrowheads, capable of easily piercing through the tough skin and scales of magical beasts. Classmate, how much for the wolf claws? A student, shorter and looking somewhat frail, dressed as an assassin, asks about the price of the wolf claws. The ranger senior immediately responds, sold by the paw, 3 claws per paw. The front paw is 2 gold coins, and the back paw is 1 gold coin. The front claws of the Gale wolf are much larger than the back claws, so the price of the front paws is higher. Classmate, that's too expensive. Look at your Gale wolf. The claws aren't big enough to make a dagger. I'll take 2 front paws for 3 gold coins. All right, I'll throw in 2 back paws for you. At this moment, the warrior senior, who was shouting, suddenly interjects. Hearing this, the assassin is surprised and asks, "Really? You're not joking, are you?" "You were the one joking first," the warrior senior replies. "I've killed at least 8 or 10 wolves. All my daggers and throwing knives are made from wolf claws. You're the first one wanting to make a dagger from wolf claws." Ha ha. The surrounding customers burst into laughter, causing the assassin's student to blush, turn, and vanish from the scene in a flash. Seeing the disappearing assassin, Muragrin is quite astonished. With such speed, he could easily break records on the competition field. "I'll take these 2 wolf eyes. How much?" Before the laughter dies down, a senior dressed as a mage, with 2 badges hanging from his chest, pulls out his wallet. "Oh no, how can I let Master Patey pay?" The warrior senior, who was still laughing at the assassin, immediately puts on a flattering smile and says, "These 2 wolf eyes have found a lucky master. You can take them for free." Facing this mage customer, the warrior senior quickly shifts to a humble tone. "But could you spare us a bottle of the night vision potion you make?" This is a first-level potion master. Muragrin recognizes his badge shaped like a potion bottle with a gold line, quickly identifying his status. His mother, Penny Campbell, also has one of such shapes, but hers has 2 gold lines, signifying she is a second-level potion master. "All right, come to my lab the night after tomorrow to pick it up." Master Patey thinks for a moment, puts away his wallet, nods in agreement, takes the carefully packed wolf eyes from the ranger senior, and leaves amidst the farewells of the crowd, leaving behind a rather impressive silhouette. Turns out being a potion master is so prestigious. Muragrin looks at the figure with envy. His mother had said that potion masters hold a high status and planned to train him to become one. But he didn't expect their status to be so elevated and impressive. Having such a far-sighted mother is indeed a blessing. This crossing over is truly a fortunate turn of events. Not long after, a 2-meter-long Gale wolf is completely dismantled and sold off. Even the bones and entrails are packaged and sold to a restaurant. Once everything is sold, the 2 vendors collect their blood-stained cloth from the ground and toss it into the trash heap, leaving with money bags slung over their shoulders, arm in arm. Chapter 14. Zymona, look, it's a potion shop. Let's go in and see if there are any potions suitable for us. The 2 aimlessly wander around when Nick Brown suddenly points to a shop, excitedly speaking to Muragrin. Turning around, they see a potion shop with a sign that reads Zymona Apprentice Potion Shop. The name Zymona sounds somewhat familiar to Muragrin, but he can't recall where he has heard it before. "Welcome." As they enter the door, a young service staff member in her early 20s, with a pretty face, greets them. "What kind of potions would you like to buy? Our shop has just stocked a batch of meditation potions, magic affinity potions, mental potions, and focus potions, all refined within a week, guaranteeing top-notch quality and effectiveness." The staff has a keen eye and immediately recognizes that both of them are new magic students, recommending potions that assist with meditation training. Upon hearing about these potions, both of their eyes light up, and they immediately ask to see the goods. The meditation potion can assist with meditation training for 4 hours, speeding up the meditation process. If consumed by someone who hasn't yet entered a meditative state, it increases the chance of entering that state. The magic affinity potion temporarily enhances the user's magic affinity, attracting magic particles to participate in the meditative state, aiding in training for 8 hours. The entire potion shop offers over 20 types of potions, roughly divided into 3 categories: potions that assist mages and warriors in training, potions that temporarily increase combat power, and potions with special effects, all of which sell well. Muragrin looks at the meditation potion, feeling quite tempted. But remembering his mother's teachings, he ultimately decides to abandon his purchasing plan. Until he has independently cultivated his magical power, he should avoid using auxiliary training potions, as they could affect his aptitude assessment, disrupt future career development plans, and lead to dependency, making it hard to move away from auxiliary training potions later on. After leaving the potion shop, the 2 of them visit a magic weapon store to broaden their horizons, spending more than 2 hours browsing before returning to the Magic Academy. They agree to attend class together the next day and say their goodbyes. Back in the dormitory, Muragrin, feeling energetic, tries meditation for another hour. But there is not much progress, and the situation is not much different from noon. On the 3rd day of school, Muragrin and Nick Brown walk to class together. Today's lesson is Basic Understanding of Magical Plants and Animals, which is a mid-sized class of 40 students, combining classes 1 and 2 for meditation. When the class bell rings, Muragrin, who has been whispering with Nick Brown, stops, sits up straight on his chair, and waits for the teacher to arrive. Just then, a petite, delicate-looking teacher walks into the classroom, wearing a green magic robe and a badge on her chest. Hello everyone, my name is Simona Lind. For the next year, I will be your teacher for this class, and I hope you all behave well during this lesson. Although I am less than 6 meters tall, this female teacher has an aura that extends 2 meters away. As soon as she speaks, a captivating presence envelopes the entire classroom, causing Murray Green, who is already sitting up straight, to feel a wave of pressure on his spine, as if it were going to bend him. Simona Lind raises her eyes and scans the entire class, resembling a king surveying its territory. The students caught in her gaze, their already pale faces turned even paler, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid her eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. Her eyes quickly shift towards Murray Green, and facing Simona Lind's gaze. He feels the invisible pressure intensify, increasing with every moment they lock eyes. His instincts urge him to lower his head and avoid eye contact. Just as this thought crosses his mind, and he prepares to look down, his mind, which had been quiet during his solitary meditation, suddenly begins to boil with an invisible force that pushes back against the pressure, telling him not to lower his head. His body is generating 2 conflicting suggestions. But while Murray Green is still torn between the 2 choices, Simona Lind's gaze has already moved on. But there is a hint of approval in her eyes as she looks at him. It seems that Simona Lind is quite pleased with the students' reactions. Her eyes slightly narrowing as she nods and continues. In my class, it doesn't matter whether you listen seriously or not, as long as you pass the final exam. That's enough. However, if a student performs well and voluntarily applies for a more rigorous assessment, achieving good results, I can take them as my assistant in the potion lab until graduation. As she speaks, Simona Lind leans back slightly, puffing out her chest, making her chest metal more prominent. This metal is shaped like a potion bottle, entirely silver, and under the sunlight. It does not reflect light, but even appears a bit dull, which anyone with a slight understanding would recognize as the material, mithril. Most importantly, this metal is inlaid with 5 golden lines. 5. A level 5 potion master. In this magical world, warriors and mages are 2 broad categories. As long as one cultivates combat energy, they are called warriors. However, among warriors, there are dragon riders, holy knights, destruction knights, and magic extinguishers, all categorized as warriors yet are more powerful than ordinary warriors. The same goes for mages. Those who cultivate magical power are mages, but among mages, there are battle mages, alchemists, rune engravers, potion masters, psychics, and so on. Potion masters are mages who refine potions. They use special refining methods to turn magical plants and animals into potions with special functions, which can be used for healing, cultivation, combat, and various other aspects. Basically, everyone has a need for potion masters, leading to a very high status and great wealth for them. A level 5 potion master is already a master among them. A true master. Not to mention in the northern lands, even in the royal capital and the empire, their status is remarkable. If one can learn under her, even as just a laboratory assistant and not an apprentice, with a little guidance from her and the influence of the laboratory environment, there is a significant chance of becoming a potion master. Upon realizing the identity of the magical teacher who will be instructing them, all the students are taken aback and then cast their eager gazes towards Simona Lind, who stands proudly at the podium. Who wouldn't want to become a noble and wealthy potion master? Unfazed by the eager gazes of the crowd, Simona Lind says, "All right, let's officially start the class." After one class, if it could be described in 2 words, it would be wealthy aura. In 3 words, it would be big shot. In 4 words, Murray Green could only describe it as wealthy and heartless. The absence of textbooks was something Murray Green had reluctantly accepted. So he thought that teacher Simona would give all the knowledge orally, just like the history teacher from the last class. However, he saw Simona raise her left hand, and a magical plant appeared out of thin air in her palm, manifesting objects out of thin air. Magicians can do this, it's just a trick. But in this world where real magic exists, such low-level tricks are not employed. It is a result of magic. So all the students in attendance instinctively turned their gazes towards Simona's left hand. As expected, on Simona's fair and delicate fingers, she wore a gray, ancient ring that did not match her exquisite appearance. A space ring. This is a miracle of artifact masters. Even the cheapest space ring, with a volume of 1 cubic meter, starts at 1,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. Most importantly, this treasure is priceless in the market. Even offering several times the price might not yield a single space ring. After class, while dining in the cafeteria, Murray Green and Nick Brown were still marveling at how wealthy teacher Simona was. I absolutely love this class. The plants that teacher Simona talked about were so interesting. Murray, lend me your notebook. I want to review after class and aim for full marks on the final exam to get first place. Murray Green smirked, looking at Nick Brown with a face full of sarcasm, wanting to jab his fork into his cheeks to test how thick-skinned this guy really was. Before class, didn't you say it didn't matter whether you brought a notebook or not? After all, your focus isn't on this class. The beautiful and generous teacher Simona with outstanding teaching ability, has impressed me, and I think it's only right to make this course a priority in my 4 years of study. Well, unfortunately, I had already designated this class as a priority before enrollment. So do you think I would help my competitor? Ah, you. Nick Brown looked down at the unchanging expression of Murray Green, secretly thinking, good guy, I thought you were quite serious. But I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What a selfish little brat. Humph, since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless, kid. Try my trump card. With a quick turn of his eyes, Nick Brown immediately grabbed Murray Green's wrist, showing a sad expression, and said in a pleading tone, Murray, don't do this. I'm your uncle. If we team up as uncle and nephew, dominating this class would be a piece of cake. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. Watching Nick Brown, who was tall and robust, putting on a sad act in front of him, Murray Green felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was simply unbearable to look at. Let go. Murray Green shook his arm vigorously, trying to shake Nick Brown off, but with Nick Brown's towering frame, it was impossible for him to be shaken off. Little Murray, get away with my notebook. All right, as you wish, I'm leaving now. Nick Brown took Murray Green's notebook and, without finishing his lunch, hurriedly left the cafeteria. Sigh, poor choice in friends. Watching Nick Brown's back, which looked as if he had successfully stolen a chicken, Murray Green raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. Nick Brown's departure significantly improved Murray Green's appetite. After finishing the 2 pieces of meat on his plate, he reached out with his fork and took the untouched fried fish from Nick Brown's plate to continue his meal. The clean plate campaign starts with me. After eating and drinking his fill, Murray Green stood up and instinctively glanced around. Many classmates were also dining, and he noticed a few students from Class 2 chatting and eating not far away. Class 2 should, in theory, be a class for the offspring of northern nobles, but from their accents, they didn't seem to be from the north. Reflecting on this, Murray Green recalled that although he had focused most of his attention on Simona during class today, for some reason, his memory had improved significantly, and he could clearly remember the appearances of all the students in Class 2. They had darker skin tones and more refined features, indicating they were not from the north. However, noticing this, Murray Green didn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't unusual for Southerners to come to the north for their studies. There were plenty of people studying abroad, so he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the cafeteria, heading back to his dormitory. Oh, there are 2 letters. Upon entering, he found 2 letters lying at the entrance. Murray Green picked them up, closed the door, and sat on the sofa to open the envelopes. One was an invitation to a banquet from Leeway Ellis, as he had mentioned before. The other was a casual greeting from his elder brother, Ryan Green, inquiring whether he was adapting to school life and asking him to return to the estate that Count Green had purchased outside Ellis City this Saturday morning. As a Count family, the Green family had established numerous businesses in the northern capital, Ellis City, under the arrangement of the Countess, even though they started in the borderlands. They owned shops, butcheries, procurement offices, and of course, real estate, including a vacation estate. Unfortunately, due to financial pressures, they could only purchase a manor outside Ellis City. After reading the letters, Murray Green took up a pen to reply to his brother, briefly outlining his recent situation. As for why his brother wanted him to return to the estate on Saturday, he merely acknowledged the request without asking for details, knowing he would find out in due time. After finishing the letter, Murray Green went downstairs. Students who could attend Ellis Academy could afford such expensive tuition. Even if they weren't noble offspring, they were usually the children of wealthy merchants, living in comfort and being served since childhood. Therefore, there were staff members specifically for these students in the dormitory building, and as long as they paid, most tasks could be handled. Sending a letter was a small matter. After paying, someone took his letter to Ryan Green's dormitory. In the following 2 days, the classes focused on the appreciation of magical items and magical etiquette and spells. The magical item appreciation class taught students how to recognize and distinguish magical items. The magical etiquette and spells class taught the etiquette of wizards and how to use spells in later magical practice, explaining why incantations were necessary, what to pay attention to when reciting them, as well as the origins and composition of spells. Both classes had good teachers, and the content was practical, allowing Murray Green to learn a lot. However, possibly due to Simona's impressive presence, the teaching styles of these 2 instructors didn't stand out as much. Thus, Murray Green felt somewhat disengaged and lacked enthusiasm during these classes. Chapter 16, Classmate Banquet on Friday evening, Leeway Ellis's banquet. Checking the time, feeling it was nearly time, Murray Green took out a set of noble attire from his wardrobe and put it on. So handsome. After tidying himself up in front of the full-length mirror, Murray Green smiled broadly, very satisfied with his current physique. Once ready, he left the house and waited by the roadside for Nick Brown, who had also been invited. During dinner time, many students were out dining or returning from meals, creating a bustling scene. Wow, that classmate is so handsome. I wonder who he is. Yeah, so handsome. Although he didn't catch every detail, Murray Green vaguely heard some whispers. Turning his head, he spotted a couple of female classmates who were sneakily watching him. Murray Green's lips curled into a gentle smile as he acknowledged them. The 2 female classmates, caught in the act, turned pale with surprise, their faces flushed. and hurriedly covered their faces as they scurried away. Watching their youthful figures rush off, Murray Green couldn't help but smile. But inside, he was laughing heartily. This scene was something he could only imagine in his previous life, but now it had become a reality. How could he not feel pleased? TSK, isn't that Murray? What's he doing here flirting with the female classmates? Happiness is always fleeting. Before Murray Green could fully enjoy it, the tall Nick Brown blocked his view and teased him. Haha, you're going to be late if you don't hurry up. Murray Green didn't respond, but changed the topic. And the two bought small gifts on the way while chatting as they headed to the banquet venue. Walking along the street, the shops on either side became increasingly luxurious. Yet business seemed to grow quieter. The two kept moving, soon leaving the street and arriving at the estate area of the student service area. Finally, they arrived at a small manor with Rose Garden written at the entrance, flanked by vibrant rose bushes. Welcome, gentlemen, to the Rose Garden. And I hope you have a wonderful evening tonight. Entering through the gate with their invitation, they placed their gifts at the reception. The receptionist greeted them with a beaming smile and warm wishes. Upon entering the banquet hall, Leeway Ellis, who was attending to classmates in the center of the hall, immediately approached them, shaking hands with both and expressing his gratitude. Haha, welcome to my banquet. It's an honor to have you here. You're too polite. It is our honor to receive your invitation. The two exchanged pleasantries with the host of the banquet. Leeway Ellis, busy with other guests, chatted briefly with them before moving on to attend to other newcomers. Once inside the banquet, Murray Green separated from Nick Brown and began to explore freely. He walked to the food station, grabbed a cup of juice, and picked up a plate, taking some roasted meat, vegetables, and potatoes from the table. He went to a corner to eat alone. For some reason, he had felt particularly hungry lately, so he went back for a bowl of stew, and finally had a few pieces of pizza and blueberry pie, along with a fruit platter. By the time he was about 70% full, the banquet time was nearly over, and almost everyone attending had arrived. Looking around, there were about 100 people, roughly half of this year's new students. Wiping the remnants from the corners of his mouth with a napkin and using a warm towel provided by the staff to clean his hands, Murray Green raised a glass of wine and walked towards the center of the banquet. Hey, Leeway, the food tonight is really great. The roasted meat is tender and juicy, and the blueberry pie is baked just right. Fantastic. I accidentally ate a bit too much. I wish I could have it again in the future. Murray Green clinked his glass with Leeway Ellis, expressing his thanks to the host of the banquet. Hearing Murray Green's praise, Leeway Ellis smiled and replied, Haha, thank you, Murray. The pie was made by our family as pastry master. If you want to eat it in the future, just let me know, and I'll have him bake it and deliver it to your dorm. Haha, really? Then I want to hold back in the future. After greeting Leeway Ellis, Murray Green bumped heads with Nick Brown, chatted for a bit, and then approached a female classmate. Good evening, beautiful lady, my name is Murray Green. Magic Clements, raising the wine glass in his hand. He gently clinked it and took a sip. Murray Green stared directly at the woman in front of him, who wore a white dress. She was not very old, but her figure was striking. Her shiny black hair hung straight down to her waist, and as she slightly tilted her head up, her charming eyes were curiously fixed on him. From the Green family, looking at your appearance, at first I thought you were a member of the Campbell family. Hee. I take after my mother. My mother is Penny Campbell, my grandfather is the Marquis of Campbell, and my father is Earl Green. When introducing oneself to unfamiliar nobles, it is necessary to mention one's lineage so that the person being introduced understands their status, much like Liu Bei, who was just a straw sandal seller before he rose to power. Who knew him? But when he claimed to be a descendant of the Prince of Zhongshan, that was Han lineage, and he easily won over Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. You are the younger brother of Ryan Green. That's right. Compared to the relatively obscure Murray Green, the name Ryan Green was famous. A self-introduction could simply state that he was the first heir of the Green family. In the entire northern region of the kingdom, the Duke of the North was the most noble and powerful noble, followed by the 4 marquises and 11 earls. These 16 nobles basically controlled the north and were renowned great nobles. As the first heir of the Green family, Ryan Green had been the center of attention in the north since birth, with countless women aspiring to become the future countess, including Magic Clements. Murray Green cast a somewhat gloomy glance at Magic Clements. I didn't expect to see you as a classmate. You want to be my sister-in-law. It should be noted that after his father, the Toad, married his mother, this Swan, he was hailed as a genius who would surpass his father, the young lion of the Green family. His elder brother Ryan Green's courtship standards, if not surpassing their father, certainly aimed to match them. So his current targets were the legitimate daughters of marquises. His father was the first to support Ryan Green's ambitions, as his mother elevated the noble genes of the Green family significantly. Having tasted success, Earl Green even provided Ryan Green with a large amount of courtship funds, which made Murray Green green with envy. As for the name Magic Clements, he had not heard it from his elder brother, so she should not be a legitimate daughter of the Clements family, but rather a collateral relative. Next, after a brief conversation with Magic Clements, Murray Green recalled the names of these classmates and proactively walked towards the next classmate with his wine glass in hand. Chapter 17. The Ice Lotus of the North following the roll call order from Professor Linden. Murray Green raised his glass to several marquises and earls' descendants before leaving the center of the banquet. He walked over to a bar, ordered a glass of fruit juice, and found a sofa to sit down and take a break. After sipping a couple of times, Nick Brown, who had been wandering around the hall, came over and plopped down on the sofa next to Murray Green. "Ah, I'm exhausted. Did you have any luck? Did you ask a few girls to dance?" Murray Green teased. But Nick Brown waved his hand and said, "Don't mention that. I discovered a shocking secret. Look, doesn't this banquet seem a bit off?" Hearing Nick Brown's words, Murray Green turned his head and looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, let alone anything shocking. "What is the problem? I think it's fine." At home, the Countess was particularly strict with Murray Green, and he mostly attended formal banquets with relatives and elders present. This was his first time at a banquet filled entirely with peers, so he was unaware of any differences. "Look at that group of people." Facing Murray Green's confusion, Nick Brown directly pointed to the students from meditation class 2 and began to explain, "In this banquet, there are probably more than 20 students who don't belong to the North. Some come from the central capital, some from the East, West, and South. Everyone is here, and their statuses are very high, with the lowest being the descendants of earls." Upon hearing this, even Murray Green, who was not very familiar with this world, sensed something was off. If Ellis Academy had strong teaching capabilities, there were schools in the entire Ranya's kingdom that were not inferior to it. Not to mention the central capital, which housed the kingdom's top school. How could these people with such noble backgrounds travel thousands of miles to the unfamiliar North to study? Was it just to see the snow? Stop joking. They must have some other motive. Narrowing his eyes, Murray Green silently stared at the group, and finally, he noticed something unusual. "Hiss, they're all men. You noticed too." The two exchanged glances, and Nick Brown shook his wine glass, leaning back with a cold gaze, angrily stating, "They actually want to lay their hands on our Ice Lotus of the North. It's simply unforgivable." Murray Green asked, "Ice Lotus of the North? What is that?" Although Murray Green had recently started studying hard and spent his free time reading in the library to fill his knowledge gaps, he indeed had not heard of the term Ice Lotus of the North. The Highland Snow Lotus of the North was quite famous, but there was no need to send a group of noble youths at such a high cost to snatch it. Moreover, if it were truly that precious, sending over a few small fries would likely be a futile effort. Seeing the puzzled look on Murray Green's face, Nick Brown knew he hadn't understood him. He was speechless. Although he knew his nephew was somewhat ignorant, he didn't expect him to be this uninformed. In frustration, he said, "It's the most beautiful woman in the North, Princess Elizabeth Ellis, the Ice Lotus of the North. You haven't heard of her? Princess Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir of the Duke of the North. Being a noble, of course, he had heard of her. If he didn't know, he could be executed on the spot. But what was this Ice Lotus of the North? It's a nickname I gave her. What do you think? Is it fitting?" Murray Green clenched his fist, instinctively wanting to curse Nick Brown and insult his entire family, but remembering that the person opposite was his relative, he held back. "The world is so beautiful, yet I'm so irritable. This isn't good, not good." However, upon hearing Nick Brown say that, and looking at the out-of-town students wandering in the hall, Murray Green began to understand the situation. Elizabeth Ellis, 17 years old, current ruler of the North, granddaughter of the Duke of Ellis, the guardian of the North, and the second heir of the Duke. Unlike Murray Green, who was a second heir of an earl, her father was the first heir, and her father had only one daughter. So Elizabeth Ellis would surely inherit the title of Duke of Ellis, becoming a very rare female duke. In this noble-dominated world, women with noble inheritance rights would certainly not marry outside, but would choose men to come into their families. Because of the uniqueness of noble women, the men who entered the family might share some noble rights. The temptation of sharing the rights of a duke's domain attracted outstanding talents from all over the kingdom who were not noble heirs to come to the North, preparing to compete for their future. Having figured it out, Murray Green took a sip of juice, suppressed his anger towards Nick Brown, and shifted back on the sofa, enveloped by its wide expanse. "But what does this have to do with me? Hey, what do you mean by that? You look like you're about to surrender. Murray, we can't give up. If we lose and let this group of detestable outsiders take our Northern Ice Lotus, what face do we have left in the North? The entire kingdom of Laney's will laugh at us." Nick Brown said through gritted teeth to Murray Green, but Murray Green replied softly, "It's not that I don't want to fight. But look at me, with these small arms and legs. How could His Highness possibly like me? It's a case of dying before the battle even starts. But it's okay. I admit defeat, but that doesn't mean we lost." Murray Green paused and said in a low voice to Nick Brown, "The future husband of Her Highness Elizabeth must be a towering man, capable of creating a space for Her Highness above and protecting the entire North below. The term towering is simply tailor-made for you, Nick Brown." Where? The usually thick-skinned Nick Brown was unexpectedly a bit overwhelmed by Murray Green's flattery, feeling a bit lightheaded. But before he could finish his words, Murray Green interrupted directly and continued, "Look at your strong physique, tall and mighty, with those massive biceps, powerful and vigorous, a sharp mind, resourceful, the body of a warrior and the wisdom of a mage, all perfectly embodied in you. You are the great creation of the Creator, cough cough, the man among men. the best of the best. So, Nick, I voluntarily admit defeat, not because they are fierce, otherwise, I would rather die than let them touch our northern ice lotus. But because we have your presence in the north, I willingly step back to give you space to unleash your might and not let you be tied down. Go, Nick. In front of you is the battlefield made for you, your heroic path. Go defeat them. I will be behind you, sending my blessings for your victory. Watching Nick Brown, filled with fighting spirit, stride towards the center of the hall, Maragreen finished his juice in one go, swallowing down the earlier nausea. Then he tidied up his attire a bit, raised a glass of wine, and gracefully walked up to a beautiful noble girl. My dear lady, may I invite you to dance? Chapter 18. The storm of the banquet. The towering Nick Brown stepped onto the heroic path, but halfway through, he suddenly realized he had been duped by Maragreen's flattery, and his intelligence returned. Hey, wait a minute. I actually fell for it. This detestable kid. How did I not notice he had such a silver tongue before? He's almost catching up to me. But now that he had taken this step, if he chose to retreat, he would definitely be laughed at by Maragreen for 4 years. What fun would he have left in those 4 years? So Nick Brown turned his gaze to a noble young man who was chatting with Magic Clemens. You are the one, he decided, Hayden Majeri. Hayden Majeri, one of the 4 great marquises of the North, the third son of Marquis Majeri, was second only to Leeway Ailey's among the male attendees. Thinking of his target, Nick Brown slightly organized his words and approached slowly, walking up to Hayden Majeri and softly saying, Excuse me, my lords, may I have a private chat with Lord Hayden? Surprised by Nick Brown's sudden interruption, Hayden Majeri apologized to Magic Clemens and followed Nick Brown to the edge of the hall. Lord Nick, what is it? In response to Hayden Majeri's question, Nick Brown's expression changed, revealing a look of sadness, which made Hayden Majeri's heart skip a beat. He wouldn't be asking me for money, would he? If he does, how much interest? If I refuse, how do I do it? This is a real dilemma. Before Hayden Majeri could come up with an answer, Nick Brown said heavily, Lord Hayden, our North is currently facing a huge challenge that only we can confront. But if we fail, the entire North will become the laughingstock of the Kingdom of Laney's and might even become a vassal of other places. What? Hearing Nick Brown's words, Hayden Majeri's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, drawing the curious attention of several classmates chatting nearby. Hayden Majeri quickly realized he had lost his composure, but being an elite noble, he quickly regained his composure, apologized to the disturbed classmates, and pulled Nick Brown towards a more secluded corner. What challenge? Seeing Hayden Majeri take things seriously, Nick Brown felt a surge of joy, knowing he had captured his attention, and stated directly, Those outsiders have come to Ellis Academy with impure intentions. They are here for Her Highness Elizabeth. They want to become Her Highness's husband and share the rule of the North. If they succeed, our future days will not be easy. Understanding the situation, Hayden Majeri's face darkened with rage, throwing an angry glare at the outsiders. Her Highness Elizabeth is already 17. So the matter of selecting her partner is no longer a secret among the nobility. As a Marquis's son, Hayden Majeri understood this matter even better than Nick Brown. As Elizabeth was about to come of age, the Duke of Ellis sent someone to visit the 4 great Marquises. Hayden Majeri had undergone a very detailed examination by the Duke's envoy. Before the examination, he had asked his father what was going on, but received no answer. Only a serious instruction to perform well and show his best side. After a while, his usually stern father told him with a smile that he had been included in the list of candidates for Her Highness Elizabeth's husband, ranking in the top 5. Receiving this news, he was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want to be Her Highness Elizabeth's husband? To be drunk in the embrace of a beauty and awake to the power of the world, no man could resist such temptation. Especially since he was now one of the candidates, not far from that goal. Now, Nick Brown was telling him that a large group of people had come to the North to snatch away his Elizabeth, steal his glory, and take away his title as Duke of the North. How could he not be furious? Seeing Hayden Majeri's anger nearing its peak, Nick Brown smacked his lips. Although he didn't know why, he secretly thought that he had indeed chosen the right person. With such a warrior charging into battle, he could comfortably take advantage from behind. Thank you, Lord Nick. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have noticed this matter. How dare this group come to the North to spy on Her Highness Elizabeth? They are simply courting death. Exactly. Her Highness Elizabeth is our northern ice lotus, pure and sacred. This group of outsiders wants to lay their hands on her. Our northern men will never agree to that. Nick Brown said indignantly, then revealed a cunning smile and whispered in Nick Brown's ear, I have a little idea to give these people a warning. Hearing Nick Brown's idea, Hayden Majeri's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Good idea. Let's act separately, gather our forces, and launch an attack in half an hour. Today, I want this group of outsiders to come in standing and leave horizontally. Having arranged 3 dance partners, Nick Brown felt that would be enough for tonight. While he was taking action, Maragreen was not idle either. At the noble banquet, a social paradise filled with beautiful noble girls of the same age, tall and sexy, pure and beautiful, lively and cute, made Maragreen dazzled. He abandoned the inferiority and steadiness of his past life, following the hormones of youth, and took the initiative. Now, he looked handsome and charming, securing every dance partner he asked for. If he hadn't held back in the end, he would have had more than 3 partners. Hey, what are they gathering over there for? Previously, Murray Green's attention was focused on the noble girl, but as he shifted his gaze and surveyed the hall, he discovered that the out-of-town students were surrounded by the boys from the north. Curious, Murray approached, skillfully maneuvering his way into the circle, only to see the embarrassed Li-Wei Ailey standing in the center, flanked by the out-of-town students and Nick Brown, all wearing smiles of noble etiquette, while their eyes fiercely locked onto each other, the air thick with tension. Welcome everyone to my banquet. I, Li-Wei Ailey. Hope you all have a great time tonight. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Li-Wei Ailey, for providing us with such a perfect banquet. We are sure to have a wonderful evening. Come, let us raise our glasses and thank our classmate, Li-Wei Ailey. Hayden Majory raised his wine glass, and upon hearing his words, everyone around lifted their glasses in a toast to Li-Wei Ailey. However, after drinking the toast, Li-Wei Ailey sighed and turned to leave the circle. Chapter 19. Each has their own splendor. Everyone was captivated by the upcoming spectacle, oblivious to the lonely departure of Li-Wei Ailey, who wore a smile of triumph. Let the battle begin. The waves will wash away the sand. Real gold fears no fire. The stage for performance is set. Let us see what splendid displays you all can put forth. The future husband of Her Highness must be the most outstanding. Thinking this, Li-Wei Ailey shifted his gaze to Murray Green, who was squinting at the scene. Feeling the gaze directed at him, Murray turned to meet Li-Wei Ailey's eyes, slightly puzzled but smiling as he nodded, returning to observe the excitement. This guy's mental strength is definitely the strongest among us. In less than a week, he has already stood out so much, truly a genius. I wonder if he can become a battle method. If he can, there is some hope. Li-Wei Ailey looked up at the conductor of the banquet band, extending his right hand with an index finger, spinning it twice before pulling it up sharply. The previously mellow banquet music immediately soared, and the conductor waved his hands vigorously, the music becoming increasingly exhilarating. As the lively dance music filled the air, the two groups confronting each other became more energized. Hayden Majory exchanged glances with those nearby and boldly stepped forward, while the out-of-town students were equally unyielding. 3 of them stepping forward at the same time, all eager to be the first. Ha ha ha, a bunch of scattered soldiers. Think they can lay claim to our Princess Elizabeth? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Wishful thinking. The faces of the mocked out-of-town students changed, but the 3 who took the first step did not back down. Instead, they composed themselves and continued forward. I am Hayden Majory, son of Marquis Majory. I would like to get to know all of you. Hayden Majory raised his wine glass, his expression serious, firing the first shot of war. Malin Reed, grandson of Duke Reed of the South. Bennett Lytton, son of Duke Lytton of the capital. Gustav Pierce, son of Duke Pierce of the capital. No wonder these 3 were unwilling to give way. Their statuses were quite similar. If anyone were to back down, it would tarnish their noble surnames. Humph. These merit-based nobles also want to join the fun. At that moment, a voice from somewhere echoed, and upon hearing it, Bennett Lytton and Gustav Pierce from the capital changed their expressions slightly, but still clinked glasses with Hayden Majory and downed their wine. The entire Ranya's kingdom can be divided into 5 parts: east, west, south, north, and central. The king resides in the central capital, which is the pillar of the kingdom, while the 4 great dukes guard the kingdom's borders. In the north, all nobles are granted titles by the king and are vassals of the king. Though there are differences in noble ranks, the marquis and duke differ by only 1 rank, but there is a significant gap in reality. The Duke of the North not only collects taxes from his territory, but also shares the entire North's tax revenues with the king. In wartime, the Duke of the North automatically gains control over all military forces in the North, as well as conscription and command rights. Thus, the 4 great dukes, aside from restrictions on taxation and declaring war, are not much different from rulers of principalities. Their status is second only to the king, and they are the only 4 landholding dukes in the entire Ranya's kingdom. Besides landholding nobles, there are also merit-based nobles, who have no territories, only annuities, and whose noble titles cannot be inherited. In the eyes of landholding nobles, these merit-based nobles are just high-level thugs raised by the king. As long as they are strong enough, they can be granted nobility. Therefore, landholding barons look down on merit-based dukes. Now, the offspring of these merit-based nobles actually want to use Princess Elizabeth to leap into becoming the husband of the Duke of the North, encroaching on the Duke's power and acting dominantly over them, which infuriated the surrounding noble offspring of the North. As Hayden Majory finished his drink and stepped back, the next person raised a glass, stepping forward, with the North students lining up to show the opposition some color. Boring, just drinking again. The dance music has started. I need to go dance with the beautiful lady I promised. The sadness of individuals is not shared, so Murray Green could not understand the anger of these Northern students, nor their obsession with noble status. For Murray Green, life was already quite good. He had food and drink, and could invite several beautiful ladies whenever he wanted, living freely. Why give up the whole forest for a single tree? Since heaven has given him another chance, he must enjoy it fully this time, leaving no regrets, so that his life is not in vain. Belial, can you dance with me now? Murray Green approached a noble girl who had eyes like red apricots, willow leaf brows, cherry red lips, snow-like skin, and a tall figure, dressed in a fitted black dress sprinkled with silver dust, shining like stars in the night under the light. Seeing Murray Green's hand extended towards her, Belial Pet smiled brightly, glanced at the most lively spot in the hall, and teased, "He, Murray. They are all competing for Princess Elizabeth. You are the son of an earl, why not join in?" When a woman discusses another woman in front of a man, she is likely feeling jealous. In his previous life, Murray Green was not a dating expert. He was just a regular guy. However, as a single man wanting to find a partner, he carefully studied dating strategies, integrating those techniques into a wealth of theoretical knowledge. But the prerequisite for using dating techniques is having another person. Faced with Belial Pet's question, Murray Green suddenly realized that the dating skills he had studied could actually be put to use. He gazed directly into Belial Pet's eyes and softly said, "I am just a humble son of an earl. Your Highness is like the bright moon in the sky, unattainable. I will respect her, but will not love her. For my heart is small and can only hold one person, and that is you, my dear Belial." Uft. Murray, you really are a smooth talker, but I like it. Belial Pet covered her face with a smile, then lightly placed her pure white hand on Murray Green's palm, accepting his invitation to dance. Murray Green took Belial Pet's delicate hand and walked to the dance area, turning to face her as they moved their bodies in rhythm with the music. Chapter 20 Family Mission. What? You want me to pursue Her Highness Elizabeth? The next day, Murray Green, who arrived at Green Manor, exclaimed in shock, while his counterpart, Ryan Green, nodded calmly. That's right, little Murray, it's a family mission. What kind of mission is this, brother? Don't you know that right now? The men pursuing Her Highness Elizabeth can be lined up from the north to the south. Last night, due to a dispute of pride, a group of people engaged in drinking games, and without even noticing Her Highness Elizabeth's people, 4 or 5 dozen noble young men ended up being carried back to their dorms. They probably still haven't woken up. Murray Green sat on the sofa, pinching his limp legs, and said with lingering fear, while Ryan Green responded, "Is the struggle over at the Magic Academy so mild? Just drinking games? Do you know what happened over at the Warrior Academy? What? 36 people were injured, 6 seriously, 1 lost an arm, and 2 are still unconscious. Today is Saturday, a day off, and there might be even greater casualties." Murray Green, okay. Compared to the Warrior Academy, where they fight at the slightest disagreement. Yesterday's drinking party was indeed a minor affair. But what can they do? Use magic to clash? They are all new students. They haven't even begun to learn meditation techniques. So where would they get magic? Unlike the warriors who can just swing a sword and fight, it's simple, convenient, and direct. This matter is so dangerous. Then why let me go? Details determine success or failure. Attitude determines everything. Ryan Green uttered these 12 words, then looked at Murray Green with concern. To be honest, Ryan Green didn't want his little brother to join this silent war, but nobles from the east, south, and central regions had sent their descendants to compete, while their northern people did not participate. How would the Grand Duke of the North think of this? Is it that his granddaughter is unattractive? Or that the power of the Grand Duke of the North is not appealing enough? Or do you think his sword is not sharp and his punches do not hurt? As for the Green family, excluding Ryan Green, who has the right of inheritance, the only one left who meets the conditions for competition is Murray Green. After hearing those 12 words, Murray Green was speechless. It turned out to be formalism, but formalism is unacceptable. Today, I called you here not only to talk about this matter, but also to prepare some training for you to strengthen yourself. In the future, you need to pay more attention to safety and not let others plot against you. Hey, brother, could you not make it sound so terrifying? My heart is starting to tremble. Isn't it just an enhanced version of a martial arts competition for marriage? I can just admit defeat as soon as I step onto the stage. Haha, only the dead are the best opponents. Ryan Green's expression turned serious as he looked at Murray Green with an unusually grave face and said in a deep tone, Our Green family has gone through more than 200 years of struggle and bloodshed, all for an earldom, with countless family elders and descendants perishing, and a cumulative sacrifice of no less than 100,000 soldiers. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Now, this is a power struggle of the 4 great dukes of the kingdom. Even if the person who marries and cannot control much power, for the scale of a duke, as long as they make a slight move, the benefits gained could recreate another Green family. In this competition, you will face many dangers, assassinations, poisoning, and they will stop at nothing. You must take it seriously and not be careless. I do not want to collect your corpse. Of course, if you unfortunately meet your end, you better leave information about the murderer so I can avenge you. Hearing Ryan Green's words, Murray Green was a bit dumbfounded. What is this? A noble version of palace intrigue, where 3,000 talented men compete for a woman's heart, with open and covert battles, like a female-centric protagonist story. Although I still can't quite understand, I roughly grasp the ins and outs of this matter. I might not be able to compete with others, but they'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, no one will have a good time. It's best if you understand. Your father's requirements for you are very simple. Express your attitude. Stay safe, and live until Her Highness Elizabeth chooses a satisfactory person. Ryan Green nodded, very satisfied with Murray Green's change in attitude. If he had remained indifferent like before, he might have been the first casualty in this silent war. Looking at the pensive Murray Green, with his handsome face and well-proportioned body, to be honest, he looks very good, and compared to other competitors, he has quite good innate conditions. However, Murray Green grew up in a warm family environment, which led to his gentle personality, kindness, and lack of bad thoughts. At most, he secretly drank a bit. These are all advantages, but now they might be fatal weaknesses. So today he brought Murray Green to this manor, firstly for training to enhance his resistance, and secondly to keep him temporarily away from danger. Just then, as if he thought of something, Murray Green suddenly raised his head, his face pale, and asked, "Brother, what if, in the event that Elizabeth is a lesbian and likes women? What is the point of this struggle then? Then you can dress as a woman." Ryan Green gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence, then grabbed Murray Green, preparing to take him to the training ground for some practice. "What time is it? And you're still thinking about these random things? Sigh. Brother, slow down, my legs are weak. I can't keep up." Upon hearing this, Ryan Green's expression changed, and he looked at Murray Green in shock, grabbing his collar and pulling him close, staring intensely into Murray Green's eyes, looking as if he was interrogating him. What did you do at last night's banquet? Did you not hold back and lose your purity? You know, even though Ryan Green is already 18 and has been an adult for 2 years, as the first heir of the family, the requirements are particularly strict. And since he has grand ambitions, he still maintains his purity. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that my introverted and honest little brother, within less than a week of starting school, has already fallen. It seems he needs some serious training. Ahem, at the banquet last night, most of the boys were engaged in drinking games, and the entire banquet had more girls than boys, with quality boys even fewer. I was the standout. Originally, I had only arranged to dance with 3 girls, but I ended up dancing with 13 girls, from the moment the music started until the banquet ended. And in the end, it was Nick Brown, who was almost drunk, that helped me back to the dorm. This morning, if you hadn't asked me to come here, I probably would still be lying in bed recuperating. Brother, how about we skip training today and let me rest? As Murray Green spoke about what happened last night, his eyes unconsciously became moist. Dancing with beautiful girls was, first, enjoyable, second, joyful, third, indifferent, fourth, unexpected, fifth, boasting, and sixth, painful. In the end, Murray Green became a painful dancing machine. Although Murray Green wanted to refuse the girls who actively invited him to dance, facing their pleas, he ultimately bore the pain himself. Looking at the pitiful Murray Green, Ryan Green was also a bit speechless. His heart softened, and he finally said, "Rest today. We'll go hunting tomorrow." Chapter 21. Hunting wolves. The next day, Ryan Green and Murray Green rode their horses to the hunting ground, Kaya Mountain. This mountain is the exclusive hunting ground of Ellis Academy. Every year, the Academy sends teachers into the mountain to investigate, and the distribution of magical beasts and the locations of magical plants discovered will be compiled into files to provide references for the New Year's Academy tasks. Under the school's control, the highest level of magical beasts in Kaya Mountain is level 4, but they are all deep in the mountains. Unless there are special circumstances, these level 4 magical beasts will not leave their territory. At the entrance of Kaya's Mountain, there are many students coming to complete school tasks and gain experience. And senior students are setting up stalls nearby to sell supplies and collect magical materials, creating a lively atmosphere. Murray Green dismounted, rubbed his sore thigh, led his horse, and followed Ryan Green to store their horses at the stable before entering a 3-story building, the student task hall. The two had no tasks and were here to hunt. Ryan Green and Murray Green took out their student cards and registered at the task hall. A girl around their age took their cards and placed them on a small table covered with a magic circle, then asked formally, "Do you know the mountain entry rules?" "Yes." "Will you stay overnight in the mountain?" "No." After asking a few more questions, the service girl took out 2 signal flares from under the counter and handed them to Murray Green along with the student cards. "Thank you. You're welcome. If you encounter danger, fire the signal flare and the mountain teachers will come to rescue you immediately." After leaving the task hall, Murray Green checked his gear. He was wearing leather armor, carrying a longbow with a pull weight of 100 pounds, a quiver of arrows, a one-handed sword hanging from one side of his waist, a magic crystal gun inserted on the other side, and also had a water bottle and some convenient smoked meat for hunger. He glanced at his brother Ryan Green, who was only wearing half armor and carrying a 2-handed sword with an emergency pack on his back. "Bro, you're quite popular. So many people want to do tasks with you." "Because I'm strong enough," Ryan Green replied confidently. Despite being beaten countless times by Count Green during training at home, feeling worthless in the Warrior Academy, he was now a junior, an intermediate warrior with outstanding combat experience. He was a prized asset. Who wouldn't want to team up with him? The graduation standard for Ellis Academy requires both the warrior and magic colleges to reach level 3, which means being an intermediate warrior or intermediate mage. So Ryan Green had already met the standard for early graduation. However, he felt he could still accumulate experience at school, improve his skills, and select useful talents to build his future Count's foundation, so he chose not to graduate early. Mori, do you know why I brought you to hunt? Ah, no. Logically, Muragreen's future opponents would be cunning and scheming individuals, but today he was facing fierce and brutal beasts. Shouldn't he be training with two old guys on palace intrigue? Enhancing framing skills, or improving poison resistance instead? Rhinegreen turned to Muragreen, sighed, and said, Mori, ever since your last hunting accident and your fall that injured you, I've noticed you've had a sense of unease, especially when traveling. Since then, you've been riding in a carriage and haven't ridden a horse. When we rode here earlier, I observed that your riding skills have declined significantly, and you seem fearful. You are afraid. In the days to come, fear may make you more cautious, but it could also lead to a quicker demise. Our family built its fortune through war, experiencing countless battles. In war, the safest approach is to charge forward, crush the opposition, and break their will to fight. There's a patrolling wolf over there. Go kill it. While imparting life experiences and insights to Muragreen, Rhinegreen suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the patrolling wolf, hitting it and causing it to howl in pain. The injured wolf crouched, preparing to sprint, glaring viciously at the two. After doing this, Rhinegreen stepped back over 10 meters behind Muragreen, looking calm. Can I finish my soup before we fight? Muragreen silently complained but quickly readied his bow, nocking an arrow and aiming it at the wolf, which seemed to sense the danger and started to move cautiously. 30 meters. That's enough. Without hesitation, Muragreen shot the arrow, which flew past the wolf with a whoosh. Prepared for this, he quickly nocked another arrow. As a fierce beast, the wolf was not one to wait passively for an attack. It surged forward like a gray lightning bolt, rapidly closing in on Muragreen. Watching the approaching wolf, Muragreen shot again, and whether due to the proximity or his skill, the arrow struck the wolf's front shoulder. The wolf let out a pained howl, attempting to escape. But just then, Muragreen's third arrow hit its lower back. The suffering wolf stumbled a couple of steps before collapsing on the ground, howling endlessly. With a final shot, Muragreen's arrow pierced the wolf's neck, the tip emerging from its throat, silencing its cries and ending its suffering. Seeing Muragreen decisively kill the wolf with 4 arrows, Rhinegreen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Muragreen's hunting ability had not only not regressed since the injury incident, but had actually improved significantly. Both the decisiveness in shooting and the accuracy had seen considerable enhancement. This is a good thing, but how do I explain my next words? According to Rhinegreen's estimation, given Muragreen's ability, the best outcome would have been to clumsily kill the wolf, while the worst would have required his assistance. He had planned to present a well-prepared speech on courage and fear, then take him hunting around to achieve today's goal. But Muragreen's unexpected performance left Rhinegreen feeling a bit frustrated, though curiosity quickly replaced it. Your shooting is much more decisive, and your accuracy has greatly improved. Have you been practicing? Facing Rhinegreen's inquiry, Muragreen scratched his head, puzzled by his own strength. No, but before shooting, I felt I could hit it, so I shot. As for why I was so accurate, I'm surprised too. Rhinegreen stared into Muragreen's eyes and noticed the confusion there. He didn't sense that Muragreen was lying, so he took him along to find another prey to test the situation again. Minutes later, Rhinegreen kicked out fiercely, sending a fist-sized stone flying into the branches. Accompanied by a painful wail, a leopard fell from the branches, but fortunately, it was agile enough to flip its body in midair and land on its feet. It then shook its head, crouched down, and bared its fangs, glaring ferociously at the two unexpected guests nearby, continuously growling as if ready to attack. Go, Rhinegreen said, looking at the leopard, nodding in satisfaction. With its streamlined body and shiny fur, it was clear that this was a peak adult leopard, much stronger than the previous wolf. Hearing Rhinegreen's command, Muragreen stepped forward, drawing and shooting an arrow in one fluid motion. However, the alert leopard darted away from its spot, evading the shot, landing on all fours before springing straight towards Muragreen. The leopard moved much faster than the wolf, bending its legs slightly to easily avoid Muragreen's second arrow, closing in to within 20 meters. At this distance, Muragreen had only one shot left. Facing such a dangerous situation for the first time, he held his breath, his eyes fixed on the leopard. Suddenly, he clearly saw the moment when the leopard's limbs left the ground. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Muragreen shot an arrow without hesitation. Not waiting to see the result, he dropped his longbow, drew his sword with one hand, holding it horizontally in front of him, while aiming his gun at the target with the other. The third arrow flew like a fish, swaying in the air, but the tip remained aimed at the leopard's chest. The sharp tip pierced through the leopard's shiny fur and strong muscles, embedding itself in its rapidly beating heart. Before the leopard could react to the intense pain, it felt its limbs suddenly weaken. Instinctively, it tried to run a few more steps, but ultimately collapsed to the ground, letting out a few confused howls before realizing it was close to death. It lay on the ground, gasping for breath a couple of times, then succumbed to its injuries. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause snapped Muragreen out of his tense state, and he looked incredulously at the leopard he had just killed with a single shot. It was unbelievable. Had he really done that? Ha ha. Very good. Murray, you did great. Ryan Green exclaimed, clapping his hands and laughing heartily as he approached Murray Green, excitedly patting his shoulders, his eyes fixed on Murray Green's puzzled expression. Then, as if caressing a rare treasure, he gently patted Murray Green's head, making him feel a bit uneasy. With the power of the mind, I finally understand why your arrow is so precise. It turns out your mental strength has reached the level of controlling the body with the mind. Controlling the body with the mind? What the heck is that? Murray Green asked. But could you stop patting my head? It makes me feel a bit dizzy and uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, you're not dizzy because of me, Ryan Green retorted, but stopped the action, asking Murray Green to sit down and rest against a tree. Not long after sitting down, Murray Green not only felt his head spinning, but also a sharp pain, like the feeling of being hung over after a night of drinking. Knowing he had to get up early for work the next day. My head hurts so much, what is going on? This is a good thing. Ryan Green looked at Murray Green, who was holding his head in pain, and felt very pleased. He hadn't expected that his little brother had such high mental talent. After only a week of classes, he was able to reach the level of controlling the body with the mind, a state that many first-level mages could not achieve. It was surprising that he could do it with an ordinary person's body. Controlling the body with the mind means using mental power to control the body, allowing the body to cooperate with the mind to do things that exceed physical limits or capabilities. For example, why was Murray Green able to shoot the leopard through the heart? It was because his mind had locked onto the target. But his own abilities were not enough to hit it. However, he had a strong desire to hit it, and under these circumstances, thought drove the spirit. And the spirit controlled the body, allowing Murray Green to shoot an extraordinary arrow. But right now, Murray Green's mental power was insufficient. After that astonishing shot, he had expended a lot of energy, and the pain was just a backlash. After resting for a bit, he would recover. Drink some water, take a break. And when you feel better, we'll head back to school. After drinking some water, Murray Green closed his eyes and leaned against the big tree, gritting his teeth to resist the pain, and unknowingly fell asleep. Seeing this, Ryan Green shook his head, chuckled, and then turned to the leopard that Murray Green had shot through the heart, picking up his sword and walking over. In his dream, Murray Green found himself in a gray, misty space. Unable to see ahead, he kept running, but couldn't he find an exit or reach an end, which made him feel very desperate. Just then, the smell of barbecued meat wafted into his nose, and he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Huff! The dreaming Murray Green took a sharp breath, waking up to see Ryan Green roasting meat, surrounded by the lush forest. Realizing it was just a dream, he touched his head and found the pain had lessened significantly, no longer affecting his movements. You're awake. My barbecue is almost ready. You didn't wake up just because of the smell, did you? You guessed right. Let me check if it's cooked. After devouring most of the barbecue, Murray Green felt much better. He then picked up the leopard skin that Ryan Green had skinned and rolled up, following Ryan Green down the mountain. Chapter 23. Success in Solo Meditation in the Meditation Classroom. The meditation teacher, Lyndon Beale, sat cross-legged on the podium, with magical patterns flashing beneath him like flowing streams. His mouth moved as if chanting something, yet the entire classroom was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. Below the podium, Murray Green closed his eyes, listening to Teacher Lyndon's continuous explanation of the meditation method. Teacher Lyndon's voice was steady and clear, but suddenly, he noticed the volume of Teacher Lyndon's voice fluctuating, which surprised Murray Green. Instinctively, he concentrated, putting all his focus on Teacher Lyndon's voice. After repeating the meditation method a few times, Murray Green realized that the volume was actually fixed. It was just like a fish swimming within his body. When it swam to his head, the sound was loud. When it swam to his upper body, it was slightly quieter, and when it reached his lower body, it became even softer. Oh, this sound can actually move within my body. Intrigued by this phenomenon, Murray Green focused intently, preparing to track Teacher Lyndon's voice. Before long, Teacher Lyndon finished reciting the meditation method and began again. When Murray Green heard Teacher Lyndon's voice sounding in his head, he immediately concentrated all his attention there, only to feel his focus collide with an invisible current. Instead of feeling pain from colliding with this invisible current, Murray Green was astonished that his attention merged with it, as naturally and comfortably as a stream flowing into a river. This invisible current flowed with Teacher Lyndon's voice, constantly moving within his body. Moreover, Murray Green sensed that this current was gradually growing larger, like countless tributaries merging into the Yangtze River, eventually carrying all its power into the sea. At this moment, the invisible airflow also carried with it the power it had gathered, rushing back into Murray Green's mind, and suddenly plunging into a gray space that seemed somewhat familiar to him. As this airflow surged in, the originally calm gray space suddenly became turbulent. To his surprise, the ground beneath this gray space was not solid ground, but a gray sea. This was the spiritual space and the spiritual sea. Observing everything around him, Murray Green suddenly realized that he could actually see the spiritual space and the spiritual sea. Understanding that the invisible airflow was his own spiritual power, he could now look inward, and although it was still just a gray expanse and not very clear, it excited him greatly. With the ability to look inward, he could clearly see the condition inside his body, allowing him to avoid countless detours. At that moment, guided by the meditation technique, a strand of spiritual power was separated from the spiritual sea. Murray Green saw it following a different path than before, ultimately rushing into the spiritual sea from another entrance, adding a little more turbulence to the gradually calming spiritual sea. He lost track of time, but eventually noticed some patterns. A complete meditation technique could go through 3 cycles, and the endpoints of these 3 cycles formed an equilateral triangle. With each cycle, the spiritual power would increase, though it was not obvious compared to the spiritual sea. To expand his spiritual sea, he would need to spend a lot of time accumulating it. Of course, the increase in spiritual power was not without cost. With each cycle, the added spiritual power decreased sequentially while the feeling of fatigue increased. In other words, the spiritual power gained in the later cycles was less than that in the earlier ones, but the sense of fatigue was greater. Realizing these patterns, Murray Green seemed to understand how to cultivate. After class, exhausted, he ordered a serving of monster stew in the cafeteria. As he took a sip of the stew, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, significantly reducing his fatigue. No wonder his brother said that monster meat was a perfect match for cultivation, urging him to eat more monster meat to strengthen his physique, which would help in his training. After satisfying his hunger, Murray Green felt sleepy, quickly returned to his dormitory to rest, and slept until dark, then had another meal of monster meat. At this moment, Murray Green was full of energy and vitality. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled. Reciting the meditation technique in his heart, Murray Green entered the introspective state, cautiously drawing on his spiritual power from the spiritual sea. A small mass of spiritual power was separated out, but without the aid of a magic circle. This mass was somewhat unstable and began to dissipate. After staring at it for a moment, Murray Green gritted his teeth and used the meditation technique to guide it into a cycle. As soon as he entered the cycle, his fears came true. The mass of spiritual power not only did not grow stronger, but scattered throughout the process. Wherever the spiritual power passed, Murray Green felt a warmth in his body. But ultimately, this mass of spiritual power disappeared completely after traveling 1/5 of the way. Seeing this scene, Murray Green realized how important a good mentor was. Those who were self-taught were truly geniuses among geniuses. However, he quickly gathered himself and resumed the meditation technique. It was just a small setback. He could withstand it. Revitalized, Murray Green separated out another mass of spiritual power, perhaps due to the experience from the first attempt. This time the spiritual power was much more solid and traveled further. On the 3rd attempt, it went smoothly, reaching halfway. This greatly encouraged Murray Green. On the 4th and 5th attempts, finally, on the 7th attempt, the spiritual power he separated successfully traveled the entire route, though only a small amount remained. But success was still success. So, Murray Green pressed on, separating out spiritual power and beginning the 2nd cycle. The first attempt directly reached 1/3 after 5 iterations, and the 2nd cycle was completed. After completing 2 consecutive cycles, Murray Green felt invigorated, and even though he was exhausted, he couldn't stop. Thus, he began the 3rd cycle, completing it after 3 attempts. Oh yeah, Murray Green was thrilled to have completed independent meditation for the first time. He clenched his fists and joyfully jumped up from his bed, bouncing twice. However, he quickly realized it was late at night, and being loud was inappropriate, so he immediately stopped. But the joy was overwhelming. Murray Green covered his mouth tightly with his hand, wrapped himself in his blanket, and stifled his laughter, rolling around on the bed like a caterpillar. I did it. Finally succeeded in meditating on my own. Even if I'm not a genius, I can at least call myself a little genius. Murray Green chuckled. And as he relaxed his mind, he finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 24. Nick's big surprise. Murray, open the door. We're going to be late for class. Nick Brown shouted while banging on Murray Green's dormitory door. After knocking for a while without hearing any response, he became a bit irritated and kicked the door twice. Murray, open the door. If you have the ability to sneak around with a noble lady, how come you can't open the door? Let me in now. Fine, if you won't open the door. Don't blame me for bringing the dorm supervisor to catch you in the act. What? A weak voice came from inside the room. Too late, Murray. Now you know fear? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Just wait. I'll make you famous throughout the school. As he spoke, Nick Brown started pacing in place, pretending to leave. Soon after, the door was opened. Staring intently at the door, Nick Brown was startled when he saw Murray Green's face. He looked pale, with bloodshot eyes and prominent dark circles. What the hell? You really did sneak around with a noble lady. Let me see who she is. Before he finished speaking, Nick Brown barged into the dormitory and rushed into Murray Green's bedroom. His eyes fixed on the mess of the bed that Murray Green had rolled around on the previous night, his expression changing rapidly. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Wow, you little rascal. Quietly pulling off such a big stunt. Who is it? What are you talking about? Rubbing his eyes, yawning, and still feeling groggy, Murray Green was full of question marks. Confused about Nick Brown's outburst. Come on, stop playing dumb. Just tell me. Is it Belial Pet? After you danced that day. She asked me about you when you weren't around. Did you two hit it off so quickly? Murray Green was completely puzzled. His already dazed mind was further confused by Nick Brown's questioning. He helplessly replied, "What riddle are you talking about? Can't you just speak plainly? And what does Belial Pet have to do with anything? I haven't seen her since that banquet. And what do you mean by hit it off? Even if I don't care about my reputation, don't falsely accuse her. Humph, you start defending her as soon as I say a few words. And what do you mean by reputation? You two have no reputation to speak of. If I don't catch her here, I'll go to the classroom and see if she's there. If she's not." As he spoke, Nick Brown took a step and quickly ran toward the classroom, intending to catch Belial Pet, who had escaped from Murray Green's dormitory. Nick Brown sprinted to the history classroom at full speed. It was a large class with about 100 students, and Belial Pet was in this class as well. Upon entering the classroom, Nick Brown's eyes scanned the crowd, searching for her face. No, it's not that, haha. Mere Murray thinks he can fool me, not knowing that in the world, I'm known as the Divine Eye Detective. This secret, I've been eating off him for a year, huh? Wait a minute. While still fantasizing about how to take advantage of this secret to firmly grasp Nick Brown, Murray Green's tail, he suddenly recalls a face he had seen before. It can't be Barrel Pete. I must have seen it wrong just now. As soon as I turn my head, I'll find that it definitely isn't Barrel Pete. After comforting himself, Nick Brown takes a deep breath and awkwardly turns his head back, only to see the exquisitely dressed Barrel Pete sitting there, looking at him curiously as he stands motionless at the door. Impossible. Unable to believe his eyes, Nick Brown instinctively shouts, and the entire class turns to look at him. Behind him, the classmates who wanted to tell Nick Brown to move are also stunned. I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you reacting so much? You're blocking the door and still have the nerve? The students behind him, seeing his tall figure and knowing that Nick Brown is the son of an earl, finally loosen their tightly clenched fists and walk into the classroom with a pitiful look on their faces. The same goes for the classmates behind them. Seeing this scene, all the gazes in the classroom directed at Nick Brown are filled with disdain. Nick Brown is actually bullying others at school. It's simply inhumane. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just saw something that surprised me too much. I'm sorry. After coming to his senses, Nick Brown immediately apologizes, and hearing his apology, the gazes of the crowd in the classroom towards him soften somewhat, but there is still some skepticism. Faced with such a situation, Nick Brown can only smile bitterly. Scratching his head, feeling how unlucky he is today, he initially wanted to catch Murray's little tail, but almost ended up becoming the stinky rat that everyone wants to hit. Nick Brown finds a corner seat and sits down, leaning back against the wall, his gaze fixed on Barrel Pete. He notices that her exquisite makeup must have taken at least half an hour, and he rushed from Murray Green's dorm to the classroom in no more than 5 minutes. So who could be in Murray Green's room? Or perhaps there really was no one else. Impossible. After making such a fool of himself today, how could he not grasp Murray's weakness and get back at him? Thinking of this, Nick Brown's mouth curls into a cruel smile. The classmates sitting around Nick Brown, who had been quietly observing him due to the earlier commotion, suddenly see him show such a terrifying smile and are immediately frightened, unconsciously changing seats to distance themselves from Nick Brown. Sigh. Why is Nick running so fast? He doesn't even help me. I'm so tired. I'll never overextend my meditation like this again. Feeling weak, Murray Green regrets it immensely. Constantly cursing himself from last night for insisting on completing the meditation, it would have been fine to only finish 2 cycles. Stumbling, Murray Green hurries and finally arrives at the classroom just before the bell rings. He walks in and looks around, trying to find an empty seat. Goodness. He sees Nick Brown sitting in the far corner staring at him. The back row by the window, the homeland of the king. How did he get this seat? And the best part is, there are actually a lot of empty spots around him. So Murray Green moves towards Nick Brown, but before he gets halfway there, a familiar voice calls out to him. Murray, come over here, there's an empty seat here. Hearing this voice, Murray Green turns to look at Barrel Pete, who has a slight blush on her cheeks, and the empty seat she refers to as one that her few girlfriends have squeezed out. In response, Murray Green can only think, these noble ladies have really nice figures. He glances at the blushing, shy-looking yet serious Barrel Pete, then looks at Nick Brown, who is staring at him intently, and easily makes his choice. Thank you for saving me a seat. Sitting next to Barrel Pete, the chair still warm from the previous occupant, he smells the fragrance wafting over. It's refreshing. Chapter 25. Notes in class there's a problem. There's definitely a problem. Nick Brown, staring intently at the backs of the two, keeps mumbling softly, while Murray Green, who is being stared at, remains oblivious, as he feels his eyelids heavy as if a mountain is about to crush him. But he can only hold on tightly, because if these 2 mountains collapse, he will surely fall asleep in class, and he doesn't know if the old, white-haired magic teacher will raise his hand and cast a fireball spell, incinerating him on the spot. Thinking of this, the drowsy Murray Green suddenly wakes up, becoming more alert. After all, human potential is limitless, and if you don't push it, you won't know how deep it goes. A little more awake, Murray Green lifts his head, resting his elbows on the desk, and looks straight at the history teacher who is lecturing. In ancient times, The main source of power for wizards came from blood and flesh. They discovered that the blood of divine messengers possessed magical powers while researching divine messengers. Listening to the lecture, Murray Green feels drowsy again, so he struggles against it, his eyelids fighting each other. But just then, a piece of white paper with writing slowly comes over from the side. Oh, a little note. Turning to look, he finds that Beryl Pete, who is handing him the note, is staring intently at the teacher, looking serious about listening to the class. Murray Green's lips curl up, a slight smile appearing on his pale face. Interesting, this is youth, it feels really good. Because of this, Murray Green, who has regained his spirits, immediately straightens up, sits upright in his seat, holds the white paper between his arms, and faces forward, also adopting a serious student look. A glance down reveals the note reads, "You seem very tired today. Didn't you sleep well last night?" "Yes, last night. I was so immersed in my practice that I couldn't extricate myself." He picks up a pen and replies. After writing this sentence, he slightly lifts his arm, leaving a gap between it and the desk, and the white paper slips through that gap, landing beside Beryl Pete. Feeling the paper, she secretly pulls it in front of herself. "Haha, you're lying. I don't believe you, deceitful man. Your meditation technique probably isn't even fully memorized yet. And you call that practicing? It's only been a week and 2 days since school started, and including her. Most of the classmates haven't even memorized the meditation technique clearly. Without the technique, rushing into practice will surely lead to failure. If he succeeds, he would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius capable of creating his own meditation technique. An ordinary person creating a meditation technique has never happened in history. Nowadays, when people talk about wizards, they say they are bloody and cruel, but one undeniable point is that they are the ancestors of practitioners, the source of some current cultivation methods, the beginning of humanity as control over power. Although the original superhumans were divine messengers, extensive research shows that divine messengers are merely humans with strong innate mental power and high magical affinity. Over time, a large number of magical particles accumulate in their bodies, leading to a qualitative change. Those who succeed become divine messengers, while those who fail face death. However, this is determined by the heavens, deciding who will become a divine messenger. Wizards are those who have not become messengers of the gods, but wish to possess their powers. They study the messengers of the gods and record all processes in notebooks to remember the details of their research. After extensive studies, some researchers inevitably arrive at correct ideas or methods, which they then compile and carry with them. After their death, future generations find their experimental notebooks and gain power through them, marking the origin of cultivation methods. Later, some individuals continued to research based on the original methods or borrowed from other cultivation techniques to create new ones, laying the groundwork for the ancient chaotic magical era that followed. Listening to the class, Murray Green took the white paper and saw the words written by Beliar Pet. Chuckling to himself, "Am I not a smelly man? Don't you know? Just remember that night when you were so close to me." After a little teasing, he continued to write, "I'm a great genius. The meditation method is easy for me to grasp." While most of his classmates had yet to memorize the meditation method, he not only remembered it all, but also succeeded in meditating alone. If he wasn't a genius, who was? Moreover, in front of pretty girls, who doesn't he boast a little? However, what Murray Green said was the truth, though Beliar Pet didn't agree. "Pooh, you are such a smelly man, so disgusting. That night, I was dancing with you while focusing on my breathing. Otherwise, I would have fainted from your stink. You say you memorized the meditation method completely? I don't believe it. Unless you write it all down on paper for me to check." Murray Green quickly wrote back, "You know very well that the meditation method cannot be spoken of. And if I pick up a pen, I forget the words. You are being unreasonable. Whatever, if you can't write it out, it means you haven't memorized it fully. Be honest, what did you do last night?" Looking at the cuteness and arrogance revealed in the lines, Murray Green couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Miss Beliar, when I first met you, you were totally the cold and aloof type. How is it that after just a few days, you seem like a different person? Can you please go back to that?" However, after thinking for a moment, Murray Green understood that no matter how aloof a woman might be at 16, she is still youthful and adorable. Back and forth, the white paper quickly filled up with their writing, and they began writing on the back, which also got filled. So they switched to another sheet of paper. Amid the history teacher's lecture, Murray Green was immersed in the battle of wits with Beliar Pet, forgetting his fatigue and ignoring his drowsiness. Nick Brown, who had been watching the two, had long noticed their seemingly serious class demeanor while secretly flirting. "Damn it, Murray. After 2 days, how did you get detached from the main group?" As the bell rang, Murray Green, Beliar Pet, her friends, and Nick Brown all went to the cafeteria for a meal. After dinner, Nick Brown sat diagonally on Murray Green's sofa, propping up his leg and scrutinizing Murray Green's face. "Be honest, was she in your room last night? If not her, then who? Speak up, or don't blame your uncle for being rude." "I told you, it was just me." Now Murray Green understood why Nick Brown had been acting so strangely that morning. He explained that his exhaustion was due to cultivation, and the messy bed was a result of his excitement after achieving some success in his training. He didn't disclose the specifics of his progress. That sounds reasonable. But I don't believe you. Hee hee, think what you want, I don't care. I'm going to take a nap now. Remember to close the door when you leave. Maury Green rolled his eyes, gave up on explaining, yawned, and walked into his bedroom, locking the door behind him, then collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Chapter 26. Playful banter. After waking up, Maury Green had his usual piece of monster meat, and then, feeling a bit bored, sat on the sofa pondering what to do that night. Cultivate. But he recalled the painful experience from today's training. Not cultivating? How should he spend this long night after just waking up? Finally, Maury Green gritted his teeth. He decided to cultivate for a while. But he must control the time today, otherwise, tomorrow would be painful. Having made up his mind, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate again. Since he had completed 3 full cycles yesterday, he could meditate independently. With his experience, it didn't take long for him to complete his first meditation of the day. The situation was better than during his first meditation. He retained more mental energy, but he still wondered when he would be able to start enhancing his mental strength as guided by his meditation instructor. However, this was not entirely a disadvantage. Maury Green raised his hand, clenched his fist, and suddenly punched forward twice, feeling a slight increase in his physical strength. Although the meditation method primarily enhances mental strength, the body also passively gains some improvements during the training process. As mental energy flows through the body, it absorbs energy while also refining the physique. With subsequent rest and nutritional supplementation, a wizard's physical strength gradually surpasses that of ordinary people. Of course, this is not as effective as a warrior who specializes in physical enhancement. First cycle completed. Second cycle completed. Third cycle completed. Meditation completed. Maury Green, becoming increasingly familiar with meditation, completed his second meditation of the day, and the effects were better and the time taken was shorter than the first. His growth was visible, and receiving positive feedback made him very excited. He felt he wasn't too fatigued, so he proceeded to do his third meditation without a break. Cultivation was like staying up late. The body suffers, but the heart finds satisfaction and joy. Who could refuse that? Knock, knock, knock. Maury, let us go. Nick Brown's face changed drastically as he knocked on Maury Green's door again. Seeing Maury's face looking worse than yesterday, he rushed into the bedroom and found the bed neatly made. Only the blanket was not arranged properly. Sigh. It wasn't Beliar Pet, nor any other female classmates. Could it be a male classmate? Nick Brown almost struck Maury Green dead with his next words. It's hard as a fist. I told you. This is all from my hard training last night. Why don't you believe me? Why is trust between people so difficult? Don't you have any trust in me? Upon hearing Maury Green's question, Nick Brown sneered and slowly replied. Hee hee, I used to trust you a lot, but ever since that banquet, when you tricked me into going after those outsiders while you danced with 13 noble girls, fine, you dancer of the 13. Hey, you can't say that. That was a struggle for Princess Elizabeth. How can you say I tricked you? That's a bit unreasonable. Maury Green countered. Protecting Princess Elizabeth from those outsiders is our duty, and you, Maury, didn't fulfill your duty well. Duties correspond to rights, since that's the case. You can't have any improper thoughts about the princess in the future. Maury Green opened his mouth to agree right away, but after all, he was just a son-in-law. He wouldn't take it even if it were given freely, let alone have to compete for it. But then he suddenly recalled the family task assigned to him by Rain Green. In this world dominated by nobility, family is the root of the aristocracy, providing the nourishment needed for family members to grow. Therefore, every family member must take responsibility for the family, and the tasks assigned by the family cannot be taken lightly. They must be treated seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Maury Green, who felt a bitter smile on his face, shook his head and replied, That won't do. I have received a family task, and I think you have too. For now, we can't escape the family or resist the family's tasks. Upon hearing this, Nick Brown was filled with rage. He reached out and grabbed Maury Green by the neck, shouting loudly, In that case, I'll eliminate you right now, Maury. Unfortunately for you, you will become my first defeated opponent. Die. This left Maury Green terrified. He had heard that this war was horrifying, but he had not expected it to be this terrifying. His cousin and classmate, Nick Brown, would actually try to kill him. It's over. I just started my wonderful life. But soon, as he realized that Nick Brown was only pretending to be fierce and wasn't actually using any force, Maury Green understood that this guy was just trying to scare him, joking around. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, and he also laughed, shouting back, Damn Nick. Even if you kill me, I won't beg for mercy or regret it, because I die for the holy and beautiful Princess Elizabeth. Even if you kill me, 1,000 and thousands of Mai's will rise up, because the North and Her Highness are eternal and immortal. The two boys laughed and played around, soon arriving at the teaching building, walking into the classroom, sitting properly in their seats, calming their minds, and returning to the demeanor of proper young nobles. Today's class was on the basics of magical plants and animals, taught by Level 5 Potion Master Simona Lind. Maury Green had a deep impression of Ms. Simona, beautiful, exquisite, powerful, and wealthy. Soon, the class bell rang. Everyone sat up straight, waiting for Ms. Simona to start the lesson. Just then, a well-proportioned young man in a magical robe walked into the classroom, holding a wooden box. Upon seeing this person, Murray Green felt a bit familiar. After a moment of recollection, he remembered that this was the senior who had sold wolf eyes in the student service area. Why is he in this classroom? If he remembered correctly, this person was called, "Hello everyone, my name is Petty Bruno. I'm in my 4th year and a student of Ms. Simona, as well as a potion master." As he spoke, Petty Bruno revealed a confident smile, puffed out his chest, making the 2 medals on his chest more noticeable, a level 2 Magic Master medal and a level 1 Potion Master medal. "Today, Ms. Simona is busy brewing potions and cannot spare time to teach you, so she arranged for me to take this class. My knowledge and experience are not as rich as Ms. Simona's, so during the class, if any of you have any questions or do not understand something, feel free to raise your hand and ask. I will do my best to answer you." After looking around and finding no troublemakers, Petty Bruno continued. "So let's begin the class." Chapter 27. Enlightenment. With his elbows resting on the desk and his hands crossed under his chin, Murray Green was deep in thought. Ryan Green had mentioned before that he felt a sense of unease about him. At that time, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that since he was a traveler from another world occupying Murray Green's body, he was always afraid of being recognized as not being the real Murray Green in front of Ryan Green and the others. That was what he considered his unease at the time. However, this morning, when Nick Brown suddenly made a move, although it was just a joke at that moment, Murray Green felt as if he had truly walked through the gates of hell. His body was somewhat weaker compared to his peers, and the reason was that Murray Green had congenital deficiencies. After being cared for and treated by the Countess, he had managed to grow up safely. Therefore, even if his body had improved through meditation, it was a gradual process. The improvement in such a short period could be considered negligible. While Nick Brown's physique was much taller and stronger than his, if Nick Brown had not been joking at that time and actually wanted to kill him, he might have truly died. Despite sitting quietly in his seat now, Murray Green was filled with afterthoughts. The real unease buried deep in his heart, which Ryan Green had mentioned before, surfaced, and he was even unable to concentrate on the class, forcing himself to suppress his drowsiness as he began to sort out his thoughts. In that world, although he worked hard and didn't have much money, he felt no unease because he could live by his own efforts. He might not be living exceptionally well, but it was decent enough. Moreover, that world had no battle aura or magic. They were all ordinary people. People would die if killed. Therefore, no matter how strong, wealthy, or powerful someone was, they were just ordinary people who would die if killed. Even if he couldn't fight back, the idea of a mutually assured destruction attack provided him comfort. A comfort that brought him peace of mind. At worst, it would be a wasted life. However, in this world, due to the existence of battle aura and magic, the gap between people was enormous. Some people, although called human, could stand there and let ordinary people attack without resisting. And ordinary people would not be able to harm them in the slightest. These people were called cultivators, and in front of ordinary people, they were monsters disguised in human skin. In my hands is the green lantern grass, a low-level magical plant that generally grows by rivers or swamps. When mature, the green lantern grass grows to about 20 to 30 centimeters long, is entirely green, and looks similar to ordinary weeds. However, once mature, it emits a green light at night, hence the name green lantern grass. But it only matures in 3 days, after which it dies. At the podium, Petty Bruno held up the weed-like green lantern grass while teaching, and below, Murray Green changed his posture, with his left hand supporting his chin and his right hand on the desk, holding a pen as if he were diligently taking notes. His thoughts were already far from the classroom, contemplating life's important matters. Faced with these humanoid monsters, Murray Green, still an ordinary person, was worried, fearing that he might accidentally get killed by them. He knew that his current start was quite glorious, and dying like this would be a huge loss. Therefore, after coming into contact with the meditation method, he put in tremendous effort to practice, not only for the sense of power, but also perhaps because of the unease in his heart. This morning, Nick Brown's joke completely triggered the unease in his heart, allowing him to clearly see his biggest flaw. He was too weak and helpless, hence the unease. I will continue to practice tonight. As long as I don't die from it, I will practice as hard as I can. This thought suddenly popped into Murray Green's mind, and he subconsciously nodded, reaching an agreement with his inner thoughts. Hey, this junior is not bad, taking notes in class and even nodding at me. It seems I'm teaching quite well. Petty Bruno's gaze shifted, and he suddenly saw Murray Green nodding, causing him to laugh inwardly, bringing a radiant smile to his face and teaching even more diligently and passionately. Completely unaware that his single nod had led to misunderstandings, Murray Green continued to think. Practicing can make me stronger, but it is a long-term process. Moreover, if I can practice, others can practice too. What if others train faster than me and become stronger? Wouldn't that make my efforts in vain? Murray Green felt a bit annoyed at the outcome he had thought of. He gripped his pen in his right hand and began to scribble randomly in his notebook, venting his frustration, and then started to ponder how to become stronger than others. A cultivator's combat power is influenced by their cultivation level, combat skills, weapons, armor, and potions. Cultivation comes from practice. As long as he doesn't die, he can practice to his heart's content, maximizing his progress. Combat skills come from his learning. The warrior's techniques and the mage's spells are all combat skills, so he needs to plan carefully and choose a few powerful spells to learn. As for weapons and armor, he wants to buy good ones and robes or some precious magical items, but he needs money. However, he is currently spending his family's money, which is always a bit inconvenient, so he must find a way to earn money himself. Thinking about making money, Murray Green's expression suddenly became serious, and his previously distracted gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the first-level potion master, Petty Bruno, who was lecturing. This guy could buy things without paying and could also brew potions. Wasn't that like filling a bag with money? If he could also become a potion master, not only could he earn big bucks, but he could also brew potions himself, making potions for cultivation and combat assistance readily available. Murray Green suddenly recalled a question. If he could buy weapons with money, others could too. What weapon could he have that others don't? After thinking for a moment, he couldn't come up with an answer, so he had to give up. Nevertheless, even so, Murray Green felt relieved because he had found his life plan and goals for moving forward. He lowered his head, preparing to further detail and supplement his plan in his notebook. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently, and he looked in shock at the notebook he had previously scribbled in, where he saw a drawing of a gun. Looking at this gun, Murray Green thought of his magic crystal gun and recalled the few firearm blueprints he had burned. This world had developed firearms, but they were crushed by battle chi and magic, ultimately leading to a stagnation in firearm development. In contrast, his original world could only develop firearms, creating many powerful weapons that rivaled magic. If he couldn't manufacture these weapons himself, he lacked that ability. And this world didn't have the industrial foundation for it. So, if I use the knowledge and technology of this world to modify the powerful weapons from my original world, could I create a powerful weapon unique to this world, a weapon that belongs solely to me? Murray Green's eyes sparkled with fiery light. Chapter 28. Individual Guidance. After lunch with Nick Brown, Murray Green did not return to the dormitory, but instead went to the school library. Compared to Count Green's collection room, the Ellis Academy library was larger, covering over 1,000 square meters, with 3 floors. The first floor housed paper books and some publicly accessible archives, which students could view for free. The second and third floors contained books and knowledge that were not accessible to ordinary people. Only those who had become mages or warriors could go up, and it was said that the books there were not free to read. One had to pay with gold coins or academy contribution points. However, at this moment, Murray Green didn't need to look at those books he couldn't understand. So he searched for useful books on the first floor, looking up everything related to firearms. After focusing on reading for several hours, drowsiness overcame him, and he could no longer suppress it. So, he borrowed a dozen books from the library and returned to his dormitory, collapsing on his bed and falling into a deep sleep. Eating, sleeping, practicing, attending classes, and reading. Murray Green's recent days were very regular and busy. In a blink of an eye, the second week had passed, and they had entered the third week of school. In meditation class, with the support of the Magic Circle, Murray Green's speed of completing meditation even surpassed that of teacher Lyndon's guidance, and each time he returned to the sea of consciousness, his mental power increased significantly. At the end of the third cycle, a surge of mental power flowed into the sea of consciousness, and at that moment, the fluctuations caused by the end of the second cycle had not yet ceased. Murray Green suddenly discovered a phenomenon. The entire sea of consciousness seemed to be slowly rotating under the impact of the mental power flowing in at the cycle's end. At first, he thought it was an illusion caused by unclear introspection, but after several more meditations, he finally realized that this was not an illusion. His sea of consciousness was indeed slowly rotating, just too slowly to easily notice if one wasn't paying attention. What was going on? Murray Green stopped meditating, opened his eyes, and looked blankly at teacher Lyndon, who was guiding the entire class in meditation. As expected of a teacher, Lyndon's mental power was incredibly strong. Even though most of his energy was focused on guidance, he sensed immediately that someone was watching him. Which student was it who didn't close their eyes to meditate properly and was slacking off here? Lyndon Bill opened his eyes, instantly meeting Murray Green's questioning gaze. He noticed that Murray Green seemed to have a question. This student appeared to be Murray Green, whose mental power was quite impressive. What could his question be? After the first class, Lyndon Bill had a good impression of Murray Green, feeling that he must be a genius, so he transmitted a message to him. Close your eyes and continue meditating. If you have any questions, come to my magic tower later. Hearing teacher Lyndon's voice suddenly ringing in his head, Murray Green was surprised but obediently closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Murray Green's cycle completion speed increased, causing the time he spent meditating each time to be shorter than the last. Thus, with the continuous influx of mental power, the rotation speed of his sea of consciousness began to accelerate, forming a vortex prototype. Due to Murray Green's earlier unusual performance, teacher Lyndon had focused a lot of attention on him. Just then, he felt a faint attraction coming from within Murray Green's body. Mental gravity. He could actually make his sea of consciousness rotate and produce mental gravity? In just 2 weeks, his mental power had grown to this extent. It was simply the manifestation of a battle mage. No, Even among battle mages, no one's mental power at this stage was as strong as this little guy's. Realizing the source of Murray Green's question, Lyndon Bill understood what it was all about. In Lyndon Bill's magic tower, Murray Green sat opposite him. Lyndon Bill handed him a cup of clear water, which was exceptionally transparent and had a faint fragrance. As he inhaled this scent, Murray Green's fatigued body began to stir, urging him to drink this cup of water. This feeling was magical, so Murray Green didn't hesitate. He raised the cup and took a sip. The clear water was sweet and fragrant, and then he gulped it all down in one go. As the cup of clear water went down, a warm sensation surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, alleviating the fatigue caused by meditation. Teacher, what is this? Feeling this state, Murray Green realized that this must be something specifically designed to replenish the body after meditation. This is a body replenishing potion. 1 cup after meditation can help restore the body. It's a good auxiliary potion for cultivation, but you can't take it in large quantities right now. You're only 16, in the prime of youth. Sufficient rest and proper nutrition are the best and most natural means of recovery. If you take it in large amounts now, you'll develop a tolerance. And when you really need to use it later, it might not work. Lyndon Beale took a sip of the body-enhancing potion, sighed, and spoke earnestly. Thank you for your guidance. Teacher, Murray Green immediately expressed his gratitude. However, Lyndon Beale waved his hand and continued, of course, it cannot be used in large quantities, nor should it be neglected. Medicine can be toxic in excess, so one should not take it recklessly. But when one is ill, taking medicine is necessary. Therefore, when your body is lacking, it is normal to not be stingy and to drink some restorative potions or take supplements, just like you did earlier. Lyndon Beale's expression became serious as he fixed his gaze on Murray Green. Sensing the shift in his teacher's demeanor, Murray Green straightened up and sat upright in his chair. In 2 weeks, there are still many students who haven't mastered the meditation technique, while you can already make the mental ocean rotate, forming a mental force field and generating mental attraction. Your mental talent is extraordinary, far stronger than that of your classmates, and after class, you have also pushed yourself in your training. While diligence is important in cultivation, one should not rush into things. Overexertion in practice, aside from occasional attempts during breakthroughs, should be balanced with rest. Because speeding up the training process to the point of physical depletion is not a wise action. Saying this, Lyndon Beale took another sip of the body-enhancing potion and began to formally address Murray Green's questions about cultivation. Your speed in completing meditation is very fast, already surpassing my guiding speed. The guiding speed I set is a standard. If you are slower, it means your mental power is not up to par and needs to be strengthened. If you are faster, it indicates you can proceed to the next step in cultivation. This step is called Attract Magic, which involves drawing the magical particles of the world into your body. Chapter 29. Testing the gun. Even if a person's body is trained to its limits, it cannot withstand magical beasts. So a breakthrough is necessary, breaking through the limits of the human body by drawing power from the world, whether a warrior or a mage. When one's own strength can no longer meet the conditions for becoming stronger, like Murray Green, who exhausts his bodily energy to enhance his mental power, the growth of the body cannot keep up with the spirit, leading to depletion. However, Murray Green cannot spend a lot of time repairing his body, so he needs to find alternative energy sources, which are called magical particles. The magical particles traveling between heaven and earth are natural energy. They can replenish the energy missing from the human body and may even become part of the body's energy composition later on. Attracting magic is the means of drawing in magical particles through meditation, strengthening, and rotating the mental ocean to form a mental attraction field. One can absorb the magical particles of the world into the body. This is the next step in Murray Green's cultivation. Meditating in this private room is indeed much more effective than in the classroom. After finishing his meditation, Murray Green opened his eyes and walked out of the meditation room, heading down a corridor until he reached a counter where a middle-aged man sat, resting with his eyes closed. How did it go? The man asked. Very well, Murray Green replied, taking out his student card and handing it to the meditation room attendant. The attendant took the card and recorded its use on the magic array. Once Murray Green's meditation speed surpassed Lyndon Beale's guiding speed, his learning progress began to exceed the teaching pace. The academy could not forcefully suppress his learning speed or neglect the other students' pace. In such cases, the meditation teacher could issue a certificate, allowing talented students like Murray Green to enter the independent meditation room for training. They could use it for 2 hours a week, totaling 8 hours a month. Following Lyndon's guidance, Murray Green meditated for only 1 hour each time, allowing him to use the meditation room 8 times a month, which was far more cost-effective than the 4 meditation classes in a month. This was a special benefit for talented students at Ellis Academy. After leaving the meditation room, Murray Green visited Lyndon's magic tower, where he received some training tips. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd week of study ended. On Saturday, Murray Green left his dormitory and went to the student service area, entering a blacksmith shop. Uncle Mike's blacksmith shop. Inside the blacksmith shop, the atmosphere was lively, with the sound of hammering ringing in his ears. Murray Green shouted, "Boss, I'm here to pick up my order. Is it ready?" "Oh, young Master Green, you're here? Your items are ready," came the reply. Hearing the call, Mike, who had been dozing behind the counter, poked his head out. Upon recognizing Muragreen, he greeted him warmly. Mike was dressed in simple merchant robes, tall and thin, looking as if a gust of wind could knock him over. And it was hard to believe he was the owner of a blacksmith shop. Mike got up from his reclining chair, took a wooden box from the front desk drawer, and placed it in front of Muragreen, opening the box. Inside were 30 metal tubes the size of a finger, sealed at the bottom. If placed in that world, almost everyone would recognize them as bullet casings. Seeing the 30 bullet casings, Muragreen's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked one up. It felt cold to the touch, smooth and non-cutting, having been carefully polished. The tube had no seams and was cast as a whole. You know, young Master Green, we specially made a mold for these 30 little things. This price includes the mold as well, Mike explained. Understanding what Mike meant, Muragreen did not hesitate. Took out his student card and paid all the fees, receiving the bullet casings and mold, leaving amidst the shop owner's farewell. After exiting the blacksmith shop, Muragreen visited several other blacksmiths to pick up the parts he had commissioned and took the original templates as well. Once he secured these parts, Muragreen returned to the Green Manor. The manor was large, equipped with a blacksmith area for making and repairing farming tools and some simple swords. Muragreen requested a forging room to further process the parts he had brought. Barrel, frame, trigger, grip. Muragreen assembled all the parts, and finally, a simplified handgun, similar to a revolver but without a magazine, was born in his hands. Unlocking it, the connection between the grip and the barrel opened, revealing the bullet loading area. Similar to a double-barreled shotgun's loading method, very simple. Grabbing a bullet casing, Muragreen took out a carving knife and carefully began to engrave the bottom. After processing the bullet casing, Muragreen produced the gunpowder he made and the bullet head, loading the bullet. He picked up this bullet, placed it in the chamber, closed the lock, pressed down the firing mechanism with his thumb, and aimed at a specially designated iron plate for testing. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Muragreen secured the gun on an iron stand and used a wooden stick to pull the trigger. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and he immediately looked at the test iron plate. There, a bullet hole appeared on the surface of the plate. After carefully observing the situation, he noticed that the 1 centimeter thick iron plate had not been penetrated. It had simply created a dent. This power is a bit weak. Seeing this result, Muragreen recalled the scene of the magic crystal gun blasting through wood. After a moment of thought, he drew the magic crystal gun from his waist, held it with both hands, and pulled the trigger, causing the magic array on the gun to flash. Bang! The test iron plate was directly blown away. Once the commotion settled, Muragreen picked up the iron plate, revealing a thumb-sized hole with a large dent in the part that was hit. The difference between the two impacts was like heaven and earth. Muragreen held the simplified gun in one hand and the magic crystal gun in the other, lowering his head to ponder. The gunpowder formulated by Maliglin according to the initial recipe had a vastly inferior explosive power compared to that made with magic crystals, representing the gap between technology and magic. Even with further research into technology, there was no way to catch up with magic in the short term. With this in mind, Maliglin took out a small bag of magic crystal powder, carefully mixed a small portion with ordinary gunpowder, and finally loaded it into a bullet. He placed it into the chamber of the gun, raised the gun, and prepared to shoot. However, after a moment's thought, he felt uneasy and decided to secure the gun to the iron stand, using a wooden stick to pull the trigger. Bang! Thud! The bullet shot out, and the gun's chamber jolted violently, making Maliglin's heart race. He didn't even bother to observe the power of this shot, and quickly opened the chamber to extract the bullet casing, only to find cracks on the solidly cast bullet casing. Chapter 30. Gold, silver, copper. Seeing the cracks on the bullet casing, Maliglin was taken aback and carefully inspected the simple gun, relieved to find that it had not sustained any damage. This simple gun was made from standard blacksmith parts, which Maliglin had processed later, making it look decent on the surface, but the fittings and airtightness weren't great, and there wasn't much contact between the bullet and the loading area. The cracks in the bullet casing did not affect the gun itself. Maliglin was uncertain whether this was good news or bad news, so he could only smile helplessly and check the power of the bullet mixed with magic crystal powder. At a glance, he saw that even a 1 centimeter thick iron plate had been penetrated. It seemed that the power was not as strong as that of the magic crystal gun, but it was still far superior to bullets made with ordinary gunpowder. Realizing this, Maliglin picked up the magic crystal gun and examined it closely. Suddenly, he remembered what Reinhardt had told him when he introduced it to him. The main body of this magic crystal gun was forged from a mixture of brass and bronze. Brass and bronze, so that was it. Maliglin picked up a bullet casing and flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. This was directly cast from molten iron, and the materials were different from those of the magic crystal gun. In this world, copper was much stronger than iron. The currency in this world was based on copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The reason these three metals were chosen for currency instead of issuing paper money had its reasons. In fact, even the three great empires that were more powerful than the Kingdom of Lanes had issued paper currency, but its acceptance was not high. Even the paper currency of the three great empires, let alone leaving the country, was not used by the residents within their own borders. This was not because the three great empires lacked authority to promote their own paper currency, but because gold, silver, and copper could not be replaced. Indeed, they were irreplaceable. In this magical world, whether it was due to mutations in materials or because the gold, silver, and copper in this world were fundamentally different from those in the previous world, it just so happened that these three metals shared the same names, leading to the hardness of gold being higher than silver, silver being harder than copper, and copper being harder than iron. An ordinary farmer typically had his farming tools made of iron. If he wanted his tools to be sturdier or more durable, he would pay extra to have some copper added while the blacksmith forged them. To forge a longsword, it was a requirement to mix at least 1 kilogram of copper into it for it to count as a qualified weapon. However, such a conventional weapon could only satisfy the needs of ordinary people. Those with greater strength, or some warrior apprentices, would have their weapons made of a copper-iron alloy, often mixed with silver. As for gold, in this world, it was considered a relatively hard metal among ordinary materials. So warriors of slightly higher rank would choose weapons that incorporated gold. Thus, gold, silver, and copper not only had monetary properties, but also strategic attributes. To be precise, it was because of their strategic properties that they were chosen as the base currency. If a lord possessed a large quantity of gold, silver, and copper, he could forge a large number of standard weapons, converting his financial resources into actual combat power. A mere piece of paper, no matter how high the number written on it, could not replace the importance of gold, silver, and copper, because controlling gold, silver, and copper meant controlling power. Who would trust to store their power in someone else's hands? If someone used their currency to forge weapons and armor, defeated them, and demanded land and reparations, it would be absurd. The magic crystal gun was made from a mixture of brass and bronze, making it sturdier than the bullet casing. Coupled with the sturdy magic array, when activated, the strength of the gun body would increase, allowing it to withstand the explosive force of the magic crystal. Maliglin reached out to touch the dormant magic array patterns. In fact, a significant part of the magic crystal gun's value came from the magic array engraved on it. According to Maliglin's understanding, magic crystal guns could generally only be manufactured by third-level enchanters, or more specifically, third-level magic enchanters. The initial task of forging weapons fell to blacksmiths. But some powerful blacksmiths could create extraordinary weapons that could cut through iron like mud. Those with such exceptional technical abilities were known as enchanters. Traditional enchanters were promoted from blacksmiths, specializing in crafting conventional weapons and armor, and were mostly warriors. Since there were traditional enchanters, there were also non-traditional enchanters, namely magic enchanters, who studied enchanter techniques and crafted magical items using magical skills and powers. For instance, if a flame magic array were engraved on a longsword, when a person wielding the longsword engaged in battle activated the magic array, flames would wrap around the longsword, causing terrifying fire damage to the enemy. Not only could magic enchanters engrave magic arrays on longswords to enhance their lethality, but they could also create strange items, such as earrings with concentration effects, which had a concentration magic array engraved on them. Magic enchanters below the third level were also known as enchanters, as they could only add magic arrays to existing weapons. Starting from the third level, they could use magical means to refine the item itself and engrave magic arrays. This magic crystal gun was an unusual weapon, a non-traditional item, and thus could only be made by third-level magic enchanters. Traditional enchanters would not forge unconventional weapons or armor, and first and second-level magic enchanters lacked the ability to create the body of a magic crystal gun. Third-level magic enchanters would use ordinary copper materials to create magic crystal guns suitable for ordinary use, typically commissioned by wealthy individuals for the safety of their family heirs or by mages to prevent ambushes. An item made from ordinary iron by an ordinary person could not possibly compare in hardness to a weapon made from mixed copper materials by a third-level magic enchanter, let alone one engraved with a magic array. Having clarified the issue, Maliglin took a piece of pure copper from the nearby iron cabinet and unhesitatingly threw it into the smelting furnace, increasing the firepower to refine it into molten copper. The founder of the Green family was a blacksmith, and as a member of the Green family, Maliglin and his family members, including Count Green and Reinhardt, all possessed blacksmithing skills. Although Maliglin had not mastered the craft before his transmigration and had never been able to forge a qualified silver-mixed longsword, transforming a block of copper into molten copper was not difficult for him, if not a piece of cake. After pouring the molten copper into the bullet casing mold and waiting for it to cool, Maliglin obtained 5 copper bullet casings. He polished these 5 bullet casings smooth and then loaded one of them with a bullet. The bullet was chambered, and as usual, it was secured to the iron stand for firing with a wooden stick. Chapter 31. Initial display of talent. When the bullet casing breaks, strengthen the bullet casing's durability. When the bullet casing holds up, increase the proportion of magic crystal powder. As a result, the power surged, and the iron gun couldn't withstand it, resulting in cracks. With the mold in hand, wherever it breaks, reinforce it, and if everything is fine, increase the proportion of magic crystal powder. Through extensive experimentation, Muragrin created a simple gun made from a mixture of silver, copper, and iron, with silver bullet casings and copper bullet heads, and the magic crystal powder proportion reaching a quarter of the gunpowder. Murugan wore a smile on his face, continuously disassembling and reassembling the gun, repeating the process of loading, firing, and reloading, occasionally stopping to polish and adjust the gun in his hands, and finally wiping all the parts with beast oil for the final maintenance. When he walked out of the blacksmith shop holding the gun box, it was already night. Murugan looked at the stars in the sky, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs. At this moment, the fatigue that had been suppressed by excitement surged forth. He was so exhausted that he didn't even meditate that day and went straight to bed. The next day, Murugan was awakened by Reinhardt, who had just arrived at the manor. "I heard you were tinkering away at the blacksmith shop all day yesterday, scaring the other blacksmiths half to death, afraid you'd die in there. What were you up to?" This manor was not a place Reinhardt often visited, as it was outside Ella City and not close to the school, so he usually stayed there. However, yesterday, he received word from the servants that young Master Murugan had returned to the manor and was making a racket at the blacksmith shop all day, prompting Reinhardt to hurry back. Murugan squinted, yawned, and immediately woke up. Then, with a mysterious look, he pulled out the gun box from under the covers and said with a beaming smile, "This is my biggest secret. Unless you take me hunting at Kaya's mountain today, I absolutely want to tell you. You guy, if you want to go hunting, just say so. No need to act mysterious. Hee. This treasure of mine will definitely surprise you." Saying this, he pulled Reinhardt along, and they quickly rode to Kaya's mountain. As they walked up the mountain path, Reinhardt saw Murugan take out the gun box, open it, and find it full of small parts he didn't recognize. "You're going hunting without weapons and just bringing this. Are you planning to feed the beasts?" Hearing Reinhardt's doubts, Murugan laughed heartily, patted his brother's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry. Your little brother is a magical genius, with unmatched mental strength among his peers. The teachers all say so. How could I do anything irrational? Geniuses and madmen are often just a thought apart. I'm afraid you might accidentally become a madman. Don't worry." While chatting with his older brother Reinhardt, Murugan's hands didn't stop moving. In no time, he skillfully assembled all the parts, and a handgun similar to a magic crystal gun, but smaller, appeared in his hands. Seeing this scene, Reinhardt was even more puzzled. This toy is less effective than a magic crystal gun. At least a magic crystal gun has great power and makes a loud noise. Even if it doesn't kill a magical beast, it can scare it away. Your toy is made of ordinary materials, with no magic array. What were you thinking? My gun may not have as much power as a magic crystal gun, but it's much more convenient. Murugan loaded the bullets, placed it in a holster for quick access, and strapped it to his right thigh, while the magic crystal gun hung at his waist. With 2 guns on him, Murugan felt bold and took the lead. "Hee. Then I'll see how your preparations perform today." Shaking his head, Reinhardt followed behind Murugan, carrying a 2-handed sword. Kaya's mountain wasn't very large, and many students traveled there every year. The path into the mountain was relatively easy to navigate, and following the beast distribution map, Murugan soon found a patrolling wolf. The two looked at the wolf, which also noticed them. Bang! The wolf, having discovered the enemy, opened its mouth to howl. But before it could make a sound, its head was shattered in an instant, followed by a booming gunshot. Murugan lightly blew away the white smoke from the gun's muzzle, smiled with satisfaction, and cast a sideways glance at Reinhardt. After witnessing this scene, Reinhardt fell silent for a moment, then looked incredulously at the handgun in Murugan's hand. His grip loosened, and the great sword clanged as it was thrust into the ground. Murugan felt a blur in front of him, and the handgun from his hand was suddenly in Reinhardt's grasp. Reinhardt examined the handgun, inspecting it up and down, occasionally tapping it to listen to its sound and assess the materials. As the first heir of Count Green, Reinhardt had learned much more about blacksmithing than Murugan, and he had a deeper understanding. If he hadn't switched to other warrior professions, he might have become a weaponsmith. Amazing. I can sense the aura of magic crystal explosions. Your silver copper iron mixed material can't possibly withstand the power of a magic crystal explosion. Yet the bullets it fires can directly kill a wolf. Even if the lethality isn't as great as a pure magic crystal gun, it can still pose a threat to level 1 beings. Even a level 1 magical beast would not survive if hit in the head. While commenting on the handgun, Reinhardt swiftly moved his feet and soon reached the wolf lying 50 meters away, carefully observing its injuries. He saw that the entire skull was shattered, with a large blood hole remaining at the back of its head. Given that it had such power at a 50-meter range, it could indeed serve as a low-tier substitute for a magic crystal gun. Hey, this is my exclusive creation. Once you've seen enough, give it back to me. Jogging over, Murugan reached Reinhardt's side, snatched the handgun from him, then opened the loading chamber and poured out a silver bullet casing that had fine cracks on its surface and was extremely hot. Seeing this, Reinhardt reached out his finger and unhesitatingly grabbed the hot bullet casing. It was entirely silver, but the inside was filled with black, and there was an irregular hole at the bottom seal. After squinting at it for a while, Reinhardt used both hands to break it in half, wiping away the residue from the explosive powder, revealing numerous fine cracks inside. Reinhardt quickly understood that this bullet casing was the key to why Despite being made of ordinary material, it could withstand the magic crystal explosion. Magic crystals are energy stones formed by the fusion of magical particles and certain minerals, and once activated, they unleash a particularly high destructive power. If the bullets fired from the magic crystal gun have lethality comparable to a level 1 fireball spell, then the explosion strength inside the magic crystal gun is equivalent to at least 2 fireball spells. If it weren't for the fact that activating the magic array on the magic crystal gun would consume some energy, and that the array would reinforce the gun body and reduce recoil, even the magic crystal gun couldn't withstand the full damage of a magic crystal explosion. Chapter 32. Testing the gun with a wolf pack. Since the gun body itself can't withstand the damage from the magic crystal explosion, then separate the magic crystal from the gun body using the bullet casing as an insulator. Even if the magic crystal explosion's damage is too great, the silver bullet casing will absorb most of the power, leaving little for the gun body to endure. Having thought through all this, Reinhardt shook his head and said, "Your method is quite clever, but it's also very dangerous. Ordinary materials are still ordinary materials, even using a small amount of magic crystal powder. Each shot is a test for the material itself. You can't predict whether the gun body or bullet casing will hold up the next time. Once you can't hold on, it will be no different from a small fireball spell exploding in your hands. If you're lucky, your palm might get blown off. If not, you could lose your life." Reinhardt paused. His expression turned serious, and in a slow, earnest tone continued, "Murray, your magical talent is exceptional. You should focus your time on training rather than pursuing what seems like a shortcut, but is actually a detour." Hearing Reinhardt's guidance, Murray felt a bit conflicted. Yesterday, while conducting research, he destroyed 3 guns and used over 30 bullet casings before achieving the best results he could come up with. The results he created by combining knowledge from both worlds were understood by Reinhardt with just a bit of examination, proving that the principle behind using bullet casings was not complex. Moreover, after 1,000 years since the invention of firearms and gunpowder, there had been no significant advancements in firearms, which was due to their cognitive biases or tendencies. In the eyes of the people in this world, practicing can allow one to fly and evade, to be invincible in battle. When faced with problems, the solution is to train desperately. Once one gains strength, many difficulties can be reduced. Under such circumstances, Reinhardt might marvel at the gun, but he wouldn't take it seriously because even a magic crystal gun with greater power wouldn't concern him. In fact, he might even look down on it. However, the strength of a level 3 warrior like Reinhardt meant that even if the opponent stood still, Murray wouldn't be able to break through his sword's edge, even if he shattered the gun. For Reinhardt, relying on training to become stronger was a broad and clear path. He should be galloping on it. Therefore, he didn't quite understand why Murray was wasting training time on these clever gadgets, so he advised him indirectly. Understanding his brother's meaning, Murray couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he knew the potential for technological development was immense, until it was realized, it was just a joke. So he smiled and patted Reinhardt on the shoulder, saying, "I don't even know how great my magical talent is. If possible, I would want to stay in the meditation room 24 hours a day." But Professor Linden said I shouldn't be too impatient. Cultivating magic requires calming down and focusing to achieve the best training effects. I had overtrained before and nearly exhausted myself. If the teacher hadn't discovered it early, it would have been troublesome. At this point, Murray patted his heart with lingering fear, looking somewhat frightened. "So in the next couple of days, I'm going to study something to relax my mind and see if I can produce some research results, maybe create some life-saving weapons. As a magical genius and a budding warrior, it would be quite unfair if I accidentally fell victim to someone else's schemes while competing for Princess Elizabeth." "Oh, I see." Reinhardt rubbed his head, looking enlightened. His serious expression immediately relaxed as he smiled at Murray. "I did some digging, and the princess is planning to hold a banquet 2 months after school starts. Before the banquet, everyone will be at peace." At this point, Reinhardt squinted his eyes. "After the banquet, it's every man for himself. But don't worry, my parents have already made arrangements after learning this news. Just focus on your training and aim to make a stunning impression in a little over a month to attract the princess's attention. Even if you can't become her husband, being a lover wouldn't be a loss. Haha. Get out of here. I, Murray, am the embodiment of the god of magic, capable of toppling the 3 empires and establishing a supreme divine kingdom. Even if she were to be my lover, she'd have to wait in line." After saying this, the 2 brothers burst into laughter together. "Little Murray, how come I never realized you had such a humorous talent? You're absolutely delightful to talk to." "Oomph, that was then. This is now. A scholar's worth is determined after 3 days. I, Murray, have undergone a complete transformation in these 3 weeks of school." As Murray spoke, he reloaded his handgun and then shared his plans with Reinhardt, who nodded in agreement, picked up the large sword he had discarded, bent his legs, and sprang up onto a branch, hiding his body among the branches. Murray, on the other hand, stood not far from the corpse of the wild wolf, listening to the howls of wolves surrounding him, waiting for the pack to investigate. Before long, he noticed that this wolf, which did not respond to the pack's howls, was being approached stealthily by the lead wolf, accompanied by 4 strong guard wolves. Standing still, Murray slid his hand into the holster on the outside of his right thigh, his right hand stroking the gun handle, ready to draw and shoot at any moment. His mental strength, far beyond that of an average person, allowed Murray to maintain excellent focus. With heightened vigilance, he could sense any disturbances around him. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his back, as if something was watching him. Without hesitation, he drew his gun, chambered around, and spun around, aiming the gun at the source of the chill. Upon closer inspection, he saw a wolf's tail protruding from a bush. Without hesitation, Murray pulled the trigger, not bothering to check the result, opened the chamber, and tipped it to let the spent casing fall out. With his left hand, he pulled a new bullet from his pocket, loaded it into the chamber, and closed it. Howl, howl, howl. At that moment, as Murray was poised to fire, he heard a pitiful howl. Looking up, he saw that the strong guard wolf had been shot in the waist, and the bullet had even torn through one of its hind legs. This was a mortal wound, so it could only lie there, howling in pain while awaiting death. Normally, Murray would have given it a quick end, but he noticed that the 3 guard wolves had revealed themselves, swiftly running through the woods from 3 directions to encircle him. It turned out they had already surrounded Murray, but they hadn't expected him to tear a hole in the encirclement before it even began to close. Bang! With the assistance of his mental strength, Murray only needed to aim and pull the trigger for another guard wolf to fall amidst the thunderous sound. He reloaded, but before he could fire at the 3rd wolf, a commanding howl rang out, and the remaining 2 wolves immediately turned to flee. Chapter 33. Hunter and prey as the largest carnivorous species in the Kayas Mountains. The wolf clan has an astonishing reproductive capacity. Throw a few pairs of wolves into the mountains, and the next year, there would be a large pack. Having been often taught by the passing teachers and students that only wolves who know how to adapt can survive, the lead wolf immediately sent out the message to retreat as soon as it realized Murray was a tough opponent. Seeing the 2 remaining wolves fleeing with their tails between their legs, Murray felt a bit disappointed. He couldn't test the limits of his gun and himself. However, he lowered the gun he had aimed at their retreating figures. Murray was not a killer. He had only wanted to test his combat capabilities. They had also posed a threat to him, and now killing the fleeing wolves would be nothing but senseless slaughter. Ordinary beasts no longer pose a threat to you. Why not go look for a level 1 magical beast and see how you fare? Reinhardt suggested as he approached Murray. Upon hearing this, Murray's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. Under Reinhardt's lead, the 2 headed deeper into the Kayas Mountains, where the trees grew taller and the mountain paths became much more rugged. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long giant goat leapt down a cliff, sprinting down the steep slope. A level 1 magical beast, the Iron Hoof Goat? Upon seeing the goat, the name flashed in Murray's mind, but before he could think further, a boy in tight leather armor appeared, wielding a one-handed sword as he tried to chase down the Iron Hoof Goat. However, the Iron Hoof Goat grew up on the cliffs, moving as if on flat ground, while the boy behind not only did not get closer, but was also pulled further away. Bleat without looking back. It seemed to know that the boy behind could not catch up, so the Iron Hoof Goat began to bleat mockingly. Hearing the bleating, the boy behind couldn't help but curse, but it changed nothing about the fact that he was getting further behind. The Iron Hoof Goat dashed along the cliff when suddenly an arrow shot out from the woods, striking the Iron Hoof Goat in the side. In pain, the Iron Hoof Goat lost its footing and fell off the cliff. Even though it was a first-level magical beast, it fell and was injured, landing in a battered state. Bleat! A weak roar echoed as the Iron Hoof Goat struggled with its limbs, trying to stand up. Just then, a heavily armored warrior jumped out from the nearby bushes, swinging a large sword down, decapitating the Iron Hoof Goat. The blood splattered, but the warrior paid no attention, instead standing still, his eyes fixed on the direction of Langland and Muriglin, as if on guard. Let's go? After watching the entire hunting process, Langland turned to leave, with Muriglin following behind. Glancing back from time to time, he saw the boy run up to the warrior and start a conversation. Soon after, a tall girl with a short bow emerged from the woods, and the 3 began to process the spoils they had obtained. However, all 3 of them occasionally glanced towards the position of the 2, remaining very vigilant. The hooves of the Iron Hoof Goat could be used to concoct potions. They were likely second-year students on a gathering quest, with average strength. Up ahead, Langland began to act as a commentator, explaining the situation to Muriglin, who also had questions in his mind. All those entering the mountains are students, yet they are so wary of us, afraid we might take action. Can one really snatch other spoils in the mountains? Why not? Muriglin replied. If the prey injured by others runs into my hunting grounds and I kill it, whose prey is it? Half each. Or if I want their spoils, it's unreasonable, but if I am stronger than them, I can just take it and run, or directly drive them away. What can they do about it? Seek the teacher? Impossible. Once we enter the mountains, the teachers only care about the students' safety. As for the rewards and spoils, can the teachers act as judges to determine fairness? In this world, strength is paramount. Many issues aren't really issues. The Kayas Mountain is a hunting ground established by Ellis Academy, where only students and magical beasts exist. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? How can that be distinguished? At this point, Langland smiled faintly, giving Muriglin a glance. Facing this unfamiliar side of his elder brother, Muruglin felt a bit uneasy and didn't know how to respond. It's actually easy to distinguish. The strong are the hunters. The iron hoof goat is prey before them. So why can't they be prey before me? In Kaya's Mountain, everyone relies on their own means. The Academy built Kaya's Mountain to provide students with a place for rapid growth. As long as one can adapt to Kaya's Mountain, they won't be considered lacking anywhere else. Muruglin lowered his head, absorbing his brother's teachings, while also realizing that this world is indeed not very safe. Even students learning at school face such cruel realities. However, to prevent the events occurring in Kaya's Mountain from affecting the internal environment of the school, there is a rule: matters that happen in the mountains remain in the mountains. This means that if they were robbed of their prey by Langlin in the mountains and didn't get it back, then after leaving the mountains, seeking revenge would not be a valid excuse if they were caught later. As they moved forward, Langlin shared many experiences with Muruglin, but the core principle was that strength is paramount. As long as one is strong enough, any place can be paradise. After a while, Langlin stopped, squinting his eyes at a certain direction. Seeing this, Muruglin also directed his gaze there. Through the branches and thickets, he vaguely saw a hole behind them. Recalling his previous hunting knowledge, he determined it should be a bear den. He carefully examined the area around the hole and noticed many freshly broken branches. And there was much less grass at the entrance compared to other places. There was definitely a bear living inside. Muruglin looked at Langlin, but saw him shrug and gesture for Muruglin to handle it himself. Seeing his brother prepare to watch the show, Muruglin took a deep breath, lowered his head, picked up a stone about the size of his fist from the ground, and nervously threw it into the 2-meter-high bear den. Thud! The crisp sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed, and Muruglin quickly distanced himself from the bear den, but after a long wait, he heard no movement from inside. He realized that the bear must have gone out to hunt. Whether to wait at the den or actively search was a dilemma. Muruglin felt conflicted. As an ordinary person, it was risky to seek trouble with a magical beast, but staying there felt like wasting time. Muruglin tapped his head and glanced at Langlin, but he was no longer in sight. This made Muruglin more anxious, and he impatiently turned in circles, staring intently at the area around the bear den, trying to discern the bear's whereabouts. With his strong mental energy, Muruglin quickly noticed some details and inferred the bear's direction. He lifted his leg, intending to pursue. But at that moment, Muruglin suddenly took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse, climbed up a nearby tree, sat on a branch with his back against the trunk, squinted his eyes, and scanned the surroundings. Chapter 34. Killing a first-level magical beast to ensure his own safety. He chose to grow stronger, and to grow stronger, he researched firearms. To test the firearms, he put himself in danger. Even though Muruglin knew that his brother Langlin was nearby, ready to step in to save him if he fell into danger. A gentleman should not stand under a collapsing wall. Some things, even with assurance, should not be deliberately risked. This time, with Langlin backing him up, he wouldn't face too much danger. But next time, who would back him up? Therefore, during this hunt, even with Langlin around, he had to act as if he were alone to put himself in the best state. Exhaling. Inhaling. As Muruglin slowed his breathing, each breath elongated, calming his body under the influence of his breath, while his mind operated at high speed, his eyes scanning the surroundings, ears listening in all directions. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard a faint, muffled sound, like a heavy object hitting the ground, followed by the subtle sound of grass and branches being disturbed. Muruglin's eyes lit up, focusing like a hawk on the source of the sound. He saw a bush slowly shaking, becoming more vigorous, until finally, a black bear with a deer in its mouth poked its head out. As it continued forward, Muruglin noticed it had silver fur on its chest. Silver-furred black bear. Realizing what it was, Muruglin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly observed its appearance. It stood over a meter tall at the shoulder, and if it stood upright, it could reach 3 meters, a massive creature. However, realizing this, Muruglin let out a sigh of relief. The silver-furred black bear was a first-level magical beast, but it was among the better individuals that could grow into a second-level magical beast. However, a second-level silver-furred black bear would be 5 meters tall, with the silver fur covering its abdomen. The silver-haired black bear has fur that is both sturdy and soft, making it an excellent material for crafting protective gear. Even a first-class longsword or the claws of a magical beast would struggle to pierce it. However, while the fur still grows on the body of the silver-haired black bear, it reduces one of its fatal weaknesses. Aside from some powerful magic, few other forms of damage can forcibly break through the silver-haired bear's defenses and strike its heart. Seeing such a formidable opponent, Muruglin tightened his grip on the gun handle, released it, then tightened it again, drawing the gun and locking his gaze on the bear's head. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the forest of Kaya's Mountain, but Muruglin's expression turned grave because his sudden attack had missed. The whistling bullet flew past the silver-haired black bear's ear. It wasn't that Muruglin had missed his aim, but rather that the bear displayed reflexes that were completely mismatched with its appearance, dodging the shot the moment he pulled the trigger. The bear, which had been attacked at its den, dropped the food in its mouth, lifted its forelegs off the ground, stood up, and let out an angry roar at Muruglin, then slammed its paws onto the ground, creating a small pit with its immense strength. The silver-haired black bear exerted force through its limbs, its massive body charging toward Muriglin like a fully loaded truck. Faced with this situation, Muriglin did not hesitate, swiftly reloading a bullet and aiming at the bear. Warriors possess intuition, mages have perception, and magical beasts rely on instinct. The three are entirely different, yet converge in their ability to foresee and sense danger. This is why the silver-haired black bear could evade Muriglin's surprise shot. Sensing danger, the silver-haired black bear bent its body, no longer advancing straight, but approaching Muriglin in an irregular manner, occasionally ducking behind trees to shake off the perceived threat. Taking a deep breath, Muriglin decisively pulled the trigger. And amidst a scream, he reloaded another bullet and aimed at the bear. A small blood pit appeared on its back. While this was not fatal due to its strong constitution, it was still painful. The injured silver-haired black bear's eyes turned red, letting out an angry roar. But along with its roar came a booming sound as blood spurted from its front shoulder. After being hit twice, the pain sent the bear's rage skyrocketing, and it accelerated again. But at that moment, it suddenly felt a life-threatening danger approaching and instinctively dodged. However, the previously injured front shoulder was hit again, causing its body to sink down, nearly collapsing to the ground. Nice shot. Muriglin reloaded another bullet, gripping the gun handle firmly, aiming at the bear's head. At the moment he fired, the gun slightly deviated, and the third bullet struck the bear's front shoulder. Blood stained its front shoulder a deep red, and a large amount of blood flowed down its fur to the ground, resulting in significant loss of strength for the silver-haired black bear. The front shoulder, hit 3 times, was rendered useless, forcing it to rely on 2 legs and 1 paw, drastically reducing its speed and agility. Click. The bullet was chambered. Bang, the bullet was fired. The silver-haired black bear tried to dodge, but its diminished agility left it unable to evade, getting shot in the lower back. The bullet pierced its flesh, rolling inside and damaging its internal organs, causing the bear to weaken and nearly collapse. Although it did not stop, its forward speed had already decreased significantly and continued to slow down, on the verge of stopping at any moment. A woo bang in a moment of desperation. The silver-haired black bear lunged downward, avoiding Muriglin's deadly shot aimed at its head. However, despite evading that shot, the severely injured bear was unable to continue advancing, collapsing on the ground and gasping for air, blood from its internal injuries spilling from its mouth. Muriglin exhaled, his hands trembling as he aimed at the bear's head, took a sharp breath, and steadied his shaking hands like iron, decisively pulling the trigger. Sensing the danger to its life, the bear's head instinctively turned slightly. But severely injured and losing a lot of blood, its movements were sluggish. The bullet whistled through its eye, exiting from the side of its head. A woo, truly troublesome. Seeing that the opponent was still alive, Muriglin forced a bitter smile and sighed. Although his body could withstand the recoil of the gun, the rapid succession of shots and the extensive use of mental power to adjust his body caused Muriglin's hands to tremble and his head to spin. Closing his eyes, he skillfully reloaded the bullet, gripping the gun handle tightly, his breathing becoming faint. Muriglin suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, aiming at the silver-haired black bear's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, this bullet, fired with the last of Muriglin's mental strength, broke through the air resistance and flew straight toward the immobile silver-haired black bear, hitting it squarely in the forehead. Chapter 35, Scaring Away a Strong Foe. His arms hung naturally, occasionally twitching, as Muriglin leaned against a tree, gasping heavily. Sweat covering his forehead, his eyes tightly shut, fighting against the pain caused by the rapid use of mental power. Magical beasts truly are something else. They are worlds apart from ordinary beasts. If I hadn't ambushed it at the entrance of its den, catching it off guard, and using ranged attacks that are effective against the relatively slow-moving silver-haired black bear, facing a magical beast with just a simple handgun would have been too risky. I need to continue strengthening myself. First, I'll get a semi-automatic gun, and then build a revolver on that basis, 6 shots, and if the opponent isn't dead after firing all 6, then I can consider myself dead too. I just wonder if there are any magical methods to modify firearms? After resting for a while, Muriglin finally recovered, climbed down from the tree, and approached his spoils. Looking at the fallen silver-haired black bear, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. This first-class magical beast, the silver-haired black bear, could easily handle 10 ordinary people armed with weapons. But here I am, an ordinary person with relatively strong mental power, using my crafted weapon to take it down single-handedly. How could that not excite Muriglin? He excitedly circled around the silver-haired black bear, raising its paw, which was larger than his head. 1 paw could feed him for 2 days. He estimated that its silver fur could be woven into a comfortable and sturdy piece of inner clothing. Just then, a strange voice rang out. "Kid, don't move, don't touch my silver-haired black bear." A tall man wielding a single-handed axe stood beside a companion with a longbow. Upon hearing the tall man's voice, Muriglin's expression turned cold, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the 2 unexpected visitors. Muriglin immediately drew both guns, 1 magic crystal gun and 1 simple handgun, aiming them at the 2 men. If you take another step forward, I'll put a hole in your forehead. I don't believe your foreheads are harder than the silver-haired black bears. Oh, kid, you have the confidence to hit me? My brother and I are not like this bear. Standing there to be shot. The two men stood firm, their eyes wide as they stared at Muruglin. One bent slightly at the knees and leaned forward, while the other pulled back the bowstring, aiming directly at Muruglin, ready to attack at any moment. Muruglin did not blink, his eyes firmly locked onto the two men, and the standoff between both sides instantly intensified. You can try it out. If I hit you with a shot, you won't die but will be seriously injured. And you think that I, an ordinary person, would dare to enter the depths of Kaya's mountain without some sort of backing or companions? Humph. You must be a first-year freshman. You have some guts to come this deep into Kaya's mountain, but you're just holding two magic crystal guns. Do you think we brothers are afraid of you? The dual axe man scoffed and turned to leave. However, we brothers never bully the weak. That's dirty. Watching the two walk away until they disappeared, Muruglin suddenly dropped his hands, gasping and shouting, "Rhine, you useless brother, hurry up and help me." Haha, you did well. I thought you would just call me out directly, but I didn't expect you to scare them off by yourself. Muruglin's shoulder jolted as Rhine's hand slapped down on it, causing Muruglin to feel his legs go weak, almost falling to the ground. Come on. Can't you see how weak I am right now? My head feels like it's about to explode. If you're not going to help me, why are you slapping me down onto the ground? Muruglin complained, while Rhine just smiled, not taking it to heart, and said while looking at the corpse of the silver-haired black bear, "Your mental strength is really strong, and you are quite skilled with the divine possession technique. Otherwise, even though this black bear is relatively slow, hitting it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Hee, you should know who I am. Dying at my hands. Muruglin's subordinates is an honor. Huh, why do I see cows flying in the sky?" Rhine suddenly looked up, making Muruglin think he had discovered something, only to hear Rhine's teasing words, causing his expression to darken. After joking for a while, Muruglin felt slightly relieved from the fatigue brought on by the standoff. Then sat down on the black bear's body, closed his eyes, and silently practiced his meditation technique, allowing his mental energy to circulate within his body, restoring some of his mobility. Standing up, Muruglin patted his painfully throbbing head and grinned. It hurts so much. Why is my mental energy never enough? I'm really struggling here. Hearing Muruglin's complaints, Rhine was speechless. Enough. The other first-year freshmen are probably still practicing their meditation techniques, while you're already running around in Kaya's mountain. It's all thanks to your mental strength being far superior to your peers. Not to mention, killing a first-level magical beast out of your league. If this achievement gets out, it will definitely drop many jaws. Those two bullies thought Muruglin was also a first-level warrior at first, but when they got closer, they realized he was just an ordinary person. Finding out that Muruglin, an ordinary person, could kill a silver-haired black bear, they couldn't help but deduce that he must have some remarkable means, and concluded that there had to be a powerful expert backing him. Otherwise, how could he so decisively give up on a silver-haired black bear? The silver-haired black bear's silver fur, paws, heart, gallbladder, hide, and bones are all valuable items. Among first-level magical beasts, the silver-haired black bear is quite valuable. How do you plan to deal with this bear? Aren't you going to carry it down the mountain? Muruglin's eyes widened as he looked at Rhine, who just patted off non-existent dust from himself, proudly saying, "A mere silver-haired black bear, and you want me to carry it down? You don't know that I, your older brother, won't carry any magical beasts below level 3. Then what should I do? I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm studying magic. I can't carry it even if I wanted to." Rhine shrugged. Just leave it here. Muruglin firmly opposed this answer. This was the first magical beast he had killed, and it held great sentimental value. Even if he didn't turn the entire thing into a specimen to display in his collection, he would definitely keep its fur and silver hair. If he only brought back the fur and silver hair, he couldn't bear to leave the other valuable parts like the paws, heart, gallbladder, and bones behind. A first-level magical beast can sell for at least over 10 gold coins, and this relatively high-value silver-haired black bear. Even if he keeps the most valuable silver hair and fur, the remaining parts could still sell for over 10 gold coins. So, Muruglin resolutely replied, "No way." Chapter 36. Selling the bear, I don't want to carry it. You can't carry it either, so think of another way. Rhine spread his hands, preparing to leave. After all, his main goal every time he entered the mountain was to hunt 3-level magical beasts, and if he didn't catch any, he'd just settle for 2nd-level magical beasts. He truly didn't think much of a mere 1st-level magical beast. Hearing Rhine's words, Muruglin's already throbbing head felt even more painful, and he couldn't help but pat it to relieve himself. Smack, smack. After patting, Muruglin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked intently in the direction the two had left, stunned for a moment. Evil has its own nemesis. Muruglin turned to Rhine. This is a bigger evil. So he proposed a plan, and upon hearing it, Rhine nodded in agreement without hesitation, stretched his muscles, and headed off in the direction the two had left, carrying his great sword. Not long after, a confident Rhine returned, followed by 2 dejected individuals. It was indeed the two who had wanted to rob Muruglin's prey. "Big brother, you're amazing." Muruglin gave a thumbs up. While Ryan couldn't help but laugh at the sight. They're just a couple of cowards. They gave up without even throwing a punch. The two, hearing Ryan's words, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. But soon their expressions turned blank. With two strong laborers added, the 3-meter-tall, nearly 1-ton silver-haired black bear was carried out of Kaya's mountain by the two back to the entrance. Many students came to Kaya's mountain for various reasons, completing tasks, hunting, setting up stalls to sell things, or even just for fun. It was bustling with activity. When the two, with dark faces, carried the silver-haired black bear out of the mountain, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Hey, is that a silver-haired black bear? How much for the silver fur? I'll buy it all. Money is no object. On the way, someone directly approached the two with a purchase inquiry, to which they could only respond with black faces and no other expression. Because this bear wasn't theirs, they were just forced to be the laborers carrying it. So no matter how popular the bear was, they felt extremely bitter inside. Haha, sorry, the silver fur of this silver-haired black bear is not for sale. But everything else, its hide, paws, and other parts, is up for sale, and the price is negotiable. Seeing his bear so sought after, Murugan, walking behind the two, burst into laughter, warmly greeting nearby customers interested in purchasing. Facing Murugan, who suddenly appeared, the crowd was a bit surprised. But after noticing that the two carrying the silver-haired black bear didn't object, they all began to inquire about the price. Finding a clear spot, the two placed the corpse of the silver-haired black bear on the ground, and those who wanted to buy or just watch quickly surrounded the three. To all the handsome seniors and beautiful senior sisters, please don't rush. Give us a moment to process this silver-haired black bear. The two, panting heavily, scanned the surroundings, trying to find Ryan, but unfortunately, they didn't spot him. Just then, Murugan turned to the two and said gently, "Could you please help me process this bear's corpse?" Listening to Murray Green's kind words and looking at his brilliant smile, the two-axe-man trembled, sighed, and patted his companion's arm, signaling compliance. Sigh. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. They had thought they could take advantage of an easy target. But instead, this soft target not only eluded them, but also brought trouble from the hard character behind him. Reinhard Green, the Count's heir, a mid-level warrior, and one of the top 10 experts at the Warrior Academy. When Reinhard Green suddenly pursued them from behind, the two almost wet themselves. So before Reinhard even made a move, they chose to surrender. Under Murray Green's command, one person struggled to chop off the bare paw with an axe, while the other carefully drew a one-handed sword from his waist, cautiously removing the silver fur from the chest of the silver-haired black bear, packing it in a paper bag bought from a nearby stall, and handing it to Murray Green. Then, using the one-handed sword, he skinned the silver-haired black bear. Although Murray Green had made several cuts in the bear's body, in front of its enormous size, they were insignificant, so the whole bear skin taken off was quite intact. However, this complete bear skin was covered in blood, dirt, and leaves, looking very messy, but Murray Green happily packed it up. Haha, dear seniors, thank you for your patience. Now, for this black bear, whatever you want to buy, just let these two know, but payment must be settled first. I'll collect the payment. And they deliver the goods. The two felt a tremor in their hearts and instinctively exchanged incredulous glances, then cast their astonished eyes at the smiling, warm-hearted Murray Green. Please, be reasonable. How can you just squeeze them dry? Carrying such a heavy bear out of the Kaya Mountains is exhausting. And now you want to sell the goods too. Can't you let them catch their breath? You can keep 40 of all profits. The more you sell, the more you earn. Just then, Murray Green suddenly whispered in their ears, and upon hearing this, the two men, who had been gloomy, immediately perked up, their eyes shining as they looked directly at Murray Green. Murray Green nodded slightly, indicating that they hadn't misheard. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously noticed the fiery excitement in each other's eyes. In agreement, they laughed heartily with Murray Green and began calling to the surrounding customers interested in purchasing. Come, fellow students, what do you want? Ah, you want the bear bile. This bear only has one bile. Ordinary bear bile is a treasure, but this is a fully grown silver-haired black bear, and its bile is worth this amount. The two-axe-man put down the axe in his left hand and held out 5 fingers to a customer wanting to buy the bear bile. Seeing this price, the customer frowned. This price is only for high-quality bear bile. Looking at the bear's injuries, it's clear the internal organs have been harmed. If you don't extract the bear bile, and if the quality is good, this price is negotiable. All right, let us open it up and extract the bear bile. Murray Green made the decision, and the two-axe-man immediately held the axe with both hands and chopped open the abdomen. The other person inserted the long sword along the opening, eviscerating the silver-haired black bear and extracting its internal organs. Look, this bear bile is intact and undamaged. The quality is excellent. Buying it at this price is a great choice for brewing wine or refining potions, absolutely worth it. The sound of coins jingling filled the air as metal coins fell into the money pouch, clinking against the coins inside, producing a crisp sound that made Murray Green feel as if he were listening to heavenly music, extremely pleased. Before long, the once enormous silver-haired black bear vanished from sight at a visible speed. Even its internal waste sold off for beast-repelling powder. The total was 15 gold coins and 48 silver coins, and their 40 share amounted to 6 gold coins and 19 silver coins, totaling 6 gold and 48 silver coins, with the extra change for them. After pulling out 9 gold coins from the money pouch, Murray Green handed the pouch to the two men, who opened it and glanced inside, their faces lighting up with joy. Young Master Murray is generous. We are greatly impressed. We are second-year students at the Warrior Academy. I am Nigel Alarandi, and he is Walter Raylan. If young Master Murray needs help when he goes into the mountains, we are at your service. Good. Chapter 37, Space Magic Particles. The fourth week of school, Monday. Nick Brown walked into the meditation classroom alone with a gloomy expression, sitting cross-legged on his mat, staring blankly at the empty mat where Murray Green usually sat. Hey, Nick, didn't you call for Murray to come to class today? The lesson is about to start. He won't be late, will he? At that moment, Levi Ellis turned around and looked around, suddenly noticing that the mat where Murray Green usually sat was empty. Out of 20 students in the class, only 19 were present, with Murray Green being the only one absent. Therefore, Levi Ellis asked Nick Brown, who usually attended class with Murray Green, and upon hearing the inquiry, Nick Brown's face turned sour as he said gloomily, "Sigh, Murray won't be coming to this class anymore. What is going on?" The people around were very surprised and quickly asked, facing everyone as questions. Nick Brown scratched his head and said directly, Murray has mastered the meditation method and was recommended by Teacher Linden to meditate independently in the meditation room. So he doesn't need to attend this class anymore. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present showed shocked expressions, making Nick Brown feel a bit relieved. Meanwhile, outside the meditation room, Murray Green was registering with the supervising teacher. After completing the application process, he chose an empty meditation room, sitting cross-legged in the center of the meditation room. Murray Green recalled this morning, when he told Nick Brown that he was going to meditate independently in the meditation room. Nick Brown's incredulous expression was quite amusing. Smiling silently, Murray Green adjusted his mindset and began to regulate his breathing, preparing to enter the best state for meditation. Stretching out his hand to touch the cold ground in front of him, intricate magic circle patterns began to emerge on the previously blank floor of the meditation room, surrounding him and continuously flowing outward, soon illuminating the entire magic circle in the meditation room. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green closed his eyes. Once his physical eyes shut, his inner eye opened within him. Murray Green looked at his spiritual space, still gray and unclear. But meals must be eaten one bowl at a time, and cultivation must be done step by step. He was not yet at the level of black and white, but one day he would reach the original drawing. Reciting the meditation method, the originally calm sea of consciousness began to undulate, and a wave of spiritual power left the sea of consciousness and entered circulation. At that moment, this spiritual power encountered a water attribute magic particle within him. Seeing this magic particle, Murray Green felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly wrapped his spiritual power around the magic particle, finally circulating it throughout his body. The vast spiritual power returned to the sea of consciousness, and this water attribute magic particle was also brought into the spiritual space, wandering within. Looking at this magic particle, Murray Green was extremely excited, not expecting to strike gold right at the beginning of his meditation by obtaining a magic particle. Magic particles travel between heaven and earth, existing in all things, so they may also exist within the human body. However, finding them depends on luck. After all, the first volume of the meditation method that Murray Green learned only had 3 circulation lines, and the probability of encountering magic particles along these 3 lines could be considered minuscule. Murray Green, starting off with good luck, stared at the magical water particle while praying that it wouldn't fly out of his mental space during this time. He accelerated his meditation speed, and soon completed his 3rd cycle, causing the sea of consciousness to slowly rotate. The psychic field formed by the rotating sea of consciousness enveloped the entire mental space, and the water attribute magical particles that had been wandering around in Murray Green's mental space were pulled in by gravity. The magical particles, which had previously been like a playful puppy, were now restricted in their movement as if they were on a leash, only able to rotate within the space along with the sea of consciousness. After controlling the magical particle with the psychic field, Murray Green finally breathed a sigh of relief and continuously mobilized his mental energy to make contact with the magical particle. As the two made contact, Murray Green felt his mental strength becoming even more powerful. This was the fundamental reason why cultivators grew stronger. The magical particles could enhance the strength of the objects that came into contact with them, and the cultivator's goal was to fuse with the magical particles. Merging with mental energy would turn into magical power, and merging with vital energy would become battle energy. Murray Green's mental energy surged like waves, continuously crashing against the water attribute magical particle, but it remained unmoved, like a reef, showing no signs of fusion. This wouldn't do, given my current situation. A single stream of mental energy couldn't move it. I must pull it to the center of my sea of consciousness, into the eye of the vortex, to concentrate all my mental energy for fusion. Thinking this, Murray Green gritted his teeth and accelerated his meditation speed again. The sea of consciousness spun faster and faster, and the destructive power at the vortex's center grew stronger, ready to crush any target at any moment. Under the traction of the psychic field, the water attribute magical particle slowly moved towards the vortex center. Murray Green was anxious, wishing he could reach out and press it down himself. But at that moment, the water attribute magical particle seemed to bump into something, abruptly stopping. Seeing this, Murray Green's face changed dramatically, realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, the moment the magical particle regained its freedom, it turned into a bubble. Murray Green quickly mobilized his mental energy to stop it, but he only intercepted a small portion. The mental energy that came into contact with the remaining part became stronger, but the magical particle vanished without a trace. Damn it, how could a cooked duck fly away? Ending his meditation and opening his eyes, Murray Green clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground, venting his dissatisfaction. After a while, he calmed down, realizing this was not his first failure. However, this was the closest he had come to success. What was that just now? Did the water attribute magical particle bump into something? But in my mental space, aside from my mental energy, there shouldn't be anything else. What could it have bumped into? After thinking for a moment and getting more confused, Murray Green gave up on the thought, just considering that he hadn't seen it clearly. After all, his inner vision was unclear, a gray blur, so it was normal not to see it clearly just now. After a slight adjustment, Murray Green closed his eyes and began meditating once more. In his mental space, a gray magical particle floated about, sometimes rotating with the sea of consciousness and sometimes playing alone. Suddenly, it began to fly toward the center of the sea of consciousness. However, when it was not far from the center, it also bumped into another gray magical particle. Looking around, one could see a cluster of gray magical particles occupying the center of Murray Green's sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, Murray Green could not see them because they were gray. They were excellent at hiding and were among the hardest magical particles to find. Space magical particles. Chapter 38. Spatial magic powers. Starting to meditate again. This time, however, Murray Green's luck was not as good as the first time. He couldn't find the magical particles in his body. When the meditation succeeded and the sea of consciousness began to rotate, a faint gravitational pull appeared out of nowhere, radiating outward in all directions, like countless hands reaching out to grab something. Once the psychic gravity appeared, the magical particles that had been freely floating in the air were immediately attracted and slowly pulled toward Murray Green. But before long, a red fire attribute magical particle broke free from the psychic gravity's restraints and regained its freedom. Led by the first fire attribute magical particle, other magical particles also successively escaped from the psychic gravity's hold. The red fire attribute, yellow earth attribute, green wind attribute, and rare attribute particles. Soon, all attribute particles except for the blue water attribute magical particle had broken free. 5 or 6 water attribute magical particles danced around Murray Green under the influence of psychic gravity, adding a mysterious aura to him. But unfortunately, no one could see this scene. Finally, the water attribute particle closest to him was pulled into his body. Finally, I've waited for you. Luckily, I didn't give up. Stay calm. It's just a small scene. Don't panic. Overjoyed, Murray Green suppressed his excitement, proceeding step by step, properly operating his meditation method, focusing all his energy, and fully pulling the water attribute magical particle that had entered his body. Under the pull of psychic gravity, the water attribute magical particle was slowly drawn toward the very center of the sea of consciousness, aiming to pull it into the vortex center. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Murray Green skillfully used psychic gravity to bring it closer and closer, quickly nearing the area occupied by the space magical particles. Before long, Murray Green, using psychic gravity to pull the water attribute magical particle, plunged into the area of space magical particles, colliding head-on with one of them. The water attribute magical particle was violently knocked away. Seeing this situation, Murray Green, already psychologically prepared, exerted all his efforts to mobilize the psychic gravity, trying to pull the water attribute magical particle back. Hard work pays off. Murray Green successfully grabbed the water attribute particle again and collided into the area of space magical particles, and under the enhancement of psychic gravity, the water attribute magical particle knocked away 2 space magical particles in succession. This time, through his inner vision and the feeling of impact relayed by psychic gravity, Murray Green instantly realized something. There is something. This feeling of impact definitely indicates other things. What exactly is in the center of my mental space? But before he could think clearly about it, the third space magical particle crashed into the water attribute magical particle. After knocking away 2 space magical particles, the water attribute magical particle, now somewhat exhausted, was sent flying. With the sudden departure of the water attribute magical particle, the psychic gravity instantly lost its target, creating a feeling of emptiness. The rotating psychic vortex momentarily stalled. What? Seeing the water attribute magical particle suddenly fly away, Murray Green was shocked and desperately tried to continue using psychic gravity to catch it, but the rhythm had been disrupted, and he couldn't grab it again. Only able to watch helplessly as the water attribute magical particle flew away. Damn it, this is my territory. I am the master here. If it's a dragon, it must lie down. If it's a tiger, it must crouch. How dare you act aggressively in my mental space? Let's see how I deal with you. Realizing that his failure was caused by a bunch of indistinguishable things, the usually stable and prudent Murray Green also became somewhat irritated. Gritting his teeth, he attracted another water attribute magical particle. Come on, let us see who can crash into whom. Murray Green pushed his meditation speed to the limit, pouring all his energy into his mental space, reinforcing the psychic gravity. Concentrating all his strength into psychic gravity, he grabbed the water attribute magical particle, making it spin wildly around the sea of consciousness, continuously accelerating until Murray Green himself was on the verge of losing control. Go, like throwing a shot put. After spinning at high speed and being released, it generates tremendous destructive power, as the usually gentle water attribute magic particles violently invade the territory of the space magic particles. Bang bang bang, the collision of magic particles is silent, but through the feedback of mental gravity, Mariglin seems to hear the sound of the collisions. The maximum intensity water attribute magic particles knock away 5 or 6 space magic particles in succession before slowing down. Yet they continue to move toward the center of the mental sea, striving to enter the center of the mental vortex. Just then, a space magic particle that was knocked back by the water attribute magic particle wobbles uncontrollably and falls into the center of the mental sea. Sensing something has fallen into the center of the mental sea, Mariglin is startled, but through contact, he is surprised to discover that this is also a magic particle. Although he cannot immediately discern its attribute, the magic particle falls into the center of the mental sea. Realizing this, Mariglin steels his heart, immediately abandons the water attribute magic particles, and concentrates all his power to begin strangling this unfortunate space magic particle. Damn, since you are a magic particle, you can be fused. I don't care what attribute you are, let us fuse first. Waves of mental power surge forth, strangling the space magic particle. But it slips away like a slippery loach, and he cannot catch it. I don't believe it. How can a cooked duck fly? Falling into my territory. Do you still want to escape? You're simply looking down on me, Mariglin. As he realizes he is just a step away from successfully fusing, Mariglin's eyes turn red, and he grits his teeth, pushing his meditation speed beyond its limits. Faced with the desperate Mariglin and the increasingly vast capturing power he brings, even the space magic particle, known for its stealth and escape, finds itself at a disadvantage. Everyone makes mistakes, and even horses stumble, facing Mariglin's net. The space magic particle inadvertently gets surrounded by mental power, which then wraps around it in a way that makes escape impossible. Fuse. You all fuse for me. Under Mariglin's will, the mental power tightly binds the space magic particle, continuously pressing inward, trying to fuse with it. Time passes, and eventually, with red eyes and a pale face, Mariglin vaguely hears a cracking sound. His mental power finally enters the space magic particle, and the two begin to show signs of fusion. Once this process starts, everything flows smoothly, as the mental power and space magic particle merge, ultimately forming a gray droplet of water that falls into the mental sea and is nurtured by it. This is magic power. After successfully fusing magic power, Mariglin's pale face instantly flushes with color, and he wants to jump with joy, but he is too exhausted from the earlier battle to stand up. Mariglin feels more tired than he did during his first meditation class, but he thinks it is worth it. So worth it. Chapter 39, Mentorship System. This is spatial magic power. Seeing the gray glow emerging from Mariglin's palm, the usually composed teacher Linden instinctively opens his mouth in surprise. Then he grabs Mariglin's arm, staring intently at the spatial magic power in his palm. Mariglin notices that teacher Linden's mental power covers his spatial magic power, massaging it. Yes, it is spatial magic power. Linden releases his hand and perceives a sense of void through his mental power. It is indeed spatial magic power. Ah, this thing is actually spatial magic power? Haha, it's actually spatial magic power. This is simply amazing. Upon learning that his magic power is spatial magic power, Mariglin shows a joyful expression. If it weren't for being in front of his teacher, he might have danced with excitement. According to the understanding of the magical world, the entire world is composed of 4 basic elements: water, wind, earth, and fire. So the vast majority of people have one of these 4 as their primary attribute. In addition to these 4 basic elements, there are other elements such as light, darkness, thunder, ice, and wood, which are considered special elements. On top of that, there are 2 supreme elements, time and space. Compared to the rarely seen time attribute, the space attribute appears somewhat more frequently, but it is still extremely rare. Of course, the reason time and space are supreme elements is not because they are rare, but because they are too powerful. Time can be accelerated, stopped, slowed down, and predicted. And attacks based on time cannot be defended against. It can deprive opponents of time, causing them to age and die, or allow one to see the opponent's actions in the next few seconds, always staying one step ahead. That is the terror of time. Meanwhile, space is very practical. Space attacks are powerful, fast, and hard to defend against, and can seal or imprison opponents, or allow for instant movement, making it impossible for opponents to trace. Mary, in less than a month, you have already cultivated magic power, and its spatial magic power, becoming a first-level magician. Your mental power is very strong, and your affinity for magic is also high. You have the potential for spatial combat magic. Haha. Upon hearing Teacher Linden's evaluation, Mariglin is equally overjoyed and quickly responds. This is all thanks to your guidance, Teacher Linden. Otherwise, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. Haha. Gold will shine wherever it is. You performed excellently. I just gave you a few suggestions. Teacher Linden laughs heartily, and then his expression becomes serious as he gazes intently at Mariglin. The current ordinary courses are basically useless for you. You must pursue advanced studies. Do you have any plans to find a mentor? Hearing Linden's question, Mariglin comes back to his senses and lowers his head to think. Learning magic can be divided into a course system and a mentorship system. The course system involves classes, like those taught by Linden. He teaches a meditation class, and all the students call him teacher, which is the course system. The mentorship system involves choosing a teacher and following them for advanced study. For example, if you follow Simona Lind, you can learn how to brew potions and become a potion master. Therefore, if you want to learn more magic and knowledge, finding a mentor is very necessary. Of course, a mentor is not something you can just choose. They must decide whether to accept you, and even if they do, you have to pay a large tuition fee. Generally, ordinary students cannot attract a mentor. Mariglin certainly wants to choose a mentor. When he was at home, his mother Penny Campbell had already made plans for him, wanting him to develop in the direction of a potion master. So after he cultivated magic power, he could inform his family. At that time, his mother would ask her elder brother, Mariglin's uncle, the first heir of the Campbell family and the future Marquis of Campbell, to write a recommendation letter. The Campbell family is one of the 4 famous Marquis families in the North, and is also a well-known magical family that has produced many magicians, holding a high status in the magician community. With his uncle's recommendation letter, as long as Mariglin does not perform too poorly, finding a potion master mentor should not be difficult. However, that was the previous plan. Now, Mariglin has cultivated spatial magic power within a month, with both high mental power and magic affinity, making him fully qualified for spatial combat magic. To give up becoming a combat magician and instead become a potion master would be a complete waste of talent. Combat magic refers to battle magicians who wield world-destroying magic and possess great combat strength. This is the impression ordinary people have of magicians. But anyone with a bit of knowledge knows this describes combat magicians. Throwing fireballs can lead to combat, but it cannot be called a combat mage. After class changing to a combat mage, through professional characteristics and talents, the power of the fireball released by a combat mage is greater than that of an ordinary magician, with a longer range, shorter casting time, and shorter casting intervals. In the later stages, even the amount of magic used may be less. Therefore, combat mages are the pride of magicians, invincible at the same level and capable of defeating higher-level opponents. Every magician aspires to become a combat mage, and Mariglin is no exception. However, the conditions to become a combat mage are very strict, requiring both high mental strength and magical affinity. Mariglin had previously thought about becoming a combat mage, but did not believe his qualifications could meet the standards, but now things are different. He has now clearly met the standards. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement welled up in Mariglin's heart. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful combat mage? After pondering for a long time, before Mariglin could figure out how to speak, Linden spoke first. I want to introduce you to someone. He is very suitable to be your mentor. As for whether you two can get along, that depends on your discussions. Teacher Linden took the initiative to introduce, and Mariglin could not refuse. Moreover, the mentoring system is a mutual selection system, and both parties must agree for it to succeed. If someone wants to play tricks, flattering in front, and then using Mariglin as a servant behind the scenes, the Count Green's army is not to be trifled with. Thank you for the recommendation, teacher. May I ask who the mentor is? When he comes, you will know, Linden said mysteriously, closing his eyes to communicate mentally. Moments later, Mariglin felt a sudden pulse of magical energy in his spatial magic, and he instinctively looked behind him. He saw a man of medium build, with white hair and snowy white eyes, a handsome middle-aged man standing behind him. Little Linden, is this the student you recommended for me? The middle-aged handsome man, with snowy white eyes like electric light, stared straight at Mariglin, continuously evaluating him. At that moment, Mariglin felt as if he were a block of ancient ice, frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing the man, Teacher Linden excitedly walked up to him and respectfully replied, "Yes, Director." Chapter 40 Instant Teleportation. Indeed, it is spatial magic. Little Linden, you were not mistaken. This little guy is indeed a good seed. After examining Mariglin, the Dean of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis, nodded, a hint of surprise appearing on his calm face. When the scrutinizing gaze was withdrawn, Mariglin felt he could move again and quickly walked up to Dean Webster, respectfully performing a studentess salute. Student Mariglin, greetings to the Dean. A little guy from the Green family? He actually has such talent to cultivate spatial magic. It's truly incredible. The dean's expression was calm as he looked at Merriglyn's light blue eyes, the corners of his mouth raised as he continued. You have the Campbell bloodline within you, but your talent has suppressed that bloodline. If that old guy from the Campbell family knew about this, he probably wouldn't have slept well for the past few years. Little guy, you know who I am, right? Hearing this, Merriglyn quickly nodded, looking at him with admiration. Although he had never seen this person before, based on his appearance and Teacher Linden's title, he could already infer his identity. Webster Ellis, a level 7 Ice Magic Master. Combat Mage, Dean of the Ellis Academy's Magic Division, the current ruler of the Stanley Ellis Tower, the #1 magician of the North, and the leader of the Duke Ellis's Mage Group. Such a renowned person would be known by anyone who knows a little about this field, let alone Merriglyn. A student of Ellis Academy. Your talent is good. Your cultivation speed is already on par with mine at the same age. What's even rarer is that you have cultivated the exceptionally rare spatial magic, making you even more outstanding. At this point, Dean Webster's mood was somewhat complex. He had been called a genius throughout his life, and his achievements certainly lived up to that title. He just didn't expect to meet a talent like Merriglyn, who appears once in 100 years. So I want to take you as my student. Are you willing? Upon hearing Dean Webster's words, Merriglyn was overjoyed and wanted to agree immediately, but he managed to suppress his excitement and said hesitantly, I really want to agree to become your student, Dean. But this is such a significant matter. I would like to discuss it with my parents or my elder brother before giving a response. Such important matters should be handled this way. Dean Webster nodded and was not angry that Merriglyn did not agree immediately. In this world, learning magic is a very expensive endeavor. Even if a mentor is found and is willing to accept and teach him, the mentor is not giving knowledge for free. So family support is also needed. Without family support, who pays the expensive tuition? Who provides the materials needed for cultivation? A mentor? Impossible. No mentor would do such a foolish thing unless you sold yourself to him. Based on Merriglyn's talent and qualifications, if he chose to sell himself to Webster Ellis, he would be more than willing to accept and train Merriglyn vigorously. But another problem arose. Merriglyn is not without roots. He is from the Green family. And if this matter comes to light, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for the Green family? Moreover, Merriglyn is not willing to sell himself to Dean Webster because, while he would gain many coveted things, he would lose his freedom and have to submit to the other party. Therefore, the best choice is to have someone who can make decisions in the Green family negotiate with Webster Ellis to discuss a mutually agreeable training plan. My elder brother, Ryan Green, is the first heir of the Green family and is currently studying at Ellis Academy. He is a third-year student at the Warrior Academy. May I consult him first? That would be much more convenient. Dean Webster stroked his chin, nodded, and then said to Teacher Linden, Little Linden, you have taught well. This year's teacher budget will be increased for you. I hope you can nurture more outstanding students. Thank you, Dean. Being praised by the dean made even Teacher Linden beam with joy, not to mention that there would be a tangible reward, so he gratefully thanked him loudly. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Webster turned his attention to Merriglyn and raised his hand to grasp his shoulder. Merriglyn was a bit confused, not knowing why Dean Webster did this. And before he could ask his question, Dean Webster teasingly asked him, Have you ever experienced instant teleportation? Huh, instant. Merriglyn had not finished his sentence when a gray magic ring enveloped the two of them, and then they disappeared right before Linden Beer's eyes. Seeing this scene, Linden was astonished. This is the power of space. Moving? Merriglyn only felt a darkness before his eyes, and the spatial magic within him was continuously pulsating. In the blink of an eye, Merriglyn found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. Originally, he was in the living room of Teacher Linden's magic tower, but in the blink of an eye, he was brought to an empty room by Dean Webster. This room was so empty that there was only a jade stone platform. Nothing else. You recover here. I'll go get your older brother, Reinhardt. Murray Green opened his mouth, filled with a multitude of questions, wanting to get answers from Dean Webster. But before he could ask anything, Dean Webster's figure vanished. Instant teleportation. This was definitely a spatial skill of instant movement. If the dean could teleport, then he must have also trained in spatial magic. No wonder Teacher Linden said he would introduce me to a suitable mentor. A mentor who knows spatial magic is indeed the most suitable. Overwhelmed with excitement, Murray Green felt the surprise was too sudden, making it hard for him to control himself. Fortunately, he had strong mental power. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and began to look around, wanting to know where he was. He quickly walked to the window and looked outside, only to see many magic towers of varying heights surrounding him. But none of them were taller than the one he was in. Further away, countless houses sprawled beneath him. Wow, the Tower of Stanley Ellis. I'm inside the Tower of Stanley Ellis. Indeed, the only place where he could see such a view was inside the Tower of Stanley Ellis. At a height of several hundred meters, everything around became insignificant. It felt as if he were standing above the clouds, looking down at everything on the ground. One can reach the peak and overlook the mountains. Watching everything submit beneath him, Murray Green's heart surged with emotion, and he couldn't help but entertain other thoughts. One day, I will build a magic tower of the same height, overlooking all things in the world. No, my magic tower will be even taller, piercing the clouds. Chapter 41. Not on the same channel, Murray? What are you doing here? Not long after, while admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window, Murray Green heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was surprised to see his older brother, Reinhardt Green. At this moment, Reinhardt was utterly confused. He had just been in a practical combat class, where his mentor had arranged several strong senior brothers to help him practice, but shortly after the fight began, he was whisked away by Dean Webster from the Magic Academy. Where am I? What happened? Before Reinhardt could figure it out, he was brought to this unfamiliar place. However, upon seeing the familiar figure of Murray Green, he was even more puzzled. What is going on? Did my little brother make a mistake, and now I have to come for a parent-teacher meeting? No way. I'm just a third-year student, only 2 years older than Murray. Thinking this, Reinhardt felt a bit gloomy, his expression darkening. All right, your brother is here. You two discuss this, and then inform Count Green. It would be best if you could get him to discuss this with me. What mistake? Do we really need to call Dad over? Could it be that Murray got caught trying to flirt with his granddaughter? No, wait. Dean Webster is over 100 years old. His granddaughter is already over 50. Could it be his great-granddaughter? Reinhardt's thoughts began to scatter. Once Dean Webster left the room, Reinhardt's expression became serious, and he looked at Murray Green with a stern face. Brother, I have a major life decision I want to discuss with you. Seeing Reinhardt, Murray Green hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. Observing the joy on Murray Green's face, along with the mention of a major life decision, Reinhardt felt his earlier suspicions were correct. All right, little Murray, I didn't expect you to have such abilities, managing to get close to Dean Webster's great-granddaughter. Well done. Thinking this, Reinhardt immediately nodded in response. That's great. Murray, being able to connect with Dean Webster is something that I, your older brother, and our parents fully support. Murray Green thought Dean Webster had already informed Reinhardt about the plan to take him on as a student, so he was very excited to hear Reinhardt's straightforward support. He immediately hugged Reinhardt, laughing as he patted his back, and said, Haha, big brother, thank you for supporting me. At first, I thought you wouldn't support me, and I was thinking about how to convince you. I didn't expect you to be so good to me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing Murray Green's heartfelt words, Reinhardt furrowed his brow, realizing something was off. Could it be that this kid is planning to marry in? Which is why he needs our support. This thought flashed through Reinhardt's mind, and his heart tightened. His little brother had grown up under his watch, always obedient and sensible. He had planned to take him to the battlefield in the future to earn some military merit, hoping to secure him a noble seat. But now he wanted to marry in. No way. Even if she is Dean Webster's great-granddaughter, I can't let my little brother marry in. Dean Webster is not to be trifled with, but our Green family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Reinhardt opened his mouth, wanting to directly tell him that he did not accept Murray Green's choice to marry in, but seeing how excited Murray Green was, he hesitated. If he rejected so bluntly now, it might make Murray Green accept it for the moment, but knowing his little brother, despite his weak appearance, he was quite stubborn. If he developed a rebellious mindset later, it would be troublesome. Ahem, as your older brother, I support you in spirit, but don't get too happy too early. Dealing with mom and dad won't be easy. How about you tell me your thoughts and the specifics? I can help you think it through, and together we can persuade mom and dad. Reinhardt planned to approach the matter from the side, wanting to understand the specifics and whether Murray Green was under pressure from Dean Webster, thus having to choose to marry in, or if Dean Webster's great-granddaughter had some clever means to manipulate Murray Green. Understanding the problem, analyzing it, and solving it, that was the solution Reinhardt thought of. However, at this moment, the extremely excited Murray Green was completely oblivious to Reinhardt's unusual thoughts. He placed one hand on Reinhardt's shoulder and extended the other hand in front of him, saying mysteriously, Brother, let me show you something good. Before he finished speaking, a gray light rose from Murray Green's hand. Seeing this scene, Reinhardt's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the gray light. This is magic power. This color isn't water attribute magic. Gray is spatial. This is spatial magic. Reinhardt exclaimed in shock, and a raging fire ignited in his heart. In less than a month, he had cultivated magic power. This was the stature of a battle mage. For the distinguished Green family, even as a Count family, there had been no one capable of cultivating a battle mage of their own. Now, his little brother had the hope of becoming a battle mage, and it was the most powerful spatial battle mage. How could that old man Dean Webster try to pluck the fruit of their Green family? No way. Even if he is from the Ellis family, so what? The first mage of the North, so what? The dean of the Magic Academy, so what? The Green family had countless warriors who died in battle over the past 200 years, wrapped in horsehide, just to avoid being bullied by others. The Green family, even if they had to break the fishnet, could not let Dean Webster's conspiracy succeed. Reinhardt looked down at the smiling Murray Green, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Murray has really grown up. In order to stabilize the family, he actually chose to endure and compromise. No, we can't sacrifice Murray. Brother, why do you look so unhappy? Are you jealous of me? Noticing that Reinhardt's expression was off, Murray asked in confusion. Reinhardt sighed, not expecting that Murray was still trying to lighten the mood and comfort him, his elder brother. So he decided to lay things out clearly and let his younger brother know that with the family around, he didn't have to bear everything alone. Murray, you actually don't need to. You must be envious and jealous of me, but there's nothing you can do because your younger brother here is exceptionally gifted. I easily mastered a bit of spatial magic and was even taken in as a student by the headmaster of the Magic Academy. Reinhardt's expression froze, while Murray continued. But don't worry, since you've taken such good care of me before, when I become powerful, I'll definitely treat you to a good life. What? Did you just say that old Webster Ellis wants to take you as a student? Shoo, keep it down. Although Headmaster Webster is indeed quite old, can you show a little bit of politeness, brother? Don't keep calling him an old man. He is your younger brother's future mentor. If you offend him, my future days will be tough. Meanwhile, outside in the tea room waiting for news, Webster Ellis's lips twitched, and he squinted at the meditation room where the two brothers were. Chapter 42. The arrival of the Countess listening to Murray clearly explained everything. Reinhardt's anger towards Webster Ellis instantly vanished, followed by a wave of joy. Ha, great news. You've cultivated spatial magic and are going to be taken in by Headmaster Webster as a student. It really is a double blessing. Our Green family is finally about to welcome our own combat magic, and it's spatial combat magic. Reinhardt's face was filled with excitement, while Murray was somewhat confused about his elder brother's sudden change from unhappy to cheerful. Previously, he seemed displeased with Headmaster Webster, but now he was full of admiration. What a contradiction. However, Murray didn't think too much about it. Otherwise, if he found out Reinhardt's previous thoughts, his expression would have been quite interesting. Brother, don't worry. The family has put in great effort to cultivate me. I will definitely bring back hundreds or thousands of times the benefits. Murray patted his chest, speaking with great confidence. Reinhardt did not comment on this, believing that Murray becoming a combat mage was already the greatest return for the Green family. The choice of Headmaster Webster as your mentor is absolutely agreed upon by the family. It just depends on how much training resources will be invested later. But don't worry. The family will definitely do everything possible to support you, helping you reach great heights and become stronger. Thank you, brother. Murray, excited, hugged Reinhardt once more. And Reinhardt patted his back, pulling him away and placing his hands on Murray's shoulders, looking calmly into his eyes as he said, "We're all family. There's no need for thanks. Now, come with me to accept Headmaster Webster's invitation. And then I will write a letter to let father or mother come to the school to meet your future mentor and discuss specific training matters." The two brothers left the meditation room and entered the living room, standing respectfully in front of Headmaster Webster, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Headmaster, for valuing Murray. It is his fortune to have you as his mentor. Our Green family fully supports this, and please rest assured about the subsequent tuition and training fees. Our family will do everything we can to satisfy you." At this point, Reinhardt paused, turned to look at Murray, patted his shoulder, and then turned back to Headmaster Webster. "Here, I, Reinhardt Green, the first heir of the Green family, represent the Green family in entrusting Murray to your guidance. We trouble you to take care of him in the future. Ha. No problem, no problem. To have such a gifted student like Murray is also a stroke of luck for me." As he spoke, Webster pointed to the chairs in front of the two brothers, and the two chairs moved back to a suitable position, indicating for the Green brothers to sit down. Once the two brothers obediently sat down, Headmaster Webster flicked his fingers, and 2 cups of fragrant tea flew in front of them. Smelling the tea fragrance, Murray's eyes lit up, convinced that it was definitely a good thing. After the two of them had a few cups of tea, Headmaster Webster gave Murray a few words of advice before letting them leave. However, when they went downstairs, Murray discovered that there was actually a magical elevator, which relieved him. Otherwise, going down from several hundred meters in the magic tower would have been quite troublesome. After leaving Stanley Ellis Tower, Reinhardt immediately wrote down everything in a letter and arranged for a magical beast messenger hawk to deliver the letter back to the Green family. A few days later, a cavalry squad of 50 escorted Countess Penny Campbell to Ellis Academy. Mother. The gentle-faced Penny Campbell reached out to touch her 2 sons' heads and then looked into Murray's eyes, saying, "Little Murray, excellent. You truly are my little treasure." The Countess's straightforward praise made Murray blush instantly, his fair face turning scarlet, and goosebumps covered his body. Feeling quite embarrassed, Murray didn't know how to respond and could only lower his head and smile. Seeing his shy demeanor, the Countess let out a silver bell-like laugh, attracting teasing looks from passing students. Upon realizing that it was just a parent visiting their child, they withdrew their gazes. "Let's go. We should visit Headmaster Webster." After chatting about some daily trivial matters, the cavalry squad waited near the academy gate while the Countess led her 2 sons into the academy, skillfully heading towards Stanley Ellis Tower. "It's been a long time since I've been to Ellis Academy. The last time was when I was in 2nd grade. A nostalgic look appeared in Penny Campbell's eyes, and upon hearing her words, the 2 brothers exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling certain things. Some past stories about Countess Penny Campbell, a complicated tale that defied ethics. Penny Campbell, the daughter of a marquis, was born from the Pure Blood Project and possessed a pure Campbell bloodline. With light blue hair and dual-colored eyes, by rights, her bloodline strength should have been very strong, and she was expected to become a powerful water mage in the future. But now, things had not gone as planned. Success can also lead to failure. Penny Campbell's talent stemmed from the Pure Blood Project, but she also faced numerous trials because of it. The Pure Blood Project aimed to have powerful beings with Star Warriors or great Mega status in the family, who were strong enough to endow their bloodline with their attributes and pass them on to their descendants. The Campbell family had a water great Magus in their ancestry, so the water talent of later generations was stronger than that of ordinary people. However, due to the passage of time, the purity of the bloodline had decreased, preventing the talents of later generations from manifesting. In this situation, the Pure Blood Project emerged. The plan was quite simple: cousin marriages, during which certain potions or methods would be used to purify the bloodline. This could strengthen the talents of the offspring, with few major flaws. However, nothing is ever foolproof. This plan could enhance the purity of the family's bloodline for future generations, but it could also produce some negative effects. And Penny Campbell was a manifestation of those negative effects. Although she possessed a very strong talent, she was born with a weak constitution and faced the risk of premature death from birth. It was perhaps due to the powerful influence of the Marquis of Campbell that Penny Campbell was able to grow up safely with the help of very expensive treasures. However, later in her second year, she had to drop out of school due to health reasons, which prevented her from completing her studies and graduating normally from Ellis Academy. After reaching adulthood, Penny Campbell was deemed extremely difficult to conceive due to her congenital weakness. As a result, although she was the legitimate daughter of a marquis, no noble heir dared to propose to the Marquis of Campbell to marry Penny Campbell. This was because nobles placed great importance on offspring, without descendants. Their noble titles could not be inherited and would have to be passed to siblings, which was akin to the destruction of the family for heirs raised in noble education. In such circumstances, Penny Campbell remained secluded, and even though the Marquis of Campbell prepared a large dowry, he could not marry her off to a noble heir and make her a noble lady. Meanwhile, the Green family erupted in the largest and most brutal war in history against the barbaric orcs on the northern border. The previous head of the Green family, Murray Green's grandfather, sacrificed himself in this war. The current head of the Green family, Count Green, was urgently appointed to take over the family leadership at this time. He faced two choices. One was to shrink the front line and retreat, preserving some foundation, and the other was to continue the attack. According to Count Green's character, he chose the second option without hesitation. At the same time, he proposed to the Marquis of Campbell to marry Penny Campbell and armed a cavalry unit with a generous dowry. For this war, Count Green staked his noble title, and even though he later won and successfully rose to the rank of Earl, the entire North and even the entire kingdom of Ranyes regarded him as a joke because he married a woman with almost zero fertility. The noble status he struggled to maintain would have no heir to inherit it. Everyone believed that Count Green won the war but lost everything. Under such circumstances, Penny Campbell's congenital weakness and the pressure of being unable to bear children caused her body and spirit to weaken, and she seemed to be on the verge of death. Just then, Penny Campbell successfully became pregnant and, risking her life, gave birth to Ryan Green, giving the Green family a descendant and restoring its prosperity. The birth of Ryan Green made Penny Campbell feel proud and invigorated, even revitalizing her health, allowing her to hold on for a few more years. Initially, she thought that accompanying Ryan Green to grow up was already a fantasy, let alone being able to become pregnant again, but perhaps after suffering comes joy. A year later she became pregnant with Murray Green and safely delivered him. A woman with congenital physical defects, deemed extremely difficult to conceive, gave birth to two boys in succession. The exhilarated Penny Campbell's mental strength broke through directly, and she began to showcase her cultivation talent, becoming a magician and later transitioning to an alchemist. Unfortunately, she missed the best cultivation period and later took charge of the finances of the Green territory, which left her with insufficient time for training, now stuck at the intermediate magician level. The three of them passed by several magic towers and finally arrived at the West Stanley Ellis Tower. Looking up at the towering magic tower, the Countess had a very complex expression. Who in their youth did not want to become a powerful magician? She was no exception, so even with her congenital weakness, she entered Ellis Academy to study magic. And this Stanley Ellis Tower represented the pinnacle of magic in the North. Who wouldn't want to become its master? Unfortunately, she lost her qualification to compete. The Countess turned her head to look at Murray Green, reached out to touch his head, and smiled gently. "Let's go, little Murray. Let's go meet your future mentor, the #1 magician in the North." The door of the Stanley Ellis Tower opened silently, as if welcoming guests. The three entered, and the door closed just as silently. A floating stone platform flew to their feet. Seeing this scene, Murray Green's eyes widened in disbelief. He had previously thought this stone platform was just a magical elevator, only able to go up and down. But now he realized that it was much stronger than an elevator and could be used in this way. The three stood on the stone platform, which flew swiftly and steadily through the flying passage, which Murray Green initially thought was an elevator shaft, heading toward the top of the magic tower. Before long, the stone platform came to a smooth stop. Penny Campbell led the way forward, with the two brothers following closely behind their mother. Stepping into the hall, they saw the Snow White Webster Ellis sitting behind a tea table pouring tea, just filling the third cup. Without looking up, Webster Ellis waved his hand, and 3 chairs flew out. After the 3 sat down, the headmaster's snow-white eyes continuously scrutinized the Countess and Murray Green, his snow-white brows slightly furrowed. "What is the headmaster looking at?" the Countess asked after taking a sip of her black tea. "Watching something interesting," Webster replied with a slight smile. "Penny Campbell, I have heard of you. They say your magical talent is no less than your elder brother's, but unfortunately, your congenital weakness prevents you from training. Indeed, some things can only be heard, not completely trusted. Which words can be trusted, and which cannot? Simple, the truth can be trusted, and lies cannot." Murray Green, listening to the 2 elders circling around, suddenly felt that the seemingly mature and steady #1 magician in the North, Webster Ellis, might not be as reliable as he had imagined. "Your bloodline talent is stronger than your elder brother's, but unfortunately, your bloodline did not suppress this little fellow." "Thank you for the headmaster's compliment," Murray Green said, suddenly feeling that the headmaster seemed quite reliable again. The Countess's elegant demeanor began to retract as she fixed her gaze on Headmaster Webster, gently parting her red lips. "A good material needs a suitable and skilled swordsmith to forge it into an extraordinary sword. Murray has exceptional talent, but he needs a good mentor to fully realize his potential." After a pause, the Countess stood up, and the 2 brothers, seeing this scene, also wanted to stand. But the Countess pressed Ryan Green's shoulder, preventing him from rising, while Murray Green naturally stood up with her. The Countess placed her hand on Murray Green's back, applying a little force, and together they respectfully bowed to Headmaster Webster. "I dare to impose on you, Headmaster, and ask you to take Murray as a student and guide him." "Ha ha." Hearing the Countess's words, Headmaster Webster smiled, with a wave of his right hand. Murray Green felt an invisible force supporting his body, allowing him to stand up straight slowly. Students chase after powerful mentors, and mentors also pursue students with great talent. Murray's talent is rare in the world, and it is my fortune to be his mentor, so you need not be so polite, madam. While using his mental power to support the 2, Headmaster Webster continued speaking, but after the Countess was helped up, she did not sit down again. She reached out and grasped the air, and a piece of white paper appeared in her pristine hand. Seeing this familiar scene, Murray Green's attention was immediately drawn to the spatial ring on the Countess's hand. "This is the tuition fee we discussed after consulting with the children's father. I hope Headmaster will not find it unworthy." The Countess spoke as she took off the spatial ring in front of the shocked gazes of the Murray and Ryan Greens, placing it on a piece of white paper and sliding it across to Webster. Chapter 44. Spatial feedback. After the Countess took the 2 brothers out of the Stanley Ellis Tower, they still looked a bit dazed. Murray Green had only 3 words in his mind: too expensive. Paying this tuition made him feel pained. He had thought more than once about reaching out to pick up the spatial ring, but unfortunately, it remained just a thought, and in the end, he did not act on it. "Mother, this tuition..." Before Murray Green could finish, the Countess smiled and interrupted him, saying seriously, "This tuition is well worth it. Ryan Murray, you must understand that the most expensive knowledge is magic, and spatial magic is the rarest and most expensive among magical knowledge. Many people hold gold bricks and cannot learn the knowledge they desire. Now that the dean intends to teach Murray, it is a stroke of luck for him, and also for the Green family." At this point, the Countess couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "You are well aware of the situation in the Green territory. The northern barbarian orcs have recovered after many years and are now eyeing the land your father fought for. He was supposed to come with me to visit you, but he received a report at the last minute about the presence of barbarian orcs around the territory. So he changed his itinerary to inspect the situation at the front lines. Humph. These barbarian orcs are truly unaware of their own mortality, daring to offend the Green territory. Just wait, I will make sure they regret it." Hearing this news, Ryan Green huffed angrily, his demeanor excited, as if he couldn't wait to charge to the front lines with a great sword to attack the barbarian orcs. Ryan, the young lion of the Green family. You will have your chance at the front lines. At that time, you will show even more bravery than your father and achieve even greater accomplishments." The Countess reached out to pat Ryan's head, instantly turning the lion-like Ryan Green into a cute little kitten. Then her gaze turned to Murray Green, staring into his light blue eyes, and said seriously, "The magical power of the Green territory is weak, and in war, without mages, we can only rely on the flesh and blood of soldiers to fight. Neither your father nor I want to see such a situation arise. Murray, you carry the hopes of our entire Green family and the whole Green territory. I hope you can become strong in the future, to help your elder brother in the Green territory." Faced with his mother's hopes and requests, Murray Green felt a surge of emotions, his eyes reddening as he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Ha ha ha, Murray, you have to train hard in magic with the dean. Once you graduate, with our brothers working together, we will definitely crush those barbarian orcs and have father grant you a noble title. TCH, I don't care for the title father grants me. When I grow up, I plan to split the family. I have to get His Majesty the King to grant me a title close to the Green territory, so I can come back to see Mother every day. Mother, if you stay at home for too long, come to my territory for a vacation." Murray Green buried his emotions deep inside, collected himself, and replied. However, the two listening to his words didn't take his bravado to heart. According to his words, he was preparing to start anew, following in the footsteps of his ancestors to re-establish a noble power, and the difficulties involved were unimaginable. The ancestors had to push forward or face death. They didn't believe Murray Green had the perseverance to continue down that path. Murray, that's great. However, to establish a noble power, you can't do it alone. Do you have a girl you like recently? Since you're here, I can help you propose. So you can settle down and have children. I can help you take care of them, and when the little one grows up, they can help you in battle. The Countess said jokingly, but upon hearing this, Murray Green's expression froze, his eyes widening as he looked at the Countess, then at his elder brother Ryan Green. Filled with confusion. Mother, I'm only 16, just an adult. In another world, I'm still not of age, and you're already pushing for marriage and wanting grandkids. Why are you urging me instead of elder brother? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Besides, with elder brother's reckless personality, if you don't let him settle down and leave descendants, it won't be stable. After staying in Ellis City for a few days and enjoying family time with the two brothers, the Countess hurried back to the Green territory with the cavalry. After being accepted as a student by Dean Webster, Murray Green's life didn't change much. It remained quite regular. Previously, it was eating, sleeping, attending classes, going back to the dormitory to meditate, and going to the meditation room to meditate. Now it became eating, sleeping, attending classes, going to Stanley Ellis Tower to meditate, and going to the meditation room to meditate. There wasn't much change, but Murray Green felt that his training progress was accelerating. The originally droplet-sized magic power orb had grown to the size of an egg. This seemingly extraordinary training speed surprised even Webster. Your magic power is already sufficient to support the use of magic. Now I will teach you a spell. Dean Webster paused, appreciating Murray Green's eager expression, akin to seeing a dog eyeing a bone. However, Murray Green thought to himself, you old man, you were so eager when collecting tuition, but now you're only teaching one spell? You should teach at least 17 or 18 to justify such an expensive tuition. This spell is a first-level spatial magic. Spatial magic? Murray Green's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately retracted his previous thoughts, realizing that his mentor was quite generous. Those with spatial attributes are few, and spatial magic is even rarer. Coupled with the special and mysterious nature of spatial magic, everyone wants to give it a try, which is why spatial magic is extraordinarily expensive. This leads to a frustrating situation for those learning spatial magic, having magic power but lacking spells. The first level spatial magic I will teach you is called spatial feedback, which allows the caster to clearly perceive the surrounding situation. Ahem, teacher, can I change to a more offensive spell? Murray Green said tactfully, but Dean Webster directly replied, the worst offensive spell in spatial magic is the fourth level spatial blade. A blade made of spatial magic power. Not to mention being invincible among the same level, it is an extremely powerful existence even against higher level opponents. Even a 5th or 6th level warrior cannot withstand a 4th level spatial blade. This is good, this is good. It's a pity I can't learn it yet. Once I reach level 4, it will be the first spell I learn. Just to let you know, teleportation is also a 4th level spatial magic. Dean Webster kindly reminded him, which left Murray Green in silence. The spatial blade and teleportation. One is the initial offensive spell of spatial magic, and mastering it means challenging higher levels is no longer a dream. Teleportation, on the other hand, is both offensive and defensive, known as a divine skill among spatial magic. Oh my, this is really a tough choice. Smack. Dean Webster flicked Murray Green on the forehead. Pay attention and don't get distracted. Now, let's learn spatial feedback. Chapter 45. Practicing magic. Murray Green mumbled incantations, clenched his right fist, extended his index finger, and a gray light appeared at the tip. He moved his finger in the air, leaving behind an eerie trace of gray light. Concentrate. The gray light trace condensed in the air into a strange geometric pattern, resembling a mirage, very ethereal. Seeing this pattern, Murray Green's heart filled with joy, and he quickly exclaimed, dissipate. The gray pattern expanded rapidly at his command, enveloping his entire body and continuously spreading in all directions. In that instant of being covered, Murray Green felt his thoughts floating out of his body, spreading outward along with the magic. The magical power spread to a distance of about 50 meters from Murray Green's body, reached its limit, and then began to return, ultimately flooding into Murray Green's mind with the information detected from the surroundings. Murray Green felt as if a complex set of information was being crammed into his head, like a computer being overwhelmed by a massive influx of data, unable to process it in time and becoming momentarily frozen. The feedback from the space brought information that he couldn't process instantaneously, causing his thoughts to stagnate, leaving him dazed in place. After taking a breath, Murray Green managed to react and went through the information that had integrated into his mind. The casting and the time taken to regain his senses exceeded 10 seconds, which in a battle could be enough for an opponent to kill him several times over. No, I need to keep practicing. I must compress this time. After self-reflecting, Murray Green began to repeat his previous actions, drawing patterns in the air, although this time he drew slightly faster than before. Just then, The gray light on his fingers flickered like a light bulb due to unstable voltage, but a flickering light bulb wouldn't affect its use. However, unstable magical energy directly led to incoherent spellcasting, and the illusory patterns Murray Green drew in the air shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Sigh. Frustrated. Murray Green let out a sigh, summarized his failed experiences, and after meditating for a while, he continued to practice. This time, Murray Green drew more steadily, but his speed was much slower than the first time. Success, then dispersion. After several days of practice, Murray Green finally compressed the casting time of this magic to 2 seconds and reduced the reaction time to 3 seconds. Achieving a 100 success rate in casting on the most recent day, he had initially mastered the space feedback magic. However, he felt a bit regretful that this was just a detection-type magic, not an offensive one. I'll go find my mentor and see if he can teach me an offensive spell. Impossible. In response to Murray Green's request, Webster Ellis, who was dealing with school affairs, didn't even lift his eyelids and directly refused. Hearing the mentor's rejection, Murray Green felt a chill in his heart. And before he could ask, Webster Ellis tossed aside his pen and began writing on the document. Oh, the Mage's Hand, a first-level mental assistance magic, a nice little spell. A good helper for mages. With the Mage's handwriting, Webster Ellis leaned back and gazed at Murray Green, saying, "How's your practice with space feedback going?" "Not bad. I can succeed 8 or 9 times out of 10. Overall the time is about 5 seconds. Webster Ellis's expression remained unchanged, but deep down he was astonished. He hadn't expected Murray Green to reach this level with space feedback in just a few days. Then keep practicing, reach 100. And then speed up your casting and reduce the casting interval. As for offensive magic, don't rush. Your most important task now is to cultivate and increase your magical power. Spending energy to learn cross-attribute magic for one offensive spell is not worth it. In this world, mages are categorized by attributes. For example, Murray Green is a space attribute mage, and Webster Ellis is an ice attribute mage. However, being of a certain attribute does not mean one can only use magic of that attribute. Webster Ellis's main attribute is ice, with a secondary attribute of space. So his strongest magic is ice magic, followed by space magic. But he can also cast some low-level magic of other attributes, such as conjuring a fireball, naturally with ease. This is cross-attribute magic. Cross-attribute magic can transcend the limitations of one's body attributes to cast magic of other attributes, with the strongest being able to cast all types of magic. It sounds impressive, but in practice, it can be quite challenging. It requires several times the energy to learn a spell that differs from one's own attribute. If that energy were spent on one's own attribute magic, several spells could be learned instead. For students like Murray Green, who are just starting their training, there is no need to learn cross-attribute magic right now, as their priority is to cultivate during this golden period of training to become stronger, as this yields the highest cost-effectiveness. Only when their cultivation improvement becomes less noticeable is it the best time to diversify their combat capabilities and methods. Therefore, those who can master all attributes are generally individuals whose cultivation has little to no possibility of improvement. If it weren't to help students control their powers and increase some self-defense abilities, many teachers wouldn't actually teach magic to students, preferring instead to have them focus solely on cultivation and enhancing their levels. However, now a prodigy has appeared, with astonishing cultivation speed. If it continues, it will lead to overexertion in training. Currently, the only first-level space magic he can learn is the detection-type space feedback. With this in mind, Webster Ellis extended 2 fingers, pointed into the air, and Murray Green felt a tap on his forehead, suddenly gaining new insights in his mind. This is part of the training methods for battle techniques. You can refer to it while practicing space feedback to prepare for later transitioning to battle techniques. Battle techniques? Thank you, mentor. Having received something valuable, Murray Green's face broke into a smile, and he glanced enviously at the pen writing by itself, continuing, "Look, I only have 1 magic. Doesn't that seem too thin? Plus, practicing just 1 magic can become nauseating. Why not teach me that little spell too? I can practice them interchangeably with space feedback. Who wouldn't want a magic that allows them to do their homework without lifting a finger?" Haha. Webster Ellis chuckled lightly and finally shook his head with a smile. "All right, I'll teach you both." He then raised his hand to point, and Murray Green felt a sharp knock on his forehead, instinctively letting out a cry of pain. "Mentor, can we not knock on my forehead next time? If this keeps up, I might really have a bulge on my head. If you talk more, I'll give you a whole bunch." "Got it. Thank you, mentor. Goodbye." Noticing that Webster Ellis was becoming somewhat impatient, Murray Green quickly suppressed his other thoughts and hurriedly said his farewells and retreated. Chapter 46. Revolver 2 spells, 1 space feedback, a detection magic of the space attribute, and 1 Mage's Hand, a mental assistance magic. Murray Green practiced continuously, but the more he practiced, the more anxious he became. In this extraordinary world, although he had already cultivated magical power and become a first-level mage, both spells were rather unimpressive. If it came to combat, the fighting power he could unleash was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. while his opponents were either warriors who could defeat over 10 ordinary people with their bare hands, or mages who could eliminate foes from dozens of meters away. Currently, Murray Green, despite being the rarest space mage, had the actual combat power of the weakest first-level mage. Even a casually learned offensive spell would surpass him. This made Murray Green hesitant to tell Nick Brown that he had become a wizard. What if Nick asked him to demonstrate? Would he use spatial feedback to analyze Nick's mocking expression, or would he awkwardly use the mage hand to pluck Nick Brown's nose hair? This power probably wouldn't be enough to remove Nick's nose hair, Murray thought. Ugh, nose hair? This won't do. He needed to find some sense of security. Murray touched the two guns at his waist, and his restless and uneasy heart found temporary relief. Then he decisively pulled out the simplified gun, used the mage hand to pick up a pen, and while feeling the cold simplified gun, he drew the design plan, continuously thinking and revising it in his mind. He didn't know how long it took, but with the mage hand holding the pen, he sketched away on the white paper until a mature design plan took shape. After looking at this design plan carefully multiple times, a smile appeared on his face. Yes, this is it. Once he had made up his mind, Murray took 2 days off over the weekend from Minter Webster, saying he wanted to go home, which meant resting at the manor outside the city to adjust his state. Minter Webster Ellis, who had checked on Murray's study progress, knew that Murray had indeed been working hard during this time. So taking a break for 2 days was a good choice. After all, a wizard's training is not about haste, but about tranquility. How can a wizard who cannot calm down grow stronger? Successfully taking leave, Murray entered the manor's independent forging room with a large bag on his back. He took out items from the bag and placed them sequentially on the empty platform. A 10-kilogram long copper block, 3 1-kilogram silver blocks, 10 gold coins, some molds, a small bag of processed powder like magic crystal powder, a large bag of ordinary gunpowder, and a piece of white paper filled with firearm structures. Fixing the firearm diagram onto the wooden board in front of him, Murray took out the existing molds, made slight adjustments with a carving knife, and then made several new molds using the forging room's mold clay. Placing all the molds on the platform, Murray extended his index finger and cast a spatial feedback spell, this time actively narrowing the range to focus on all the molds on this platform. Closing his eyes, Murray organized the feedback information he received. The mold for the bullet head needed some modification, as the produced bullet head was a bit small and couldn't fit with the cartridge. The mold for the barrel needed to be straightened, otherwise, the produced barrel would be bent and unusable. The spatial feedback, which Murray used like a scanner, transmitted all the details to his brain, allowing him to grasp many details he hadn't noticed before. After adjusting the molds, Murray fired up the smelting furnace and tossed the copper block inside. Once it melted into copper liquid, he poured it out and then melted the silver blocks and gold coins one by one. He took out some copper liquid, heated it to a boil in the smelting furnace, then added some silver and gold liquid, stirring continuously to blend the 3 metals, and finally poured them into several molds. He then created a different ratio of metal mixture and poured it into other molds. Different structures required different strength requirements, so he needed to create various strengths of gold, silver, copper alloys. Of course, this was also due to Murray's budget constraints. Otherwise, he would have directly used pure gold or crafted a handgun from magical metal, which wouldn't require adjusting metal ratios. While waiting for the molds to set, Murray processed some of the magic crystal powder again to make it finer. To obtain this batch of finer powder, he used his mage hand to grind it grain by grain. At this moment, Murray never thought that his 2 spells would be so useful. After finishing the last firearm accessory and placing it on the platform, Murray turned to look out the window. It was already dark. Stretching his stiff body, he shifted his gaze back to the platform in front of him. Gun grip, cylinder, lock, trigger. Murray crossed his fingers and pushed forward, moving his hands. Then without hesitation picked up the firearm accessories and began to assemble them. Before long, all the parts were installed, and a silver-yellow revolver appeared in Murray's hands. This was a revolver. The metallic body could hold 6 bullets in its cylinder, exuding a sense of mechanical violence. The main body was made of silver-copper alloy, mixed with some gold to make its structure sturdier. The bullets, however, were his painstakingly modified version. The previous bullets consisted of a cartridge case, bullet head, and gunpowder mixed with magic crystal powder. By using a carving knife to thin the base of the cartridge case, he made it easier to ignite, but it was unstable. The bullets he manufactured now were much closer to modern craftsmanship, featuring a bullet head, cartridge case, gunpowder, and primer. Murray modified the structure and materials of the cartridge case base, allowing the bullets to ignite more easily and enabling the cartridge case to be reused. He added a primer, which was finer pure magic crystal powder, laid in a thin layer at the base of the cartridge case to increase the ignition probability of the bullet and make the ignition process smoother. Although its power still couldn't compare to the magic crystal gun, the optimized revolver had a 30 increase in power compared to the simplified gun, and most importantly, it could fire 6 rounds in succession. When he first held it, the cold metallic feel contrasted with the warmth in Murray's heart. The anxiety that had been plaguing him disappeared the moment he touched the grip. Without loading any bullets, Murray pulled the trigger a few times to test its smoothness. and upon noticing any irregularities, he disassembled the parts and finally polished them with a grinding tool. After multiple adjustments, the smoothness of this revolver finally met Murray's requirements. He then disassembled all the parts, soaked them in beast oil 3 times, wrapped them with cloth, and placed them in an exquisite wooden box. Finally, Murray hugged the wooden box and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 47. Invitation from Elizabeth. The next day, after sleeping in, Murray followed the production process of his first gun to make a second one. However, this gun differed from the first revolver. It was still styled as a revolver, but had a much shorter barrel. Trying to tuck it into his sleeve or pocket, Murray found that if he wore looser clothing, it would be easy to hide this gun on his person. After completing this conveniently portable revolver, Murray turned the remaining materials into bullets. Retiring the simplified gun, he holstered the magic crystal gun and the long revolver at his waist, hiding the short revolver in his left sleeve, feeling an unprecedented sense of security wash over him. He chuckled, thinking, hey, there's still some time today. How about trying out the gun at the Kai's Mountain? However, after thinking it over, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. Unlike warriors, early-stage wizards, although stronger than ordinary people, are not that much stronger. Winning against 2 or 3 ordinary people barehanded might leave them with bruises and come at a great cost. Moreover, low-level wizards have limited magical power and spells they can use. If a few spells fail to kill the opponent, they wouldn't even have the chance to run away, let alone someone like him, the weakest level 1 wizard. Therefore, before a wizard grows to be capable of venturing out alone, they generally choose to team up for adventures. In the team, the mage is the main damage dealer. After casting spells, he has companions to take care of him, making him very safe, and he can enjoy a life of leisure. He wants to ask his older brother, Reinhard, to go for a stroll in the Kaya Mountains again. But recalling that since their mother mentioned the instability of the border, Reinhard has been recruiting and building his own team at the academy, leaving him with no time to play. Sighing, Moorgreen feels a bit helpless. His peers are still in the classroom, struggling with meditation, and some are even memorizing meditation techniques. He doesn't know any of the older students, and without any connections, who would take a burden like him into the mountains for tasks or hunting. No, wait. Moorgreen touched the lining woven from silver-haired black bear fur and suddenly remembered the 2 second-year seniors who tried to rob him but ended up being taught a lesson by Reinhard. Forget it. It's the weekend, and they should be in the Kaya Mountains right now. If I go into the mountains looking for them, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, and it's quite dangerous. Disappointed, Moorgreen returned to school, walked into his dorm, and when closing the door, he suddenly saw an invitation letter in the mailbox. It was an ice blue noble invitation with elegant patterns on the surface. Upon seeing the patterns on the invitation, Moorgreen's pupils constricted. This invitation was from the Ellis family, and it was of significant status. Picking up the standardized invitation that only direct members of the Ellis family could use, Moorgreen slapped his forehead and suddenly thought of a name, Elizabeth Ellis. Opening the invitation. Sure enough, it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by Her Highness, the Northern Ice Lotus, Elizabeth. Seeing this invitation, Moorgreen felt a headache coming on. He wasn't a troublemaker. He preferred to amuse himself in his little world, but the host of this banquet was currently the biggest source of trouble in the north. However, due to his special status, Moorgreen had no choice but to approach this source of trouble, unless he and the Green family didn't want to make a living in the north anymore. Sigh. How happy I was yesterday, how sad I am today. After reading the invitation, Moorgreen collapsed on his bed, lying flat and looking dejected, not wanting to move. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could warm up under the covers, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door, and Moorgreen, disturbed, felt even sadder. He didn't want to get up to open the door, but he knew that if he didn't, it would be even more troublesome. Come on, stop knocking. If you break the door, not only will you have to fully compensate for the repair costs, but you'll also owe me for emotional damages. Good for you, Moorgreen. Not opening the door quickly. And you want me to pay for the door? There's no door to begin with. And not putting your uncle, me, in your eyes? That's simply outrageous. Just wait until I see your mother. I'll tell her about this, and I won't be called Nick Brown anymore. After opening the door, Nick Brown hurriedly walked into the room, checking Moorgreen's bed as usual. Moorgreen just glared at him with a sullen face, speechless. Do you really need to do this? Don't say I didn't do those things. Even if I did, what does it have to do with you, a single guy? Ah, Moorgreen, I'm your uncle. It's my duty to care for my younger generation and help you grow up healthy and happy. Your parents aren't around, so as your elder, I have to keep an eye on you, so you don't learn bad habits. Saying this, Nick Brown dramatically clutched his chest with an expression of heartbreak. Seeing this drama king starting to perform again, Moorgreen rolled his eyes and interrupted his act, sitting on the sofa and directly asking, how did you know I was in the dorm? Why aren't you discussing tactics with your comrades or fixing those out-of-town students? Why come looking for me? Since that banquet, Nick Brown had connected with other northern male classmates and formed an organization to protect Her Highness Elizabeth, aimed at countering the out-of-town students. They considered it a silent war, so within the organization, they referred to each other as comrades. And their daily mission and goal were to find ways to deal with those out-of-town students. Initially, Moore Green was quite curious about their organization. But when he learned that their daily approach was to invite those out-of-town classmates out for drinks, he lost interest. Ironically, as noble offspring, they needed to attract Elizabeth's attention and get her to notice them. Therefore, every action had to be graceful and noble, so spitting, gluing things to benches, or throwing bugs at others were actions no one would dare to take, as they could easily get themselves eliminated. At this point, they had been in school for less than 2 months and didn't possess Moore Green's magical talent. None were even mages yet, so magical duels were still out of reach. As for hand-to-hand combat, please, they were future noble mages who despised using brute force. Under such circumstances, drinking became the most straightforward and effective solution, simple, direct, and brutal, making it very uncomfortable for the opponent. Thus, they thought about how to get those out-of-town classmates drunk every day. So, facing Nick Brown's repeated invitations, Moore Green chose to refuse. And weekends were typically the time for the organization's activities. Generally, Nick Brown would go with his comrades to find out-of-town students for drinks, and wouldn't come to disturb him. Chapter 48, The First Invitation. Hearing Moore Green's question, Nick Brown rolled his eyes, naturally sitting on the sofa opposite him. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of cold black tea. After taking a sip, Nick Brown leaned back, crossed his legs, and picked up the invitation that Moore Green had casually left on the table, flipping through it. Hey, haven't you ever seen an invitation before? You should have received one too. Is it really necessary to look at it so closely, like it's a classified document? Seeing Nick Brown flip through his invitation 5 or 6 times, he actually started examining the outer shell of the invitation. Moore Green couldn't help but intervene. Although Moore Green really didn't want to attend this troublesome banquet, if he damaged the invitation and didn't go, it would only lead to more trouble. I also have an invitation from Her Highness Elizabeth. Apart from the invitee being different from yours, everything else is exactly the same. Haha, isn't that stating the obvious? The invitation, apart from the names being different, could it possibly have anything else different? Moore Green poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, somewhat perplexed by why Nick Brown had come to find him today. Nick Brown sighed, gently placing the invitation on the table and looking straight at Moore Green. Facing the suddenly serious Nick Brown, Moore Green raised an eyebrow and silently met his gaze. Sigh. I came here just to see if the first invitation of the Magic Academy is any different from mine. I thought I could see the handwriting of Her Highness herself. But it turns out it's the same. Both are written by the same person. Nick Brown sighed, leaning forward, and was about to stand up and prepare to leave Moore Green's room. But upon hearing this, Moore Green's expression changed, and he reached out to press Nick Brown's shoulder. Although Nick Brown was taller than Moore Green was now a first-level mage, and his physical abilities had been somewhat enhanced. So his strength was no less than Nick Brown's at this moment. Moore Green's sudden move caught Nick Brown off guard, leaving him unable to stand up and having to obediently sit on the sofa, accepting Moore Green's questioning. You said this is the first invitation from the Magic Academy. Where did you get this insider information? Moore Green casually picked up the invitation and waved it in front of Nick Brown before tossing it on the table, watching the surprised expression on his face. This morning, the messenger from the Ellis family rushed straight to the dormitory building, stuffing the first invitation into your mailbox before delivering invitations to others. Many classmates saw it clearly. It wasn't just some rumor. Upon hearing this, Moore Green frowned, released Nick Brown, sat back on the sofa, clasped his hands together, and leaned on his nose, deep in thought. The first invitation from the Magic Academy came from Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir of the Northern Duke. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about invitations knows that when the invitees are from the same city, the order of delivery is determined by the status of the invitees. Elizabeth Ellis ranks third in status in the North, so besides her grandfather and father, she holds the highest position. In her eyes, everyone else is of a lower rank. And the order of inviting lower ranks is usually based on the level of importance. The first invitation from the Magic Academy signifies that Moore Green is the person Elizabeth Ellis values the most at the Academy. Therefore, when this invitation arrived at Moore Green's doorstep, he was already caught up in the troubles he had long wished to avoid. Oh, what are you doing, Moore? As your uncle, I rushed over as soon as I heard you were back at school to remind you. And you treat me like this? I'm really heartbroken. Nick Brown, recovering from the shock of being pinned down by Moore Green, looked at him with a somewhat bewildered expression, crossing his arms and showing a look of being insulted by a big man. All right, let's talk properly. I'm in a really bad mood right now and don't have time for your antics. Moore Green's mood was chaotic upon encountering such terrifying news right after returning to school. If someone else received Elizabeth Ellis's attention, they would have been overjoyed, but for Moore Green, he had no intention of becoming a son-in-law, which not only meant a lack of freedom, but also carried risks of being greenlit. As for the partial power of the Duke, he would gladly accept it if it came for free, but at such a heavy cost, Moore Green would rather not have it. TSK. Isn't this the darling of Her Highness Elizabeth, Moore Green? One day apart, and you have become so authoritative. I'm so scared. Hey, Moore Green suddenly stood up. And seeing this, Nick Brown realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected to provoke him. It seemed that Moore Green's mood was indeed quite terrible. All right. I won't joke anymore. You sit down first. Nick Brown straightened his back, put on a serious expression, and looked straight ahead. Seeing Nick Brown finally become serious, Murray Green exhaled, finished his cup of red tea in one gulp to suppress his anger, and sat back down. From my investigation, Her Highness Elizabeth has sent out over 100 invitations at the Magic Academy, with students from 1st to 4th grade receiving them. Some are noble heirs, while others are non-heir noble descendants, but their families are mostly earls and above. There are also magical geniuses, battle mages, potion masters, and craftsmen, all well-known talented students in the school, regardless of nobility or commoners, received invitations. Nick Brown blinked, took a sip of tea, and sighed. Her Highness Elizabeth's banquet this time is truly a grand affair, held in the student auditorium. I estimate that there could be 400 to 500 students attending, gathering all the top talents of the academy. As he spoke, Nick Brown's eyes widened as he carefully scrutinized Murray Green, trying to discern what made him so special. He still couldn't understand why the person before him was ranked first at the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, Murray Green's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was turbulent. Why was he ranked first? Webster Ellis's student. Space battle mage. Why shouldn't he be ranked first? Yet, he just wanted to develop quietly. Elizabeth Ellis's first invitation placed him in a very conspicuous position, which made him quite annoyed. Chapter 49. Pulling your nose hair with a mage's hand. The Magic Academy has genius students who advance to senior mage in their 4th year, as well as Duke heirs, so whether in magical talent or status, you can't be ranked first. Why did the princess give her first invitation to you? Nick Brown asked this perplexing question, while Murray Green thought of a pure white figure. The culprit Webster Ellis emerging in his mind. It was all the Minter's fault. It must be that old guy Webster Ellis who informed Elizabeth Ellis about him. Otherwise, how could Elizabeth Ellis know that such a giant fish was hiding in the small Ellis Academy? Frustrated, Murray Green leaned back and slouched on the sofa. Appearing dejected as he said, "Who knows? Maybe my potential is limitless, and Her Highness Elizabeth has high hopes for me. Or maybe it's because I'm Webster Ellis's student. The most likely reason is that I'm quite handsome." Cough cough, what did you say? Who? Nick Brown, who was drinking tea, nearly choked. Webster Ellis? The #1 magician in the North, Webster Ellis, the director? Are you talking about this name? Is there really a second Webster Ellis? Uft. Ha ha. As a student of the Magic Academy, you are a student of Webster Ellis. Does that mean I'm not? Don't talk nonsense. Moreover, Nick Brown patted his chest to ease the choking sensation, looked Murray Green up and down, and finally patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Murray, Her Highness Elizabeth is not a shallow person. As a Duke heir, she has seen all kinds of people. While I admit you're handsome, at most, you can only be a lover. It's very difficult to rise to a higher position. However, I noticed that your physical strength has improved a lot. Even when I slapped your shoulder, it bounced back. Normal exercise wouldn't lead to such rapid improvement. You must have made significant progress in meditation, enhancing your physique. Which explains why you were able to pin me down just now. After testing Murray Green's physical strength, Nick Brown judged that he had indeed made fast progress in meditation, slightly acknowledging Murray Green's first reason. However, even if it was fast, without becoming a mage or achieving a substantial breakthrough, it couldn't measure Murray Green's meditation progress. The reason he believed Murray Green hadn't broken through to become a mage was that based on his understanding of Murray Green, if he had advanced to mage status, he would have certainly shown off to him. At that time, as long as Murray Green raised his hand and shot a water arrow, it would be flashy and cool. No man could resist such a scene of showing off, and since Murray Green hadn't displayed it, it meant he hadn't advanced to mage status. Without being promoted to a mage, how can one choose a mentor, and how would a mentor accept such a student? Because before a student is promoted to a mage, no one can be 100% sure of each other's attributes. Just like Murray Green, 99 of people, including Murray Green himself, believed he would cultivate water attribute magic and learn water attribute spells, but he turned out to be a space mage. Life is full of surprises, and cultivation is not fixed. Only after clarifying one's own attributes can one choose a mentor, which is the first basis for his rejection of Murray Green's second reason. The second basis is that Webster Ellis is an ice attribute mage who has only taught ice magic to members of the Ellis family. Murray Green is not a member of the Ellis family, so why should he be able to receive guidance from Webster Ellis? Is it because of his unlimited potential? Or because he is relatively handsome? Bah, this Murray is getting more cunning. 3 reasons, 2.5 are false. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have fallen for this bad nephew's tricks. Nick Brown thought to himself, secretly admiring his wit. And when Murray Green heard that Nick Brown didn't believe him, he didn't feel the need to prove himself because there was nothing to prove. Would he really pull out a mage's hand to pluck his nose hairs to prove he had successfully promoted to a mage? Come on. However, thinking of this matter, Murray Green squinted his eyes at Nick Brown, feeling a surge of impulse. Actually, it might not be impossible. Heh, if I tell you the truth and you think I'm joking, then I don't know how to communicate with you. Should I run to Elizabeth's place and ask clearly in front of you? Murray Green shrugged and continued. The current issue is not why this invitation was sent to me first, but what consequences this matter will lead to and how we should face it. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown almost jumped up, shouting, "What do you mean we? Right now, you are the public enemy of the whole school. Everyone who has ideas about His Highness wishes they could get rid of you as soon as possible, so you are you, and I am me. We have no relationship whatsoever. Goodness, Murray Green inwardly exclaimed, having hesitated before, now he made up his mind. Since you were not benevolent first, don't blame me for being unjust. His eyes narrowed, and Murray Green's mental power surged forth, transforming into a substantial mage's hand, flying towards Nick Brown's nostrils. Ha ha. When I opened the door earlier, you still called me your uncle. Now you want to sever ties. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. With a sly smile, Murray Green revealed a cunning expression that made Nick Brown feel a chill. Tomorrow, I will post a notice at the teaching building saying that you, Nick Brown, are my uncle, and we grew up together, as close as brothers. If anyone wants to trouble me, they must first get through you. Bah. Such shameless remarks left Nick Brown trembling in fear. If he really did that, Nick Brown could imagine how difficult his future days would be. I grew up in the Brown family. You grew up in the Green family. We just happen to share Campbell's bloodline, and our relationship is not familiar. Achoo. And who grew up with you? Achoo. Nick Brown rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling an itch, as if someone was plucking his nose hairs, but not actually pulling them out. Just a bit of a sting. The air in your room, I can't get used to it. I have to go. Saying this, Nick Brown stood up, rubbed his nose vigorously, and after getting rid of the discomfort, turned towards the door, saying as he walked, "Goodbye, Murray. Actually, I quite enjoy playing with you, but unfortunately, not turning against you is my bottom line. Coming to remind you is my last kindness to you. Enjoy your last happy moments." Chapter 50. Completely crazy watching Nick Brown's departing figure, Murray Green wished he could pull out a gun and shoot a hole in his big, round head. Relax, don't rush. Don't be impulsive. He is my relative, my good friend. I can't snap. Ever since he manufactured a revolver, Murray Green had the impulse to draw his gun and aim at a target at any moment. Perhaps it was the possession of a sharp weapon that stirred his killing intent. Looking down at the invitation letter lying on the table, he felt that not looking was better. Now that he had seen it, he wanted to shoot it. This thing is truly a disaster, and his peaceful life is no longer secure. Forget it. Let's practice magic. I don't want to think about these irrelevant things. I will face whatever comes my way. As long as those upperclassmen don't bully the younger ones, I can basically wreak havoc among my peers. Murray Green patted the revolver at his waist, and his previous unease dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was another knock on Murray Green's door. He thought it was Nick Brown returning, but when he opened the door, it was actually a student from out of town. "Hello, Murray Green. I am Marlon Reed, the grandson of the Duke of the South." "Hello." The two locked eyes, and Marlon Reed's eyes were filled with curiosity, wanting to know what this unexpected top competitor was like. But in Murray Green's light blue eyes, he saw first a hint of confusion about his arrival, then calmness, and finally an unwavering determination. This made Marlon Reed unable to gauge the situation of his opponent, because the determination in the other person's eyes was not a stubborn insistence, but a deep confidence. He even vaguely sensed a killing intent from the other party that could strike him down at any moment. After successfully meditating, Marlon Reed's mental strength had increased significantly, allowing him to notice some subtle details and even some spiritual intuition. Therefore, upon noticing this situation, Marlon Reed's eyes narrowed, realizing that this seemingly handsome and harmless top opponent was actually a tough character. The fact that the other party received the first invitation indeed had its reasons. "Ha ha ha, Murray. We are classmates in the basic understanding of magical flora and fauna course. I heard you have successfully meditated and can now enter the independent meditation room for cultivation. Your progress is really fast. I wonder if you could share some techniques." Seeing the fierce enemy suddenly become amiable, Murray Green found it hard to understand the other's thoughts. "It's very simple. Think less about random things and cultivate more." Murray Green casually said a couple of sentences, and upon hearing this perfunctory response, Marlon Reed actually revealed a look of ecstatic joy, laughing heartily in reply. Thank you, Murray. Your guidance has truly opened my eyes. I can't wait to go cultivate now." With his hands together and a slight bow, he continued in a sincere tone, "Murray, I am very sorry. Your guidance has been very helpful to me, but I want to go cultivate and try it out now. I can only thank you next time and treat you to a meal. See you next time." Murray Green also realized that the other party was just looking for an excuse to leave. Originally a bit chaotic, Murray Green also wanted to send him away. However, as he prepared to speak and dismiss the other, Murray Green's powerful mental force faintly sensed that there were many people peeping around. These guys. Murray Green's eyes shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. With a determined heart, he made a difficult decision. He raised his head to carefully examine Marlon Reed's appearance. As the grandson of a duke, having the courage to compete for Elizabeth Ellis in the North, his looks and stature were naturally top-notch. "So it's decided it's you? Since you just happened to run into me." Murray Green laughed heartily, slapping Marlon Reed on the shoulder, and linked arms with him as he casually closed the door and walked outside with the bewildered Marlon Reed. "Aha, meeting is fate. Why wait for another day to treat someone? Today is just fine, and when it comes to cultivation, one must not be anxious. Being hasty is useless." Murray Green exerted his right hand forcefully, pinning down the struggling Marlon Reed. It would be better to treat me to a meal now. I have many cultivation tips to share, and I can teach you slowly while we eat. At that moment, Marlon Reed felt completely lost, not understanding what kind of madness Murray Green was in. Are we that familiar? I was just being polite. Treat you to a meal? Only a ghost would treat you to a meal. Why are you climbing up the ladder? With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, Marlon Reed instinctively struggled again, but was quickly suppressed by brute force, leaving him to be controlled by Murray Green. Never mind, it's just treating him to a meal. It's not a big deal. What a barbarian from the north, being so eager over a meal. Suddenly, Marlon Reed felt someone touch his lower back, causing his previously relaxed body to tense up instantly, with goosebumps rising. Damn, what is going on? Is he going to? He felt another touch on his lower back from Murray Green, and this time the hand moved slightly lower, seeing more and more people gathering around to watch. Murray Green suppressed his disgust and laughed loudly. Oh, Marlon, your figure is quite nice. And your skin, it feels smooth. I heard the South is great for skincare. When can I visit your home? As he spoke, Murray Green casually patted Marlon Reed's back. At that moment, Marlon Reed really wanted to escape. But being held by Murray Green, he had no chance to flee. What a joke, the props have run away. How can I perform behind them? Whether everything can be resolved depends on today's actions. Murray Green thought silently, then controlled Marlon Reed to walk towards the cafeteria. After ordering 2 meals, he sat down in the center of the cafeteria with the pale-faced Marlon Reed. Hee, Marlon, you look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to check on you? Saying this, Murray Green grabbed Marlon Reed's hand, preventing him from escaping, then looked affectionately across the table, turning around in a large circle so that everyone could see his expression. No, I'm fine. The food is good. Let us eat quickly. Marlon, you have a great appetite, so eat more. If you're full, you'll have energy tonight, and then I'll teach you how to cultivate. Murray Green seemed oblivious to the surrounding students, his voice loud and his tone overly sweet, making the content quite suggestive. This is so embarrassing. Damn, Elizabeth Ellis. You forced me to do this. When I grow up, just wait. I want to let you off easy. I want to call myself Murray Green. Chapter 51. Reporting. When Murray Green returned to the dormitory again, he noticed that the attention on him had significantly decreased. This relieved him, and he thought to himself that his previous scheme was indeed effective, almost like a stroke of genius. Aside from being somewhat disgusting, it was a good plan, and today he was truly grateful for Marlon's selfless performance. Next time, he should treat him to a meal to show his appreciation. If he dares to come for a meal. Shaking his head, Murray Green pushed aside the almost stunned Marlon Reed and silently recited the space feedback spell, sketching a magic formation with his fingers to check the surrounding situation. He found that there were indeed fewer people around, and once things returned to normal, Murray Green's eyes focused on the ice blue invitation letter floating in the air. With a flicker of his eyes, he manipulated the mage's hand to grab the invitation letter, letting it fly around wildly. After venting for a while, Murray Green sighed and sat cross-legged on his bed to meditate. At that moment, his magical power was about the size of an egg, just at the level of a newly promoted mage. As for a first-level mage, there were no real bottlenecks. It only required time to accumulate magical power. Building it up to roughly the size of a head would be sufficient. After clocking in the cultivation time for today, Murray Green began to train the space feedback and mage's hand spells using the combat techniques taught by Webster Ellis. After using the combat techniques, Murray Green's spellcasting speed increased significantly. He had only been taught some basics. If he learned the rapid casting of combat techniques, he could cast these 2 spells in an instant. Fortunately, neither of his spells was lethal, so he could practice in the dormitory. Truly, the more he speaks, the more tears he sheds. Watching the invitation letter flying wildly in the air, Murray Green became somewhat distracted. In a moment of inattention, the invitation letter flew 5 meters away, leaving his control range. The invitation letter landed on the ground, but Murray Green just stood there in a daze, not picking it up. His facial expressions changed constantly, sometimes happy, sometimes frowning, sometimes melancholic. He didn't know what he was thinking. My cultivation speed is quite fast. But even if it's fast, reaching level 4, or becoming a high-level mage, still requires being in the 4th year, focusing on cultivating magical power rather than spells. The fastest would be in the 3rd year, not participating in combat for 2 to 3 years, and just staying at home to cultivate. He should be able to do that, but he doesn't cause trouble, yet trouble will come to him. At 16 this year, he stands as a pawn. In today's situation, although he cleverly diverted many people's attention, he couldn't always rely on cleverness to solve problems. The focus still lies in hard power. At this moment, Murray Green has potential, but he cannot realize that potential. In the face of crisis, he can only rely on the revolver at his waist. However, his revolver is just an ordinary creation. At most it takes some tricks, using magic crystal powder to increase its power, which might give him some advantage against 1st or 2nd level warriors or mages, but for 3rd and 4th level opponents, it's no different from a toy. This is taking too long. The time is really too long. Murray Green sighed, his gaze fixed on the invitation letter lying on the ground. He reached out, grabbing it. The invitation letter was lifted by an invisible force, and then he drew his revolver from his waist, placing both items in front of him. These are the two paths he has found. One is to specialize in mental attributes, transitioning to a telekinetic master. The other is to study artifact crafting, transitioning to an artifact master to create magical weapons. As for the path of spatial combat techniques, before level 4, there probably won't be any progress. Because without attack spells, the terrifying power of combat techniques cannot be unleashed. But Murray Green possesses a talent for combat techniques, with high mental power and magical affinity. Aside from some demanding magical professions, most professions do not pose much difficulty for him to transition. Therefore, he can temporarily switch to other professions to get through his weak period, and once he reaches a high-level mage and masters the attack spell, Spatial Blade, along with the spatial technique, instant movement, he will make others understand what the terrifying power of spatial combat techniques truly is. A heart of red, 2 hands prepared. On the surface, he specializes in telekinesis, while secretly working part-time as an artifact master to create magical weapons. No one could come up with such an amazing plan like me. Having thought of a solution, Murray Green immediately took action and walked out of the dormitory again. On the way out of the dormitory building, Murray Green felt an increase in his visibility. However, unlike the previous hostility, it was now more about cold glances and teasing. Murray turned to look around, and the male classmates who met his gaze quickly looked down, afraid of being remembered by him. Realizing this situation, Murray's feelings were somewhat complex. But he secretly let out a sigh of relief and immediately rushed to Stanley Ellis Tower to find Webster Ellis, looking at this mentor with a face full of grievances. Seeing Murray Green, who appeared pitiful and full of resentment, Webster Ellis frowned. But before he could speak, Murray took out the invitation letter and cried out, "Mentor, I was very happy when I received this invitation letter today, because it means that His Highness values me." However, Murray's mouth trembled, his body tense. As if he had been bullied, he opened his mouth but could not say the rest. Webster Ellis casually cast a calming spell on Murray and asked, "But what? His Highness has arranged for me to be in the first position, and I am very excited and grateful for her recognition. However, some classmates are jealous of His Highness's favor towards me and actually came to bully me, saying that I do not deserve her favor." Taking a deep breath, Murray suddenly shouted passionately, "His Highness treats me with such favor, and I am taken aback, but since other classmates say I do not deserve such favor, I cannot allow others to slander me, so I argued with them. They couldn't argue against me and wanted to fight, but I am your student. They are naturally no match for me. Just when I thought this matter was over, a senior came and pressured me, bullying the weak, without any martial ethics." What? Hearing this, Webster Ellis's expression changed. It is almost impossible for practitioners to coexist peacefully unless one submits to the other. Competition among students is normal. The Academy even gives some preferential treatment to outstanding students to stimulate their competitive awareness and bring out their potential. However, this is the benefit of normal competition. But when seniors bully juniors, it is not competition, but oppression. The occurrence of oppression is a great harm to the learning atmosphere of the school and one's own learning environment. As the head of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis would never allow such things to happen. Chapter 52. The will of the headmaster. Some schools prefer equality, while others favor the strong, due to different leadership philosophies. Each school has its own culture. Webster Ellis's personality leans towards stability. Therefore, the style of the Magic Academy also tends to be stable. Of course, giving preferential treatment to talented students is a common understanding among all schools. The next day, Nick Brown walked into the meditation classroom with ease, greeting his classmates, chatting, and joking while waiting for the class bell to ring. At that moment, Lyndon Beale, who never waits for the class bell and does not enter the classroom, suddenly floated into the room. The students, seeing this, froze for a moment and then quickly walked to their seats. "Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone, please sit down." 19 students sat down, while Lyndon Beale stood on the podium, narrowing his eyes, slightly leaning forward, and looking down at the students, creating a heavy sense of pressure that enveloped the entire classroom. Nick Brown felt as if a mountain was pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough. Lyndon Beale coughed softly, and the pressure in the classroom instantly disappeared without a trace, with heavy breathing echoing throughout the room. After about 7 or 8 seconds, once everyone had calmed down, Lyndon Beale spoke. "Last night, the headmaster held a short meeting with all the teachers. The content of the meeting was very simple: to maintain the stability of the Magic Academy. Today, I will hold a short meeting with you, with the same requirement from the headmaster, to maintain the stability of the Magic Academy." As Lyndon Beale's tone softened, the air in the meditation classroom became tense, followed by his low voice asking, "Can you do it?" "Yes, we guarantee we can. The headmaster's will is our mission. We promise to carry out the orders." "Very good." Lyndon Beale, with a cold face, nodded and revealed a slight smile. After class, seeing Lyndon Beale's departing figure, Nick Brown and others finally let out a sigh of relief and began discussing. "Hey, do you know what happened? Why did Teacher Lyndon suddenly become so strict?" "My heart almost jumped out during the meeting." A classmate patted his chest and then calmed himself down. Nick Brown shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Everything was fine before. How did it suddenly change? Li Wei, you are more in the loop. Do you have any inside information to share with us? Li Wei Ellis, with a pale face, showed a wry smile and frowned, thinking carefully before finally shaking his head and saying, I don't know the specifics. I only know that the headmaster suddenly summoned all the teachers for a meeting last night to convey some requirements. But I didn't expect Teacher Linden to react so strongly today. It seems that something must have happened to anger the headmaster. So the question is, who is so bold as to provoke the headmaster? Once everyone recovered, they walked out of the classroom in groups, chatting about what had happened earlier and speculating about the reasons behind today's events. On the way, students from other classes also mentioned related matters, and everyone was astonished. With a larger crowd, all the information began to circulate. Do you think it's related to the invitation letter sent by His Highness yesterday? Suddenly, someone brought up this reason. But soon someone else rejected it. However, before it could be dismissed, another person said, it's very likely this is the cause. One of our seniors seemed to have gone to the dormitory building yesterday. I heard he originally intended to find Murray Green to understand why His Highness gave the first invitation letter to him. But instead, he saw a commotion and found out that Murray actually likes boys. He has now been arranged by the headmaster for outdoor training in the Kaya Mountains. What? At that moment, another person shouted loudly, I also know a senior who has been arranged for outdoor training in the Kaya Mountains. With many people, information became more comprehensive, and everyone gathered around the teaching building to discuss, quickly piecing together the details. Several seniors were thrown into Kaya Mountain, and unsurprisingly, all of these seniors went to see the commotion at the dormitory building yesterday. With this information, it was clear that it was related to Princess Elizabeth's invitation letter, leading to the conclusion that the headmaster did not want students to disrupt the stability of the Magic Academy because of the invitation letter. So he had the teachers set some rules for them. Nick Brown in the crowd nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with this reasoning. At this moment, he thought of the main character of the invitation letter incident yesterday. I wonder where that guy Murray is now. The headmaster actually supports him. Could it be that he is truly the headmaster's student? No, who isn't? It must be that the headmaster suddenly issued the order for the stability of the academy. Meanwhile, while they were discussing the invitation incident from yesterday and the events of today, Murray Green was in the Stanley Ellis Tower, practicing the new magic he had received from his mentor. Mental materialization is a special non-level enhancement magic skill. It can train mental strength, allowing the user's mental power to materialize, enabling the materialized mental power to attack opponents directly, making it difficult to defend against. Once the materialized mental power reaches a certain strength, it is called telekinesis, where thought generates power and power halts with thought. It possesses a very peculiar nature. Although its power is not as strong as attacking magic, its level of oddity far exceeds that of magic. To change to the role of a telekinesis master, one must meet two major conditions. First, strong mental power, and second, mastery of the method to control one's body through the mind. Coincidentally, Murray Green met both of these conditions. Of course, this was not a coincidence. It was because Murray Green had such conditions that he chose to switch to becoming a telekinesis master. Murray Green exhaled, slowly relaxing his body, then took a deep breath. And the mental power in his mental sea began to compress against each other. Just like cotton becomes hard when compressed, mental power can increase in intensity when appropriately compressed. Suddenly opening his eyes, Murray Green extended his hand, reaching out to grab a stone 3 meters away. The materialized mental power surged forth, grasping the 2-kilogram stone. Under Murray Green's control, the stone slowly lifted in front of him. Looking at this stone, which was twice his previous limit, Murray Green grinned and laughed heartily. Ha. After practicing mental materialization, using the mage's hand indeed shows great improvement. Now, with my 2-kilogram strength, controlling flying needles to kill a few ordinary people is simply effortless. If I had 20 kilograms of strength, I could even potentially face a first-level warrior. Chapter 53. Silky small combos. What do you think is going on? Why did the headmaster suddenly arrange for us to enter the mountains for trials? In the depths of the Kaya's mountain, a young man in a red magic robe, holding a fire magic staff, chatted with his companions while on the move. Just then, he glanced around and casually threw a fireball the size of a head. The fireball flew into the woods, and a rustling sound came from within, followed by the emergence of a giant python. This giant python was about 1 meter thick, with most of its body hidden among the trees and grass, but the exposed length exceeded 10 meters. It was covered in scales the size of a basin, with red and green patterns, and the red patterns shimmered faintly, indicating that it was extraordinary. After being hit by the fireball, the giant python shook its body slightly, revealing the struck area, which, apart from some blackening, was unscathed. The giant python's vertical snake eyes locked onto the person who threw the fireball, opening its large mouth. With the red patterns flashing, and a fireball the size of a basin was thrown back. A retaliation for a retaliation. However, facing the incoming large fireball, the young man in the red robe calmly stood still, showing no signs of movement. One of his companions, a young man in a green magic robe, casually waved his magic staff. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, lifting the fireball spat out by the giant python upwards, sending it uncontrollably into the sky. The green-robed young man waved his magic staff again, directing the fireball in the air back towards the red-green giant python. The red-green giant python flicked its tongue and fixed its gaze on its own fireball, and a massive shadow suddenly shot out, directly smashing the fireball in midair. This massive shadow was none other than the giant python's tail, and after completing this act, the red-green giant python seemed to realize that its opponent was not to be trifled with, and slowly retracted its head from the forest branches. Damn! Without a warrior to hold this scarlet fire-green forest python in close combat, it really is difficult to handle. The red-robed mage rubbed his somewhat aching head and turned to look around. The four of them were all mages, and no one dared to approach the woods. Mages are extremely powerful, but this scarlet fire-green forest python had its body hidden among the branches and grass, making it difficult for the four fragile mages to deal with it. Let's take action and deal with this scarlet fire-green forest python first. The young man in the green magic robe stepped forward a few paces, silently chanting a spell, and a gentle breeze began to blow into the woods. Binding winds. Under his spellcasting, the gentle wind that had been blowing over the giant python's body instantly wove into a dozen binding winds, firmly wrapping around the giant python's massive body. SSSSS. The scarlet fire-green forest python let out a roar, and with its immense strength, it broke free of the wind bindings. Just then, countless fireballs flew in from the air, crashing down on its body and the trees around it. The powerful snake body remained unharmed, but the trees and grass that provided it with cover were turned to ashes, revealing its full figure. A colossal creature over 40 or 50 meters long. It coiled its body and glared at the attackers, but the young man it was fixated on showed no fear. SSSSS. A level 4 magical beast. The scarlet fire-green forest python. What a fine prey. Realizing it wanted to escape, but these people would not let it go, the level 4 magical beast. The scarlet fire-green forest python became furious. As the top predator of this forest area, it had never suffered such indignity. Its massive snake body darted like lightning, winding but swiftly charging towards its opponents, while the four mages simultaneously raised their magic staffs. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, followed by a surge of flames rising into the air. Students practicing and completing tasks in Kaya's Mountain all turned their attention to the location of the battle between the snake and the four mages. Meanwhile, in a different direction, deep within Kaya's Mountain, a tall young man also looked towards the rising flames. They are quite lucky to encounter a level 4 magical beast so soon. Let's go and try to slay a few more level 4 magical beasts. The tall young man waved his hand, leading his companions deeper into the mountain. And on his hand, 5 fingers adorned with exquisite rings glimmered with magical halos, indicating that they were all magical items. Due to the headmaster's orders and the fact that he had thrown the rebellious students into Kaya's Mountain, the entire Magic Academy was in a state of quiet. No one dared to defy the headmaster's orders, so Murray Green's days had been quite stable recently. Under such circumstances, Murray Green's mental power grew stronger, and after mental materialization, he could lift 5 kilograms, significantly enhancing his strength. During this time, he also learned a type of magic, an attribute-less enhancement magic enchantment. Enchanting, as the name suggests, is to attach one's magical power to weapons. Weapons with added magical power carry magical attributes. Fire attributes allow the weapon to carry burning and scalding effects. Earth attributes can increase sturdiness and defense, and wind attributes make items lighter in hand, increasing attack speed. Different magical powers carry different attributes, but all can enhance combat power and are very useful auxiliary enhancement skills. Every team wants a mage who knows this magic. While Murray Green had no team, he needed this magic, as it would allow him to enchant his bullets and increase their lethality. To facilitate his combat, Murray Green spent over 10 gold coins to purchase 5 level 1 throwing knives, each weighing around half a kilogram. He casually disassembled the barrel of his revolver and asked the enchanter to inscribe a dampening magic array on it, allowing his revolver to barely transform into a magical weapon. Otherwise, using a revolver, an ordinary weapon with such great power, would inevitably draw unnecessary attention, while a magical weapon with relatively weak power would not require such scrutiny. In the room, Murray Green suddenly drew his gun, made a firing motion, and with a flick of his left hand, a flying knife shot out from his sleeve, circling around him and continuously attacking following the direction of his finger. Suddenly, the flying knife fell to the ground, and Murray Green violently tossed his revolver aside, retreating 2 steps as if being pursued. Just then, a flying knife glowing with a gray light shot out from his sleeve, piercing straight ahead. The gray flying knife flew several times faster than an ordinary flying knife, cutting through the space as if it had been sliced open, incredibly sharp. He then drew another revolver from his waist, aiming ahead. At 10 meters, the revolver attack. Within 10 meters, the dual assault of the flying knife and revolver. Even a level 1 warrior could not withstand it. Within 5 meters, the space-imbued flying knife would be unavoidable even for a level 2 warrior. And the last shot was uncertain. After practicing his combination technique, Murray Green took a breath and revealed a brilliant smile. He finally had some self-defense capability. Chapter 54. Campus turmoil. Just as Murray Green was about to practice his combo moves again, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the dormitory. What was happening? There was such a noise outside. Murray Green frowned and opened the door, finding many classmates quickly leaving for outside. He followed the crowd and was led directly to the entrance of the Magic Academy. At this moment, many students were gathered there, and in the center lay the body of a giant python, about 40 to 50 meters long, torn into 3 pieces and covered in wounds, clearly having gone through a brutal battle. Seeing the giant python, Murray Green was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he carefully examined it. Before he could think of its name, someone around shouted it out. It was the Scarlet Fire Green python, judging by its length and size. It was a level 4 Scarlet Fire Green python. Senior Murphy actually managed to kill a level 4 magical beast. Incredible. Rarely seen and often amazed. Senior Murphy was a fully fledged intermediate mage, just a step away from advanced, but he was a fire attribute battle mage with immense destructive power, making it no difficult task to defeat a level 4 magical beast. Listening to the discussions around him, Murray Green shifted his gaze from the python's body to a confident young man in a red magical robe. Murphy Clan, a 4th-year student, a fully fledged intermediate fire attribute battle mage, with considerable cultivation and astonishing strength. He was one of the top 10 experts in the Magic Academy, known as the strongest attacker. Murray Green compared him to Ryan Green, realizing that Ryan Green, one of the top 10 experts in the Warrior Academy, might not be able to compete with Murphy Clan. There was no way around it. The destructive power of a battle mage was too outrageous. At this moment, Murray Green had grasped some battle mage techniques and could perform several skills with flair, while Murphy Clan was a genuine fire attribute battle mage capable of blowing opponents apart with fire magic. Although Ryan Green was not an ordinary warrior, he had transitioned into a war knight. As the name suggests, a war knight is skilled in warfare. In battle, a war knight can create a war power field with nearby cavalry, amplifying the combat power of allies within the field while suppressing that of enemies. This profession suited Ryan Green's identity perfectly, as he was destined to become the man of Count Green, leading an army to defend his territory and resist barbaric orcs. A responsibility and mission he could not escape. While war knights were strong in warfare, battle mages were powerful in all aspects. In one-on-one combat, under similar cultivation levels, a battle mage could easily defeat a war knight. Of course, if the war knight's mount were a dragon, that would be a different story, as the quality of the mount greatly affects a knight's combat power. Damn, this guy is a fire attribute battle mage. When will I cultivate to become an advanced mage and become a complete spatial battle mage? I will definitely be more imposing than him. Murray Green looked at Murphy Clan, surrounded by classmates and admired like a star, feeling a twinge of envy. Yes, he was envious and jealous at that moment. He even felt some disdain for the spatial attribute because it was holding him back. But if anyone suggested he change from the spatial attribute, he would spray them with salt soda, because the spatial attribute was genuinely powerful, just a bit more suited for later stages. Adjusting his mindset. After watching the excitement with the other students for a while, Murray Green turned and left. Envying others was less effective than training oneself. In the blink of an eye, 7 weeks had passed since the start of the semester, and there was about a week left until Princess Elizabeth's banquet. During this time, many talents had emerged among the new students of the 2 academies, quickly advancing to level 1. Becoming warriors or mages, showcasing astonishing talents. Murray Green, who was the first to finish his meditation class and enter the independent meditation room, was no exception, publicly demonstrating the mage's hand and proving that his talent remained intact, not surpassed by newcomers. However, when Murray Green showed that he was studying the knowledge of telekinesis mages, many people's attention towards him decreased significantly. Although transitioning to a telekinesis mage was also powerful, this cohort had seen the emergence of 3 battle mage prodigies, one from an out-of-town class, one in northern noble air, and the last one surprisingly from the merchant class. When the news of this merchant class battle mage prodigy emerged, within 2 hours, Princess Elizabeth had sent him a supplementary invitation. Being a battle mage prodigy and holding the supplementary invitation from the princess, this student from the merchant class was truly riding high, overshadowing Murray Green. Yes, brother, just like that, perform well, may Princess Elizabeth favor you. And don't pay attention to me as a marginal figure. Standing up from the leopard skin cushion and stepping barefoot on the carpet made from the fur of a silver-furred black bear, Murray Green approached the full-length mirror. His handsome face and skin were even whiter than the silver-furred robe he wore. Looking at his reflection, Murray Green was satisfied and struck a few handsome poses. Indeed, good looks made any pose look cool. Muttering a remark, Murray Green tied a belt around his waist, tucked the revolver into his right hip, the magic crystal gun into his left, wore a tight holster with a short-barreled revolver under his right armpit. He then strapped a knife sheath for flying knives onto his left hand, sequentially placing 4 flying knives into the sheath, while the 5th flying knife was tucked under his left armpit. Finally, he put on a loose windbreaker to cover all his gear. Having made all the preparations, Murray Green left the dormitory and met up with his prearranged companions, Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylin, at the entrance of Ellis Academy. Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan were the two who had previously attempted to rob Murray Green, but were restrained by Ryan Green. After Murray Green sold the bear, he also shared considerable profits with them. Using both carrots and sticks, he made the two admire the Green brothers and even actively approach them. While Ryan Green did not need them, Murray Green, lacking helpers, thought of them and invited them to venture into the Cayas Mountains together. Murray Green chose these two not because he trusted them, but because he didn't know other seniors from the Warrior Academy, and he felt he could handle these two without fearing they would turn against him. Hey, Murray, I heard you've been training pretty fast. You're already a level 1 mage now. Nigel Alleran laughed as he greeted Murray Green, who nodded in response. Yes, just not long ago. I've learned some new things and wanted to go into the mountains to test them out. Of course, any prey we catch will be split 50-50. Saying this, Murray Green patted his waist and pulled aside his cloak to reveal the grip of a revolver. Seeing the gun, both of them smacked their lips, recalling the silver-furred black bear they had carried out of the mountains. The black bear fell, and they had their fill. Previously, as an ordinary person, Murray Green was able to kill a silver-furred black bear with the weapon in his hand. Now that he had advanced to a mage, wouldn't he be able to hunt even more? That meant they could earn more money. Chapter 55. 3 guns killing 2 beasts. The 3 of them rode their horses and quickly arrived at the entrance at the foot of the Cayas Mountain. Seeing more people entering and exiting the mountain than last time, Murray Green understood what was happening. Ever since Morphiclin returned to Ellis Academy with his prey, a level 4 magical beast, the flame fire green forest python, many experts were eager to follow suit, entering Cayas Mountain to hunt powerful magical beasts and showcase their achievements at school. Of course, experts were still in the minority, and most were just there to watch the spectacle, which wouldn't affect Murray Green's trial. Taking a relatively remote path, Nigel Alleran led the way with his double axes, while Walter Raylan and Murray Green followed behind him. After more than an hour of walking, they passed through the outermost area of Cayas Mountain, where ordinary beasts lived, and entered the area where magical beasts roamed. At this point, Nigel Alleran slowed his pace significantly, and Walter Raylan readied his longbow, entering a state of alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Noticing this, Murray Green also became cautious, extending his left hand to catch a flying knife, narrowing his eyes and concentrating, prepared for any sudden attacks. After walking a bit further, a beastly roar came from ahead. Walter Raylan exchanged glances with the two and took a deep breath, stepping silently towards the source of the roar. Soon, Walter Raylan returned with news from his reconnaissance. 2 level 1 magical beasts, a steelback wild boar, and a clearwind monkey. They seem to be fighting over territory. The clearwind monkey can't deal with the steelback wild boar, and the steelback wild boar can't catch the clearwind monkey, so they're in a stalemate. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Although there were 2 magical beasts, neither was particularly formidable. They were not as tough as the silver-furred black bear that Murray Green had initially killed, so they prepared to take them down together. Wait. Walter and I will take out the clearwind monkey first, otherwise, it will escape when it senses danger. The clearwind monkey moves like the wind in the forest, and if it's determined to flee, it will be hard for us to catch it, Murray Green said, turning to give instructions to Nigel Alleran. Nigel, you block the steelback wild boar. Don't let it interrupt us while we kill the clearwind monkey, and don't let it escape. Haha, I can handle it by myself, Nigel Alleran confidently said, weighing his axes. Since that was the case, Murray Green didn't give any more instructions. After all, it was their first collaboration, and neither party was entirely familiar with the other's specific strength. The 3 of them stealthily approached their target, soon seeing a chaotic battlefield. The steelback wild boar lay on the ground, panting heavily, with several bloody scratches on its hind legs, seemingly inflicted by the clearwind monkey. However, the amount of blood was small. For the tough-skinned, meaty steelback wild boar, it was just a minor injury. As the clearwind monkey darted between the branches, it suddenly sensed something was off and screamed, looking to the side just as an arrow shot straight towards its head. The agile clearwind monkey leaped down, smoothly dodging this lethal arrow, but before it could make its next move, a tremendous roaring sound reached its ears. Boom! A bullet struck the clearwind monkey in the face, shattering its skull. Its 2-meter-tall body lost control and fell to the ground. After killing the clearwind monkey, Murray Green immediately turned his gun towards the eyes of the steelback wild boar. Sensing danger, the steelback wild boar lunged downward, its massive weight seemingly accelerating its descent. Narrowly avoiding the shot aimed at its eyes, the bullet grazed its rear head, leaving a bloody mark on its tough back before being deflected away. The steelback wild boar dodged Murray Green's attack, but missed its chance to escape. Nigel Alleran leaped forward with his double axes, delivering a powerful blow to its head. After leaving 2 deep axe marks, he kicked the steelback wild boar in the nose, nearly twisting its snout, and then smoothly pulled out his axes. Having taken significant damage from Nigel Alleran, even the tough-skinned steelback wild boar staggered backward. At this moment, Murray Green, holding his gun in his right hand, aimed at its gaping mouth from panting. Pulling the trigger, a thin white smoke puffed from the gun, followed by a loud bang. However, as the gunshot rang out, A bullet traveling faster than sound pierced into the steelback wild boar's mouth, tearing through its esophagus and rolling around in its innards. A mouthful of blood spilled from its mouth, and after letting out a final wail, the heavy body of the steelback wild boar fell onto the grass, breathing its last. Well done. Seeing Murray Green kill two magical beasts in such a short time, even the usually quiet Walter Raylan couldn't help but praise him. If it had just been the two of them fighting, it would have been a challenging battle. They would have won, but the Clearwind Monkey would likely have escaped. Now, with Murray Green's involvement, the ambush that lasted no more than 10 seconds had ended the lives of both magical beasts, blowing away the white smoke from the gun's muzzle. Murray Green spun the revolver 3 times in his hand before reholstering it. Thank you. Murray Green smiled in response to Walter Raylan's praise, then looked at the corpses of the two magical beasts and asked the two, what should we do with these two magical beasts next? Should we take them back to the entrance of the mountain first, or continue forward and collect all the prey at once? Nigel Ireland and Walter Raylan exchanged glances, looking hesitant, and walked aside to discuss. In the past, every time they hunted a magical beast or spent too long in the mountains, they would return to rest. But today, they had killed the two magical beasts too easily, not even breaking a sweat. They were still in peak condition. If they chose to go back, with the time taken for the round trip and the time spent selling, most of the day would be gone, and they would only have time to enter the mountains twice at most. They had never thought about entering the mountains twice in one day. But with Murray Green's addition today, they saw the hope of making a big profit. If they missed this opportunity today, with Murray Green's terrifying combat power, killing level 1 magical beasts would be as easy as killing chickens. Next time, his target in the mountains would likely not be level 1 magical beasts, but level 2 magical beasts. They were only level 1 warriors, ordinary warriors, and had not transitioned to any powerful professions. Challenging beasts above their level was simply too risky for them. Chapter 56. Beast Merchant students who can attend Ellis Academy are not necessarily all noble heirs like Murray Green. In the academy, Murray Green's status is considered upper class. Most students at Ellis Academy are non-heirs of small nobles, merchants' offspring, and some genius students poached from other northern academies, who do not have the same high training budget as Murray Green. The tuition for the Warrior Academy is 100 gold coins, while the Magic Academy charges 300 gold coins. Although the tuition for the Warrior Academy is significantly cheaper than that of the Magic Academy, it is still a considerable sum for many families. Every year, there are students from both the Warrior and Magic Academies who drop out because they cannot afford the tuition, and some also voluntarily withdraw to save on tuition due to poor training results. Genius students who have been recruited by the Academy can enjoy tuition waivers, but they can only take basic courses for free. Any additional costs for specialized training must be borne by themselves. Thus, lack of money greatly impacts training. In light of this situation, Ellis Academy established a student task hall and created the Kaya's Mountain, allowing students to gain experience while also earning rewards to support their studies. Only the strong can survive. Every year, there are capable individuals who pay 100 or 300 gold coins in tuition and earn back several hundred gold coins from Kaya's Mountain. Those with ability may face initial difficulties, but once they enter Kaya's Mountain and start reaping benefits, they can develop themselves. Being able to continue studying at Ellis Academy is considered a sign of genius in the North, but the gap between geniuses is still significant. Some can earn money through strength, while others rely on intelligence or physical prowess. Consequently, many job opportunities have arisen around Kaya's Mountain, including information merchants selling special intel, beast merchants making profits through trading magical beasts, laborers helping carry beasts out of the mountain, and stall owners assisting in selling goods, among others. The method they came up with was to collaborate with beast merchants. Nigel Ireland and Walter Raylan had not previously worked with beast merchants, as they used to hunt magical beasts themselves, carry them out of the mountain, and then sell them. While this method was troublesome, it allowed for maximum profit. Now, with Murray Green's involvement, where two magical beasts were involved, the previous approach was clearly unsuitable. Collaborating with beast merchants would allow them to have the merchants collect the beasts from the mountain, settling the transaction on the spot, while they could continue hunting. However, beast merchants could only offer about 50 to 60% of the original price when collecting beasts from the mountain. If they carried the beasts out themselves and then sold them to the merchants, they could receive 80% of the price. A first-level magical beast varies in price depending on its type. For example, the price of a Clearwind Monkey is relatively low, around 11 gold coins, while a Steelback Wild Boar is priced at 14 gold coins. If they let the beast merchant collect them, they would lose about 10 gold coins. And under their agreed 50-50 split, they would incur a loss of 5 to 6 gold coins. After considering this method, Murray Green readily agreed and requested the beast merchant to enter the mountain to collect the magical beasts, opting not to carry them out of the mountain. Entering the mountain took over an hour, and carrying the two beasts out would take at least 3 hours, wasting most of the day. He wasn't like other classmates busy with tuition. Today he entered the mountain to test his combat strength, not to hunt magical beasts for gold coins. The golden cultivation period lasts 4 years, which sounds long, but is actually short. He wasn't in urgent need of gold coins and didn't want to trade his precious training time for money. Had it not been for Elizabeth Ellis's invitation incident, he would have followed Webster Ellis's advice to focus on training until he became a high-level mage before studying anything else. After Murray Green's agreement, Walter Raylan left for the Beast Merchant's established base in Kaya's Mountain. While waiting, Murray Green had Nigel Araland help him extract bullets from the magical beasts. Not long after, Walter Raylan returned with 4 upperclassmen from the Warrior Academy, 1 third-year and 3 second-year students. These 4 upperclassmen were robust and clearly strong, making them suitable for carrying magical beasts. Upperclassmen, here are the 2 beasts. Please estimate a price, and if it's suitable, you can take them away directly. Murray Green wasn't very knowledgeable about this type of transaction, so he let Nigel Araland handle the pricing while he listened and learned. Let us take a look. The 4 upperclassmen surrounded the 2 magical beasts, skillfully inspecting them multiple times. After a brief private discussion, they quickly quoted a price. Fellow juniors, we discussed it. The Clearwind monkey is worth a bit for its fur, but the rest isn't worth much. Plus, it's too small, so selling it by weight won't yield much. Therefore, we can only offer 11 gold coins. The third-year upperclassman then turned his attention to the steelback wild boar, saying as he extended his left hand with 5 fingers spread, "This wild boar hasn't reached maturity, and many of its materials don't meet standards, so it will be discounted when sold. Thus, it's only worth 13 gold coins. Given that this place is quite remote, it will take quite a bit of effort to carry these 2 beasts back to the mountain entrance, so we'll do 50-50, cash on the spot. Clearwind monkey, 11 gold coins. Steelback wild boar, 13 gold coins. 50-50, cash on the spot. This means the total for the 2 magical beasts is 24 gold coins, from which they would receive 12 gold coins. Nigel Araland certainly disagreed with this price and quickly shouted, "Upperclassmen, please take another look at these 2 magical beasts. We were very careful when we killed them. Look, aside from the fatal wounds on their heads, the rest of their bodies are basically unharmed, and their fur is intact." He pointed at the 2 magical beasts. Nigel Araland raised the price while the beast merchants haggled back and forth, creating a lively exchange. Standing aside, Murray Green thought it was quite exciting. After a few minutes, both parties reached an agreement. Clearwind monkey, 12 gold coins. Steelback wild boar, 14 gold coins. Cash on the spot, 45% to 55%. Murray Green and his companions received 55%, ultimately getting 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins. Since it was cash on the spot and rounded up, they sold the 2 beasts for 14 gold coins. Upperclassmen, take care. We can collaborate again in the future. Watching the 4 upperclassmen carry the 2 magical beasts away, the 3 of them bid farewell and then divided the gold coins they received. 7 gold coins rested in Murray Green's palm. He weighed them, and the crisp sound of the coins clinking together was delightful. In a good mood, Murray Green put away the 7 gold coins. Let us go. Forward, we're sure to make a big profit today. Chapter 57. Black Mist Snake magical beasts have a large territorial range, so after defeating 2 magical beasts, the 3 of them walked for over half an hour before encountering a 3rd magical beast, a blue rabbit about half a person tall. At that time, the 3 of them were more than 100 meters away from the cyan rabbit. Murray Green drew his revolver, and it turned into a shadow, disappearing from sight. The Windrunner rabbit, a 1st-level magical beast, was very timid and incredibly fast, fleeing at the slightest disturbance, making it rare for anyone to catch it. Seeing Murray Green, who looked somewhat disappointed because the prey had escaped, Walter Raylan spoke up to comfort him. In response, Murray Green could only shake his head and put the revolver back in its holster. Suddenly, Murray Green's mind stirred, and he frowned, immediately casting a spell with his left hand. Spatial feedback. With the assistance of battle techniques, this spell took just a little over a second to cast. Soon, the spatial feedback brought back information from a 50-meter radius to Murray Green's mind. He immediately used his powerful mental force to disperse the information flow, then wrapped it up and digested it completely. Trees, bushes, swarming insects, and a quietly crawling venomous snake on the ground. A venomous snake? Noticing the silent snake approaching the 3 of them, Murray Green whispered, "A snake is coming, 40 meters to my left. Be careful, it might be poisonous." Hearing Murray Green's warning, Nigel Araland and Walter Raylan immediately looked in the direction he indicated but found nothing. In response, Walter Raylan drew an arrow. Drawing his bow, he shot in one smooth motion. The arrow flew swiftly towards the target with a whoosh, slicing through the grass in its path and making a piercing noise, startling the snake. Hiss! The venomous snake, sensing the commotion around it, let out a hissing sound in threat and poked its head out from the grass. Seeing the snake, the 3 exclaimed its name simultaneously, Black Mist Snake. The Black Mist Snake, a 1st-level magical beast, is highly venomous and a rare dark attribute beast that excels at stealthily approaching its prey before using black mist to poison it. It is cruel, enjoys torturing its prey, and is aggressive. Hiss! Threateningly flicking its tongue, the Black Mist Snake coiled down, hiding in the grass. Seeing this, Murray Green moved his left hand again, casting another spatial feedback spell, discovering that the black mist snake was retreating. It is escaping. Should we chase it? The two exchanged glances and nodded at Maury Green simultaneously. It's very rare and valuable. Let's chase it. After Nigel Alleran spoke, he raised his double axes, letting out a roar, and hurled the axe in the direction Maury Green indicated. The sharp axe, empowered by Nigel Alleran's strength, cut through the grass like a lawnmower. Sensing the attack, the black mist snake twisted its body, turning its head back as a one-handed axe struck the ground in front of it. The previous blow had nearly seriously injured the black mist snake, making it furious. Its eyes glinted with hatred as it stared at the three. With the grass around it cut cleanly by Nigel Alleran's earlier strike, the black mist snake's general form was revealed. It was entirely black, with mist-like patterns on its body, about the thickness of a calf and approximately 7 to 8 meters long. An adult black mist snake's venom, gallbladder, fangs, and scales are all very valuable. We can't let it get away. After shouting this, Nigel Alleran charged towards the black mist snake with his axe, while Walter Raylan raised his longbow and shot arrows in quick succession, suppressing the black mist snake's movement to prevent its escape. Under Walter Raylan's control, when Nigel Alleran reached the black mist snake, it had only moved 5 steps. Die! The one-handed axe, empowered by tremendous force, made a terrifying whoosh as it swung toward the black mist snake's dark body. Facing this axe, the black mist snake's powerful body twisted, narrowly but calmly dodging the fatal blow, opening its mouth to bite at Nigel Alleran's arm. Standing 40 meters away, Maury Green squinted, his right hand moving slightly, subtly revealing the gun's grip, then suddenly drew the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The black mist snake felt a tremendous force hit it, its head uncontrollably veering to the side, and the dark scales on its neck were shattered by the bullet. However, the previously unstoppable bullet, after shattering several scales, became stuck in the black mist snake's muscle, failing to advance further. This snake is quite strong. One shot can't kill it. The stunned black mist snake still hadn't recovered when Nigel Alleran swung his axe at it from the other side. This blow landed solidly. The spot where the black mist snake was hit bled profusely, almost severing a third of its body. Hiss! Seriously injured and in unbearable pain, the black mist snake instinctively opened its mouth and let out a painful hiss. Just then, another bullet, carrying an unstoppable momentum, struck its open jaw. The black mist snake's jaw was not as tough as its scales, and the bullet fired by Maury Green directly shattered its jaw. Taking a deep breath, Maury Green locked his eyes on the snake's 7-inch position, his mental power flowing into his right hand holding the gun. With divine control over his body, he made slight adjustments to his aim. Pulling the trigger, the hammer struck, and the bullet was fired. Bang! A puff of white smoke billowed from the muzzle again as the bullet shot straight toward the black mist snake's vital spot. Clang! The bullet struck the black mist snake's scales, producing a crisp collision sound, breaking the scales and penetrating its flesh. The black mist snake's body stiffened as it was hit in the 7-inch area, as if it had momentarily frozen. A great opportunity. Seeing the opening to attack, Nigel Alleran's eyes lit up. Gripping the axe tightly with both hands, he gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful chop at the previously injured spot. The already wounded area was struck again with such a terrifying blow that the black mist snake was cleaved in two in an instant. The two segments of the snake's body fell to the ground, thrashing violently. Noticing this, Nigel Alleran quickly took a few steps back to avoid being bitten by the dying snake during its last struggles. Fortunately, the mortally wounded black mist snake had lost its rationality, writhing crazily in place while its upper body instinctively attempted to escape. But it hadn't moved far before Nigel Alleran hurled another axe, knocking it back. This seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the struggling black mist snake slowly came to a stop, eventually ceasing all movement and dying. After seeing the black mist snake dead, Maury Green shifted his gaze to Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan, secretly nodding in approval. No wonder they dared to rob in the mountains. These two had some skills and were quite capable. Chapter 58, Encountering Robbery Again. Despite its small size, the black mist snake was highly dangerous among first-level magical beasts. The tacit teamwork of Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan, combined with Maury Green's 3 shots that dominated the battlefield, allowed them to kill it decisively. Had it just been the two of them working together, they likely would not have captured the black mist snake and might have even been killed by it. Ha! This black mist snake is a treasure, worth a lot. After confirming the death of the black mist snake, Nigel Alleran picked up his weapon, surrounding the corpse of the black mist snake, reaching out to grab its head and prying open its broken mouth to reveal 2 sharp, venomous fangs. It didn't spray any venom at all. It must still have a lot of black mist snake venom in its poison sac, which can fetch a good price. Saying this, Nigel Alleran turned his head to look at Maury Green, who had finished reloading, and spoke in a negotiating tone. Maury, this black mist snake is very valuable. More expensive than the 2 magical beasts we had before combined, and it's relatively light, making it easy to carry out of the mountain. If we hand it over to those magical beast merchants, we'll lose a lot. How much do you think this black mist snake is worth? Maury Green asked. And upon hearing this question, Walter Raylan, who was standing nearby, chimed in. Not less than 30 gold coins. This black mist snake is quite rare, and many people need the materials from it, so its price is even higher than some second-level magical beasts. Not less than 30 gold coins. Even if it's only 30 gold coins, both sides can get 15 gold coins each. If we let the magical beast merchants collect it, in the end, they'll only split 7 or 8 gold coins. If it were other more difficult to handle magical beasts, which are large and hard to carry out of the mountain, and the goods are not in demand, it would take a lot of time to deal with them. But this black mist snake has none of those drawbacks. It's small, valuable, and in demand, so Nigel Alleran and Walter Railing wanted to handle this black mist snake themselves. Murray Green pondered for a moment and then nodded. Then you two go out of the mountain and handle this snake. I'll rest here for a while, and you two come back quickly once you're done. Murray Green's physical strength was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person, not comparable to the two warriors. So he didn't want to go out of the mountain with them. Hearing Murray Green's arrangement, Nigel Alleran disagreed and proposed his own suggestion. Let Walter Railing handle the black mist snake alone while he stays with Murray Green to continue training in the mountain. After discussing for a while, the three eventually agreed to Nigel Alleran's method. Watching Walter Railing carrying the black mist snake's corpse disappear into the woods, Murray Green retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged with Nigel Alleran at the foot of a large tree to rest for a bit. Murray Green closed his eyes and began to reflect. In this battle, the black mist snake, which is considered a strong presence among first-level magical beasts, performed so poorly and didn't show its terrifying lethality before being killed without injury by the three of them. This was because from the very beginning, its stealth was vaguely detected by Murray Green's mental alertness, and with Murray Green's control over spatial feedback, the black mist snake had nowhere to hide, directly nullifying its concealment. During the later combat, before Murray Green fired, despite Nigel Alleran and Walter Railing's fierce attacks, they were actually at a disadvantage. Walter Railing's arrows missed entirely, and Nigel Alleran's flying axes and axe attacks were easily dodged by the black mist snake. It had already found the interval in Nigel Alleran's attacks and was preparing to counterattack when Murray Green decisively fired, interrupting its subsequent counterattack and giving Nigel Alleran the chance to unleash a full-force strike. This was the core of this battle and the real reason for the black mist snake's death. Murray Green touched his revolver at his waist, feeling calm inside. About 10 minutes later, after adjusting himself and relieving some of the fatigue from the journey, he stood up, and the energetic Nigel Alleran jumped up immediately. Let's go? Today was fruitful, and Nigel Alleran's face was full of smiles, eagerly wanting to move forward. The two continued deeper into the Kaya's mountain, but before they could walk far, a signal flare shot up behind them. Nigel Alleran turned around and shouted in alarm, "Not good. Walter is in danger. Someone must be trying to steal our black mist snake." "What? Someone is stealing our prey? Hurry, let's go support him." Nigel Alleran moved quickly, and Murray Green could not keep up with his speed. In this situation, Nigel Alleran grabbed Murray Green's shoulder and ran back. In just about 5 or 6 minutes, they quickly arrived at the location where the signal flare was fired. They saw Walter Railing, bruised and battered, lying on the ground, while 4 students whom Murray Green did not recognize were greedily eyeing the corpse of the black mist snake. Where did these little brats come from? Daring to steal my Nigel Alleran's prey and hurt my brother? Do you want to die? Raising his twin axes, Nigel Alleran shouted angrily and charged forward. Although the 4 robbers noticed the approaching Murray Green and Nigel Alleran, they never expected that Nigel Alleran would dare to charge at all 4 of them alone. Faced with Nigel Alleran's fierce charge, a young man closest to him, wielding a 2-handed sword, hurriedly lifted his sword to meet Nigel Alleran's axes. Clang! The axes collided with the 2-handed sword, producing a crisp sound, and the unprepared young man was knocked back 2 steps. "You're trying to rob my Lord Nigel's prey, and you can't even hold your sword steady. You really don't know how to die." Taking advantage of his momentum, Nigel Alleran swung another axe, but at that moment, an arrow shot out from behind the young swordsman, aiming for Nigel Alleran's shoulder. Bang! Just as Nigel Alleran was contemplating whether to trade injury for injury, he saw the arrow aimed at him shatter, and fragments of the remaining arrow shaft and feathers flew everywhere. "It's Murray, well done." With a cheer in his heart, Nigel Alleran continued with his attack, swinging the axe toward the young swordsman's shoulder. Due to the previous arrow, Nigel Alleran's attack was slightly delayed, giving the young swordsman a bit of reaction time. He gripped the sword hilt with one hand and braced the sword with the other to block Nigel Alleran's strike. "Hey, you're pretty good at blocking, but can you block this strike?" The young swordsman, who barely managed to block Nigel Alleran's axe, exposed a flaw elsewhere, and Nigel Alleran kicked straight at him, landing a powerful kick to his chest. This forceful kick sent the young swordsman flying 6 or 7 meters away, crashing to the ground and uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 59. Sword Dancer. Looking at the fallen Walter Railing and then at Nigel Alleran, who was confronting the enemy, Murray Green thought to himself, "This Kaya's mountain is really not peaceful. There are robbers everywhere. Are they training robbers or students?" Suppressing his doubts, Murray Green spun the revolver 3 times in his hand, tucked it back into his holster, and shouted loudly at Walter Railing. Walter, are you okay? I'm fine. Seeing Nigel Alleran and Murray Green rushing in to support him, Walter Railing quickly endured the pain, picked up the weapon that had fallen nearby, and got up from the ground. Hiss! He quickly walked to Murray Green's side, and the intense pain made him instinctively groan. Although Murray Green and Walter Railing were not very familiar and were just temporary teammates, seeing his teammate so badly injured made even the normally good-tempered Murray Green feel angry. At this moment, Nigel Alleran was facing off against the four enemies. The young swordsman who had been kicked away by Nigel Alleran had already stood up with the help of his companions. Spitting out the blood remaining in his mouth, the young swordsman glared fiercely at Nigel Alleran, holding his sword with both hands, ready to attack at any moment. Defeated opponents, what are you looking at? You four shameless scoundrels took advantage of my absence to ambush my brother. Do you want to die? Hearing the taunting words of Nigel Alleran, a young man with a well-proportioned figure and a one-handed sword at his waist laughed in anger. Nigel Alleran, I've heard you're quite arrogant. And it seems that seeing you in person is indeed different from just hearing about you. However, in front of me, you have no capital to be arrogant at all. Ha ha ha, you actually know me. But who do you think you are to speak so boldly in front of me? If you have the ability, come here, and I'll let you taste my axes. Hant Dunlop. Hant Dunlop's face darkened as he stated his name, and upon hearing it, Nigel Alleran's heart jolted. He had heard of this name. In their second year, he was considered a little celebrity, wielding a one-handed sword, and often leaving his opponents without a chance to fight back. However, he had only heard of him before, and now encountering him, it seemed that today would not end well. Nigel Alleran felt quite pessimistic, but his expression remained unchanged, still wearing a look of arrogance. What an unknown person. I've never even heard of you. If you have the guts, come at me. A one-handed sword ranger, a two-handed sword warrior, an archer, and the last one should be an assassin. Nigel Alleran attracted attention in front, while Muriglin observed the enemies from behind and quietly asked Walter Rilluin beside him. They are all first-year warriors, right? Is there anyone particularly tricky among them? Walter Rilluin smiled wryly and replied tiredly, they're all second-year students, first-year warriors. I've heard that Hant Dunlop is a sword dancer. I'm not sure about the others, but there shouldn't be anyone stronger than Hant Dunlop. A sword dancer. That's good, not too tricky of an opponent. You rest first, and after I deal with these four with Nigel, I'll come help you bandage your wounds. After receiving information about the opponents, although they were outnumbered, they were all first-year warriors, and there were no particularly powerful professionals, so Muriglin was not too afraid. Muriglin walked forward slowly, and as he walked, he said loudly, Nigel, let us go, let us beat them up first. Nigel Alleran, hearing Muriglin's words, was somewhat doubtful if he had heard incorrectly. Moreover, the most important thing was, if they could win, would he be here exchanging taunts with the opponent? They definitely couldn't win against the other side. However, with the two sides already tense, Muriglin's words completely lost control. Hant Dunlop instantly drew his sword, his steps swift as the wind, like a nimble swallow, thrusting his sword towards Nigel Alleran. Facing Hant Dunlop, who appeared before him in the blink of an eye, Nigel Alleran couldn't care less and decided to strike first. Come on. The double axes crossed and collided, producing an exhilarating sound. Nigel Alleran became excited, roaring as his axes, carrying immense power, struck towards Hant Dunlop. Reckless man, seeking his own death. The thrusting sword was suddenly retracted, not engaging directly with Nigel Alleran's axes. Then, Hant Dunlop's foot flickered, and his sword stabbed at a strange angle towards Nigel Alleran's ribs. Bang! Muriglin, who was advancing slowly, used his left hand to exert spatial feedback, controlling all the information on the field, while his right hand hung at his waist, fingers slightly moving. At that moment, Muriglin stepped forward with his right foot, pushing forward, revealing the revolver handle under his coat. Without hesitation, Muriglin drew his revolver and pulled the trigger. The first bullet shot out, heading straight for Hant Dunlop's abdomen. Although he was engaged in battle with Nigel Alleran, he didn't let his attention off Muriglin. Seeing Muriglin's shooting action, Hant Dunlop's body froze, abruptly halting his forward momentum, retreating a step in a strange posture to create distance from Nigel Alleran. Humph. Crafty little brat, I'll let you see. Before his words fell, Hant Dunlop placed his sword in front of him. Clang. When the bullet hit the sword, it slightly deflected, and the bullet flew off in the direction the sword had turned. Seeing this, Muriglin frowned slightly, but was not too surprised. Unlike those magical beasts, although they had strong physical power, they couldn't evade his attacks when he aimed at their weaknesses. Humans were different. They had intelligence, could predict, and had weapons to defend themselves. In his first encounter with a human, Muriglin felt a bit excited, but on the surface, he remained calm. Suddenly, the revolver in his hand spun twice, leaving everyone watching Muriglin's actions dumbfounded. What is this situation? Hant Dunlop widened his eyes in anger. What does this mean? Is he playing with him? Does he look down on him so much? But before he could express his anger, Muriglin gripped the handle of the gun and pulled the trigger again. Hant Dunlop's sword-wielding right hand twitched and finally stopped because this shot was not aimed at him. Be careful. Muriglin's strange shot aimed straight at the archer youth, who was preparing to shoot an arrow. The archer, completely unprepared, was pushed aside by a nearby assassin classmate wearing tight leather armor, narrowly escaping danger. Chapter 60, Double Kill. Truly a genius from Ellis Academy. Both awareness and ability are quite impressive. However, it's a pity that you encountered me. Both shots missed, but Muraglin was neither anxious nor dejected. Instead, he directly drew the magic crystal gun from his left waist, aiming it at the great sword youth. What? The magic array on the magic crystal gun lit up with Muraglin's mental power, looking like it would shoot at any moment. The great sword youth's heart jolted. He never expected that Muraglin had a second gun, and what's more, the power of this second gun seemed much greater than the first. Muraglin twitched his left hand. And seeing this, the great sword youth hurriedly dove to the side. Bang! Ah! The gunshot came as expected, reaching the great sword youth's ears, but simultaneously, the scream of the assassin companion also came through. The downed great sword youth was somewhat confused. Turning to look, he saw that the assassin companion had been shot in the thigh, with a blood hole appearing. Although he didn't fall to the ground, he was no longer able to fight. The assassin youth glared at Muraglin with gritted teeth. Never expecting that Muraglin would use a feint to help his companion by pretending to shoot at the great sword youth, while actually using the revolver to attack. As an assassin who thrived on agility and sneak attacks, he was now hit in the thigh by a sneak attack. And while it didn't hit the bone and the injury wasn't severe, he was basically incapacitated and unable to perform at his normal level. Of course, this was just an internal practice among students, so there was no need to fight desperately while injured. Seeing the assassin injured by his shot, Muraglin completely relaxed. As the biggest threat to a mage was indeed an assassin. Once an assassin got within a certain distance of a mage, their explosive sneak attack speed could leave the mage with no chance to react. Eliminating the most threatening enemy at the start was a good opening move. Murray Green turned his left hand, reinserted the magic crystal gun back into its holster, raised his revolver, blew away the white smoke from the muzzle, and with a smirk on his face, looked mockingly at the four opponents. Damn brat! Seeing his assassin companion ambushed by Murray Green and treated with such disdain, the archer's anger surged to the top of his head, aiming his arrows at Murray Green and shooting 3 arrows in quick succession. The rapid-fire arrows. At the same time, the young swordsman also got up from the ground, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and charging towards the battlefield of Nigel Alaran and Hunter Dunlop. Hunter, you deal with that brat. I'll hold him off here. Okay, what the hell? All of you stay here. The swordsman's attack speed was incredibly fast, combined with his specially trained footwork, making Hunter Dunlop's attacks exceptionally unpredictable, and Nigel Alaran couldn't fully defend against Hunter Dunlop's assault. Therefore, Nigel Alaran could only unleash his berserker traits, going into a frenzied state, fighting desperately against Hunter Dunlop, making it so that the latter wouldn't dare to exchange one sword strike for one axe strike, barely managing to hold Hunter Dunlop back. As a result, the young swordsman prepared to engage him, allowing Hunter Dunlop to deal with Murray Green, which made Nigel Alaran a bit anxious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 flying arrows appeared in front of Murray Green, but when they entered within 10 meters of him, Murray Green grinned and extended his left-hand finger. Do you know why I didn't target you for the ambush? Murray Green's materialized psychic power followed the direction of his finger and instantly appeared on the flying arrows, gently adjusting their shooting trajectory. A slight deviation outside 10 meters could result in an error of 20 to 30 centimeters after traveling that distance. Because you pose no threat to me. Without moving his body, all 3 flying arrows whizzed past him, causing the archer to scream in shock. Telekinetic Master. Previously, Murray Green had not shown any signs of being extraordinary. Aside from his unusual magic crystal gun that could shoot continuously with high accuracy, he didn't appear special at all. Those who focused on peculiar devices usually had mediocre strength. Unexpectedly, when Murray Green did make a move, he disabled the assassin's thigh and shattered the archer's mentality. What? That brat is actually a telekinetic master? Hunter Dunlop, who was preparing to deal with Murray Green, was equally stunned. After all, being a telekinetic master was a step up for a magician. To become a telekinetic master, one had to be a magician first, and only those with strong psychic powers could become one. Therefore, even disregarding the skills and peculiarities of a telekinetic master, this brat was still a powerful magician. Why is this brat not studying magic properly at the Magic Academy to enhance his psychic power? What is he doing in the Kayas Mountains? First-level magicians generally wouldn't enter the mountains because although they had strong attack power, they had too many other weaknesses and lacked the comprehensiveness of a warrior. If a warrior encounters an opponent they can't defeat, they can signal for help while running, but when a magician realizes they can't win, well, they often can't escape. Of course, not all first-level magicians avoid the mountains, but those who dare to enter are either fools or possess exceptional skills and strength. Ellis Academy does not admit fools, so Hunter Dunlop concluded that Murray Green must be the latter. With these thoughts, Hunter Dunlop felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His heart felt chilly as he had thought he was dealing with a soft target, only to find he had stepped on a steel plate. Bang bang. Just as Hunter Dunlop was considering how to leave the scene gracefully, Murray Green did not stop. Psychic energy flowed into the revolver in Murray Green's hand, activating the only shock-absorbing magic array on it. The moment the magic array was activated, Murray Green straightforwardly fired the last 2 bullets in the gun, aiming at the young swordsman. Damn! The young swordsman, who was striding forward to take over for Nigel Alleran, noticed Murray Green shooting at him and hurriedly raised his sword to block, simultaneously dodging to the side. Clang! The first bullet was blocked by the thick sword, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, but before he could feel pleased, his calf was struck by the second bullet. After taking care of another opponent, Murray Green opened the revolver's cylinder, dumping out the spent cartridges and catching them with his mage hand. He took out a bullet with his left hand. Using an enchantment spell to attach spatial magic power to the bullet head, he stuffed it into the chamber, while at the same time, Murray Green used his mage hand to grab 5 bullets and fill the remaining chambers. Then with a flick of his right hand, the cylinder was set back in place. Chapter 61, 6 shots. After changing the bullets, Murray Green placed the revolver on his left forearm, the cylinder resting against his sleeve, and pulled strongly with his right hand. Click, click, click. The revolver's cylinder spun rapidly until Murray Green raised his right hand, pressing down the hammer, pointing the gun at Hunter Dunlop. Next, I will fire 6 bullets directly, one of which has had an enchantment spell cast on it, making it slightly more powerful than a regular bullet. As he spoke, Murray Green activated the shock-absorbing magic array with his psychic power, ensuring that the upcoming 6 shots would not be interfered with by excessive recoil. Now, you have 2 choices. 1, leave with dignity. But you have to leave behind 40 gold coins as compensation for our robbery and an apology for the harm caused to Walter. The second is to be knocked down, and then we will search your bodies for compensation. The magical array glowing on the revolver illuminated Murray Green's face, making his calm expression appear particularly mysterious. Choose. Hearing Murray Green shout, Hunter Dunlop was nearly furious. He never expected that he, a distinguished sword dancer, would be threatened like this among his peers. An apology? Don't even think about it. Seeing Hunter Dunlop's determined expression, although he didn't respond, Murray Green already knew the choice of the opponents. All right, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Before his voice fell, Murray Green pressed down with his right hand, placing the revolver in front of his abdomen, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! With his left hand spread open, as the first bullet was fired, his left thumb immediately pressed on the hammer to reload. Bang! His left hand slid back. His thumb followed by the index finger, reloading. Bang! Middle finger, reload. Bang! Ring finger, reload. Bang! Pinky finger, reload. With the assistance of the shock-absorbing magic array, in less than a second, Murray Green fired 5 regular bullets, plus 1 enchanted bullet. Seeing that Murray Green shot at him without hesitation, Hunter Dunlop's scalp instantly tingled. Hunter Dunlop thrust his left hand forward. A short sword slid out from his sleeve into his left hand, while his right hand held a long sword. And he held the short sword in reverse with his left hand. As he moved, Hunter Dunlop pushed his sword dancer's speed to the limit, narrowly avoiding the first bullet, then slashing down with his right hand longsword, splitting the 2 bullets in half. The bullet fragment, split in 2 by violence, flew past Hunter Dunlop's figure. Then, using the force of his sword swing, Hunter Dunlop spun his body to the side, and with his left hand, he slashed back, narrowly deflecting the 3rd bullet with his short sword. A sword dancer is indeed a sword dancer. Wielding the sword, it was as beautiful as a dance, yet full of deadly intent. But just then, the 4th bullet appeared in front of Hunter Dunlop at a completely unreasonable speed. Before Hunter Dunlop could react, he was hit in the right shoulder by this space-imbued bullet. The space-imbued bullet carried immense impact, penetrating Hunter Dunlop's right shoulder and taking away a large amount of flesh and blood. In that instant, a beautiful flower of blood blossomed from Hunter Dunlop's right shoulder. The intense pain made Hunter Dunlop scream out, and his body uncontrollably tilted toward the right rear. But at that moment, he felt his hands go numb. Due to the pain, Hunter Dunlop could no longer grip the sword hilt tightly. The last 2 shots from Murray Green struck his dual swords, knocking them out of his hands. With the swords gone, the severely injured Hunter Dunlop fell to the ground, while the only archer remaining intact on the field changed color dramatically and shouted at once. We concede, we are also willing to apologize. While shouting, the archer rushed toward Hunter Dunlop and immediately pulled out a potion bottle containing red liquid from a concealed place. Opening the potion bottle, he poured it directly into Hunter Dunlop's mouth, and upon entering, Hunter Dunlop swallowed it immediately. The healing potion entered, quickly stopping the bleeding from his right shoulder, which had been caused by the space-imbued bullet, and the pallor on Hunter Dunlop's face from massive blood loss also showed a hint of flush. Although they were fighting each other, they were all classmates, so upon hearing the other side's choice to concede, Nigel Alleran put away his dual axes. He jogged over to Walter Reeling, took out a similar red healing potion from his pocket, and handed it to Walter Reeling. Walter Reeling took the healing potion, drank it in one gulp, and began to recover as well. After Murray Green reloaded, he spun the revolver in his hand a few times before putting it back in the holster and walked over to Walter Reeling, joining Nigel Alleran to bandage him with gauze. About half an hour later, the injuries of the three on the opposite side were finally treated. The archer, carrying a longbow, walked to about 10 meters away from Marigreen and the others. With a complex expression, he glanced at Marigreen a few times before reluctantly tossing a pouch of coins at him. Marigreen reached out with his right hand to catch the apology. Weighing it in his hand, the pleasant sound of clinking coins made Marigreen and the others feel elated. This time we lost. May I ask your name? Although they lost, they also wanted to know who they had lost to. In response to the archer's question, Marigreen lightly tossed the pouch of coins to Nigel Aroland, straightened his face, and clearly stated his name. Marigreen. Marigreen, you are the younger brother of Rhinegreen, his real brother. Before the archer could voice his doubts, Marigreen directly provided the answer. Upon hearing this, the archer looked somewhat dazed and pondered in his mind before unconsciously saying, that shouldn't be. The real brother of Rhinegreen? How come I've never heard of you before? Are you perhaps a first-year freshman? That's right. Is there a problem? The other three, who heard the conversation, all showed expressions of disbelief and stared at Marigreen intently. What are you saying? Is there a problem? That's a big problem. It's been less than 2 months since the semester started. Think about when they enrolled. They were still sweating on the training grounds of the Warrior Academy, trying to master the breathing technique to enter the ranks of warriors. And look at you. In less than 2 months, you've already become a telekinetic and defeated all 4 of them. The 4, upon learning that the opponent was just a new student, felt so sad they almost cried. However, they still forced a bitter smile and replied to Marigreen, no problem. You are truly a genius. Chapter 62. The 3 major alliances of freshmen. The Black Mist Serpent was indeed in high demand. As soon as it appeared at the entrance of the mountain, before Marigreen and the others could start selling, many buyers surrounded the 3 of them, waving pouches filled with gold coins, eager to buy it. All the materials from the Black Mist Serpent were being contested, so Marigreen and the others directly held a simple auction, with the highest bidder winning. In the end, the Black Mist Serpent fetched an astonishing price of 38 gold coins. Marigreen had never seen a first-level magical beast with such a high value. This time, he truly gained some insight. With the 40 gold coins from the Apology and the 38 from the Black Mist Serpent, totaling 78 gold coins, each side received 39 coins. Adding the previous 7 coins, they had 46 gold coins. In this mountain trial, Marigreen not only fought magical beasts but also fought people, ultimately earning a profit of 46 gold coins, which felt like a huge win. If Marigreen's happiness was a quiet smile, then the joy of Nigel Aroland and Walter Reeling was much more direct. The two hugged each other, jumping and laughing. The income from this day could sustain them for a month. They had originally planned to lift Marigreen up to celebrate, but thinking about Marigreen's terrifying demeanor earlier, they ultimately cast that bold idea out of their minds. Upon returning to the school and agreeing with the two that they would prioritize them the next time they entered the mountains, Marigreen happily walked toward the cafeteria, ready to have something good to eat. Hey, Nick, why are you alone? Aren't you fighting with your comrades? As Marigreen entered the cafeteria, he found Nick Brown surprisingly dining alone. He grabbed a few pieces of magical beast meat, carrying his tray to sit across from Nick Brown. It's you. Mary, huh? Mary? I'm not familiar with you, so don't come near me. Seeing Marigreen suddenly sit in front of him, Nick Brown was startled, leaning back, arms crossed defensively, his eyes warily fixed on Marigreen. He had witnessed how badly Marigreen had made Malin Reed suffer in the cafeteria a few days ago. Malin Reed had run back to his dorm directly after class, avoiding contact with others, and only now was he doing much better. Defeated by Nick Brown's demeanor, Marigreen sighed, pressed his throbbing temples, clenched his fists, and placed them on the table. You're still in that posture. How about I repeat what I did to Malin Reed that day on you? What do you say, dear Nick? Upon hearing Marigreen's last sentence, Nick Brown's scalp tingled. He didn't expect this handsome and refined Marigreen to have such a twisted hobby. How had he never noticed it before? Could it be that he actually liked this sort of thing? But according to Malin Reed's later account, he had judged that Marigreen should be an aggressive type. No. Nick Brown put down his hand seriously, sat up straight, and took up his knife and fork. Seeing that Nick Brown was finally a bit more normal, Marigreen breathed a sigh of relief, cut off a piece of magical beast meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. So what's your situation now? Why do I feel like you guys are about to be defeated? Although he hadn't been paying attention to Nick Brown's Northern Nobles Boys Defense Alliance, he could vaguely sense that the battle frequency of the alliance had significantly decreased recently. Now, the backbone of the alliance, Nick Brown, was actually eating alone here, which indicated that the alliance was not far from falling apart. Who said we were defeated? We are just accumulating strength, like a fist. It needs to be pulled back before it can deal a greater blow, Nick Brown said stubbornly, but seeing the disbelief on Murray Green's face, he knew his words had no effect. At the same time, Murray Green directly spoke up. Be frank and lenient, resist, and be strict. If you honestly explain, I might even help you with some advice. Why can't you guys stand up? You need to get your act together. The more intense the fight, the more attention Elizabeth Ellis will pay to you, which will allow her to slightly ignore me. Murray Green thought to himself. Hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown sighed. Perhaps his psychological defenses had been breached, or maybe he needed to vent, so he opened up about the recent developments. There was only a week left until Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, and 3 contenders had appeared in the Magic Academy, namely the 3 mentioned earlier, 1 noble heir, 1 out-of-town student, and 1 local merchant's child. Among these 3, the noble heir would not participate in the competition because he already had the noble inheritance rights. Why would he give up his inheritance to compete for a spot as a son-in-law? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although his territory was not large, he was the ruler of that territory, and that sense of satisfaction was something a son-in-law could never imagine. Excluding 1 strong competitor, the remaining 2 included the out-of-town student, who had come to the north specifically for Elizabeth Ellis, and now becoming a contender had increased the stakes, making victory even more certain. With such a strong presence among the out-of-town students, no one in the Northern Nobles Boys Alliance could compete. The current leader of the alliance, Hayden Majory, was still just an ordinary first-level magician who hadn't even decided on his future career path. With such a large gap between the leaders, how could they dare to take the initiative? Moreover, as more people were promoted to magicians, who would still prefer to drink and compare magic instead of something simpler, more direct and effective, strength was the primary persuasion. But in the alliance, who could compete with the contenders? In terms of magic, the only one who could match the contenders was another contender. The remaining contender was just a merchant's child. When this alliance was formed, it was all noble heirs. And there wasn't a single merchant's child. Initially, those merchant heirs wanted to join their alliance. But they were not accepted because they looked down on merchant heirs as noble heirs. Now that a contender had emerged among the merchant heirs, they wanted to accept him. But that contender wasn't a fool either. You ignored me before, and now that I have value, you want to court me and make me your muscle? Not a chance. Thus, relying on their inherent status as merchant heirs, they formed a third alliance of merchant heirs. Now, among the 3 major alliances, the largest and initially most powerful Northern Nobles Alliance was in a very awkward position, while the previously bullied out-of-town Student Alliance sounded the horn of counterattack. And the merchant heirs, whom they had neglected and looked down upon, had transformed from chickens into phoenixes, soaring above them in glory. What could they do? What could they do? In this regard, Murray Green could only say, good luck with that. Chapter 63. First meeting with Elizabeth. The biggest drawback of the Northern Nobles Alliance was the lack of a powerful leader like Murray Green. If he were willing to step forward and reveal his identity as a contender, then the Northern Nobles Alliance would once again become the most powerful alliance among the new students. However, Murray Green's goal in wanting this alliance to stand up was to create some commotion to attract firepower for himself. To make them stand up and help would only attract more firepower, right? Moreover, joining the Nobles Alliance now, if he were to sink with this broken ship, that would be one thing. But he feared that if the 2 opposing sides bullied them too much and he couldn't hold back and acted, it would complicate matters. He himself was unwilling to marry into the Duke's family, and now that his talent was known to Elizabeth Ellis, if he were to act too aggressively and accidentally flatten all opponents, wouldn't Elizabeth Ellis have no choice but to pick him? Such foolish behavior was not advisable. Therefore, at this moment, Murray Green adhered to the principle of more action, more mistakes, less action, fewer mistakes, no action, no mistakes, and as long as no one provoked him. He was more than willing to coast until Elizabeth Ellis chose her fiancé. The matter of the invitation had made him anxious for a long time. And now with 2 showy individuals drawing fire, it left the low-profile Murray Green feeling that life was not easy. Just earlier, in an attempt to divert others' attention, after using the tactic of inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while hurting himself 800, he found that his appeal to women had decreased significantly. And even Belial Pet, who had been quite close to him not long ago, was no longer as close. Sigh. This is truly a sad story. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Murray Green's face, and after a sigh, he uttered this sentence. Upon hearing this, Nick Brown thought Murray Green was commenting on the issues of the Noble Alliance and nodded in agreement. Who says otherwise? Now in the Magic Academy, we in the North basically have no competitive power. I hope the Warrior Academy can produce a few geniuses to uphold our Northern Nobles' glory. Haha, let's hope so. After chatting with Nick Brown for a while, Nick finished his meal and went to the Warrior Academy to gather information about the situation there. After consuming a few pieces of magical beast meat, Murray Green felt the fatigue from the mountain trip lessen significantly, so he headed to Stanley Ellis's tower, preparing to communicate with his mentor, Webster Ellis, to ask him to recommend a more powerful telekinesis instructor. Right now, he only knew how to materialize his spirit. If he wanted to become stronger, he would need a professional instructor. Relying on oneself was not conducive to growth. The magical elevator ascended, quickly bringing Murray Green to the top floor hundreds of meters high. Upon entering the hall, Murray Green found the door to the mentor's reception room closed, indicating that there was a guest. What bad luck. Should he wait a while, or come back next time? Murray Green frowned, unsure of who the guest was or how long the mentor would talk with him, so he was a bit conflicted about his choice. Wait. It would be impolite not to at least say hello before leaving. Making a decision, Murray Green prepared to go to the meditation room to wait, taking advantage of the time to practice a bit so as not to waste time. But just then, the voice of mentor Webster Ellis suddenly echoed in his mind. Murray, come to the reception room for a moment. Hearing the Minter's command, Murray Green was somewhat puzzled. Why was he being called into the reception room while the Minter was with a guest? Did he need a tea servant? Though confused, he still had to obey the Minter's orders. So, Murray Green walked to the door of the reception room, clenched his right fist, and knocked twice on the door with his index and middle fingers. "Come in." The calm voice of the Minter echoed in the room as Murray Green gently pushed the door open and walked in. When he looked up, he saw a pure white silhouette. She was wearing an ice-white female warrior outfit, her long snow-white hair tied up in a high ponytail, which made her look very neat. However, from her straight back and elegant waistline, it was clear that her figure and appearance were exceptional. But when Murray Green saw this silhouette, his pupils contracted, and his heart trembled as he was reminded of a certain name. He prayed fervently that the name he thought of was not the one he was fearing. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green forced himself to calm down, lightened his steps, and walked straight forward. The reception room was not small, but not large either. Even if Murray Green walked slowly, he eventually reached the figure and respectfully performed a studentess bow to his Minter, Webster Ellis. Minter. The more respectful his outward actions were, the more he cursed inwardly. "You despicable old man, why did you call me in here? Just a minute ago. Why didn't you just leave? Why bother with pleasantries? Just go. This old man isn't worth your respect." After performing the studentess bow, Murray Green awkwardly turned to look at the person beside him. She was extremely beautiful, with willow-like eyebrows, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her figure was graceful and well-proportioned, but her demeanor was very aloof, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, beautiful yet unattainable. Although she was sitting in a chair, Murray Green estimated that if she stood up, she would not be shorter than him. In this world, Murray Green's height was considered short among his peers, but he was still 1.75 meters tall and might reach 1.80 meters by the age of 20. As Murray Green looked at this beautiful and aloof woman, she slightly tilted her face, and her snow-white eyes turned to examine him, making him feel a bit uneasy. When she looked up at him, Murray Green felt as if he was being looked down upon. Seeing her appearance made Murray Green sigh deeply. Finally, he let out a loud roar in his heart. "Old man, hurry up and say this is your great-granddaughter." Murray Green didn't know if Webster Ellis had a great-granddaughter, but this was his last shred of hope. Meanwhile, Webster Ellis, dressed in pure white, was unaware of the splendid turmoil in Murray Green's heart. He simply raised his hand and pointed to the aloof woman, saying, "Ha, Murray, this is Princess Elizabeth, whom you have been thinking about day and night and have not seen for a long time. Now that you've met her, are you happy?" Murray Green's heart shattered completely. "What do you mean by day and night? Old man, don't add drama on your own." "Ha ha ha, Your Highness, I am Murray Green, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Murray Green flashed a brilliant smile, respectfully performed a noble bow, and greeted her with a mix of joy, excitement, and fervor. Chapter 64. You should focus on your studies. Hello, Murray Green. Elizabeth Ellis slightly nodded her head in response to his greeting and then began to scrutinize him from head to toe, making Murray Green feel a little uneasy. "I heard you are a spatial warrior," Elizabeth Ellis directly asked, and Murray Green was not surprised to hear this. After all, his mentor was Webster Ellis, and Elizabeth Ellis was part of the same family. Murray Green had basically no secrets in front of them. Otherwise, how could the unknown Murray Green receive the first invitation from the Magic Academy? Yes, by heaven's blessing, I awakened spatial magic and became a spatial warrior. Unfortunately, my strength is currently insufficient to unleash the true power of spatial warfare. Murray Green first showed excitement. Then his expression turned cloudy with a hint of regret before he shifted the topic. "At the banquet a week from now, may I have the honor of inviting Your Highness to dance?" As the owner of spatial attributes, Murray Green's talent had likely earned him the highest score in Elizabeth Ellis's mind. Therefore, he needed to lower his score in other areas. Otherwise, it would not demonstrate the competitiveness of other opponents, and he could not escape the fate of being married into the family. To be honest, Murray Green thought Elizabeth Ellis was beautiful, the most stunning woman he had ever seen. If beauty were the only criterion for choosing a wife, Elizabeth Ellis would definitely be his first choice. However, this world was not a simple selection question. It was a very complex, comprehensive problem. Elizabeth Ellis's noble status would leave her husband with no glory. Murray Green did not care about glory, but he did care about face. The Ranya's kingdom was a country ruled by the king and the nobles together, so the status of nobles was very high, and a high status made many things much simpler. Even doing something that did not conform to societal morals, like infidelity, would not draw much blame to the nobles. In fact, many people would think that such actions were in line with noble status. Therefore, the romantic affairs of nobles were countless. Male nobles flirted around, and female nobles played with men, which were very normal and common occurrences. Thus, Murray Green was afraid. If he married into the Ellis family and became Elizabeth Ellis's husband, he might accidentally be cuckolded. He could not accept such a thing. With Elizabeth Ellis's figure and appearance, if it were to be her lover, Murray Green would definitely jump at the chance, but he could not be her husband. However, given Elizabeth Ellis's status, Murray Green could not directly tell her, "You might cuckold me in the future. You heartless woman, stay away from me." If Murray Green said such a thing, Elizabeth Ellis might not react much, but Count Green would immediately appear in front of Murray Green and skin him alive, then apologize to Elizabeth Ellis with a smile on his face. Therefore, under the circumstances where his astonishing talent could not be hidden, Murray Green chose to make his personality blend in with the crowd. Take that, future Queen of the Sea. Facing Murray Green's straightforward invitation to dance, Elizabeth Ellis, sitting in the chair, kept her expression unchanged and replied in a formal manner, "I'll think about it and let you know later." "Okay, thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness in choosing to give me the first invitation. I will do my best to prove that you did not make a mistake." Murray Green, full of excitement, spoke louder and louder, but Elizabeth Ellis felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing his words. This person is arrogant because of favoritism, shining brightly with a little sunshine, and has a bad personality. Watching Murray Green still talking confidently in front of her, Elizabeth Ellis raised her delicate hand, signaling him to stop. Murray Green quickly stopped, looking at her with some confusion. "Murray Green, my great-grandfather told me that you are a true magic genius, which is why I chose to give you the first invitation. I hope you will study hard in the future and strive to master the essence of spatial warfare to protect the Northern Territories." As she spoke, Elizabeth Ellis directly turned her head to look at Webster Ellis, no longer facing Murray Green. Elizabeth Ellis's words, while seemingly flattering, carried an undertone of coldness and distance that Murray Green could sense. Murray Green was overjoyed and showed a look of ecstasy, quickly continuing the other person's words. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I will definitely study hard, improve every day, protect the North, and guard you. Your commands are my mission, and I will do it for you." As Murray Green was eagerly flattering, Elizabeth Ellis raised her hand again, interrupting his more explosive words. "All right, Murray Green. I understand your meaning, but your most important task right now is to study well. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Your Highness. As long as you understand." Elizabeth Ellis was somewhat annoyed and felt that she had set her expectations for Murray Green too high. After all, space combat techniques are something everyone looks forward to, and she, Elizabeth Ellis, was no exception. Seeing it in person, however, completely shattered the golden image of space combat techniques in her heart. Therefore, facing Murray Green, Elizabeth Ellis's tone began to turn cold, not even casting a glance at him. "Great-grandfather, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Webster Ellis looked at Murray Green with some disappointment, feeling that he had performed particularly poorly today. But he didn't think too much about it because it was normal to perform poorly in front of Elizabeth Ellis. So Webster Ellis sighed in his heart, abandoned his previous plan, and kindly nodded at Elizabeth Ellis. "Your matters are more important, so go ahead. But come visit your great-grandfather more when you have time." "All right, great-grandfather." After saying that, Elizabeth Ellis slightly leaned forward, elegantly standing up. Seeing her stand up, Murray Green secretly examined her from head to toe. Exquisite appearance, tall figure, graceful curves. She was simply a masterpiece of God. Looking at her made Murray Green show a hint of infatuation. Although only 17 years old, Elizabeth Ellis was already an intermediate warrior and easily noticed that Murray Green was secretly staring at her. This person has great talent, but his character and will are quite poor. Thinking of this, Elizabeth Ellis turned to leave. "Your Highness, take care, let me see you off. May I ask what troubles you?" "No need, you should study hard." Chapter 65. Teacher Payne looking at Elizabeth Ellis hastily, leaving because of his words. Murray Green was filled with reluctance. However, if one closely observed his expression, one would find a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. "Little guy? Trying to challenge me? See if I can annoy you to death." As the heir to the Duke of the North, Elizabeth Ellis grew up in adoration. So she had seen countless sycophants. A goddess does not lack sycophants and will not care about them. Thus, even a space sycophant is still a sycophant to her. If this space sycophant has a particularly bad character, then her impression of him will be even worse. As the door to the reception room closed, Elizabeth Ellis's figure completely disappeared. Murray Green reluctantly turned his head back, slightly swallowing his saliva. Not to mention, Elizabeth Ellis truly deserves to be the most beautiful woman in the North. Even her back is beautiful. "Teacher, thank you for helping me speak well of the princess." After dealing with Elizabeth Ellis, it was now your turn. Sigh. Witnessing everything that had happened earlier, Webster Ellis was unsure whether helping his student with a kind word was truly a help or a harm. If he hadn't helped, he wouldn't have raised Elizabeth Ellis's expectations, leading to a significant gap between Murray Green and her expectations, ruining the first impression Murray Green had in front of her. But if he hadn't helped, Murray Green wouldn't have caught Elizabeth Ellis's interest so quickly or received the first invitation. Timing and fate. To have such a poor result on their first meeting, and his student was still so passionately invested, continuing down this path might harm him. Teacher Webster Ellis shook his head slightly, sighed, and looked at Murray Green with a somewhat complex gaze. After pondering for 2 or 3 seconds, he said, "You should study hard. I will now teach you one of the 3 basic skills of combat techniques, rapid casting. Focus on practicing well." "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely practice hard and live up to your and the princess's expectations." Looking at Murray Green in front of him, each sentence mentioning the princess, Webster Ellis knew he had fallen into the trap. A 16-year-old boy, at the age of budding romance, encountered a noble and stunningly beautiful woman. And this woman had even shown interest in him. Having lived for over 100 years and seen many things, Webster Ellis considered this very normal. If it were someone else, Webster Ellis wouldn't stop them, as it proved that their Elizabeth had great charm. However, this was his student, and a gifted one at that. If he could become a couple with Elizabeth Ellis, he would wholeheartedly support it. But now, based on the previous situation, he judged that the chances of them becoming a couple were already minuscule. The greater the initial enthusiasm, the greater the subsequent blow. Webster Ellis could even envision the scene of Murray Green being dispirited because of shattered hopes. "Teacher, I want to discuss something with you," which is about the telekinesis skills I learned earlier. While speaking, Murray Green observed Webster Ellis's expression, finding no signs of displeasure, so he continued. "Today I went into the mountains for training and found that my current methods are too singular. I have the idea to ask for a telekinesis teacher to guide my telekinesis practice." Webster Ellis knew that Murray Green had studied magic crystal guns and had built some weapons based on that, but in the eyes of a level 7 mage like him, these things were no different from toys. Can toys be considered methods? No. So upon hearing Murray Green's self-assessment, Webster Ellis slightly nodded in agreement. However, when Murray Green's next words came out, he frowned and wanted to reprimand him. "I just taught you a basic skill of combat techniques. And instead of focusing on practicing that, you want to learn telekinesis? Wanting too much is not a good idea. You are at a foundational stage right now, other things." At this point, a flash of inspiration struck Webster Ellis's mind, and he suddenly had an idea. If he exhausts him with training, he won't have time or energy to think about romance. During that time, even if Elizabeth Ellis picks out her future husband, he won't have time to be sad. Learning other things and making connections is also a good way. I really agree with your idea. Now I will help you write a recommendation letter to Teacher Payne, asking him to guide you in telekinesis. To persuade Webster Ellis, Murray Green had made many preparations. Even if he didn't succeed today, he was prepared to wear him down over time. And the initial words of opposition from Webster Ellis were not unexpected from Murray Green, but the subsequent turnaround genuinely felt like a slap in the face. Just like some people navigate through a drainage ditch, some drive their cars up trees, and some use a motorcycle to pull 4 or 5 girls. It's absurd, but it happens. Here, take this and go find Teacher Payne. When Murray Green walked out of the Stanley Ellis Tower, holding the recommendation letter from Webster Ellis, he felt a surreal sense of disorientation, as if he were dreaming. So, he decisively gave himself a firm pinch. "Ouch, that hurts. It turns out it's real. Not a dream." Murray Green huffed on his pinched arm and rubbed it to wake himself up. He scratched his head in confusion, turned around, and looked up at the position where Webster Ellis was at the top of the tower. "Whatever, this is a good thing. There's no need to overthink it. I'm not a detective, so what's the point of figuring out the ins and outs?" Murray Green cast aside all his doubts, tightened his grip on the recommendation letter written by Webster Ellis, and strode confidently toward the magic tower where the first telekinetic master, Payne Dubin, was located. Along the way, he occasionally bounced a couple of steps, showing that he was very happy. Before long, after reading the recommendation letter brought by this student, Payne Dubin suddenly found himself filled with a multitude of questions. With his proud mental strength as a guarantee, he confirmed that this was indeed a handwritten letter from Dean Webster Ellis, with no typos or signs of revision, and his eyesight was perfectly fine. However, he still found it hard to believe the contents of the recommendation letter. "You are a student of Dean Webster Ellis?" "Yes, Teacher Payne." "Then why aren't you learning combat techniques from the dean, but instead seeking me out to learn about telekinesis?" "Because I want to diversify my offensive methods." Combat techniques. Diversifying offensive methods. He recognized every word, but combined, it made no sense to him. "Look, are you speaking human language?" Chapter 66. The secrets of telekinesis when it comes to offensive techniques. If combat techniques say they rank second, then no one would dare claim third place. Among mages, they are simply one of a kind. Even a level 1 fireball spell, in the hands of a combat master, can scatter like flowers in the sky and incinerate the opponent on the spot. Looking at Murray Green's light blue eyes, Payne Dubin speculated that he should belong to the water attribute combat techniques, but then he remembered that Murray Green was a student of the dean. So it must be a mutated water attribute, ice attribute combat techniques. The ice attribute is a special attribute, although its destructive power isn't as strong as fire attribute. Its lethality is no less, so the offensive methods can be plentiful. After a moment of thought, Payne Dubin forcibly suppressed his doubts, took Murray Green to the training room, and tested his current situation. When Payne Dubin discovered that Murray Green could lift a 10-pound iron block with the mage's hand, materialized by his mental focus. From a distance of 10 meters, he was stunned. "Wow, why didn't you cultivate your telekinesis before coming to seek my guidance?" After realizing Murray Green's astonishing talent for mental power, Payne Dubin was both surprised and somewhat frustrated. Such a promising telekinetic student, yet I can't have him. What a shame. If Murray Green were a student of another teacher, he might be able to use some personal connections to bring him over, but unfortunately, Murray Green was a student of the dean. Now, the dean had done him a favor by writing a recommendation letter, allowing him to teach Murray Green. If the dean knew that Payne Dubin wanted to snatch a student from him, who knows what kind of shoes Payne would have to wear? Murray Green, your mental talent is quite good, and you are indeed suitable for learning telekinesis. However, since you are already a student of the dean, you will have to learn many combat techniques, so I estimate that the majority of your time and energy will be spent with the dean. Saying this, Payne Dubin smiled and continued to look at Murray Green. Of course, if you have enough time and energy to learn all my knowledge, I will gladly share everything with you. Thinking that he would only be giving Murray Green a little guidance, Payne Dubin generously offered him a discount on the guidance fee, charging only 500 gold coins. The tuition for the Magic Academy is 300 gold coins per year, although you can only learn some basic magic knowledge. According to the course arrangement of Ellis Academy, as long as you keep up with the pace and study hard, graduating as a mid-level mage in 4 years is basically guaranteed. An ordinary 20-year-old mid-level mage is considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary people, but at Ellis Academy, if one only aims to become an ordinary mage, why spend 1,200 gold coins to study magic here? Just like Murray Green's friend Sam said, a 10-year magic school might be more cost-effective for him since his goal is just to become an ordinary mage. Initially, Murray Green came to Ellis Academy with the aim of becoming a potion master, but life is unpredictable, and he ended up becoming a combat master instead. However, the space attribute is too high-end, with the lowest level attack magic being level 4, which left Murray Green in an awkward situation with no magic to use. Becoming a telekinetic master is a good transition because the status of a telekinetic master among mages is quite high, and they are strong enough to allow Murray Green to comfortably transition to level 4. And wanting to change to a telekinetic master is also expensive. Payne Dubin, considering his relationship with Dean Webster Ellis, only charged 500 gold coins, so Murray Green got a great deal. Thank you, Teacher Payne. Murray Green took out his student card and immediately paid the guidance fee, fearing that Payne Dubin might change his mind. Haha, no problem, it's just a little guidance. It won't take much effort. After the test and payment, Payne Dubin had Murray Green sit cross-legged on the floor of the training room, and he did the same, sitting across from each other with serious expressions. Your time is tight, so I won't waste words. Your mental talent is very good, and you can currently barely lift a 10-pound object. But how long do you think, based on your current training method, it will take to lift 100 pounds or 1,000 pounds? Hearing this question, Murray Green thought for a moment, recalling the specific time it took him to learn the mage's hand and materialization, and began to estimate the time. However, before he could answer, Teacher Payne spoke up. Even if you have extraordinary talent, with such a primitive method, the fastest time to grow to 100 pounds would take 5 years, and 1,000 pounds would be impossible forever. Payne Dubin straightforwardly informed Murray Green of the answer, and upon hearing this, Murray Green was not surprised, because since Teacher Payne brought up this question, he surely had a solution. So, Murray Green nodded and continued to listen to Payne Dubin. The skill of materialization is quite simple. It is about compressing mental power and enhancing mental strength to turn the intangible mental energy into something tangible. As he spoke, Payne Dubin slightly raised his head, and suddenly, Murray Green found himself inexplicably floating up, looking at the ground 50 centimeters below him in astonishment. The materialized mental power is like a third hand for our mages. Of course, once you master multitasking, it's equivalent to having several strong and powerful hands. The goal of us telekinetic masters is to strengthen this one or several powerful hands, making them more potent. Therefore, increasing mental quantity and mental strength is the purpose of our training as telekinetic masters. Before the sound faded, everything in the training room floated up silently. Seeing this scene, the ever-calm Murray Green finally showed a look of shock. Look, even if you are a prodigy in combat techniques, what of it? We telekinetics also have our own specialties, enjoying pleasures that combat techniques cannot experience. Payne Dubin, seeing Murray Green's shocked expression, revealed a satisfied smile and then lowered everything, including Murray Green. So, how's my telekinesis? It's amazing. Teacher Payne. Murray Green looked at Payne Dubin with admiration. Facing such an appreciative Murray Green, Payne Dubin was equally pleased. So he taught Murray Green the method of mental refinement and had him practice on the spot. Blood energy and magical particles merge to become battle energy, while mental power and magical particles merge to become magic power. The telekinetics refine mental power through magical particles. By using mental power to interact with magical particles and allowing them to touch without merging, it can greatly enhance mental strength, even transforming mental power into telekinesis. Upon hearing this method, Murray Green immediately thought of something. If the desire of mental power for magical particles was like a lecher's desire for beautiful women, then tying a lecher to a pillar while a beautiful woman poses in front of him would create a predicament. In such a situation, who wouldn't be perverted? No wonder mental power can turn into telekinesis. It turns out it comes through perversion. Realizing this, Murray Green showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 67. Gravity and Repulsion. Basically, many things are easy to say but hard to do. Even though Murray Green possesses the talent for combat techniques, refining mental power is still quite a challenge for him. The difficulty arises from his combat talent. To become a combat technique master, Both the affinity for mental power and magical particles must be high. This is a hard requirement. The dual high condition causes Marigreen's mental power to merge with magical particles upon contact, transforming into magic power, thus failing to achieve the goal of merely touching without merging. Therefore, in front of Payne Dubin, Marigreen turned the refining of mental power into meditation practice. An hour later, Marigreen completed today's training task, but had not even made a start on refining mental power. Payne Dubin, who witnessed the entire process, maintained a blank expression, but his heart was filled with envy and jealousy, as telekinetics only possess strong mental power, but their affinity for magical particles is not high. Thus, when telekinetics meditate, the speed of merging with magical particles is slow, and at this time, they intersperse the step of refining the mind to achieve the goal of refining before the mental power and magical particles merge. Therefore, a telekinetic usually spends several hours completing their daily training tasks. In contrast, Marigreen could complete a day's training in just a couple of hours, demonstrating remarkable training efficiency. He could save so much study time in a day. No wonder he was a prodigy in combat techniques. You need to slow down the merging speed of your mental power and magical particles. Otherwise, the contact time is insufficient for refining mental power. Upon hearing Payne Dubin's guidance, Marigreen felt like crying. Except for the initial stage of his training, he had been speeding up the merging process. Currently, he could instinctively merge them the moment his mental power touched the magical particles. Now, he had to go against his instincts. Marigreen needed to break his training habits, slow down his practice, and even let himself fail at meditation. This was truly a painful challenge. I'll try to slow down my training speed. But the moment my mental power and magical particles come into contact, they start to merge. Even if I control my mental power not to merge, the magical particles will actively merge with my mental power. Marigreen, with a bitter smile, looked somewhat sad. Hearing this, Payne Dubin almost lost his composure. Do you hear yourself? You really don't sound human. You were bragging about combat techniques before, and now you're boasting about your training speed. Is combat technique so impressive? Uft. As for the magical particles being proactive, how shameless. Clearly, it's your mental power that can't hold its ground. If your mental power could reach the realm of keeping calm, I wouldn't believe that magical particles could still strongly merge into your mental power. While internally complaining, he still said seriously, since your affinity is high and the magical particles merge with your mental power quickly, don't use mental power to control magical particles. Use other methods to control both magical particles and mental power, keeping them at a distance. Remember, the method is within your mental sea. I hope you discover it soon. Teacher Payne said mysteriously, then closed his eyes, indicating he didn't want to discuss more detailed information with Marigreen. All right. Feeling he had received some guidance, Marigreen casually summoned a spatial magical particle from above his mental space. Strangely enough, the extremely rare spatial magical particles were abundant in his mental space, allowing Marigreen to skip the step of drawing magical particles into his body. As a result, Marigreen's training speed was not only faster than that of telekinetics, but also surpassed other combat techniques. Even the principal, Webster Ellis, was somewhat baffled by his training speed. As he saw the magical particles guided by mental gravity heading towards the mental sea, combined with Teacher Payne's earlier hints, Marigreen quickly realized how to keep them at a distance. The spatial magical particles were about to fall into the mental sea. If he followed his previous method, he would use mental power to hold back the magical particles, preventing them from entering the mental sea. However, this time, he was not prepared to let the magical particles touch his mental power. Instead, he intended to use his will to create a turbulent wave on the mental sea, interrupting the mental gravity and extending the time it took for the magical particles to enter the mental sea. Useful. Canceling the mental gravity has a significant effect. If I reverse the rotation of the mental sea, would it create a mental repulsion force opposite to the mental gravity? With this thought, Marigreen immediately took action, summoning another magical particle and quickly began to operate his meditation method in reverse, causing the mental sea to rotate in the opposite direction. After the spatial magical particles experienced the reverse rotation of the mental sea, an invisible repulsion force suddenly appeared, supporting the falling magical particles. Oh yeah, just like that. Seeing his method was effective, Marigreen immediately cheered in his heart. Meanwhile, Payne, who had been watching Marigreen, suddenly felt the gravity emanating from him transform into repulsion. Oh my, this kid not only doesn't he talk like a human, but also doesn't he plan to act like one. Realizing that a slight reminder had led Marigreen to grasp the key, Payne Dubin was somewhat stunned, not expecting Marigreen's talent to be so high. Fortunately, he was only a part-time instructor. If he became his formal mentor, he didn't know how much pressure he would face. He hoped the principal could handle it. Earlier, Payne Dubin had felt sad for missing Marigreen. Now, he began to take delight in his misfortune. If the student is too dumb, the teacher gets angry. If the student is too smart, the teacher feels a lack of accomplishment. When the magical particles were pushed away by mental repulsion, Murray Green used mental attraction to pull them back, pushing them away again after they got close. This back and forth, attraction and repulsion, became increasingly skilled for Murray Green. Under his control, the magical particles floated up and down not far from the surface of the mental sea. The magical particles floating on the surface emitted a faint magical glow, illuminating the sea surface. In the places illuminated by the magical particles, Murray Green felt a subtle increase in strength. Yes, it should be like this. Before successful meditation, all magicians strengthened their mental power in this way, allowing it to support the fusion of magical particles. However, after successful meditation, most magicians accelerated the fusion to increase their magical power, while telekinetic practitioners retained this process and extracted it separately to form the mental refinement method. Chapter 68. Finding you a sister-in-law in the dormitory. Murray Green sat cross-legged on a leopard skin cushion, 3 palm-sized flying knives circling around him like 3 swimming fish, free and agile. At that moment, Murray Green's eyes moved. Looking toward a wooden target on his right, a flying knife shot out like lightning, hitting the bullseye, with the blade fully embedded in the target. The substantialized mage's hand, combined with mental repulsion, could unleash an attack power equivalent to that of a level 1 warrior. When a flying knife's lethality is on par with that of a level 1 warrior, yet it is controlled freely by a magician, this flying knife combination technique makes Murray Green stand out among ordinary level 1 cultivators. Of course, when facing some powerful professions, like sword dancers, he is still somewhat at a disadvantage. After training, Murray Green looked out the window. The sunset was blood red, casting its glow upon the earth. Tonight would surely be exciting. After washing up, Murray Green took out a brand new custom noble outfit from the wardrobe. According to his request, this noble attire was designed to be very simple. The entire outfit was black, woven from the silk of beast spiders, with the Green family crest embroidered in gold thread and gold buttons. Compared to other noble attire, this outfit appeared very understated yet luxurious. Moreover, compared to the tight-fitting outfits of other nobles, the sleeves of this one were somewhat wider, allowing for a casual and elegant feel. With a magic crystal gun, a long-barreled revolver, a short-barreled revolver, and 5 flying knives, Murray Green wore all his equipment because tonight was Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, which could be even more dangerous than entering the Kayas Mountains. After putting on everything, he draped a level 1 magic robe over it. This magic robe had high defense, as it was inscribed with a level 1 defensive magic array. When activated, ordinary blades could not cut through this robe at all. After completing all preparations, Murray Green picked up the invitation and walked out of the dormitory. At the bottom of the dormitory building stood several classmates dressed as magicians. When they saw Murray Green, they turned to look at him, but after a few glances, they turned away, no longer paying attention. These few were members of the Noble Alliance, who had arranged to attend the banquet together. While Murray Green was not a member of the Alliance, so he walked straight past them toward the student auditorium where the banquet was held. After checking the invitation and entering the auditorium, soothing and beautiful music entered his ears. Looking up, the entire auditorium came into view. With about 30 meters in height and an area large enough to accommodate thousands of people, the place was quite spacious, and moving around wouldn't feel crowded at all. After casually mentioning it, Murray Green habitually strolled through the dining area first. The Ellis family truly lived up to their status as a Duke family, with a wealth of food available. Flying, running, and swimming beasts were all present, and they were all magical beasts. There were even seafood caught from the sea. It should be noted that the entire Lanyas kingdom is not coastal, so seafood relies entirely on imports, making it quite expensive. Knowing he had a tough battle ahead, Murray Green felt that eating well was essential for strength, so he unceremoniously pointed at a seafood item over a meter long, resembling a lobster, and asked the chef to prepare a plate of lobster meat. While he was dining, more invited guests entered the auditorium, chatting in groups of 2 or 3, with bursts of hearty laughter occasionally ringing out, which made Murray Green feel somewhat hypocritical. Murray, you're really here. Just when Murray Green was focused on his meal, as opportunities to eat lavishly were rare, intending to make up for today as performance fee, a familiar voice came. Hearing someone call his name, Murray Green turned his head to see Liwei Ellis approaching him in a splendid robe. Liwei, you're here too. Damn it, I have another strong competitor. Life is like a play, relying entirely on acting skills. Although Murray Green did not want to become Elizabeth Ellis's husband or participate in the competition, the Green family's stance had to be presented, so he represented the Green family in the contest. Haha, Murray, to you, I'm hardly a competitor. It's just that you could easily crush an ant. Liwei Ellis smiled, but Murray Green felt somewhat puzzled by his words. Where had he exposed himself? Alas, Liwei, you're being unfair. If that statement gets out, it would put me on the hot seat. Murray Green said angrily, biting down on a piece of meat and continuing, and casually flattering like that warrants 3 cups of punishment. It was you who flattered me first. I'm just returning the favor. If there's a penalty drink, you should drink 3 cups first, and then I'll drink 3 cups. How about it? Shall we penalize? Liwei Ellis raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, then placed his wine glass in front of Murray Green. Haha, I think the best wine should be offered to the prince. While eating, Murray Green chatted with Liwei Ellis for a few moments. After a few exchanges, Liwei Ellis picked up his glass and elegantly walked toward another classmate. Watching Liwei Ellis's departing figure, Murray Green turned back and ordered some food he had never eaten before. After a hearty meal, Murray Green sat on the sofa, leaning back, squinting his eyes as he observed the situation in the auditorium. The Noble Alliance, led by Nick Brown, had already entered. While those out-of-town students were together with the Warrior Academy classmates, judging by their skin color and physique, those classmates were likely from out of town. At that moment, the side door of the auditorium opened, and a group of elegantly dressed female classmates walked in, creating a lively scene. Upon seeing the female classmates enter, the boys in the auditorium surprisingly acted reserved, appearing serious, not glancing sideways, resembling refined gentlemen. The reason for this behavior was not that they disliked girls, but because today was Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, which was their main purpose. If they were caught looking at other girls by Elizabeth Ellis and she minded such matters, it would be disastrous. After these female classmates entered, Murray Green noticed about 20 to 30 boys walking out from the back of the auditorium. Oh, my brother is here too. Seeing Ryan Green enter, Murray Green was quite surprised and quickly stood up, walking toward Ryan Green, wanting to seek clarification. Brother, what brings you here? Hearing Murray Green's question, Ryan Green smiled, raised his glass, and gently clinked it with Murray Green's. Taking a sip of wine, Ryan Green smiled and said, I'm here to help you find a sister-in-law. Chapter 69, The Opening of the Banquet. Men have their best buddies, women have their close friends. Elizabeth Ellis, of noble status, as the controller of the third power in the North, has equally impressive friends, either genius girls or high-ranking noble daughters. At this banquet personally hosted by Elizabeth Ellis, her good friends will mostly appear to support her. Ryan Green's goal is simple, to take a marquis's daughter home. Just now, I met with Her Highness Elizabeth, and beside her, I found a satisfying target, beautiful, intelligent, and reportedly very smart. Murray, you'll have a sister-in-law soon. Haha. With my big brother taking action, it will definitely be easy. Little brother here wishes you a triumphant return. Although not yet 20, Ryan Green, as a noble heir, is already planning for his future lifelong affairs. A suitable future countess is very important for the entire Green territory. Just like the Count married Penny Campbell. The Campbell family behind the Countess provided considerable assistance to Count Green, and later the Countess controlled the territory's finances, developed commerce, and provided support for the Count's army, making the entire Green territory thrive. In this union, the Green family received financial support from the Campbell family, while the Campbell family gained military backing from the Green family. Count Green's gamble created a win-win situation. Following Ryan Green, Murray Green noticed that some female classmates who had entered the hall earlier were continuously toasting to Ryan Green and occasionally throwing flirtatious glances, clearly with improper intentions. Looking around, Murray Green discovered an interesting phenomenon. The boys who entered first were all standing in the center of the hall, waiting seriously for Elizabeth Ellis. The second batch of girls who entered were basically gathered around Ryan Green and his group. Those who came out with his big brother should all be noble heirs. So this banquet is essentially a matchmaking event for noble heirs in the North. The protagonists of the banquet are Elizabeth Ellis and Ryan Green, as they choose their satisfying partners during this evening. The Ellis family truly deserves to be the leader of the North, even caring about the lifelong affairs of their subordinates. Murray Green prepared to distance himself from Ryan Green. After all, if he didn't move away, this group of female classmates would soon kick him aside. But before he could take 2 steps, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him. Murray, good evening. Hearing this, Murray Green turned to see a girl in a black long dress with a large red gemstone adorning her snow-white chest, Marcy Clemens, holding a glass of wine, standing before him. Good evening, Marcy. After greeting her, Murray Green planned to retreat, but Marcy Clemens blocked his way and began to awkwardly chat with him, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Ryan Green. Understanding Marcy Clemens' intentions, Murray Green sighed inwardly. Girl, give up. My big brother already has a target. Although Murray Green knew Marcy Clemens had little chance, he still politely introduced her to Ryan Green. Big brother, this is my classmate Marcy Clemens. After completing this seemingly useless task, Murray Green left the matchmaking corner and blended into the crowd in the center of the hall, waiting for the main character of the evening to appear. Not long after, Murray Green heard the music suddenly change, becoming somewhat exhilarating before abruptly stopping. Then, a clear, cold voice rang out through the amplification and sound transmission magic array. Welcome everyone to my banquet. I hope you enjoy yourselves. At the same time, the curtain on the high platform of the hall slowly opened, and all the lights focused there, revealing a tall figure. Elizabeth Ellis confidently stepped forward, her long legs striding with purpose, followed by 6 uniquely beautiful women, her group of close friends. Seeing Elizabeth Ellis and her entourage appear, Ryan Green and the others no longer cared about flirting with the surrounding female classmates, quickly moving to her side like a group of guardians, protecting Elizabeth Ellis. They guarded Elizabeth Ellis, and beside them, a group of female classmates followed. Thus, this group moved to the center of the hall with Elizabeth Ellis. When Elizabeth Ellis reached the center of the hall, all attendees began to mingle rather than remain in their initial groups, both men and women. This was the proper appearance of a banquet. Thank you all for attending my banquet. I raise a glass to everyone. Grabbing a wine glass, Elizabeth Ellis raised it, and everyone present lifted their glasses in response. To Her Highness. Then, everyone drank in unison. After this toast, the music changed again, gradually becoming softer, but lacking the initial relaxed vibe. Next should be the dance invitation segment. In a normal banquet, after the opening toast comes the dance invitation, where people invite the opposite sex to dance and agree on dance times. However, the dance invitation segment is where most conflicts and contradictions occur during the evening. An outstanding and beautiful woman usually receives several dance invitations, although she can dance with several different men during one banquet. The first dance is typically with the person she is closest to. Therefore, when several people invite the same girl for the first dance, if she has a preference among them, she will clearly indicate her choice. But if there is no preferred choice, the men wishing to dance the first dance must resolve the situation themselves. How do the men resolve it? Usually through power, offering benefits, negotiating favors, and threatening to eliminate competitors. But when these civilized methods fail, they can resort to barbaric means, dueling. The music remained pleasant, but to Murray Green, it sounded like the call to war. Murray Green looked up at Ryan Green, then at Elizabeth Ellis, who stood out in the crowd. He sighed. Touching the Green family crest embroidered on his chest, Murray Green took a deep breath, raised his glass, and walked straight toward Elizabeth Ellis. At the same time, many others, like Murray Green, began to step toward Elizabeth Ellis. About 20 to 30 people were preparing to invite Elizabeth Ellis for the first dance. As they gradually approached her, they also began to see their competitors' faces more clearly. Meanwhile, all eyes in the hall subtly turned toward them. Chapter 70. The first round of tests. Nice to meet you. I'm Newman Jeffrey. Before Murray Green could get closer to Elizabeth Ellis, a handsome man appeared before him, blocking his path with a wine glass in hand. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying the surroundings, realizing that those heading toward Elizabeth Ellis were basically being intercepted by the group of noble heirs. The test had begun, but he didn't know how many rounds there would be. Seeing Ryan Green chatting with a competitor, Murray Green understood more about the situation. The performance had started. Murray Green, who had already spent the performance fee, smiled professionally as he raised his glass and gently clinked it with Newman Jeffrey, who was blocking his way. Hello, Newman. I'm Murray Green from the first year. You're Murray Green? Upon hearing Murray Green's self-introduction, Newman Jeffrey actually showed a look of surprise, leaving Murray Green a bit puzzled. Am I really that famous? When I went to see His Highness earlier, I chatted with Ryan, and he mentioned he has a genius magician brother named Murray Green. So it's you. It's great that my brother made the connection so easily. You're too kind. My brother likes to exaggerate. The title of genius magician was something he just made up and shouldn't be taken seriously. Feeling somewhat shy from the praise of an imagined rival, Murray Green responded humbly. But Newman Jeffrey slapped his forehead and exclaimed loudly, Murray Green, no wonder your name sounds familiar. You're the one who received the first invitation letter from the Magic Academy that caused such a stir. Hearing this from Newman Jeffrey, Murray Green was momentarily stunned. Bro, did Ryan bribe you? Elizabeth Ellis is right next to us watching. Is it really okay for you to let me go so openly? Yes, that's me. Although he didn't want to admit it, Murray Green could only show a proud expression. After glancing gratefully at Elizabeth Ellis, he turned to Newman Jeffrey and nodded in acknowledgement. Elizabeth Ellis felt a chill from Murray Green's gaze, and her brows furrowed slightly. After realizing it was Murray Green, her mood became somewhat complex and restless. Elizabeth, today is your big day. Why are you in such a bad mood? A woman in a fiery red long dress, with snow-white skin and ruby earrings, noticed the subtle change in Elizabeth Ellis's expression and asked. Those heirs were clearly told to be strict and do a good job of screening, but they completely ignored my words and favored the northern noble heirs. Elizabeth Ellis spoke softly, her voice only reaching the ears of a few close friends beside her. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's words, her friends took a quick look and noticed that the challengers were indeed from the northern nobility, and the heirs were chatting happily with them, with some even playing supportive roles and flattering the challengers. Meanwhile, the outsiders and commoner challengers were being criticized and even scolded by those heirs. Noble heirs are the hopes of the next generation of families and receive far more resources for development than those challengers. So their strength is generally much greater than that of the challengers in the same year. Faced with the constantly nitpicking heirs, those challengers dared not express their anger and could only speak to the heirs with a stiff upper lip, occasionally rebutting a few remarks. But they were afraid to retort too strongly, fearing that a disagreement might lead to a duel. They really go too far, joking about your lifelong affairs and letting those noble offspring go so easily. But they also have their own considerations. At this moment, a woman in a white and green evening gown, with a graceful figure and gentle features, spoke up, criticizing Ryan Green and the others while defending them. Forget about them. They are only doing preliminary screenings anyway. You all need to keep a close eye on the process. If anyone sends me an unqualified candidate, you will have to help me chase them away. Hee, Elizabeth, don't worry. We guarantee to complete the task. But if we chase away all the suitors as requested, you better not hide under the covers and cry. Several women laughed together, producing a melodious sound that attracted attention. Those who can be chased away by you are all incompetent. I, Elizabeth disdained to have them. All right, someone is coming. Who will handle it? Just as they were chatting and laughing, Morpheus clan, dressed in a red magic robe, smiled as he bid farewell to the air blocking his path and walked toward Elizabeth Ellis. Morpheus clan, a fire-type magician. I'll go. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a snow-white long dress with snow-white eyes, resembling Elizabeth somewhat, stepped forward. Cousin Melody, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Elizabeth. Morpheus clan's confident expression stiffened when he saw Melody Patrick's charming steps approaching him. As a fire-type magician, Morpheus clan had never feared anyone in school. But Melody Patrick was an ice-type magician, 2 levels higher than him. Recalling the time when he first entered school and made a name for himself, Melody Patrick was already a prominent figure at the Magic Academy. Now, 2 years after her graduation, Morpheus clan had no idea how strong she had become. Morpheus, long time no see. I heard you're quite famous in school now. Senior. Morpheus clan forced a smile, reminiscing about the past. Brother Newman, I've also trained in the Kaya Mountains a few times. How about we team up to go into the mountains together in the future? Sure. Ever since I successfully changed my profession, I've wanted to try my skills in the Kaya Mountains. With you, a genius magician, joining us, we will definitely dominate the Kaya Mountains. Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey were enjoying their conversation, even agreeing on when to venture into the Kaya Mountains again. All right, it's about time. I need to handle the next one. Good luck, my brother Murray. Strive for a good result. Newman Jeffrey patted Murray Green's shoulder, stepped aside. And as he looked down the path ahead, Murray Green wanted to say no. We were having such a great conversation. Why not chat for another gold coin's worth of time? Unfortunately, Newman Jeffrey had already left to find the next challenger. And all Murray Green could do was brace himself and step forward. Chapter 71. Joanna Stewart, a handsome boy has arrived. This little guy is quite brave to dare to invite me to dance so soon. I should go get to know him a bit. Seeing Murray Green pass the first hurdle, the woman in the red dress's eyes flickered as she carefully scrutinized him, revealing an interested expression as she spoke to Elizabeth Ellis. Murray Green, the genius magician, you should pay attention. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis refer to Murray Green as a genius magician, Joanna Stewart raised an eyebrow, showing a proud expression. No matter how genius a magician is, he can't withstand my sword. I wonder if this little guy can spark my desire to draw my sword. With that, Joanna Stewart raised a glass of red wine, twisted her body, and moved her feet, leaving a fiery red afterimage that eventually vanished. Murray Green suddenly felt a rush of red approaching him. Sensing something was off, he raised his left hand slightly to block in front of him, ready to activate the dagger hidden in his sleeve. His right hand held the wine glass close to his left chest, prepared to draw a weapon from his armpit at any moment. Soon, Joanna Stewart, dressed in a fiery red gown, suddenly appeared right in front of Murray Green. Seeing her figure, Murray Green let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his defensive posture. You must be Murray Green. I heard you're a genius magician. I love dealing with geniuses. Damn it, who keeps spreading the title of genius magician? Every time I meet someone, they shout it out loud. What do the other 3 magical students think? There are 3 battle strategies on the surface, but there are 4 genius mages. They won't test themselves out of curiosity. Murray Green boldly claims that tomorrow's sun will rise from the west. However, after being praised by a beautiful woman, Murray Green, feeling good about it, forgives her audacity and smiles, saying, haha, those are just nicknames given by good friends, not to be taken seriously. If we talk about genius, it has to be my sister. When you walked over just now, I didn't even notice. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart squints her eyes. Her woman's intuition tells her that he is lying. Her warrior's instinct tells her that he is not defenseless. Before she stands firm, Murray Green clearly makes a defensive move. Even though a mage's physical defense is negligible, but she is at the 2nd level perfection, about to break through to the 3rd level, moving at such a close distance. He can indeed sense her, proving that his title as a genius mage is well deserved. At this moment, Murray Green is unaware that Joanna Stewart has seen through some of his details and continues to show weakness, hoping that Joanna Stewart will see him as too weak and directly eliminate him. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames, and your nickname is recognized by Elizabeth. Plus, I just found out that you are not simple at all. Compared to other sisters, Joanna Stewart is fiery, so she usually acts quite directly. Being exposed so bluntly by Joanna Stewart, Murray Green stands there awkwardly laughing, feeling extremely irritated inside. Damn it, it seems that humility, this traditional virtue, has no place in this world. I need to change my mindset. So after a couple of dry laughs, Murray Green straightens his expression, showing a proud demeanor, laughs heartily, and then slowly says, haha, as expected of Sister Joanna, you truly have sharp eyes and can see the gems. Indeed, since my first class after enrolling, Teacher Linden praised my mental strength, and my meditation progress has always been ahead of the curve. At this point, Murray Green's voice is low, carrying a heavy sense of persuasion. In fact, I might just be the top mage among the new students at the Magic Academy. And Her Highness Elizabeth also sent me the first invitation to the Magic Academy because of my outstanding performance. As Murray Green's voice grows louder and more resonant, the people chatting around him can't help but turn their attention to him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Murray Green smiles and looks affectionately at Elizabeth Ellis, continuing. A week ago, when I met Her Highness, I invited her to dance. Huh, there's such a thing? The busy heirs and challengers around, upon hearing Murray Green's words, can't be bothered with their own matters, their eyes fixed on him. This guy actually met Her Highness Elizabeth before the banquet and even extended a dance invitation. Who is he to be so favored by her? Murray Green seems to ignore all the gazes, lost in his own world. Recounting to Joanna Stewart what happened a week ago. At that time, Her Highness said she would consider it and talk later. Now it's the banquet. So I want to confirm with her if I have the honor to invite her to dance the first dance. Since being low-key doesn't work, then let's do the opposite. Previously, it was just an invitation to dance, but he directly changed it to an invitation for the first dance. If Elizabeth Ellis agrees to Murray Green's invitation directly, then everyone else could announce their elimination. Oh my God, I didn't expect Elizabeth to have such an agreement with you. It's truly unbelievable. Looking at the Murray Green before her, who seems like a different person, the original him was like a little sheep, easily molded. But now he has shed his wool and turned into an ambitious big gray wolf. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness, or when I ask. You can listen in. Joanna Stewart glances at Elizabeth Ellis, who, as a mid-level warrior, despite the noisy banquet, she believes should have heard what Murray Green said. When she notices that Elizabeth Ellis seems a bit displeased but does not directly refute it, it indicates that there was indeed such a matter. Then she looks at the smug Murray Green and seems to understand why Elizabeth Ellis does not think much of this so-called genius mage. Little guy, why are you so naive? I thought you were decent, but after a little praise, you got carried away, showing no composure at all. Since that's the case, little guy, don't blame me for being rude. Joanna Stewart's originally smiling face suddenly drops, looking at Murray Green with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Murray Green feels a chill in his heart, while on the surface, countless waves of heat surge, fiercely roasting him. Chapter 72. Let me see, yes, just like that, good sister, come and eliminate me. Feeling the sudden pressure from Joanna Stewart, Murray Green's heart leaps with joy, his face unchanged as he extends his wine glass, continuing, Sister Joanna, I have some matters to inquire with Her Highness. Saying this, he raises his glass again, signaling her to clink glasses. Different clinking times represent different meanings. The banquet's initial clink signifies a welcome. Clinking while chatting merely signifies to continue. Clinking to propose a request signifies agreement. The glass Murray Green extends, combined with the previous statement, is meant to bid farewell to Joanna Stewart and seek Elizabeth Ellis's company, hence wanting her consent. Facing Murray Green's straightforward request to clink glasses, Joanna Stewart reveals a slight cold smile. If it's that easy to let you pass, wouldn't I, as the gatekeeper, be too incompetent? And wouldn't Elizabeth scold me to death later? Hee. Joanna Stewart lets out a light laugh, and the intense pressure becomes even stronger, making Murray Green feel as if he has been shoved into an oven. He instinctively wants to use mental power to isolate himself, but realizing this, he immediately interrupts this action. I don't know why, but suddenly I feel a bit hot. Before Joanna Stewart can speak, Murray Green uses his left hand to fan himself, then loosens 2 buttons at his collar, revealing his Adam's apple and the area below. Seeing this, Joanna Stewart's eyes twitch. What does this little guy want to do? Is he hinting at her? Banquets are generally places where romantic affairs are common, but many people at the banquet are graceful. How could they suddenly rush into the woods with someone to flirt? It's all about hints. When a person is interested in another and wants to get to know them, they will make some intimate hints, such as showing some skin, or making small gestures like squeezing or tickling their palms during a handshake. If the hinted person shows no response, it means there's no chance. If there's a reaction, it signifies that there might be a connection tonight. Is he really hot? Or is he trying to hint at me? Forget it, one can't bear it, and the other has ulterior motives. Either way, it's a bad habit. And being eliminated wouldn't be unfair. Joanna Stewart smiled delicately, grabbing Murray Green by the collar and looking at him with a beaming smile, her red lips slightly parted. Junior, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Let's go to a quieter place over there. Saying this, she tightened her grip on Murray's collar and pulled him aside. Those around them saw this scene and showed expressions that were a mix of amusement and sympathy, with some looking regretfully at Murray and others expressing envy. Hey, sister, you're such a good sister. I don't want to resist. Can you be gentler? The banquet hall was an integrated space, but for those who preferred privacy or needed to engage in discreet activities, there were side halls and back rooms. Some areas even included second-floor guest rooms for intoxicated guests to rest temporarily, as well as a small garden for secret meetings and a private balcony essential for moonlit dates. Joanna Stewart, the repairman, didn't care about the location, so she barged into a side hall with Murray Green. A few people enjoying a moment of peace in the side hall were dumbfounded as the two burst in. You all continue, I'll go out for another drink, said a more introverted male classmate, blushing as he quickly left, followed by a few others. However, as they left the side hall, they noticed many eyes were fixed on them. Sigh, Joanna's temper is too fiery, and she isn't good at normal persuasion methods. That junior might have a tough time today. Beside Elizabeth Ellis, a gentle woman whispered to her, And upon hearing this, Elizabeth furrowed her brow, feeling quite conflicted. The spatial combat technique was indeed remarkable, but the person wasn't up to par. So to Elizabeth, Murray was almost like a useless item. It's a pity to discard, but tasteless to keep. Her great-grandfather said that one must cultivate the spatial combat technique to the level of a high-level mage to shine. But she estimated that with Murray's personality of needing a little sunshine to blossom, he probably wouldn't live to see that level. Forget it. Elizabeth didn't dwell much on this little episode at the banquet, instead turning her gaze to the fire-based combat master, Morphoclan. Then she looked at the craftsman Halen Horace, the storm swordsman Quincy Collins, and the sharpshooter Rorik Clements. Junior, what do you mean by unbuttoning your collar? In the side hall, Joanna Stewart let go of Murray Green and asked coldly, while the question Murray feigned confusion and replied, I'm hot. Is that so? Then let me see if you're really hot. Before her words fell, Joanna Stewart suppressed her power to the first level, then pinched her fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture, and suddenly jabbed at Murray's shoulder. Noticing the danger, Murray instinctively activated his mental power, using his psychic control to forcefully shift his shoulder away, narrowly avoiding Joanna's sudden attack. Murray stepped back a few paces, putting 4 to 5 meters of distance between him and Joanna. What are you doing, senior? Discovering that Murray, as a mage, could actually evade her sudden attack, Joanna was surprised. Although she had controlled her strength, it was still not something an ordinary novice mage could evade. Therefore, Joanna Stewart's beautiful face broke into a smile, revealing a hint of interest. Junior, your reaction ability is quite good. Let me see your strength again. I am a magical genius, so I do have some strength, but senior, this is His Highness's banquet. It wouldn't be good for us to fight like this. At this moment, Murray was unusually bold because he realized that he couldn't hide his strength. Others would easily see through him with just a little probing. Unless Murray was determined to take a beating, he definitely wasn't the kind of person to invite trouble. So, he could only let his personality become a bit worse to dissuade Elizabeth Ellis. With this thought, Murray focused his mental power, causing 2 wine glasses to fly to him. Then using his mage hand to pour some red wine into both glasses. He also unbuttoned another button on his collar, tidying up the slightly disheveled collar that Joanna had pulled, transforming his appearance from that of a dashing young nobleman to a charming young man. He reached for a glass of red wine and offered the other glass to Joanna Stewart. Senior, we should do what we need to do at the banquet. Saying this, Murray raised an eyebrow and gave a teasing look. Chapter 73. Confrontation. Junior, you have quite the nerve. Just average. Looking at the floating glass of red wine in front of her, Joanna Stewart extended her finger, her fair finger caressing the rim of the glass and circling it twice. I don't want to know how bold you are. I just want to know if your strength is sufficient. As soon as she finished speaking, Joanna Stewart smiled brightly at Murray. Then she pinched her middle finger and thumb together, flicking her middle finger against the glass. In an instant, the glass of red wine that had been floating beside her exploded like a wide sword mine, sending shards and wine flying toward Murray. The white, transparent glass shards mixed with the red wine danced through the air like autumn leaves, looking exceptionally beautiful. Facing Joanna Stewart's striking yet fierce attack, Murray remained unfazed, extending his right hand with fingers slightly spread, palm facing the incoming assault. Psychic repulsion, activate. The glass shards and wine that were shot at Murray seemed to sink into a quagmire, their speed slowing down until they ultimately floated in midair. Telekineticist, not bad. But this level of trickery isn't enough for me to take notice. Seeing Murray easily neutralize her attack, Joanna Stewart smiled with satisfaction, then found a feather duster nearby and dashed straight toward Murray with it. Go. The mage hand wrapped around the glass shards, enhanced by the psychic repulsion, scattering them toward Joanna Stewart like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Explode. Joanna Stewart swung her feather duster, and a shockwave erupted from the feather duster in her hand, instantly shattering the glass shards that were shot at her, sending them flying everywhere. As Joanna Stewart approached, Murray touched the pistol at his waist but chose to refrain from using it. Instead, he extended 3 mage hands to grab 3 larger pieces of the glass shards. Senior, it's just a drink. Why do we have to fight? Although Murray was saying not to fight, the 3 pieces of glass shards controlled by him continually attacked Joanna Stewart. I haven't made a move. I just want to see your ability. Just want to see, hee. Joanna Stewart was very strong, but having suppressed her power to the first level, she couldn't immediately cope with the 3 glass shards attacking her simultaneously. She chose to strategically step back 2 paces to avoid one of the shards. Then, she used her feather duster to swat one away and countered the last one, perfectly handling Murray's first wave of attacks. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Murray didn't rush but continued to retreat while controlling the shards, launching a second round of attacks. Due to the different positions of the 3 fragments, this time, Murray Green was unable to launch an attack with all 3 fragments simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Joanna Stewart delivered a fierce triple strike. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fragments were instantly smashed into pieces by Joanna Stewart's feather duster. Then, with a vertical slash, Joanna Stewart carved a path through the debris, her steps quick as fire, wielding the feather duster aggressively as she charged toward Murray Green. How terrifying. Senior, aren't you afraid of scaring the junior and ruining the image of the great beauty in their hearts? That's because you don't know me yet. Be good. Stand still, and I'll deepen your impression. Casually placing the red wine glass on the table, which still had a set of tableware that had just been used and not yet cleaned up, Murray Green slapped the table, causing the knife and fork to float up. Go. The silver knife and fork shot out instantly, with the dinner knife heading straight for Joanna Stewart's face, while the fork aimed for her thigh, and the plate spun continuously around Murray Green's body. Good move. Joanna Stewart turned her body to the side, dodging the dinner knife, her fiery red dress swirling, making her look like a dancing red butterfly, stunningly beautiful. At the same time, she flicked the feather duster upward, knocking the fork away, then executed a spinning kick, sending the fork back to Murray Green. Stop. Watching the fork kicked back by Joanna Stewart, Murray Green exerted all his mental repulsion force, simultaneously using his magical hand to grip the fork tightly. Finally, when the fork was 1 meter away from Murray Green, he managed to stop it. Before Murray Green could breathe a sigh of relief, the fiery red figure suddenly closed the 5-meter distance, and the safe distance he had created was closed in by Joanna Stewart. Counterattack. The dinner knife that Joanna Stewart had dodged drew a beautiful arc in the air and then stabbed toward Joanna Stewart's rear side. Sensing the movement, Joanna Stewart did not look back. She suddenly exerted force in her legs, leaping into the air and rotating 720 degrees, allowing the dinner knife to glide past her waist. Beautiful. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Murray Green admired Joanna Stewart's graceful figure while retreating to the side. He launched the fork in front of him. Haha, not bad. You actually forced me to this extent. I admit your title of genius magician. In midair, Joanna Stewart casually waved her feather duster and then thrust forward, pressing down her wrist to point at the incoming fork. The fork and feather duster were locked in a stalemate, but before Murray Green could exert more force, Joanna Stewart surprisingly used the leverage to step in midair, landing a foot on the fork, her feather duster pointing directly at Murray Green. A celestial being. Looking up at the red dress soaring toward him, Murray Green was momentarily stunned. Then he extended his thumb and smiled, saying, "Senior, your legs are so white." Hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in anger, but at that moment, the plate that had been revolving around Murray Green flew toward Joanna Stewart in a strange arc facing the plate's attack. Joanna Stewart swung the feather duster. But at that moment, the dinner knife shot straight toward the feather duster. Gritting her teeth, Joanna Stewart knocked the dinner knife away and then pointed at the plate. Slow. Just as the two were about to make contact, the plate suddenly paused in midair, slowing down and avoiding Joanna Stewart's strike. After dodging the attack, the plate continued forward, flying toward Joanna Stewart's neck. Humph, trivial skills. Joanna Stewart's powerful and flexible body twisted to evade the plate's attack. Then she dropped to the ground. Looking up, she saw a red light coming at her. Chapter 74 Halfway Champagne. Facing the incoming attack, Joanna Stewart instinctively swung her feather duster, but was hit by the fork shot from behind, causing her movement to slow. Not bad. Good technique. With her movement interrupted, Joanna Stewart immediately extended her left hand, preparing to shatter Murray Green's attack, but the red light halted beside her hand. Seeing the floating wine glass filled with red wine, Joanna Stewart was first taken aback, then smiled broadly, laughing joyfully with a sound like silver bells. Hee hee, Murray Green, not bad. You really are quite good. I know I'm quite good. Otherwise, how could I be called a genius magician? At this moment, Murray Green's face was full of pride, looking spirited. In this match against Joanna Stewart, Murray Green did not use any tricks, relying solely on his own strength to suppress Joanna Stewart, so he felt exhilarated, almost wanting to shout to the heavens. My talent and strength are unparalleled, and my appearance is breathtaking, so I'm truly a perfect match for the princess. Senior, can you say a few good words for me to the princess? Let her agree to dance the first dance with me tonight. Looking at the increasingly smug Murray Green, Joanna Stewart glanced at the wine glass beside her, somewhat perplexed. The genius magician who could suppress her in their brief exchange had suddenly turned into this. The wine glass floated next to him, but Joanna Stewart refused to pick it up, so Murray Green seized the moment to say, "Senior, if you can help me mention this to the princess, I will always remember your great kindness. When I marry the princess, I will definitely make sure you sit at the head table." Hearing this, Joanna Stewart's face darkened, looking incredulously at Murray Green. "Young man, I know you're quite cocky, but I didn't expect you to be this fast and this far. You're already thinking about marriage when you haven't even started, drawing big cakes for her. It's simply outrageous. Hey, Senior, why does your expression look so bad? Did I hurt you during our sparring just now? No way. I remember I held back. I didn't use any heavy hands." Murray Green looked puzzled, and Joanna Stewart, whose temper was already fiery, became completely furious after hearing this. To hell with your red wine. To hell with your holding back. I want to see just how capable you are to dare to hold back against me. The wine glass floating by her hand was smashed with a slap. Then Joanna Stewart raised her feather duster, gripping it with her left hand and pulling off all the feathers, leaving only a bamboo stick. Holding the bamboo with her right hand, She spun it twice for practice, adjusting her grip before staring angrily at Murray Green with bright, furious eyes. Angered, not bad. Even if I get beaten today, it will still be a rewarding day. Offending the person directly and then offending her best friend, Murray Green couldn't believe that this disastrous start could still end well. If it does, he'll wash his hair upside down. So, Murray Green extended his right hand, fingers together, signaling Joanna Stewart to come at him. Good heavens. Seeing this, Joanna Stewart had no reason not to strike, so she swiftly moved, charging at Murray Green like a raging fire. Murray Green immediately summoned a three-piece cutlery set and relentlessly attacked Joanna Stewart. Without the chicken feathers on the feather duster in Joanna's hand, her attack speed increased. And fueled by anger, her striking power also surged significantly. Murray Green pulled the flying dinner knife back with mental force, causing it to hover between his hands. He extended a finger and flicked the back of the knife. The previously motionless knife began to spin like a blade of a cutting machine. Murray Green, controlling the spinning knife, made it whirl rapidly around him 3 times before throwing it at Joanna Stewart with his mage hand. Joanna Stewart struck the fork away with a single blow and took a step forward, but faced with such a fierce attack from Murray Green, she retreated 3 steps. Gritting her teeth, she violently pulled out a bamboo stick. The spinning silver knife collided with the bamboo stick. Although the knife was not sharp, under the influence of mental power and rotation, the bamboo stick was instantly severed. Although the bamboo stick was cut, the explosive force transmitted through it still struck the knife, greatly affecting its speed and trajectory. Joanna Stewart tilted her head and easily dodged the knife that had lost its aim. The remaining piece of bamboo stick was thrown fiercely at Murray Green. Murray Green caught the flying bamboo stick with his mage hand, feeling the immense power from it, and was secretly alarmed. If it struck him, it would surely pierce a hole in him. "Senior, it's just a spar, why go so hard?" he said as he manipulated the mage hand to pull the bamboo stick off course. Although he couldn't stop the attack, it also couldn't hit him. Murray Green stood still, continuing to control the fork and plate to attack, while the bamboo stick passed him by, a strong gust of wind blowing his hair, making him look even more dashing. However, Joanna Stewart, now unarmed, had no time to admire him. She stepped back, skillfully dodging 2 attacks, and retreated to a distance of 10 meters from Murray Green. Murray Green controlled the cutlery set and did not continue the assault, although his mental power only covered a distance of 10 meters. This distance was where he could flexibly manipulate objects. If possible, Murray Green could use a solidified mage hand, combined with mental repulsion, to easily attack opponents 50 meters away, and within 100 meters, he would have considerable lethality. However, such attacks would be too rigid against opponents of the same level. Dodging or intercepting would be as simple as drinking water or eating. "Humph, I don't believe I can't handle you today." As an explosive swordsman, every move Joanna Stewart made could deal explosive damage, so she had high demands for weapons. Even a single bamboo stick in her hand made her worry it might explode accidentally. Joanna Stewart turned her head, looked at her surroundings, took 2 steps to the fireplace, picked up a pair of copper tongs used for firewood, and waved them a couple of times. "It's a bit light and short, but it will do." Turning back, Joanna Stewart looked at Murray Green and found he had 2 wine glasses in front of him, pouring champagne into them. "What's wrong, senior? Haven't you admitted defeat yet?" Murray Green looked at her with a questioning gaze. "Admit defeat? The words admit defeat do not exist in my motto." Joanna Stewart, not known for her good temper, found herself even more enraged tonight at Murray Green, who was deliberately trying to get under her skin, holding the tongs horizontally in front of her chest. Her left hand formed a sword finger, pointing straight at Murray Green. Murray Green blinked and set down the champagne he was holding. "Senior, today is a banquet. It's all about finding joy. For me, fighting is joy." Before Murray Green could finish, Joanna Stewart directly interrupted him, cutting off his words, then kicked a chair beside her. With powerful force and precise angle, the chair flew toward Murray Green, who immediately used mental repulsion to stop it and press down, letting the chair settle safely on the ground. "Senior, while fighting is fine, destroying public property will cost money. I'll pay. I have plenty of money." This implied that the following expenses would be covered by him. Joanna Stewart, holding the tongs, swept aside the chair that was blocking her path, and the chair Murray Green had barely protected shattered into pieces, flying in the air. However, Murray Green didn't mind and instead pondered just how wealthy Joanna Stewart was to be so extravagant. The 3-piece cutlery set appeared before Joanna Stewart again. However, this time, holding the fire tongs, she no longer hesitated about her weapon and became even more fierce in her attacks. The explosive battle aura surged violently, and Joanna Stewart struck the plate with the tongs without hesitation. Clang! The crisp sound of collision echoed throughout the side hall, even reaching those outside who had been paying attention to the side hall. The plate struck by Joanna Stewart flew out of Murray Green's control under the impact of the explosive battle aura. At the same time, a wave of scorching power feedback through Murray Green's mental power shocked him momentarily. He thought to himself, "This is the terrifying power of a strong professional, truly frightening." He immediately began to spin the dinner knife again. "Senior, watch out." Murray Green mercilessly threw the rapidly spinning knife and then grabbed the champagne bottle. tossing it at Joanna Stewart. Great, this is the move I've been waiting for. Joanna Stewart twisted the tongs, bent her right arm, and thrust forward powerfully, like a venomous snake that had been coiled for a long time, striking with a sudden, earth-shattering blow. The high-speed rotating knife was like a bird in flight, hit by the venomous snake strike, and could only move along with Joanna Stewart's sword move, causing Murray Green to lose control of the knife. Just as the two were locked in a struggle, the champagne bottle thrown by Murray Green came crashing in. Joanna Stewart's tongs vibrated, sending the knife flying, and surprisingly, the tongs opened up, catching the champagne bottle. What kind of trick is this, Junior? Just a little winning move, Senior need not worry. Murray Green smiled mysteriously. Behind Joanna Stewart, a piece of the chair she had shattered rose into the air, launching a surprise attack from behind her. Sensing movement behind her, Joanna Stewart shifted her steps slightly to the side, and a piece of chair debris flew past her waist, striking the champagne bottle. With a pop, the champagne bottle shattered. And at the same time, Murray Green brought his palms together, then faced Joanna Stewart with his hands and forcefully pushed forward. Mental repulsion was fully activated. The shards of the champagne bottle, carrying the red liquid, shot toward Joanna Stewart under the impact of the mental repulsion. Facing the imminent attack, Joanna Stewart raised the tongs high, her face filled with disdain. Is that all? After pushing the shards and red wine towards Joanna Stewart, Murray Green did not wait for the outcome. With a flick of his left hand, the only survivor among the three-piece set, a fork, floated into his hand, while his right hand cast an enchantment spell, causing three mage hands to rotate the fork together. In an instant, the silver fork spun like a power drill, and soon, the enchantment was successfully cast. A subtle gray glow appeared on the silver fork, barely noticeable unless closely observed. The spatially enchanted fork, under the control of the mage hands, burst forth with astonishing speed, appearing not far from Joanna Stewart in the blink of an eye. Faced with Murray Green's attack, Joanna Stewart brought down the tongs in her hand, and the shards of the wine bottle and liquid split in two, flying past her. Just then, before Joanna Stewart could catch her breath, her pupils dilated sharply, and a sense of lethal danger surged in her heart. Whoosh! Caught off guard, Joanna Stewart had not yet reacted to defend herself when a sharp aura passed by her fair neck, severing a few strands of her hair. Then a faint sound of something slicing through the air rang in her ears. Reacting quickly, Joanna Stewart was alarmed and somewhat at a loss as she reached to touch her white neck, as if still lingering with the aura of the spatially enchanted fork. After a few seconds, Joanna Stewart collected herself, her eyes fixed on Murray Green, and coldly asked, "What was that move just now? It made me feel a lethal threat." In response to Joanna Stewart's question, Murray Green shrugged, laughing as he replied, That's my unique genius technique, the ultimate invincible rotating destruction drill. God blocks, kill God. So, how was it? Did I pass? Just rest assured to leave His Highness to me. With my ultimate rotating invincible destruction drill, I will definitely ensure His Highness's safety." Wait. Joanna Stewart frowned, as if realizing something was not simple. What drill? The invincible rotating ultimate destruction drill. What's wrong? Do you want to learn? Murray Green said proudly, though internally he wished to slap himself. Damn it, what was I saying? What drill was it I mentioned at first? The name is too long. I almost forgot it. After exchanging a few words with Murray Green, Joanna Stewart wanted to pick up the tongs she had set down to smash his mouth. What a handsome young man. Yet he has such a big mouth. However, after careful thought, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in an instant, glaring at Murray Green. You're playing me. Chapter 76. I don't want to dance tonight. Hearing Murray Green's teasing words, Joanna Stewart first showed an expression of disbelief, suspecting she had misheard, but soon she exploded. You little brat, you're really asking for death. Joanna Stewart gritted her teeth. No longer suppressing her cultivation, Joanna Stewart exuded a dangerous aura, and the mentally strong Murray Green sensed this change immediately. Murray Green squinted his eyes, his right hand resting on his waist, fingers naturally twitching in a poised stance. Seeing Murray Green's state, Joanna Stewart laughed in anger. Junior, you really plan to fight me, your senior? Senior's being unreasonable, using her size to bully the small. At this moment, Murray Green was dancing on the edge of a knife, but he couldn't let his established persona of arrogance, lechery, and a bit of foolishness collapse. Otherwise, it would be a bigger problem. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were about to clash, a rapid series of knocks sounded at the door. Hearing this, the furious Joanna Stewart instantly calmed down and shot a fierce glare at Murray Green. Consider yourself lucky today. Next time, you'll know how flowers bloom. Senior, I've already said I'm not interested. My heart is full of His Highness. There's no room for anyone else. Joanna Stewart raised the tongs in her hand in a threatening gesture, then casually tossed them aside and straightened her somewhat disheveled dress from the fight. Opening the door revealed a delicate and coldly beautiful face. Joanna, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Murray Green. Okay. Joanna Stewart had no objections to Elizabeth Ellis's arrangement. She whispered a few words in Elizabeth Ellis's ear while shooting Murray Green a fierce glare before turning to leave the side hall. For such an act of reporting in person, Murray Green's face showed a bitter expression, but inside he was cheering. Well done, good sister. In the side hall, alone with Elizabeth Ellis, Murray Green lowered his head, repeatedly organizing his words in his mind. But before he could speak, Elizabeth Ellis slowly said, "Joanna said you performed well." Wow. Murray Green was taken aback, but a smile of as expected appeared on his face, and he shamelessly stepped closer to Elizabeth Ellis. With his left hand on his chest, Murray Green extended his right hand towards Elizabeth Ellis, smiling as he said, "In that case, may I have the honor of inviting your highness to dance the first dance tonight?" Facing such a direct invitation to dance from Murray Green, Elizabeth Ellis frowned slightly, her eyes flickering as she replied, "I don't want to dance tonight. Let's wait for the next time." Elizabeth Ellis's intention for tonight's banquet was simply to meet the candidates and conduct some simple preliminary tests. The results of this test were not bad. There were some outstanding males, but to Elizabeth Ellis, they were not dazzling enough and completely did not meet her expectations. "Your Highness, are you really not considering it? I'm quite good at dancing. I'll share a secret with you, but don't tell anyone." Murray Green moved a bit closer to Elizabeth Ellis, entering her personal space, which made her slightly displeased, but she still patiently continued to listen to Murray Green. "Just out of politeness, not for any secret. During this semester, I attended the first class dinner, and at this dinner, I danced with 13 female classmates, and they all said I danced very well." Elizabeth Ellis regretted it deeply. Really deeply. Regretted why she wasted time listening to the secrets Murray Green was sharing. Enough. Running out of patience. Elizabeth Ellis raised her hand to interrupt Murray Green's next words, coldly saying, "I said, I don't want to dance tonight." Although Elizabeth Ellis did not use her cultivation to crush him, the aura of a cultivated superior directly pressed down on Murray Green, leaving him unable to speak, only able to nod in agreement. This woman is fierce. If I were to marry her, being abused at home every day might not be uncommon. Murray Green, who had originally lifted his head, lowered it again and stood at attention. After listening to a few words of reprimand from Elizabeth Ellis, he was asked to leave and the next person was called into the side hall for a scolding. After hearing the reprimand, Murray Green walked away with heavy steps, displaying a serious expression, and opened the door. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone's gaze turned toward him. "Morphiclan, Morphiclan, which one are you? Her Highness called you in." Sighing, Murray Green showed a look of being out of favor and reluctantly stepped aside from the side hall door. Upon hearing his name, Morphiclan immediately ended his conversation with Melody Patrick and hurried over to Murray Green. The handsome and dashing Morphiclan, dressed in a magic robe, took a deep breath to calm his excitement, nodded and smiled at Murray Green, and strode into the side hall. Out of the corner of his eye, Morphiclan caught a glimpse of Murray Green's lonely departing figure. So sad, definitely an eliminated contestant. I was worried this person would be my strong competitor, but I didn't expect them to be done so quickly, huh? With a hearty laugh in his heart, Morphiclan felt a surge of confidence and entered the side hall, turning around to close the door behind him, leaving only a confident smile. "Hey, brother, what did Her Highness say to you just now?" After leaving the side hall, Murray Green was still acting out his disappointing scene when a large hand suddenly grabbed him, and before he could react, he was caught by the shoulder. "Hey, you look really sad. What did Her Highness say to you privately?" Hearing Ryan Green's question, many people around perked up their ears, ready to listen to this first-hand news. Those further away realized that they couldn't squeeze in due to the crowd around Murray Green and could only hope he would speak up louder. Sigh. In response to Ryan Green's question, Murray Green actually didn't know how to answer. Should he say he invited Her Highness to dance, and she said she didn't want to? And that was it. What was so sad about that? Elizabeth Ellis had rejected thousands of people since childhood. Being rejected by Her Highness was normal, so why be sad? Thus, Murray Green quickly thought of a shocking opening and a sad ending while trying to lessen his subsequent competitiveness. Chapter 77. Mutual harm at that time. Her Highness had just entered, and the first thing she said was that I performed well. Huh. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of disbelief, glaring at Murray Green as if they were ready to tear him apart at any moment. "You're lying." Just then, Joanna Stewart, who was angered by Murray Green, unhesitatingly exposed him, because the words she had said in Elizabeth Ellis's ear at that time were, "The performance is good, but the person is terrible." Based on Joanna Stewart's understanding of Elizabeth Ellis, even if she praised someone, she would never say it so directly and would definitely quote others. Faced with Joanna Stewart's merciless exposure, Murray Green, who was still thinking about how to transition, suddenly brightened his eyes. What transition was needed? Thanks to my good sister's cooperation. Let's get straight to the point. What makes you say I'm lying? Having been exposed for lying, Murray Green now appeared somewhat angry and shouted loudly at Joanna Stewart. Seeing him like this, Joanna Stewart, who had suffered a lot in the side hall, immediately felt relieved. So she pressed on confidently, based on my understanding of Elizabeth. She wouldn't praise someone so straightforwardly. Can't I be an exception? Murray Green's face turned red, stubbornly retorting. Delighted, Joanna Stewart smirked disdainfully. Perhaps there could be an exception, but it definitely wouldn't be you, Murray Green. As Elizabeth Ellis's peer and close friend, Joanna Stewart's persuasiveness was very strong. With her taking the stage and directly tearing into Murray Green, almost everyone present believed Joanna Stewart's words. Since Joanna Stewart was right, then what Murray Green said must be false. Those who understood began to show disdainful and contemptuous expressions toward Murray Green. You loser, trying to deceive these competitors with lies. How shameless. Under the gaze of the crowd, Murray Green's expression darkened. Finally, he slapped his forehead, revealing a look of sudden realization. It's you. When you left the side hall, you secretly said bad things about me in Her Highness's ear. That wasn't bad talk, but the truth. You, a lying scoundrel. Even wanted to invite Elizabeth to dance the first dance. Simply delusional. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Joanna Stewart crossed her arms over her chest, her already graceful curves appearing even more alluring, her beautiful face lifting, revealing a look of delight. Although there was no referee to declare a winner, everyone had their own scale in their hearts. They could see very clearly who was speaking the truth, so those who had surrounded Murray Green began to disperse. You vicious person, it must be you who asked me out, and when I refused, you became embarrassed and reported me to Her Highness, you wicked shrew. Hey! Hearing such explosive gossip, the legs that had been raised fell back down, and the people further away squeezed in even more fiercely. Their eyes filled with the fire of gossip. This is too exciting. This banquet is truly thrilling. Everyone felt exhilarated in their hearts. Give it up. My heart belongs to the beautiful, charming, kind, and generous Her Highness Elizabeth. You want to ruin my image in Her Highness's eyes to achieve your unmentionable goals. You are the real delusional one. Murray Green, filled with anger, loudly apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, my good sister Joanna. Offending Joanna Stewart and the option of marrying into the family was, for Murray Green, an unavoidable question, so he did not hesitate to increase the intensity. Murray Green didn't believe that with such a scandal regarding a close friendship, Elizabeth Ellis would still choose him. Sigh, having such outstanding talent is also a burden. Forced to resort to this strategy was truly helpless, hoping that later Joanna Stewart would hit him without hitting his face. Hearing such slanderous retaliation from Murray Green, Joanna Stewart widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe her ears. She, Joanna Stewart, had never suffered such grievances throughout her life. Murray Green, how dare you slander me? You're simply seeking death. A powerful and fiery aura, like an explosion, rose from Joanna Stewart, her fingers clenched into fists. Get out of my way. Joanna Stewart's foot moved as she angrily shouted at the crowd blocking her way to Murray Green. The innocent bystanders who were munching on gossip couldn't outrun Joanna Stewart, and two unfortunate souls were ruthlessly knocked away by her. Joanna, calm down. Just as everything was about to descend into chaos, one of the women in Elizabeth's friend group flashed her body. In an instant, she appeared behind Joanna Stewart, extending her long, fair fingers to grab her shoulder. All right, Joanna. We'll deal with this later. Extremely angry, Joanna Stewart instinctively struggled a bit, but realizing it had no effect, she shot a fierce glare at Murray Green. Murray Green, this matter is not over. I said we're not meeting. Oh my. When they heard Murray Green's response, many people present couldn't help but express their shock. Just wait and see. Surrounded by her close friends, Joanna Stewart left after saying this. Let me wait for you. You think too highly of yourself. Ryan Green pressed Murray Green's mouth shut, physically blocking the words that were about to come out. All right, little brother, don't say anything more. Saying this, Ryan Green took Murray Green out of the hall and out of the student auditorium. Ryan Green gave a thumbs up, looking at Murray Green with a teasing expression. Little brother, not bad. Today you actually dared to tease Joanna Stewart, the fiery female demon. I, your big brother, am truly impressed. To this, Murray Green could only shrug and respond. I can't help it. You don't know the stance Joanna the demon took today. Before I could say anything, she pulled me into the side room and wanted to hit me. Then he continued, looking aggrieved. Although I, Murray Green, am not someone with a strong sense of pride, how could I endure such humiliation when she wanted to hit me without saying a word? She is powerful. I can't fight her. But can I at least gain an advantage in words? As Murray Green vented, Ryan Green felt that Murray Green hadn't done anything wrong. But it was a pity that they ended up with a mutually damaging outcome. Forget it. That has already happened. Just work hard to get stronger. Otherwise, your days ahead will be tough. After giving Murray Green a few words of advice, the two parted ways and returned to their respective residences. Chapter 78, Revolver, Python Training. Attending classes, practicing magic, and honing telekinetic skills. Under the guidance of teachers Payne DuPont and Webster Ellis, and due to the gossip incident from the party, Murray Green's popularity with women further declined. Therefore, Murray Green focused more energy on training and entered a phase of rapid growth. In just 1 month, the magical energy in Murray Green's mental sea reached an astonishing size of a fist. According to the usual internal rankings, Murray Green was already considered a senior magic apprentice at this point. Of course, the title of magic apprentice is often replaced by the title of first-level magician, because the term apprentice does not sound very pleasant. The reason for naming this stage as an apprentice is that whether a warrior or a magician, level 1 is just an ordinary person with magic power or battle aura. Practitioners at this level are merely apprentices who need to continuously accumulate their foundation to become stronger. Therefore, there are no cultivation bottlenecks at level 1. As long as you enter, you can continuously grow your magical power or battle aura. Based on my cultivation progress, It is expected that within 3 months, I will reach perfection. After finishing the training, Murray Green instinctively performed 2 spatial feedbacks. At this point, he had already practiced spatial feedback, the only spatial skill he knew, to perfection. If he used the rapid casting combat skills taught by Webster Ellis, Murray Green could use this spatial skill in the blink of an eye, allowing him to control information about the surrounding space at any time. Moreover, the biggest gain for Murray Green this month was transforming his mental power into telekinesis. Telekinesis, being the fundamental means of a telekinesis master, is incredibly powerful. After the transformation, Murray Green's control range increased to 20 meters, and his maximum hard pull strength reached 100 pounds, allowing him to simultaneously control 5 targets. Telekinesis, gravity, and repulsion. The 3 basic forces of a telekinesis master were all controlled by Murray Green, combined with the telekinesis techniques taught by Payne DuPont, making Murray Green a complete first-level telekinesis master, rather than being just a shell space combatant with magic power but no magic or abilities. Murray Green waved his left arm, and 5 flying knives weighing less than a pound flew out from his sleeves. Murray Green silently recited a spell, and his right hand slowly brushed over them, causing gray light to emerge from the surface of the flying knives. Go! The 5 flying knives transformed into 5 gray flashes of lightning, swirling around him with a whistling sound. Seeing this scene, Murray Green revealed a satisfied smile. Return! With a command from Murray Green, the gray light dissipated from the 5 flying knives, slowing down as they revealed their true forms and returned to his sleeves in order, showcasing Murray Green's astonishing control. After putting away the flying knives, Murray Green left the training room and found that Teacher Payne's reception room was closed. His mental perception indicated that Teacher Payne was inside, likely entertaining guests. This time, after learning a lesson from Webster Ellis, Murray Green chose to leave without hesitation. On his way back to the dormitory, Murray Green encountered a senior, Patty Bruno. Since the teacher for the introductory course on magical plants and animals, Simona Lind, only appeared once in the first class, Patty Bruno has been substituting for her, teaching Murray Green and others the subsequent knowledge. Senior Patty, Murray Jr. Murray Green politely greeted him, and in response, Patty Bruno smiled and nodded. The two had no interaction outside of class, so after greeting each other, they parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, Murray Green took off his outer jacket and immediately took out his combat gear and gun case. Opening the gun case, several handguns lay inside. Looking at these guns, Murray Green displayed a satisfied expression. The initially eliminated single-shot pistol, magic crystal gun, short-barreled revolver, long-barreled revolver, and 2 new model revolvers that were noticeably larger than the long-barreled revolver. Codename, Python. These 2 revolvers were entirely dark gold in color, with intricate patterns on the gun body resembling the scales of a giant python, looking extraordinary. These 2 Python revolver handguns were custom-made by Murray Green during this time, sourcing different parts from various crafting senior students and assembling them himself. Unlike the parts that Murray Green made himself by melting and casting gold, silver, and copper, the parts of these 2 Python revolver handguns were crafted by a smith using special crafting techniques. Although the materials used were the same as those of Murray Green, which were gold, silver, and copper, the hardness of each part far exceeded those made by Murray Green using ordinary methods of mixing and casting. Additionally, with the shock-absorbing magic array and pure gold bullet casings, they could withstand higher explosive damage while generating lower recoil. Therefore, Murray Green increased the proportion of magic crystal powder again. Now, each shot's power was already comparable to that of a magic crystal gun. But the magic crystal gun needed enough magic crystal powder to produce 2 bullets for this new type of gun with just 1 shot. Murray Green doubled the explosive usage rate of the magic crystal powder. The Python handguns had a lethality for each bullet that was no less than that of a fireball spell, with 12 shots from dual guns allowing Murray Green to unleash terrifying pressure from fire-based combat skills instantly. If he also used spatial enchanted bullets, Murray Green believed that many second-level warriors or magicians would not stand a chance against him. You get what you pay for. These 2 guns are indeed powerful, but the manufacturing cost of each gun exceeds 30 gold coins, with most of the expenses being the smith's labor costs. If it weren't for the fact that Murray Green had gone to Kaya's Mountain twice with Nigel Aroland during the period, recovering some health, he definitely wouldn't have forged these 2 guns, although it only cost a little over 60 gold coins to forge these 2 guns, which is far less than the 500 gold coin guidance fee from Payne DuPont. The former is considered a toy expense, while the latter is tuition. The tuition can be reimbursed by Ryan Green, so Murray Green didn't hesitate to pay this amount, as it can be counted as part of his learning budget. However, if Murray Green sought reimbursement from Ryan Green for the toy expense, Ryan Green would definitely consider reducing Murray Green's future pocket money. The 2 giant Python revolvers spun continuously in Murray Green's hands, moving forward, backward, and rotating sideways. Then he pressed the cylinder against his sleeve and pulled it sharply forward. Click, click, click. The sound of the cylinder turning echoed. They are indeed 2 good guns, but unfortunately, I was in a critical moment of transforming mental power into telekinesis recently and couldn't get away. so I had no time to take you out for some bloodshed. As he said this, a smile appeared on Murray Green's lips. Today, it's your moment to shine. Chapter 79, Shadow Assassin Wearing a Black Trench Coat. Murray Green walked out of the academy's gate and found Newman Jeffrey, who he had arranged to go into the mountains with, in a nearby tea house. Newman Jeffrey, a first-year student at the Warrior Academy. Unlike the exquisite and luxurious attire at the banquet, he was now dressed in a full set of close-fitting leather armor, with 2 daggers strapped to his lower back, appearing very simple and efficient. The two shared a few cups of black tea and ate some pastries before riding off to Kaya's Mountain. At the entrance at the foot of the mountain, Murray Green found the beast merchant he had previously worked with and negotiated a flat rate. All prey, regardless of quality, would be handled by the merchant. He and Newman Jeffrey were only responsible for hunting and would receive 60% of the spoils. As for how they would divide it, since the two parties weren't very familiar, they would allocate based on their performance at first, and later on, once they got to know each other better, they would divide it according to a fixed ratio. Once in the mountains, Murray Green noticed that Newman Jeffrey no longer had the awkwardness of his first time in the mountains, indicating that he had also trained in the mountains during the month following the banquet. How many times have you been into the mountains? Murray Green asked. 4 times. This is the 5th. The first 4 times were with seniors, just assisting them, so I didn't have many opportunities to contribute directly. Besides broadening my horizons and learning some knowledge, I didn't have much combat training, Newman Jeffrey replied. As they chatted and walked, Murray Green suddenly realized that Newman Jeffrey preferred to walk in the shadows of the trees. He was also very stealthy. If he hadn't responded, Murray Green would have thought he had gotten lost. There's movement. Let me take a look. As they continued, after walking for over an hour on the mountain, Newman Jeffrey suddenly said this and vanished. Murray Green turned to the right, where he sensed the movement, his hands hanging naturally, calmly waiting for news from Newman Jeffrey. Before long, Newman Jeffrey seemed to emerge from the shadows, stepping out from behind a large tree and shaking his head at Murray Green. An ordinary level 1 wolf beast is hunting for food. It's not interesting. Let's move on. At this point, Murray Green was officially a telekinetic master, equipped with 2 modified high-tech revolvers, making him quite formidable among level 1 fighters. Although Newman Jeffrey hadn't disclosed his class, his performance suggested he was likely an assassin class, favoring shadows, which strongly indicated he was a shadow assassin. The special attribute of dark battle energy, silent footsteps, and the final explosive fatal strike made shadow assassins one of the most terrifying enemies for mages. In the dense forest, the agile shadow assassin thrived. Starting their partnership with an ordinary patrolling wolf beast was quite embarrassing. Therefore, after hearing Newman Jeffrey's suggestion, Murray Green nodded and continued deeper into the mountain. When they reached the outskirts of Kaya's Mountain, they had already encountered 3 magical beasts, but none were formidable enough to spark their desire to engage. Following the boundary between the outer and central regions, they walked for over half an hour before Newman Jeffrey finally found a suitable target. The Wind Ring Black Tiger. It was primarily black, with sky blue ring patterns on its dark fur and long sky blue hair growing along its back. When it ran, the long hair fluttered in the wind, resembling a moving gust. Measuring just over 2 meters in length, with a tail over a meter long, its total size was about 4 meters. Only slightly larger than an ordinary tiger, but it could easily hunt 10 or more. As the Wind Ring Black Tiger was hunting, it sensed the presence of 2 unfamiliar auras, and at the same time, Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey also noticed its existence. A low, deep roar emanated from the tiger's mouth as it crouched its forelegs down, its abdomen slightly arched, not touching the ground. The muscle lines from its forelegs to shoulders indicated that it was ready to unleash a deadly attack at any moment. Good tiger. Newman Jeffrey's eyes lit up, and he stepped back a few paces, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Meanwhile, from Murray Green's spatial feedback, he observed that Newman Jeffrey was silently approaching the Wind Ring Black Tiger. Murray Green stood still, his light blue eyes calmly meeting the tiger's gaze, his hands hanging by his sides, fingers occasionally twitching. Just then, the Wind Ring Black Tiger let out a deafening roar, its powerful limbs lunging forward as it opened its massive jaws, aiming for a tree that had just made a noise. However, before it could bite its target, a figure emerged from the tiger's side like a venomous snake, holding 2 daggers, and without hesitation, stabbed into the Wind Ring Black Tiger's side. The Wind Ring Black Tiger, realizing something was wrong, quickly adjusted. It couldn't continue its forward attack, its sky blue fur shimmered, and a refreshing breeze enveloped it. With the protective wind, the Wind Ring Black Tiger's defense significantly increased. Newman Jeffrey had originally thought he could fully plunge his daggers into the tiger's body, damaging its internal organs. However, under the tiger's dual defenses, he could only embed the daggers halfway before quickly withdrawing and turning to escape. Haha, that was exhilarating, he exclaimed before narrowly dodging the Wind Ring Black Tiger's retaliatory bite and disappearing back into the shadows. Feeling the pain, the Wind Ring Black Tiger became enraged, sniffing the breeze and attempting to pursue. But just then, a sense of danger struck. The protective wind around it surged, and although its speed increased, before it could take 2 steps, an egg-sized blood hole suddenly appeared on its body, followed by a deafening roar. After being injured twice, the wind-ring black tiger completely entered a state of rage, its winds intensifying, causing Murray Green to momentarily lose sight. The wind-ring black tiger moved sideways about 3 meters, making Murray Green's subsequent 2 shots miss entirely. Then it leaped, reaching at least 4 meters high, into the branches of a nearby tree, and at that moment, a figure shot out from within. The figure that emerged was Newman Jeffrey, who had been driven out by the wind-ring black tiger. His face darkened as he turned to blend back into the shadows. But a gust of wind alerted him that something was wrong. A massive figure leaped from the branches and charged towards him. Newman Jeffrey's eyes locked onto the wind-ring black tiger's throat as he tightened his grip on the pair of daggers in his hands. Seeing the wind-ring black tiger suspended in midair, Murray Green's eyes lit up as he quickly fired the remaining 3 bullets from his python pistol. With a twist of his right hand, the python pistol returned to its holster. Then, he swiftly drew another fully loaded python pistol from his left waist and without hesitation, fired all 6 bullets in quick succession. After this, Murray Green opened the revolver to replace the bullets, standing still. The bullets from the python pistol had power comparable to that of a fireball spell, hitting 9 times meant 9 fireball spells, which even the strongest magical beasts couldn't withstand. Chapter 80. Grangtai Wow, what destructive power and attack speed. This magical weapon is impressive. A flare shot up into the sky, and the two waited for the beast merchant's men to arrive and carry away the corpse. Newman Jeffrey circled around the wind-ring black tiger's body, carefully examining its wounds. Hit by 9 bullets with power akin to fireball spells, and given that the wind-ring black tiger was not known for its defensive capabilities as a first-level magical beast, its side was now drenched in blood, with several visible bullet holes through which its internal organs could be vaguely seen, essentially all shattered. Upon hearing Newman Jeffrey praise the python pistol, Murray Green raised an eyebrow, casually patting the weapon at his waist through his coat, and said nonchalantly, "Of course. These 2 magical weapons were designed by me after extensive research on magic crystal guns. I spent a fortune hiring several senior enchanters to work together for over half a month to create them. If they weren't this powerful, I would have bled out from the loss." Murray Green was speaking the truth, though he slightly embellished certain parts. For instance, the collaborative effort he mentioned actually meant that each enchanter crafted different components, which he then assembled himself. However, framing it as a collaborative effort was unlikely to raise any objections. So when Newman Jeffrey heard this, he immediately showed an expression of realization. It was entirely normal for a magical weapon that costs so much to have great power. Of course, if it didn't, that wouldn't be surprising either. Mages are known for creating peculiar items, which is a common understanding among most people. In various regions, beast merchants would build hunter cabins to ensure their people could reach the trading locations promptly upon receiving news. They also provided supplies and temporary accommodations for students who liked to train in the mountains for extended periods, which was a profitable venture. Before long, 2 warrior classmates who collaborated with the beast merchant arrived, and after negotiating a price with Murray Green, they carried the beast away. As for the payment, it would be settled later upon leaving the mountain. After dealing with the wind-ring black tiger's corpse, Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey set off again in search of suitable magical beasts, while Murray Green was still training in the Kayas Mountains. A magnificent steed with a fiery red coat and a single horn on its head, larger than a warhorse, stepped into the mountain market. Students nearby who saw this magical beast were taken aback and curiously looked up, only to be astonished to find that the proud and majestic horned fire horse was ridden by a stunning woman. She wore a red light armor and fitted leather riding pants adorned with many pieces of armor that didn't hinder her agility, with a fiery long sword hanging at her waist. However, the most striking feature was her enchanting face, and someone instinctively called out her name upon seeing her. Joanna Stewart. What? She is the flame sorceress Joanna Stewart? My dreams have just been shattered. She is so cool, riding her horned fire horse through the bustling crowd. Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes at the Kayas Mountains, a strange smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "You little brat, did you expect this? Just wait for me to come and beat you up." Dismounting, Joanna Stewart entered a tent where the owner was sitting behind a table counting money. "Hello, classmate. What service do you need? I'm looking for someone." Upon hearing this, the tent owner, a slightly chubby man with a friendly smile, first showed a puzzled expression, then replied warmly, "Sorry, classmate, I'm a beast merchant. If you need someone to help carry a beast, I can help you find suitable assistance. But finding someone is outside my service scope." The chubby-faced beast merchant rejected Joanna Stewart's request without hesitation. However, Joanna Stewart did not leave, but instead pulled out a pouch of coins and tossed it onto the merchant's table. Clang! The dull sound of metal hitting would reach his ears. From the shape of the pouch and the sound of coins clinking inside, he, as a professional, knew exactly how much was in it. Ha ha ha! This beautiful and generous classmate has touched me with her sincere and warm approach. Although I do not offer a finding people service. For you, beautiful lady, I am willing to specially provide this service. Though also a student at Ellis Academy, Grangtai, coming from a merchant family, understood the value of money well and was keen on making a profit. With such a large sum of money laid on his table, He could hardly choose to give it up. Seeing the two-faced display from Grang Tai, Joanna Stewart nodded in pleasure. As the most beloved daughter of a marquis, with 4 older brothers who took great care of her, Joanna Stewart had never run out of her monthly allowance. Therefore, any issue that could be resolved with money was trivial to her. What truly mattered were the things that money could not solve. Joanna Stewart had grown up with a golden key in her mouth and had a noble status. The only woman who could hold her down was her childhood friend. Hence, she had never faced any grievances. Murray Green, I want to know where this person is now. What? Murray Green? You must understand that he is my best and most valuable customer. Upon hearing Joanna Stewart utter this name, Grang Tai's expression changed drastically, and his attitude became intense. But before he could finish speaking, clang, another pouch of coins landed on his table. Seeing this pouch was even larger than the previous one, Grang Tai's legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel before Joanna Stewart. Grang Tai moved behind the table, facing Joanna Stewart with a flickering expression. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned his back to her, and punched the wooden map behind him. Leave. You are going too far, trying to insult my noble character with money. I, Grang Tai, am not someone who is swayed by money. If you want me to betray my customer, don't even think about it. I'll keep your money as a form of apology. You can only take it if you can beat me. Humph, Senior Grang Tai, I have heard of your strength. I am not your match right now, but this matter is far from over. Joanna Stewart, known for her fiery temperament, surprisingly chose to turn and leave instead of getting angry at the unfair treatment from the miserly merchant. However, after leaving the merchant's tent, she immediately rode her horned horse towards the Kaya Mountains. Chapter 81. Iron Feather Eagle. 5 flying daggers danced in the air, confronting an iron feather eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters. Hundreds of meters above, a lightning-fast figure darted back and forth in the sky, always circling the position of Murray Green. At this moment, a 7 to 8 meter long snake corpse lay at Murray Green's feet, their recently acquired prey. However, before the beast merchant arrived, they were instead met by a beast ready to snatch their catch. Fire your gun, Murray. Why aren't you shooting? It's easy to say, but I can't lock onto the target. Shooting would just waste bullets. Murray Green's eyes were fixated on the iron feather eagle in the sky, but its speed was too fast, and it was too far away for him to reach it mentally, let alone lock it down. If he relied on visual shooting, he estimated it would likely be in vain. Being passive and taking hits is really frustrating. Why don't we retreat? This is just a level 2 flying beast. If we continue to stalemate with it, things could get bad. Although the two had been training along the border today, theoretically, they shouldn't encounter a level 2 beast. But the real world doesn't always follow logic. Just as they were celebrating their successful hunt of a decent beast snake, a nimble figure descended from the sky. If it weren't for Murray Green keeping constant spatial feedback and noticing something was off, he promptly commanded the 5 flying daggers to intercept it. Otherwise, not only would they lose their prey, but they might also be taken away. Hearing Newman Jeffrey's suggestion, Murray Green pondered for a long time before firmly shaking his head. You hide in that tree for now. Let me have another go with it, and then we'll see how it goes. The previous prey was something Murray Green could handle easily, and with the cooperation of Newman Jeffrey, the shadow assassin, he felt this trip was just about picking up money in the mountains. Now facing such a formidable prey, Murray Green suddenly felt reluctant to leave and instead prepared to test the limits of his abilities. The last time he fought with all his might was against Joanna Stewart, and this time he wondered if he could test his ultimate combat power. Seeing Murray Green's determined expression, Newman Jeffrey shot a distress signal and then sighed in response. All right, let me witness what kind of power a telekinesis master possesses. As you wish. As the ace of the assassin profession, Newman Jeffrey felt a bit regretful. If it were any other level 2 beast, he could have had a go. But with flying beasts, not to mention shadow assassins, almost all warrior professions here could only stare blankly and take hits passively, except for flying knights, especially dragon knights. For mages, dealing with flying beasts was much easier. After watching Newman Jeffrey hide among the branches, Murray Green looked up and directly pulled out his gun, firing 3 shots in quick succession, raising his left hand with his middle finger high. The bullets propelled by magic crystal powder maintained a certain lethality even at several hundred meters high. But for the speed-oriented iron feather eagle, dodging these 3 bullets was merely a matter of flapping its wings a bit. The iron feather eagle, discovering that its prey dared to take the initiative to attack it, was infuriated. With a swift movement of its wings, its agile body dove from the sky, its sharp beak aimed directly at Murray Green, preparing for a lethal strike. Murray Green was not to be outdone. He drew his dual guns and instantly fired all the bullets in the chambers. With a twist of his left hand, he returned one giant python pistol to his waist, while his right hand shook, opening the revolver of the right-hand giant python pistol and ejecting the spent cartridges. A bullet flew out from Murray Green's pocket, and at the same time, he silently chanted the enchanting spell. Just as the bullet was loaded, the enchantment spell was successfully cast. Murray Green pressed down on the revolver with his left hand and forcefully turned it, causing the cylinder to spin wildly. Not waiting for the cylinder to stop, he raised his pistol high and aimed at the iron feather eagle. The diving iron feather eagle, surprised by Murray Green's terrifying 9-hit burst of speed, was momentarily taken aback. but its innate instincts as a beast allowed it to sense danger clearly. Therefore, it slightly moved its wings, maneuvering its massive body through the bullets as if performing a grand and extreme waltz, leaving behind a graceful gliding curve in the air. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several hundred meters vanished under the Iron Feather Eagle's high speed, closing in on Murray Green within 100 meters. At this moment, the revolver had not yet stopped spinning, but his mental power had already locked onto the target. Seizing the opportunity, Murray Green pulled the trigger in an instant. Bang! A gray light shot from the muzzle, crossing 100 meters to reach the Iron Feather Eagle's front. The fast Iron Feather Eagle wanted to evade, but the space attribute bullets were faster, aided by the very space itself. The Iron Feather Eagle, unable to dodge in time, abruptly spread its wings, forcing itself to glide at high speed, its feathers shining with a steel-like sheen. Puff! In the face of the spatial attribute, the Iron Feather Eagle's innate defense shattered like a girl's modesty cloth with the slightest touch. Although its innate defense did not take effect, its action of spreading its wings and changing gliding direction yielded some success. The spatial attribute bullet that was originally aimed at its heart only struck its wing, leaving a fist-sized translucent hole. For an Iron Feather Eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters, a fist-sized hole, while extremely painful, was not a fatal wound. Thus, it did not change its target and continued to pounce towards Murray Green. After completing its mission, the giant python pistol spun in Murray Green's hand and was returned to its holster. The 5 flying daggers lined up in front of Murray Green. Since the beginning, Murray Green's mouth had not stopped. 2 of the flying daggers had successfully been enchanted. However, at this moment, the Iron Feather Eagle had already reached within 50 meters of Murray Green, entering his spatial feedback range. With mental locking combined with spatial feedback at this distance, Murray Green could clearly perceive every move of the Iron Feather Eagle. As the Iron Feather Eagle approached closer, its movements began to change. From initially facing forward with its beak to leaning back, claws extended, with its target clearly set on Murray Green. The sharp eagle claws glistened coldly, appearing extremely sharp. If struck by such a claw, Murray Green didn't think he could survive. In this urgent situation, Murray Green did not panic. Instead, he felt inexplicably exhilarated. The surge of adrenaline made him suddenly feel intoxicated. The mental sea in Murray Green's mind spun wildly, but he maintained an outward calm. Even his breathing lightened. Chapter 82. The Death of the Iron Feather Eagle. Go. Time was of the essence. When the Iron Feather Eagle was only 20 meters away from Murray Green, he quickly cast the enchanting spell with all his might, finally managing to produce 3 spatially enchanted flying daggers. The 2 flying daggers that failed to enchant naturally fell. But Murray Green concentrated all his mental power on the 3 enchanted flying daggers, and with a command, 3 gray lightning bolts appeared, striking the Iron Feather Eagle simultaneously. Chirp chirp. In the moment when the space-enchanted flying knife struck the wings, chest, and abdomen of the Iron Feather Eagle, it finally realized that it was severely injured. However, since it was already close to Muruglin, it couldn't possibly give up and choose to turn back, so its speed increased again. Seeing the Iron Feather Eagle preparing to make a desperate strike, Muruglin didn't flinch. He stood his ground, waiting for the eagle's pair of sharp claws. Although there was no visible movement on the surface, his mental sea was at its peak. When the eagle's claws were only 5 meters away from Muruglin, the rescue teacher, who was hiding and watching from the side, was almost unable to hold back from intervening. Muruglin slightly raised his head, looking at the Iron Feather Eagle, his light blue eyes emanating a faint silver glow, which was a clear proof of his strong mental power. Mental repulsion at maximum power. Repulsion shockwave. An invisible repulsive force surged from Muruglin's body towards the Iron Feather Eagle in an instant. The moment the eagle's claws made contact with the repulsion shockwave, it felt as if it had plunged into a valley's backwind, its entire body being repelled. Its speed visibly slowed down, but it didn't mind, as its claws were close to the prey that had inflicted so much damage on it. Muruglin clasped his hands together, and a giant hand formed from his telekinetic power lifted the Iron Feather Eagle's body, allowing it to fly over Muruglin's head. Seeing the prey pass by so closely, the Iron Feather Eagle let out a questioning screech, spreading its wings and adjusting its body, trying to use its claws to strike back at Muruglin. However, the tremendous speed from its glide was not something it could stop in an instant, and just then, 2 gray lightning bolts shot out from Muruglin's sleeves. Muruglin, as if he had eyes on his back, didn't turn around, and 2 enchanted flying knives were shot out. One lodged into its wing, and the other pierced the back of the Iron Feather Eagle's neck, the blade completely embedded in its flesh, finally exiting from its throat. After delivering a fatal blow, Muruglin did not let out a sigh of relief, because the palm-sized flying knives were far too small for the 5-meter wingspan Iron Feather Eagle. Even if its throat was pierced, the powerful physique of the magical beast allowed the Iron Feather Eagle to barely maintain its life. Hiss. The injured Iron Feather Eagle's originally sharp cry turned into a hissing sound, like air leaking from a balloon, sounding particularly harsh. After missing this critical hit, the Iron Feather Eagle flapped its battered wings with all its might, and instead of crashing to the ground, it soared into the sky. Trying to run after coming back? Too late. With the situation reversed, Muraglin opened his windbreaker, revealing more than a dozen flying knives hanging inside. With a wave of his hand, 5 flying knives shot out. And with 4 consecutive hand movements, 20 flying knives were aimed at the Iron Feather Eagle in the blink of an eye. The ascending Iron Feather Eagle sensed danger approaching, turned its body, and its wings began to spin, forming an upward spiral that stirred the surrounding airflow violently. The flying knives entered the turbulent air and were immediately diverted from their original flight path. Goodness, as expected from a level 2 magical beast. Taking it down easily is impossible. Although the flying knife attack did not harm the Iron Feather Eagle in the slightest, it did delay its speed. Without this attack, the eagle would have directly soared into the sky and quickly escaped, rendering all of Muraglin's previous efforts in vain. Sigh, I still lack enough means of attack. While summarizing this in his mind, Muraglin gripped 2 flying knives, and as the enchantment succeeded, he immediately threw the 2 space-enchanted flying knives. The Iron Feather Eagle, still in a spinning state, could no longer dodge these 2 flying knives and could only awkwardly twist its body, hoping to avoid a fatal hit. The flying knives, originally aimed at its chest, eventually pierced into its abdomen. Hiss! The Iron Feather Eagle let out a cry, feeling its once powerful wings becoming exceptionally heavy. Unable to move anymore, while the gunshot wounds and flying knife injuries on its body bled profusely, overwhelming it with such severe injuries. These 2 fatal flying knives were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Iron Feather Eagle, which had been spiraling, relaxed its wings, its upward body tilted, crashing towards the nearby forest. The 5-meter wingspan Iron Feather Eagle crashed into the branches, making continuous cracking sounds as branches snapped, along with the eagle's mournful cries. Newman, I've watched the show for so long. This fatal blow, I'll leave it to you. Is that true, my dear brother Muraglin? Newman Jeffrey, who had been crouching on a branch, stunned by the spectacle, suddenly popped out upon hearing Muraglin's words, his eyes shining with excitement. Muraglin nodded in response. Of course. Would I lie to you? Ah, as expected of my good brother, from today on, you are my real brother. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to me, and I guarantee I'll help you out. From now on, I'll rely on you, Newman. Absolutely, don't worry. Newman Jeffrey patted his chest, making popping sounds, then drew out his dual daggers and walked towards the Iron Feather Eagle's thicket. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. After the severely injured level 2 flying magical beast landed, Newman Jeffrey was confident he could finish it off. Seeing the branches shaking and the chaotic sounds of battle, Muraglin secretly thought that sending Newman Jeffrey to deal with the Iron Feather Eagle was the right decision. The narrow space within the thicket would be a disaster if he, a fragile magic user, ventured in. If things went wrong, it would be quite the joke. Not long after, Newman Jeffrey emerged from the thicket, holding bloody daggers, and smiled at Muraglin. All done. At this moment, Muraglin also reloaded his bullets, continuously twirling 2 giant python handguns in his hands, but his expression was somewhat dazed. He was deep in thought. Newman, do you think I'm still not strong enough? Newman Jeffrey, hearing Muraglin's sudden remark, showed an incredulous look, glancing at Muraglin and then at the already deceased level 2 magical beast, the Iron Feather Eagle. Do you want to hear what you're actually saying? Damn it. This newly recognized brother must not be thinking straight. If I weren't just getting to know you, and we weren't close yet, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Wait a minute. Newman Jeffrey's expression froze as he suddenly realized an unbelievable fact. Based on Muraglin's previous performance, if the 2 of them were to fight, he would probably not be able to defeat him. Chapter 83. Joanna's Attack. Moreover, Muraglin was a telekinetic master, known as the killer among mages, in battle. The closer the distance to the opponent, the stronger the effect of the telekinetic master's 3 abilities. So telekinetic masters are not particularly afraid of warriors in close combat. The Iron Feather Eagle was defeated only after entering Muraglin's strongest attack range of 20 meters. If the Iron Feather Eagle had chosen to flee instead of making a desperate strike, Muraglin would have only been able to watch its retreating figure in frustration. Thinking of this, Newman Jeffrey shrank back and commented, "Not bad at all. Among mages, your combat power, combined with those 2 magical weapons, should be second only to battle mages at the same level." Hearing Newman Jeffrey's assessment, Muraglin nodded expressionlessly, but tears flowed in his heart. Sigh. It's a tearful situation. I am a spatial battle mage, yet can't exert the power a spatial battle mage should have. It's truly frustrating. By the way, why haven't you used any magic? If you had used water bombs or water screens just now, not only could you have dealt damage and delayed the Iron Feather Eagle, but you could have also dampened its feathers, slightly reducing its speed. Logically speaking, a telekinetic master is also a magician, so it's perfectly normal to learn and master elemental magic. If Muraglin had used elemental magic in the last battle, combined with 2 magical weapons, it wouldn't have been so perilous to win. I haven't learned it. As for the level 1 space magic, Muraglin isn't sure if there's only 1 space feedback. But Webster Ellis only knows this one level 1 space magic, so Muraglin couldn't find a place to learn other space magics. It's understandable, in such a short time. Mastering the 3 powers of a telekinetic master. Most of your time has been spent studying telekinesis, leaving little time to learn elemental magic. Newman Jeffrey nodded in realization and then advised, the more skills you master, the more combat power you have. You should learn a few suitable spells to pair with your telekinetic abilities. You can definitely defeat many opponents easily. I want to. But how can I solve the problem of not being able to learn it? Muriglin felt bitter inside, but a bright smile appeared on his face. After thanking Newman Jeffrey for his guidance, he went to retrieve the flying knives he had thrown. After a search, he managed to recover about 20 flying knives from the Iron Feather Eagle's corpse, in the big tree, and in the grass, though several were still missing. This made Muriglin kick the Iron Feather Eagle's corpse twice in frustration to vent. You have to know that each of Muriglin's flying knives is a level 1 weapon. Although they are smaller, made with less material, and cheaper, a few flying knives add up to a few gold coins. Fortunately, he left the Iron Feather Eagle behind. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. The two stayed in place, waiting for the people from Granth to collect the monster corpses. Newman Jeffrey was calculating the value of the level 2 Iron Feather Eagle, while Muriglin sat cross-legged under the big tree, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, Muriglin, with his strong mental power, suddenly felt a slight tremor. Frowning, he opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the disturbance. This feeling seems a bit familiar. Muriglin furrowed his brows tighter, and a sense of unease surged in his heart as his mental power jumped. A magician's mental perception, a warrior's physical instinct, and a monster's innate ability all give a vague feeling when danger approaches. Some are strong, while others are weak, but Muriglin's mental talent is quite good. So his mental perception is much stronger than that of an average magician. Be on guard, danger is approaching. Muriglin immediately called Newman Jeffrey, who was examining the Iron Feather Eagle's corpse. Upon hearing Muriglin's words, Newman Jeffrey did not question him and said, that direction? I'll go check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Newman Jeffrey's body flashed and entered the shadows, rushing towards the direction Muriglin pointed. Moments later, a strangely expression Newman Jeffrey walked out from the shadows, patted Muriglin on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Muriglin, it's been a while. It's not that I don't want to help you, but if it were anything else, I would have stepped in without hesitation. However, I can't handle this. And I don't dare to, so take care. After saying this, Newman Jeffrey left a puzzled Muriglin and stepped back into the shadows. However, Muriglin's space feedback told him that Newman Jeffrey had not run away, as he was still crouched on a tree 30 meters away. What is going on? Before Muriglin could figure it out, the sound of hooves reached his ears. He immediately looked up from his contemplation. A fire-red horned horse appeared in his sight. This horned horse was very strong, but it was only a level 1 monster, so Muriglin didn't think much of it. However, when he saw who was riding the horned horse, Muriglin was stunned and finally understood why Newman Jeffrey had such a strange expression earlier and why he spoke in such a roundabout way. The person coming was Joanna Stewart. Damn, another unreliable brother. Knowing that Joanna Stewart was coming, why didn't he notify me early so I could escape? Now that he saw Joanna Stewart, she had also seen him. Muriglin did not believe that as a magician, he could outrun a horned horse and Joanna Stewart. Thus, with a bitter smile, Muriglin sat down in place, pretending to meditate. Even in the deep mountains, the level 1 horned horse ran as if it were on flat ground, quickly reaching Muriglin's front. With a mischievous smile, Joanna Stewart yanked the reins, causing the horned horse's front legs to leap up in front of Muriglin, then stomp down suddenly, finally exhaling a breath of hot air towards Muriglin. The grass and hot air from the galloping approach rushed towards Muriglin. In response, Muriglin's mental power surged, forming a protective shield that blocked everything flying towards him. Opening his eyes and looking up, Muriglin met Joanna Stewart's gaze. Instantly, he revealed a flattering smile, stood up, and warmly said, Isn't this senior sister Joanna? Long time no see. I've missed you. Have you come to the mountains for training? Do you need a teammate? I've learned some skills as a telekinetic master. I'm quite strong. Together, we can be invincible in the Kaya's mountains. As he spoke, Muriglin casually patted the front shoulder of the horned horse and said, This horse is really nice. Can you let me ride it, senior sister? Chapter 84, Another Encounter. The horned horse that Muriglin had patted turned its head and snorted discontentedly at him, splattering saliva everywhere. If it weren't for the repelling force intercepting it, it would probably have splattered all over Muriglin's face. Senior sister, your horse has quite a fiery temper, but I like spirited horses like this. But it doesn't like you, and I won't let you ride it. Joanna Stewart, sitting on the horned horse, looked down at Muriglin with a slight mischievous smile, her left hand resting on the hilt of her sword, giving it a light tap. Muriglin, long time no see. After all this effort, I've finally found you. Senior sister, what do you need me for? Muriglin asked back, pretending to be confused, coming all the way to the Kaya's mountains to find him. Her purpose was well known. She was definitely here to deal with him. However, Muriglin did not want to bring this up, because here, no one could stop the fully armed Joanna Stewart. Even Newman Jeffrey had recently been scared away by her. Muriglin, weren't you quite clever and arrogant before? Why are you acting dumb and cowardly now? Joanna Stewart tapped her long sword, lifted her slender right leg, turned her body, and gracefully dismounted, standing in front of Muriglin. I didn't get to fight enough last time. This time, I'm here to challenge you. If I can enjoy the fight, I'll forgive you for the rumors you spread about me that night. The straightforward Joanna Stewart stated her purpose directly. Hearing her words, Muriglin felt bitter inside, and his expression changed greatly. Senior sister, you're a level 2 warrior. I'm just a mere level 1 magician. How could I dare to fight you? Hee. That night, you were quite bold, huh? What's the matter? With Elizabeth not around, you lost your courage? Elizabeth has always been in my heart. But you have made it so difficult for me. Even if I can't beat you, I can choose not to fight back, not to curse back, leaving you with no sense of battle. Murray Green retorted firmly. After this, I will spread this matter throughout Ellis Academy, saying that you, Joanna Stewart, are not following the rules of martial arts, bullying the weak with your strength. Saying this, Murray Green turned his head and looked at where Newman Jeffrey was, pointing at him. Don't think you can kill me to silence me. My companion, good buddy, a first-year student from the Warrior Academy, Newman Jeffrey, is right there watching us. If you want to kill me, you'll have to kill him first. Otherwise, you'll have to bury me as well. Newman Jeffrey, what else with all this nonsense? I, the flame sorceress Joanna Stewart, have never had a good reputation at Ellis Academy. Before the words fell, Joanna Stewart slapped her sword at her waist, and the fiery red longsword flew out, its hilt aimed at Murray Green's abdomen. However, the momentum around Joanna Stewart began to wane, quickly dropping to the level of a first-tier fighter. Sensing the situation, Murray Green couldn't help but smile. This Joanna Stewart, while claiming not to care about her reputation, her body was quite honest, unwilling to bear the stigma of bullying the weak. Murray Green immediately used repulsion to block Joanna Stewart's longsword. At the same time, Joanna Stewart patted her mount to keep it away from the battlefield. Now that we are both at the first tier, no matter how badly you get hit, it's just normal sparring. With a heavy stomp on the ground, creating an explosive sound, Joanna Stewart charged forward like a cannonball, reaching for the suspended one-handed longsword. Seeing Joanna Stewart attack, Murray Green grabbed with his right hand, using telekinesis to throw the longsword upwards, causing it to rise while Joanna Stewart's attempt to retrieve it fell short. It's been a month since we last met, and you've mastered telekinesis. Ha, not bad. Not bad. We can have a good fight today. Joanna Stewart continued her advance, throwing a punch at Murray Green's handsome face. Having traveled through time, the thing Murray Green was most satisfied with was this face. When fighting, one doesn't hit faces. Facing Joanna Stewart's punch, Murray Green raised an eyebrow, and 5 flying knives instantly blocked in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Joanna Stewart used her wrist guards as a shield, easily deflecting Murray Green's flying knife attack. While Murray Green took this opportunity to quickly retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Joanna Stewart. After running about 10 meters, Murray Green finally caught his breath. While Joanna Stewart, after blocking a round of attacks, jumped 3 to 4 meters high, grabbing the falling one-handed longsword, and charged at Murray Green again. Turning, 2 flying knives spun wildly, then were controlled by Murray Green, attacking Joanna Stewart. At such a short distance, there was no chance to dodge. Joanna Stewart, holding the sword with one hand, slashed down diagonally, delivering a double strike. The 2 flying knives were hit by Joanna Stewart's slash, but the immense impact from the flying knives caused her steps to falter. Murray Green boldly drew his gun, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Here it comes. Although Joanna Stewart didn't know what kind of magical weapon this was, she sensed the threat from the bullets flying out. Joanna Stewart raised her right hand, leveling the longsword, while her left hand caressed the blade, the fiery red longsword seeming to ignite. Command. Flame sword dance. The longsword was swung by Joanna Stewart, creating an impenetrable defense, with residual red sword shadows surrounding her like a red magical barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the giant python pistol and the crisp sound of the sword slicing through bullets rang out simultaneously, like a symphony, but this symphony was exceptionally terrifying. Huh. Joanna Stewart let out a low shout, surprisingly pushing forward against the bullets, while Murray Green, after firing the last bullet from the chamber, had a flying knife that was successfully enchanted and began to spin rapidly. Watch out. The space-enchanted flying knife, much faster than the bullets, suddenly appeared in front of Joanna Stewart. Sensing the deadly threat from the flying knife, just like that night, Joanna Stewart's pupils contracted, hurriedly holding the sword with both hands. Joanna Stewart's form suddenly paused for a moment, then delivered a thunderous strike. Explosive slash. Explosive cut. Joanna Stewart's hand flashed with red light, and the long sword struck the space-enchanted flying knife at a speed beyond the naked eye. The two collided but made no sound. Joanna Stewart felt the terrifying force and the horrific tearing sensation from the longsword, her mind shaken. How is this possible? Chapter 85. The Cost of Expensive Bullets. Realizing something was off, Joanna Stewart's hands trembled, slightly shifting the longsword, causing the space-enchanted flying knife to glide along the surface of the sword and fly out at an angle. Whoosh! The space-enchanted flying knife sliced through the air, passing by Joanna Stewart's side with a low sound of cutting through the air. So this is your trump card. Quite impressive. It looks like an enchanted attack, but it doesn't seem like it, because enchanted attacks don't have such terrifying lethality. Joanna Stewart raised her longsword. Looking at the obvious scratch that had suddenly appeared on it, she said heavily, "It is indeed an enchanted attack, just space enchantment." Murray Green silently replied in his heart. Different magical attributes lead to different effects of enchanted items. Fire attributes carry explosive and burning damage. Wind attributes can accelerate attack or flight speed, and space attributes, one of the two supreme elements, allow the flying knife, once enchanted, to fly at incredible speeds while carrying the indestructible nature of space. Many defenses become as fragile as paper before it. The Iron Feather Eagle's innate Iron Feather can let many enemies break through its defense. But before Murray Green's space attribute, nothing can withstand it, unless the space magical power applied is insufficient. Because the space attribute doesn't enhance the sharpness of the flying knife, but rather the space magical power it carries has the ability to tear through space, then use that space to slice through anything that dares to stand in its way. If it weren't for the insufficient space magical power carried by the flying knife, Joanna Stewart's precious longsword would have been directly severed. Where, Senior? That strike of yours has incredible explosive power. Even a second-tier magical beast could meet its end under that blow. Murray Green sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his means of attack were indeed too few. The giant python pistol's shooting is simply a massacre against opponents weaker than Murray Green. Even those stronger than him would be restrained, creating conditions for Murray Green to achieve kills. However, Joanna Stewart, as a flame swordsman, is no slouch. She has learned first-tier warrior skills, and her first-tier professional skills are complete. Coupled with a longsword of at least second-tier quality and a set of light armor whose level cannot be determined at present, there are few in the first tier who can match her. So don't say that the bullets can rival the power of a fireball spell. Even if it were a real fireball spell, she could cleave it apart. Of course, if Murray Green were to use the entire rifle for saturated fire, Joanna Stewart would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be turned into a sieve. But then several more tricky problems would arise. First is concealment. A rifle is not as concealed as a pistol. A warrior's body reaction speed is extremely fast when shooting from a distance. Bullets cannot be adjusted in direction like a fireball spell relying on mental power, making them easy to dodge. Up close, it leaves the enemy with no time or space to evade, greatly increasing the hit rate, but it can also lead to a desperate gamble, much like the Iron Feather Eagle. If it weren't for Merriglin catching it off guard with telekinetic skills at the last moment, he would definitely be dead here today. The second point is cost, which is also the most difficult and troublesome aspect for Merriglin. A pair of giant python pistols costs over 60 gold coins, a price Merriglin can still afford. However, the most important factor in firearms is not the guns themselves, but the ammunition. The more enjoyable the frontline fighting is, the more curses the logistics face. When the cannon fires, gold flows. This is not a joke, but a fact. Given Merriglin's current economic level and capabilities, he could produce not just rifles, but even Gatling guns. But a Gatling gun without bullets is just a stick for kindling, and it wouldn't even be convenient to hit someone with it. Currently, the bullets used by the giant python pistol are very expensive. The bullet casings made of pure gold can be reused multiple times, but Merriglin doesn't dare to make too many of them. The pure silver bullet heads are cheaper, but the most costly expenditure is the gunpowder. Magic crystals are the best and most excellent energy source in this world, and predictably, they are also the most expensive. Magic crystals of the same quality are worth 10 times their weight in gold. A standard magic crystal weighs 10 grams, but is worth 10 gold coins. However, 10 grams of magic crystal can only produce 20 bullets, and that is after Merriglin's optimization. So, while Merriglin's revolver bullets are enjoyable to fire, the thought of spending 3 gold coins on each shot makes his heart bleed. "Senior, I really don't want to fight you," Merriglin said sincerely, making Joanna Stewart entertain a fleeting thought of truce. However, she still waved her longsword, pointing it at Merriglin. "No more nonsense. If you can make me happy in this fight today, I might forgive you and even speak a few good words for you in front of Elizabeth. Thank you so much, Senior." Merriglin would have preferred Joanna Stewart to say more bad things about him in front of Elizabeth, but with the mission at hand, he could only thank her with tears in his eyes. Although Merriglin spoke words of gratitude, they sounded somewhat awkward to the ears. But Joanna Stewart didn't think too much about it and stepped forward again. Explosive step. The characteristic of the explosive flame swordsman is explosion, compressing the fire attribute battle aura within the body to explode, creating terrifying lethality. Except for prolonged battles, they are overwhelming in the early stages. Facing Joanna Stewart's renewed attack, Merriglin took a deep breath and repositioned his pistol. Since the giant python pistol's effect was not significant, he decided to use his telekinetic skills to engage in a real fight. Merriglin's eyes narrowed, silver light flickering in them, as he compressed the spatial feedback to 20 meters, capturing every movement around him. For flying knives swirled around Merriglin like fish, and with a flash of his gaze, one flying knife spiraled out, shooting towards Joanna Stewart's right calf. Humph! Joanna Stewart, who had just landed on her right foot, noticed Merriglin's attack intent and immediately thrust her longsword. But at that moment, the flying knife aimed at her right calf unexpectedly flew upward in a strange arc, colliding with her longsword. At this point, Joanna Stewart had not fully exerted her strength when the attack came, like a retracted fist that had not yet struck out being held down. A wave of discomfort surged in her heart. Twisting her longsword alleviated the discomfort, and Joanna Stewart's left foot scraped the ground, sending fragments of grass and dirt flying toward Merriglin. Joanna Stewart's figure became somewhat blurred behind the cover of this debris, and she took the opportunity to change her footwork, preparing to attack Merriglin from the left. Merriglin's mouth curved into a smile. How naive. He wasn't relying on his eyes to lock onto his target. The spatial feedback clearly detected Joanna Stewart's direction of movement, so Merriglin pushed with both hands, sending all the grass and dirt toward Joanna Stewart. Chapter 86. Unethical combat. Facing the grass and dirt pushed toward her by Merriglin, Joanna Stewart swung her sword down, her foot barely moving, deftly avoiding all attacks. Seeing this, Merriglin's eyes lit up, and two flying knives immediately began to spin, mowing the grass like a lawnmower, and then Merriglin hurled them all toward Joanna Stewart. Senior, catch this. Weeds flew everywhere, obscuring Joanna Stewart's vision, and in her anger, she slashed out with her sword, clearing the weeds in front of her. But the forest is filled with weeds. Before Joanna Stewart could catch her breath, Merriglin threw another pile of weeds at her. You shameless scoundrel. If you have the guts, fight me head on. Joanna Stewart shouted angrily, quickly drawing her sword, making a fierce thrust toward Merriglin. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through her mind. It turned out that a flying knife was hidden among the weeds, shooting toward Joanna Stewart. She quickly raised her sword to block, but the swirling weeds around her came rushing in. Bastard. At this moment, Joanna Stewart's optimal solution was to block the flying knife. As for the weeds, they posed no threat to her. However, the thought of getting covered in dirt if she didn't block the weeds made Joanna Stewart reluctantly slow her pace, concentrating on blocking all attacks. Seeing his scheme succeed, Merriglin quickly glanced at the nearby trees and reached out with his left hand toward a large tree. Gravity. Under the pull of gravity, Merriglin quickly left the original spot, dashing toward the big tree. When Joanna Stewart suddenly surrounded him, arriving at Merriglin's original location, all she saw was his hasty retreating figure. Merriglin, you bastard, stop right there. Under the influence of gravity, Merriglin moved lightly, and with the advantage of having started first. He quickly reached the big tree, laughing as he replied, I'm a bastard, not an idiot. You, a warrior, expect me, a mage, to stand still and play close combat with you? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Before his words could finish, Merriglin's telekinesis shook upward, sending countless leaves flying, wrapped in his telekinetic force, toward Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart was surrounded by leaves, and Merriglin's figure disappeared again, but she could still vaguely sense his direction. Gritting her teeth, she pointed the sword forward, raised it with her right hand, pulled it back, and stepped forward with her left foot, her entire body tensed like a bowstring drawn taut. Flame puncture. Get away from me. A wave of scorching heat erupted from Joanna Stewart, and then she instantly thrust her longsword forward, stepping along with her sword. Wherever the longsword passed, all the leaves were cleared away, opening a path for Joanna Stewart. Having skills is truly impressive. Merriglin watched Joanna Stewart enviously and immediately used gravity to draw all the surrounding leaves toward him, then used repulsion to throw them at Joanna Stewart. A space-imbued flying knife appeared before Merrigrin. Merrigrin flicked his finger, and the flying knife spiraled toward Joanna Stewart. Faced with the relentless onslaught of leaves, Joanna Stewart's expression darkened as she prepared to use Flame Piercer once more, but a strong sense of crisis reminded her that this wave of leaf attacks concealed danger. Damn brat, don't let me catch you. Joanna Stewart closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a red light flashed in her eyes as the explosive battle energy within her surged to its peak. Holding her sword with both hands, she unleashed an explosive slash toward the space-imbued spiraling flying knife. As for the leaves attacking her, Joanna Stewart could no longer concern herself with them. Clang. Facing the familiar sensation of tearing, Joanna Stewart squinted her eyes. With a slight twist of her sword, she guided the flying knife off course. However, this time, the prepared Joanna Stewart vaguely saw a glimmer of gray light. Gray, what kind of magic is this? Before Joanna Stewart could comprehend this, many leaves swarmed over her. She used her left arm to shield her face while thrusting her sword forward, breaking through the leaf assault once more. However, this time, the once graceful Joanna Stewart was left covered in dirt and disheveled, with only her protected face remaining somewhat clean, while the rest of her was obscured by leaves. With a dark expression, Joanna Stewart grabbed the leaves stuck in her hair and angrily tossed them to the ground, shaking herself and causing most of the leaves to fall off. Senior, what's the point? It will just pile up again in a moment. Merrigrin stood by the tree, watching many leaves fall like rain, creating a beautiful scene. Yet Joanna Stewart felt her scalp tingle. She raised her sword toward Merrigrin, her pretty face filled with anger. Today, I've set my sights on you, and no one can stop me. As these words left her mouth, Joanna Stewart's momentum surged, breaking through to level 2 in the blink of an eye, leaving Merrigrin dumbfounded. Senior, you're not being honest or following the rules of combat. I'm not being honest or following the rules of combat. What are you going to do about it? Joanna Stewart shouted lightly and charged toward Muragrin with even greater speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Damn, so fast. Faced with Joanna Stewart's lack of integrity, Muragrin felt quite frustrated and hurriedly threw out the leaves he controlled. However, the much more powerful Joanna Stewart unleashed her flame sword dance, with not a single leaf able to approach her, although her speed was slightly reduced. How do I fight this? Watching Joanna Stewart enter a frenzied state, Muragrin forced a bitter smile, feeling that today was going to be tough. He then shouted toward Newman Jeffrey. Newman Jeffrey, you go first, don't mind me. As long as you spread her lack of integrity throughout Ellis Academy, I can die with a smile. Newman Jeffrey replied, I'm just quietly enjoying the show over here. Why are you calling me? Thus, Newman Jeffrey looked toward a large tree several meters away, realizing that the battlefield between Muragrin and Joanna Stewart had changed, and this was no longer the best viewpoint. That tree was. Newman Jeffrey then moved, leaping and grabbing a branch, swinging toward the target tree, and gracefully landing on it after spinning 2.5 times in the air. However, before Newman Jeffrey could climb a few meters up the trunk, a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Kid, this is my spot. What are you doing here? Chapter 87. Mental Turmoil as a Shadow Assassin. He was only supposed to attack others, yet now he found himself being attacked, causing Newman Jeffrey to shudder in fear. Instinctively, he wanted to draw his dagger to counterattack, but one of the opponent's hands held his down. Newman Jeffrey struggled a bit, but the opponent's grip was harder than steel, and he couldn't break free. Turning his head, he found that the person holding him was a middle-aged man in hunting gear with a longbow on his back. Are you a teacher? Upon hearing Newman Jeffrey's question, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes, staring at him as if he were an idiot, and replied in a heavy tone, Your question is quite questionable. Could it be that there are students older than me in the Kais Mountains? And no, teacher, I was just surprised. I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, what brings you here? Sighing, the middle-aged teacher turned away from Newman Jeffrey and said, Someone sent a distress signal flare, so I came. After saying this, the middle-aged teacher released Newman Jeffrey and no longer paid attention to him, focusing instead on the battlefield. Coming back to his senses, Newman Jeffrey pondered for a moment, his face turning red. Damn, I was just startled earlier. What an embarrassing scene. This teacher shouldn't be a blabbermouth, right? No way. Muragrin was unaware of the encounter between the two and had no interest in it, as all his energy was focused on Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart, fully committed, unleashed a battle power at least 3 times greater than before. Even the space-imbued flying knife was cleaved away by her sword, and the leaves could no longer touch a single hair on Joanna Stewart. Faced with such a terrifying Joanna Stewart, Muragrin dared not let his guard down. He activated his mental gravity at any moment, pulling his body deeper into the forest to evade Joanna Stewart's pursuit. Snap! A flash of red light cut through the air as a sharp, fiery red sword sliced through a tree as thick as a person. Muragrin, hiding behind the tree, reached for another tree branch. He leaped, and, aided by gravity, effortlessly landed on the target tree. Simultaneously, he sent down all the leaves from the severed tree toward Joanna Stewart. However, before these leaves could reach Joanna Stewart, she flashed and instantly arrived beneath the tree where Muragrin was. She directly stepped up the trunk with her feet, climbing without using her hands. Senior, this is too much. Faced with the ferocity of Joanna Stewart, Muragrin let out a bitter laugh and shot out a flying knife. Seeing the spiraling flying knife, Joanna Stewart's expression darkened, but she still swung her sword to sever the knife. Although she easily intercepted Muragrin's attack, Joanna Stewart's momentum was interrupted, and she could no longer continue her ascent. As for how is this too much, if I don't beat you up today, I won't feel satisfied. If I don't feel satisfied, I'll be very uncomfortable. Joanna Stewart stabbed her sword into the trunk to stabilize her descending body, reaching her left hand up to grab nearby branches and continue climbing. Snap! Witnessing this scene, Muragrin dared not let Joanna Stewart have her way, so he immediately controlled several spinning flying knives to sever all the branches around Joanna Stewart. Grabbing the severed branch, Joanna Stewart casually tossed it aside, her expression darkening further. Now my mood is even worse. With that, Joanna Stewart's left hand gripped the trunk tightly, and with a powerful pull, she left a handprint several centimeters deep in the trunk, allowing her to continue climbing upward. Sigh. As Joanna Stewart approached, Murray Green sighed, but his expression suddenly became calm. The flying knives swirling around him froze in midair, not moving. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Murray Green's eyes, and then his gaze was covered by a layer of silvery light, resembling the eyes of a deity. Joanna Stewart, under the scrutiny of Murray Green's eyes, was taken aback. What was going on? Why had his aura changed? Before she could react, she felt a tremendous pressure above her, preventing her from continuing to climb. The middle-aged teacher, witnessing this scene, smirked and muttered subconsciously, Here it comes, he's getting serious. I thought Payne didn't teach this skill to the kid. It turns out it was him. He was just holding back before, but now he can't. What? Newman Jeffrey's ears perked up, as if he had heard something significant, but he couldn't catch it all. So he looked at the middle-aged teacher, but the teacher ignored him, his gaze fixed on Murray Green and Joanna Stewart. What kind of trick is this? Joanna Stewart, unable to withstand the pressure, was forced to land on the ground and asked. However, at this moment, Murray Green appeared somewhat off, extremely indifferent, merely staring coldly at her without answering. Murray Green opened his 5 fingers, and leaves gathered to form a large handprint, pressing down towards Joanna Stewart. A large hand made of leaves was about to land on her head, but Joanna Stewart, sensing it, countered with a sword strike, slicing it into 2. Playing tricks? Joanna Stewart scoffed, not believing that the first-level Murray Green could defeat her, a second-level fighter. She swung her sword and severed the tree where Murray Green stood. Since she couldn't climb up, she would make the opponent come down. She observed her surroundings. Within 10 meters of this tree, there were no other trees left because she had cut them all down. At that moment, Murray Green snapped his fingers, and all the leaves around him fell, gathering around him like a long serpent made of leaves. Go! The long serpent extended its head and lunged at Joanna Stewart. But she quickly severed its head with a sword strike. However, when she turned to look at Murray Green, she found him stepping on the swirling leaves, leaping 2 steps in midair to land on the nearest tree. Then he moved agilely among the branches like a monkey, constantly shifting among several trees around her, where all the leaves fell off as he passed. At this moment, Murray Green felt his spirit boiling like water, continuously bubbling, but the more it boiled, the calmer he became. This peculiar sense of conflict was quite uncomfortable. This was the psychic skill mental boiling. It greatly enhanced the psychic's 3 abilities, but the longer it was used, the more severe the consequences. Chapter 88. Flaming Sword Mastery, Surrounded by Fallen Leaves. Joanna Stewart occasionally faced sneak attacks from 2 leaves controlled by Murray Green. Fighting with a magician is indeed not satisfying, Joanna Stewart murmured softly, raising her right-hand sword in front of her and lightly caressing the sword body with her left hand. As she did so, the sword emitted a faint red glow, dancing like flames. Hey! Turning around and swinging her sword, all the fallen leaves within 5 meters of Joanna Stewart were cleared away, leaving a residual heat that prevented any leaves not controlled by Murray Green from entering. Flaming Sword Mastery. The little girl has even used this move. Mental boiling and Flaming Sword Mastery. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity there's no wine. A bit of a regret, the middle-aged teacher said, blinking his mouth in slight regret. Then he shifted his gaze behind him. He saw 4 warrior students walking in this direction, but they quickly noticed the battle between Murray Green and Joanna Stewart. Hey, isn't that our partner Murray Green? Why is he fighting someone? Could it be to snatch prey? If he loses, won't we have made this trip for nothing? It turned out these 4 were part of the group that collaborated with Jirani to help transport prey, and they had come after seeing the signal flare sent by Murray Green and Joanna Stewart earlier. We won't make this trip in vain, regardless of who wins. They both need us to move the prey. Whichever one brings the prey's corpse to us, will help them. Now let's find a place to watch the fight, and wait until they determine the outcome before we go out, the leading tall warrior said calmly. Hearing this, the 3 companions nodded in agreement. They were just monster merchants, responsible for transporting monsters. As for where the monsters came from, that depended on the seller's capability. That tree looks good, quite tall. We can see everything from there. Let's go up that tree to watch. The leading warrior nodded in satisfaction at the tree pointed out by his companion, and the 4 of them headed straight towards the target tree and began to climb. Middle-aged teacher, Newman Jeffrey, hidden in the shadows of the branches. Newman Jeffrey felt this scene was reminiscent of something, so he glanced playfully at the 4, then secretly observed the middle-aged teacher's expression. Humph, what bad luck. However, that position was indeed the best spot to watch the show. Anyone would choose it, and this was the tallest tree around, offering the best view. So they all coincidentally selected this tree. Before long, the 4 climbed along the trunk and into the branches. The leader looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a long bow crouching on a branch near the treetop. Next to him was a figure whose face couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, the middle-aged man was staring at them with a blank expression. Teacher Cecil. The tall man at the front recognized the identity of this middle-aged man immediately. It was the mountain guardian teacher nearby. Recognizing Teacher Cecil's identity, the 4 hugged the tree, feeling awkward, unsure whether to continue climbing up or go back down. Hearing the 4's greetings, middle-aged Teacher Cecil Carnegie nodded and then turned to look at the battlefield. At this moment, Murray Green was gripping the handle of his giant python pistol with his left hand, mumbling incantations, concealing his form among the swirling leaves, constantly shifting positions thanks to the freedom of his 3 abilities. Meanwhile, Joanna Stewart, wielding the Flaming Sword Mastery, charged forward. And with her powerful sword techniques and robust battle aura, none of Murray Green's attacks could last even a round before her. Damn it, I'm a step late again. Joanna Stewart sliced through a humanoid figure formed of leaves with her sword and looked in the direction of Murray Green's movement. Under the cover of the leaves, Joanna Stewart could no longer see Murray Green with the naked eye, so she could only rely on her perception to determine his position. As a psychic, Murray Green's mental power was already very strong, and now he was in an enhanced state. Even though Joanna Stewart's level was higher than Murray Green's, it was still easy for her to lose track of him due to the blurred perception, causing her to always be a step behind. Suddenly, a leaf 5 meters away broke through the distance and shot straight towards Joanna Stewart. Faced with such harassment, Joanna Stewart was extremely annoyed, but she still casually swung her sword to cut it down. Just then, a spiraled flying knife flew in from another direction. Gray, seeing the flying dagger, Joanna Stewart immediately went all out, slashing with her sword and sending it flying. However, after doing this, Joanna Stewart's heart skipped a beat, as if she was about to face an even more dangerous attack. Hee, what other tricks do you have? Bring them on. Joanna Stewart, who loves to fight, does not shy away from danger. In fact, she feels that only danger can make her happier. After enchanting 6 bullets, Murray Green waved his left hand, and the giant python pistol flew to his front. He reached out with his right hand and grasped the grip. There were leaves in front of his aim, but Murray Green knew that behind the leaves was Joanna Stewart. So, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, shooting towards Joanna Stewart's shoulder. The spatially enchanted bullet transformed into a gray light, silently passing through all the leaves in front and reaching a 0.5 meters away from Joanna Stewart. Good shot. Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes slightly and swung her sword again. The gray bullet collided with the fiery red longsword, producing a crisp sound. But Joanna Stewart felt that tearing sensation again. Another gray one. With an angry grunt, Joanna Stewart's explosive combat energy surged, and an explosive force flowed into her arm. Back off. Once again exerting power, Joanna Stewart knocked the spatially enchanted bullet back, but when she saw another deep scratch on her sword, her mood sank. The first bullet had no effect, but Murray Green remained unfazed and continued to pull the trigger, firing another spatially enchanted bullet. At this moment, Joanna Stewart was in the phase of old strength fading and new strength not yet rising. So she gripped the sword with her right hand and pressed the blade with her left, positioning the longsword in front of her. Bang! The bullet, carrying immense power, pushed Joanna Stewart back 3 steps before she could block this shot. However, after recovering from this shot, Joanna Stewart immediately gripped her sword with both hands and delivered a powerful downward strike, splitting the 3rd bullet in half. But before Joanna Stewart could feel pleased, the 4th bullet unexpectedly struck her longsword, leaving her hands numb and almost causing her to drop the sword. You think you can take my sword? In her understanding of Murray Green's intentions, Joanna Stewart's eyes ignited with a fiery red light, and she took a step forward. Chapter 89. 7 people in the tree. The swirling leaves parted as Joanna Stewart passed, thanks to the scorching sword aura. This is tricky. With spatial feedback, Murray Green clearly sensed that Joanna Stewart was rapidly advancing towards him, and there were only 2 enchanted bullets left in his gun. Especially after Joanna Stewart used her amplification skill, these 2 enchanted bullets would likely be ineffective against her. Rubbing his painfully throbbing head from using mental fervor, Murray Green's gaze shifted to the tree where Newman Jeffrey was located. To his surprise, there were actually 5 people on this tree, and one figure that was blurry but seemed to be extremely powerful. Oh no! Murray Green took off running in that direction, and it was only natural that Joanna Stewart, seeing him flee, chased after him. Don't run. If you don't chase, how would I run? If you don't run, of course I won't chase. Passing through the array of leaves, Murray Green's back fell into Joanna Stewart's view. Running in a straight line, the warrior outpaced the mage by several streets, quickly closing the distance between Joanna Stewart and Murray Green. But at that moment, Murray Green used his right hand to exert a pulling force, grabbing the tallest nearby tree, leaping up and landing on a branch. Seeing the 6 onlookers crouched in the tree, Murray Green also crouched down, looking at them in confusion. Hello. Cecil Carnegie, Newman Jeffrey, 4-man group. The 6 stared silently at Murray Green, while he let out a sigh of relief, returning their gaze. I'll let you climb the tree. Looking at the nearly 80-centimeter thick tree in front of her, Joanna Stewart took a step forward, gripping her sword with both hands, and slashed down. Explosive slash. The sharp, fiery red longsword, empowered by explosive combat energy, sliced effortlessly through the thick trunk. The sword strike was so fast that it took a second or 2 for the entire tree to make any noise, beginning to tilt in one direction and fall. The branches also started to shake violently, as if something was about to emerge. Joanna Stewart's eyes narrowed, her right hand holding the sword in a charging position, ready to unleash a tremendous strike at any moment. Just as Joanna Stewart expected, a figure jumped out from the branches, and she swung her sword, intending to strike. But when she saw the person's face, she was taken aback and quickly stopped her swing. Because this person was not Murray Green at all. What is going on? Who is this person? How did he get here? And where is Murray Green? Could this person be disguised by Murray Green? Before Joanna Stewart could figure it out, several more figures jumped out from the branches of the tree, leaving her completely bewildered at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Where is Murray Green? Hearing Joanna Stewart's furious shout, the 4-man group and Newman Jeffrey, who had jumped down from the tree, simultaneously looked towards the falling tree and said in unison, "He's still in the tree. Then what are you doing?" Newman Jeffrey and the 4-man group exchanged glances, simultaneously indicating for each other to step forward and answer. Before anyone could convince the other with their gaze, the 4-man group, with a tacit understanding, stepped back a step, shielding Newman Jeffrey in front of them. "Newman Jeffrey, you? It's you. Speak. What is going on?" At this moment, The tree had tilted at about a 30 to 40 degree angle and was accelerating its fall. Inside the tree, Murray Green was still staring at Cecil Carnegie. Finally, Cecil Carnegie could not hold back and asked, "Kid, why don't you jump?" Being heavily injured, feeling dizzy, jumping down would be risky, and falling with the tree would likely reduce the chance of injury. Upon hearing this response, Cecil Carnegie scoffed dismissively. "Injured? Are you afraid that if you jump down, that little girl below will seriously injure you?" The tree quickly tilted to about 50 or 60 degrees. And seeing that Cecil Carnegie was still safely crouched on the branch, Murray Green admired him greatly and directly spoke, pitifully pleading, "Teacher, save me." Cecil Carnegie let out a snicker but made no move, while the branches of the tree began to touch the ground. If they didn't escape now, even if they didn't die from the fall, they would be in a very awkward situation. Sigh. Nowadays, these kids are getting slicker, especially the mages. They are clever with their brains, but their hearts are too dirty, too dirty. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his clothes, Cecil Carnegie surprisingly stood up in this situation, grasped Murray Green by the collar at the back of his neck, and took a step forward, making the two of them vanish among the branches. In an instant, they appeared on the ground, just as the tree fell, kicking up a lot of dust, which shot into the sky and swept in all directions. Cecil Carnegie, holding Murray Green, took another step forward, and the two appeared at the edge of the dust, not a speck of dust touching them. "Teacher, Murray Green." Seeing Murray Green, Joanna Stewart instinctively raised her long sword, but when she saw Cecil Carnegie, she lowered the sword, bowed her head, and greeted him. "Teacher, not bad. This sword's flame slash is quite powerful." "Thank you, teacher." Faced with this slightly teasing praise, Joanna Stewart felt a bit embarrassed and forced a smile in response. She had intended to chase Murray Green down by chopping trees, but unexpectedly ended up attracting so many people, including a teacher, which made her look at Murray Green with a murderous gaze. "It's all this guy's fault." Cecil Carnegie tossed Murray Green to the ground. Murray Green, smiling, got up from the ground and respectfully said to Cecil Carnegie, "Thank you for saving me, teacher. All right, you slippery kid, go back and rest. Being overly spirited isn't that useful." "Okay, thank you, teacher, I'll leave now." Murray Green walked over to Newman Jeffrey, said a few words to him, handed over the matter of selling magical beasts to him, and then, enduring a severe headache, ran down the mountain without looking back. He hurried back to Ellis Academy, hiding in the meditation room of Stanley Ellis Tower, finally relaxing, only for the intense headache to make him faint. 3 days later, he recovered from the after effects of the mental fervor. During this time, Newman Jeffrey found him and handed him the money from the magical beasts sold during their last mountain trip. According to the previous split, with the last level 2 magical beast, Murray Green got to keep it all, and after settling accounts, he had earned 47 gold coins from the mountain. Chapter 90. Murray's plans in his bedroom. Murray Green placed all his money on the table and began counting. This year's pocket money amounted to 240 gold coins, which was usually given to him at the beginning of each month by the Countess. However, since he was away at school this year, the Countess generously handed him the entire annual allowance of 240 gold coins without any discount. 240 gold coins equate to 240,000 copper coins, which is enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a year with just 5 gold coins. It is an astronomical figure, something that one might never touch in a lifetime. Some things, if not possessed from birth, will never be acquired. Therefore, Murray Green often felt fortunate to have crossed over into a noble family. However, 240 gold coins is relatively a small amount for the second son of a count, averaging 20 gold coins a month. This amount is merely the price of a few bottles of wine for the nobility. Although the previous Murray Green did not drink, he spent the money within days of receiving it, leaving his little treasury completely empty. After running out of money, he relied on his elder brother's charity or waited for the Countess to be in a good mood to slip him a few coins. "Next year, I need to apply to my mother for an increase in my allowance. Given my current situation, I may not catch up to my brother, but doubling it shouldn't be a problem." In addition to his pocket money, he also received some red envelopes from elders during his coming-of-age ceremony. Not much. Only a little over 100 gold coins, as most people offered gifts. In the end, the recent money came from selling magical beasts hunted in the mountains. After deducting the expenses for making firearms and some daily spending, Murray Green's current wealth amounted to 319 gold coins. Over 300 gold coins could allow Murray Green to enjoy a comfortable campus life, but it wouldn't help him achieve his goals. After 3 days of recuperation, Murray Green came to some realizations. He had 2 choices: either to put aside everything unrelated to training and wholeheartedly accept Webster Ellis's suggestion to focus on becoming a senior mage, or to invest more energy and money and directly apprentice a craftsman to learn weapon forging. Otherwise, if he relied on blueprints and commissioned other craftsmen to make weapons, it could easily lead to leaks. If he encountered a malicious craftsman, they might directly claim his ideas as their own, making things even more troublesome. Thus, Murray Green chose the second option. However, learning weapon forging is very expensive, starting with high apprenticeship fees and then the costs of materials for practice. A mature craftsman certainly wouldn't produce results without spending a lot of money. Therefore, Murray Green found himself stuck at the most crucial step. He had no money. Logically, this would be considered study expenses, but as a spatial martial artist, if he didn't train properly and instead switched to becoming a telekinetic, it could be seen as a way to endure a weak early stage. But learning weapon forging made no sense. Both weapon forging and potion making are the two professions that take the longest to cultivate among mages, and their ancestor, the alchemist, is notoriously slow. Many alchemists only reach level 1 by the time they die. In such circumstances, some seniors have split the alchemist profession into several others, with weapon forging and potion making being the most difficult, slowest to cultivate, and most sought after. If a promising martial artist like Murray Green wanted to learn weapon forging, his elder brother Rain Green and mentor Webster Ellis would likely confine him to a small room until he became a senior mage before letting him out. It's really tough. However, Murray Green touched the pair of giant python pistols beside him. The cold touch contained a fiery heat, just like his heart, no matter how tough it gets. In this dangerous world, choosing to hide for a moment could mean hiding for a lifetime. I still want to travel around and see this magical world. Determined, Murray Green prepared to self-study weapon forging. Classes, training, meals, sleep, researching materials in the library, practicing telekinesis, and finding time to earn money in the Kayas Mountains. Each day passed tightly scheduled, but with a rhythm, and at this moment, Murray Green was like a tightly pulled bow, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing Murray Green in this state, Webster Ellis nodded in satisfaction. His student was exceptionally gifted. Although he had previously worked hard, there was a laziness in his bones that he could see at a glance. However, as just a mentor and not a parent, he could not forcefully increase the workload while the student was still trying to learn. But if Webster Ellis were to learn that Murray Green was working so hard to prepare for future weapon forging, he might not remain so calm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Originally, Murray Green had planned to reach level 1 perfection in 3 months. But now he had completed his goal in just 2 months. In 5 months since enrollment, he progressed from an ordinary person to level 1 perfection, a training speed that would be impressive even in a warrior academy. In the Magic Academy, Murray Green was far ahead, while the next 3 fastest martial artists were probably still newly advanced. Mages are different from warriors. Mages rely on accumulation, so their training speed is generally much slower than that of warriors. Ellis Academy had been established for 500 years, producing many level 5 warrior students, but never a level 5 mage student. If it weren't for the complicated reasons involving Elizabeth Ellis, Webster Ellis would never have agreed to let Murray Green study telekinesis. And he was even prepared to let Murray Green attempt to break the record. Murray Green changed dormitories, moving out of the accommodation building and paying extra to live in a standalone small castle. The stone castle has 2 floors for bedrooms, with the master and guest rooms on the 2nd floor, each equipped with a bathroom and shower. The 1st floor consists of a hall, 2 servant rooms, a kitchen, a restroom, and more, all complete, and it even has a small garden. Most importantly, there is a basement at the very bottom. What Murray Green values most is this basement. For a wizard to practice magic or engage in other activities, a spacious basement is essential. Upon entering the basement and turning on the magic crystal lamp, the bright light illuminated the dark space, and Murray Green looked around at the items placed inside, feeling very satisfied. This is the result of his hard work over the past few months. After 2 months of accumulation, moving dormitories, and purchasing these refining tools and introductory books on refining, he nearly emptied his pockets. Chapter 91. Enchantment Magic Array. The magic array is formed through reinforcement based on magic, serving as a collection of several spells, and what a refiner learns is the magic array. For example, the introductory method of a magic refiner is the enchantment magic array. Murray Green is proficient at enchanting magic, but the enchantment magic array for refiners consists of 3 enchantment spells that are combined and reorganized, making the enchantment magic array more stable than the individual enchantment spells. In this case, the magic array can operate independently of mental strength, detached from the wizard, and can be inscribed onto items or weapons, allowing these objects to exhibit magical effects. Standing in front of the workbench, Murray Green opened a leather-bound book, which had crooked writing and unclear, seemingly nonsensical images. He touched the book, gathering his mental energy in his hand, covering the pages, and closed his eyes while flipping through it. At that moment, the text in the book seemed to come alive, merging with Murray Green's mental energy and flooding into his brain. The previously incomprehensible text transformed into familiar characters, and the ambiguous images in his mind became a sequence resembling a tutorial video. In this world, regarding cultivation, aside from some common breathing techniques available to all ordinary warriors, other cultivation methods are classified as top secret. To learn them, one must either apprentice under a master or attend a school, where they can learn the cultivation methods taught there. However, even when given the opportunity to learn, special methods are employed to ensure confidentiality, preventing learners from passing on the cultivation methods. When Lyndon Beale taught Murray Green meditation techniques, he used mental energy to imprint them into his mind and set up confidentiality measures, allowing Murray Green to practice and memorize the techniques, but preventing him from sharing them. This enchanted magic array copy is similar. It is designed with confidentiality measures, so those who do not possess the decryption method cannot understand the book at all. Even if burned or soaked in water, it would only be damaged. Without the correct reading method, one cannot learn the content within. After flipping through the leather book, the text and images suddenly dimmed slightly, as if fading. Murray Green was not surprised by this scene. It was the fourth time. 3 learning opportunities remained. If he didn't team master it, he would have to buy another copy. The reason this copy is so extraordinary is that it contains the creator's mental energy. Each reading depletes this energy, so a copy can only be used about 7 times. Putting down the book, Murray Green closed his eyes and meditated, repeatedly visualizing the scenes he had just seen in his mind. Then he slowly raised his right hand, moving his fingers through the air to practice how to inscribe the enchantment magic array. He lost track of time, and after a deep breath, he confidently opened his eyes, took a palm-sized copper sheet from the workbench, and pulled a carving knife from his toolbox. Holding the carving knife, Murray Green attempted to engrave the magic array onto the copper sheet. However, while it seemed easy watching the tutorial video, it proved to be very difficult in practice. Just mastering the enchantment magic array took him 5 days, and for him, no spell had ever taken this long before. Of course, he and T learned many spells. Now, trying to engrave a 3-dimensional magic array onto a copper sheet, Murray Green found that the hardest part was not how to completely engrave the magic array, but the depth of the cuts during the engraving process. Too deep, too shallow, oh no. Murray Green realized that using the divine body control technique was indeed a great thing. It allowed him to control his body with mental energy, enabling his body to perfectly align with his intentions. Not to mention, at this point, he had already acquired telekinesis, giving him an incredible mastery over his body. And the precision of his cuts could be perfectly executed as long as he had a clear idea in his mind. After 2 days of secret practice, finally, a finished product appeared. Looking at the gray sheen on the copper sheet, Murray Green wiped his sweat and revealed a brilliant smile. He succeeded. Murray Green picked up the successfully enchanted copper sheet and carefully examined it, running his fingers over its surface, tracing the engraved path of the magic array from start to finish. Although it was a bit rough and not smooth, it was of no consequence. This copper sheet had successfully been enchanted. Grasping the copper sheet with his telekinesis, he made it fly around the basement. Discovering that its flying speed was even faster than that of enchanted flying knives, and the engraved magic array on the copper sheet could be used for a long time. Unlike enchantment magic, which only lasts a short time, forcing Murray Green to enchant on-site during battles. Mastering the enchantment magic array allowed him to complete the enchantment before entering the mountains, making it simple and convenient, significantly boosting his combat power. Just as Murray Green was lost in thought, the enchanted copper sheet flying in the air suddenly shattered into several pieces. Seeing this, Murray Green quickly used his telekinesis to catch all the fragments, pulling them towards himself for careful examination. The material strength was insufficient. Unlike temporary enchantments, which only last for a while, engraving the enchantment magic array is different. It is directly inscribed onto the object, and the process of engraving the magic array compromises the integrity of the item, reducing its strength. This was an unavoidable issue. Murray Green had consulted materials and found that predecessors had discussed this matter, even experimenting with surface painting techniques. This involved using a special ink to draw the magic array on the surface of the object. However, while this method preserved the object's integrity, the effectiveness of the magic array was poor. If it were a weapon, during combat, just a couple of clashes would wear off the magic array ink from the weapon's surface. Magic weapons that cannot be used in battle are a luxury. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Faced with such a situation, neither the makers nor the users could accept it, so the current mainstream method is engraving. Of course, not all weapons require engraving. In this world, there are 2 types of refiners. One is the blacksmith for warriors, who can create weapons with special effects through excellent material ratios and unique forging techniques. However, such weapons are very rare, and even fewer can create them. The other type is the magic refiner on the magic side. As the refiner's level increases, they can choose a unified smelting method. Before the item has taken shape, the magic circle is placed within it, successfully solving the problem. However, such magical items are very expensive and generally unaffordable for ordinary people. Therefore, many choose to buy a sturdy, leveled weapon and seek help from a weaponsmith to engrave the magic circle. It doesn't matter if the weapon has a shorter lifespan. As long as it is strong, that's what matters. Ensuring one's own longevity is the priority. Chapter 92. The Savage Orcs Attack. What? You want to graduate early? When one is focused on a particular task, time flies. Researching weapon forging made Muriglin addicted, and before he knew it, a month had passed. After class, Muriglin planned to conduct some market research to forge some easily sellable items to supplement his material costs. However, as soon as he stepped out of the classroom, someone was waiting for him in front of the teaching building. It was his older brother, Reinhard Green. Hearing Muriglin's question and seeing his incredulous expression, Reinhard patted his shoulder and said, "The savage orcs in the north are too active. Our territory has suffered multiple attacks from them. Father believes this is a test from the orcs and predicts that there will be a great war between the northern lands and the savage orcs in the coming years." At this point, Reinhard displayed a fervent smile. "Mori, our green family rose amidst blood and fire, and I am a war knight. Being in a peaceful academy has prevented my strength from improving for a long time. Only the battlefield is my true home, and it is where I, Reinhard Green, will make my name." Reinhard, who is usually gentle and possesses noble qualities, seemed like a different person in front of Muriglin, gradually aligning himself with the image of Count Green in Muriglin's mind. "I will make the Green family even stronger." Reinhard came and went quickly. After depositing a large sum of money into Muriglin's student account, he took him and his followers, escorted by a cavalry unit, towards the direction of the Green territory. "War is coming. I can almost smell the blood." Standing at the academy's entrance, watching Reinhard and his group disappear from sight, Muriglin stood quietly in place, sniffing as if he could smell the scent of blood. Duck blood soup, freshly killed old duck, young master. Would you like a bowl of duck blood soup?" Watching the vendor selling with a shoulder pole, Muriglin thought for a moment. "A bowl of duck blood soup. No duck blood, less soup, and fill it with duck meat, add more chili." He then pulled out a silver coin from his sleeve and handed it over. "No need for change. Thank you, young master." Not long after, the vendor watched Muriglin squatting near the gate, skillfully using chopsticks to pick up duck meat and dip it in chili, enjoying his meal, feeling it was quite magical. This young master has quite an appetite. While having lunch, Muriglin watched the students coming and going through the school gate. Recently, he had been focusing on studying weapon forging and hadn't delayed other matters, so he had been very tight on time. Now, taking his time to eat was actually a form of enjoyment. Sigh, bitter before sweet. I hope the sweet comes after the bitter. After finishing the duck meat, Muriglin drank the soup in one go, returned the bowl to the vendor, and turned to walk back into the school, resuming his hard study life. A few days later, Muriglin received a notice that all students of level 1 and above were to gather in the student auditorium. Upon entering the auditorium, he found it was arranged completely differently from the banquet held previously. It was solemn and icy blue. The students stood in clear divisions, with the Warrior Academy on one side and the Magic Academy on the other. However, compared to the numerous students from the Warrior Academy, the Magic Academy occupied a small space and looked quite pitiful, although the number of students couldn't match that of the Warrior Academy. The students from the Magic Academy had a strong presence that overshadowed the Warrior Academy. Muriglin quietly blended in with the Magic Academy, standing still and pondering why the school had issued this urgent notice. Around him, many were chatting with others, and when discussing this matter, someone said, "It's simple. The Northwind Fortress is surrounded by 200,000 savage orcs, and it has been under siege for several days. The pressure on the front lines is immense. They must be looking to draw some support from the school. There are 3 fortresses in the northern lands. One is the Northwind Fortress, where the kingdom's 3rd Legion is stationed. It is the largest and most defensively powerful fortress in the northern lands, but also the closest to the savage orc tribes. If the savage orcs break through the Northwind Fortress, then a quarter of the northern lands will be exposed to the plundering of the orcs without any defenses." When this news spread, many students showed astonished expressions, for their homes might be in that quarter. 200,000 savage orcs could never break through the Northwind Fortress. Even if that number doubled, it wouldn't be possible. That's unlikely, but with fighting on the front lines, there must be some support from the back. Yes, either people or money. Our school either trains warriors or mages, and they are all among the best, so they will definitely send a batch of people to support. Everyone chimed in, and they pieced together the truth of the matter. Hearing their words, Muriglin immediately thought of Reinhard, who wanted to graduate early and return home to fight, as well as the Green territory located on the border. His heart raced, and he felt worried for his family's safety, because one of the 3 major fortresses in the northern lands is located in the Green territory, specifically built after the Green family captured part of the prairie based on the geographical environment. It was named the Forward Fortress. Now that the Northwind Fortress is besieged, even if there isn't a formally structured savage orc army outside the Green family's Forward Fortress, there are still many wandering squads taking advantage of the situation. In his worries, Muriglin did not know how long had passed when a dull bell rang, and the previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down, all looking up at the podium in the auditorium. As the curtain was pulled back, 3 people were revealed. In the center stood Elizabeth Ellis, with a cold expression, white hair and white eyes. Next to her was Webster Ellis, the dean of the Magic Academy, and the last person, whom Muriglin did not recognize. However, based on his deductions and the other person's appearance, Muriglin guessed he was Apton Ellis, the dean of the Warrior Academy. He had heard that Apton Ellis was a hot-tempered winter warrior with great strength, and under his guidance, the casualty rate at the Warrior Academy remained high. As Muriglin was lost in thought, another bell rang, bringing him back to focus, and he stared intently at the 3 on stage. The 3 stood firm, and Elizabeth Ellis stepped half a step ahead of the other 2. 3 seconds later, Elizabeth Ellis spoke. Students, currently, 200,000 savage orcs are surrounding the Northwind Fortress. After discussions, it has been decided that 1/3 of the school's teachers will be sent to the front lines for support. At the same time, some students can also participate in real combat. For these students, those who participate will be awarded a large number of academy points, and in battle, slaying savage orcs will not only earn the military achievements, but also academic credit from the school. What? Military achievements? Hearing the words military achievements, the entire auditorium erupted. For in the Kingdom of Lanyas, to be granted the title of a noble landowner, one must rely on military achievements. Chapter 93, Airstrike. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene being stirred up, Elizabeth Ellis continued, "That's right, military achievements. The school has discussed with the commander of the 3rd Legion, and students participating in real combat training will receive temporary military ranks and can directly earn Kingdom military achievements. The military achievements can be placed under an individual's name, a family's name, or exchanged directly for resources from the Legion's treasury. Noble families are a large collective where individuals and families share honor and misfortune, supporting and growing with each other. Although noble titles belong to the legitimate eldest son, other children will receive some property upon reaching adulthood, mostly related to the family's business. These businesses are registered under the family's name, but the actual profits go to the children who inherit them. Therefore, as the family grows stronger, the profits they receive increase as well. People in this world have a strong sense of family, as the existence of family is fundamental to their survival. Moreover, both nobles and commoners enjoy having children, as more people mean greater strength. In this practical training, I will be the commander for all participating students, and I hope everyone performs well. If you excel, the Legion, the school, and the Ellis family will reward you generously. Those who wish to participate in this practical training can sign up with the teachers here. Those who do not wish to participate may leave. The specific departure time will be notified by the teachers of each academy. That's all I have to say. Do the 2 deans have anything to add?" Elizabeth Ellis turned to the 2 deans, and upon hearing her question, they both shook their heads slightly. All right. The meeting is adjourned. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously quiet auditorium turned into a market, bustling with activity. Many students cheered for the military accomplishments, calling friends and lining up to sign up with the teachers. Of course, not everyone was prepared to participate in the practical training. Many turned and left the auditorium. Seeing this scene, Murray Green had mixed thoughts. Compared to military achievements, he valued academic credits more. In Ellis Academy, academic credits are a more useful currency than gold coins, as they can be exchanged for many things that gold cannot buy. Some advanced knowledge of refining cannot be purchased with gold coins and can only be exchanged with academic credits. Although Murray Green was still a novice and could not yet use any advanced knowledge, he believed in preparing for the future, as lacking academic credits would mean he could only watch when the time came to use them. Therefore, he needed to earn some military credits and test his weaponry. Moreover, the Green family had been generous to him, and he was not an ungrateful person. After nearly half a year of studying away from home, it was time to return and see how things were back in Green territory. With this in mind, Murray Green looked up at his mentor, Webster Ellis. The powerful and perceptive Webster Ellis immediately noticed Murray Green's gaze, his eyes slightly moving to lock onto him. "Murray, what's the matter?" The mentor's voice echoed in Murray Green's mind. Spiritual transmission. Hearing his mentor's voice, Murray Green quickly replied in his mind, "Mentor, I want to participate in this practical training." "Why? You don't even have a spatial magic for protection yet. Going directly to the battlefield would be very dangerous. I also want to go back and visit my family." Upon hearing this explanation, Webster Ellis's expression softened slightly, but he still responded, "The Green family has invested so much to send you here to study magic, and you are only at level 1 now. What good will visiting do? I don't think Earl Green would be pleased either. It would be better for you to stay in the academy a bit longer, improve your skills, and return home during the holidays." Upon hearing his mentor's response, Murray Green realized he needed to use some tactics. So he gazed obsessively at Elizabeth Ellis for a moment before quickly retracting his gaze and said, "If Her Highness is going to the battlefield, then I must go too. This child is obsessed." Webster Ellis thought, "He performed well a few months ago, and I thought this matter was settled. I didn't expect it to still be unresolved. And he still has the energy to think about these things. Is he not busy enough?" A hint of confusion appeared in Webster Ellis's eyes as he rubbed his chin and glanced at Elizabeth Ellis beside him. With her stunning beauty, tall figure, and noble elegance, she was indeed irresistible to a budding young man. He recalled how he might have been similarly crazy if he had encountered such a beauty in his youth. After being looked at with a somewhat strange gaze by Webster Ellis, Elizabeth Ellis felt puzzled and asked, "Grandpa, what's the matter?" "It's nothing." Webster Ellis shook his head. "Ah, indeed. One should not encounter 2 stunning people in youth, or else one's life could be ruined." He then transmitted to Murray Green, "All right, you can participate in the practical training, but this time it's not me leading, it's Upton. So you must pay attention to safety. Teacher Payne will also be going, and I will let him know. Stick close to him, he should take care of you." Using Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse was simply brilliant. He wondered if next time he could tell her he was refining for Her Highness Elizabeth, and if it worked out, he wouldn't have to study in secret. With that thought, Murray Green quickly expressed his gratitude, assuring that he would pay attention to safety, and then went to sign up with Teacher Payne. After signing up, Murray Green returned to the basement of the dormitory to prepare his weapons and equipment for the battlefield. The school would handle leave for those participating in the practical training, so Murray Green had a complete few days for preparation. 3 days later, Murray Green suddenly received a message from his mentor Webster Ellis's servant, asking him to go to Stanley Ellis Tower. What is going on? Did my mentor find out about my studies in refining? Feeling anxious, Murray Green arrived at the top floor of Stanley Ellis Tower and met Webster Ellis. Mentor. Webster Ellis nodded, raised his hand, and before Murray Green could react, he pointed at his forehead. With a guilty conscience, Murray Green thought the other party was going to search his memories and almost jumped. However, when he felt the familiar warmth from Webster Ellis's finger, he calmed down and carefully received the knowledge imparted by his mentor. When all the knowledge flooded into Murray Green's mind, You said you would only know one spatial feedback at level 1, right? It seemed that Webster Ellis understood the meaning in Murray Green's gaze. He extended another finger, bent it back, and knocked on Murray Green's forehead, producing a loud sound. Ah, so painful. Take back that pitiful look. In level 1 spatial magic, I indeed only know spatial feedback, but I asked some friends in other places to help me find a few spatial skills. A few? Murray Green forgot about the pain and stared at Webster Ellis with shining eyes. Mentor. Chapter 94, The Wealthy Refiner. After a series of soft and hard tactics from Murray Green, he finally obtained another spatial magic, Spatial Cut. Now, Murray Green, a full-fledged spatial warrior, finally had 3 spatial magics. This was truly a cause for celebration. Murray Green was now a level 1 complete spatial magician, mastering 2 level 1 magics, especially since they had the same attributes, which made it easy for him. Airstrike magic, when the user locks onto an enemy with their mind, can deliver a guaranteed hit from a distance. However, the power of this hit completely depends on the user's strength. Of course, even with a guaranteed hit, if the opponent notices or moves too quickly, they can forcibly shift the impact location or escape the mental lock before the attack is executed. Against warriors, mages may not have strong physical power, but a sudden strike can disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm or trip them up, which can be fatal for the enemy. Air cut magic, similar to enhancement magic like enchantment, is different from attribute-less enchantment magic. It is exclusive to the space attribute and has greater power. If applied to swords or bladed weapons, its lethality is immeasurable. Mariglin, wielding a short sword enhanced with air cut, managed to slice through solid materials around him effortlessly. A few days later, after receiving notice to depart, Mariglin donned a black trench coat made from monster hide, with black denim pants woven from spider monster silk. Most importantly, he had inscribed a resilience magic circle on this outfit, transforming it into a level 1 magical item with significantly increased defense. He wore tactical shoes made from double monster leather and black gloves enhanced with an agility magic circle. Fully armed, Mariglin carried a black box covered with cowhide and walked to the gathering point. When Mariglin arrived at the assembly point, he was met with a sea of magical robes, leaving him dumbfounded, while others turned to look at him, scrutinizing his obviously different attire from the mages. Is there a traitor among us? Mariglin felt a chill run down his spine under the weight of so many strange gazes, wishing he could flee back to his dorm and put on a magical robe. Mariglin, this. Just then, a familiar voice called out, stopping Mariglin, who was ready to bolt. Hearing the voice, Mariglin turned to look. A tall figure came into view. It was Nick Brown, currently dressed in a magical robe and holding a green staff, waving at him. Hey, Nick, my good buddy. So you're here? Mariglin beamed, opening his arms and quickly walking up to Nick Brown, giving him a hug that left Nick a bit bewildered. Did Mariglin take the wrong medicine? As Mariglin and Nick Brown happily chatted and integrated into the group, the novelty of Mariglin's odd outfit quickly faded, and few people paid him any further attention. Nick, didn't TU just become a mage? Why aren't you staying at school to continue your training? Upon hearing Mariglin's words, Nick Brown rolled his eyes and said somewhat dejectedly, What do you mean, just became a mage? I've been a mage for over 2 months now. Oh, is that so? I've been too busy lately to remember. Mariglin scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. In recent months, he had to ensure that the training of others didn't fall behind, while also self-studying crafting, leaving him with a very tight schedule and busy every day, with no time to pay attention to trivial matters. If Nick Brown knew that Mariglin considered his becoming a mage a significant life moment as trivial, he would surely have smacked Mariglin on the head with his staff. Of course, you're a busy person. Aside from classes, I can hardly find you anywhere. You're too busy. You've even forgotten your uncle. Nick Brown continued to tease Mariglin, who felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, accepting the criticism without retorting. By the way, what's in that black box? Nothing much. Just some toiletries and a change of clothes. By the way, your staff looks nice. How many gold coins did you spend on it? Mariglin fabricated a lie to deflect, then quickly changed the topic to divert Nick Brown's attention. Nick Brown, holding his staff for a long time, suddenly brightened and exclaimed, this staff wasn't bought. It was custom made by a senior craftsman. Isn't that still spending money? I already said, it's not buying, it's custom making. Do you understand the difference? Forget it. Looking at your bizarre outfit, I can tell you don't understand the charm of customization. Right. This outfit is just something I designed and made myself, not made by anyone else, especially not a senior craftsman or sister. The charm of it is leagues away from your staff. After persuading Marilyn, Nick Brown beamed, continuing, this one is wow. It's Senior Harlan. Yes, it really is Harlan Horace. He is incredibly wealthy. Just then, a tall senior in a green magical robe appeared, holding a similarly green staff. However, compared to Nick Brown's staff, Harlan Horace's staff had a completely different texture, like the difference between genuine and inferior replicas. Moreover, the top of Harlan Horace's staff was embedded with a gem the size of an egg, looking very expensive. Looking at his left hand, he wore a ring on each of his 5 fingers, all of which faintly radiated magical light, indicating they were all magical rings. Wow. Is this what a successful craftsman looks like? With Harlan Horace and Simona Lind, Marilyn realized that although the early stages of crafting and potion making were tough and challenging, once you made it through, wealth would be at your fingertips. Go for it. Mary, you can do it. Marilyn looked at Harlan Horace with red eyes. While Harlan Horace had long been used to such gazes, at this moment, he had lost count of how many students looked at him like this. Being too outstanding inevitably made others envious. So, Harlan Horace held his staff, his left hand behind his back, and with a few companions, strode past the crowd to a less populated area, but soon after, he was surrounded by people. Chapter 95, Floating Magic Tower. Harlan Horace charged high fees. But high fees meant high returns. The magical items he crafted were of excellent quality, and now his crafting appointment list was already booked until graduation. Marilyn enviously stared at the rings on Harlan Horace's fingers, feeling quite envious. At this time, Marilyn was still a novice level 1 craftsman, capable of inscribing and enhancing some level 1 magic circles. To create magical items, the material requirements were extremely high. Otherwise, they couldn't bear the magic circles. Harlan Horace's 5 rings, if Marilyn wasn't mistaken, were crafted using level 3 crafting techniques. These small rings could carry magic circles, showcasing extremely advanced crafting methods. Experts see the essence, while amateurs see the spectacle. Marilyn envied Harlan Horace's crafting ability, while the surrounding non-crafters only saw the power of the weapons. After Harlan Horace made his appearance, several other heavyweight figures followed, instantly attracting the crowd's attention. Being punctual is a virtue. Before long, students participating in practical training began to arrive at the gathering spot one after another. The gathering place is the Magic Academy's Magical Tower. When all the students have arrived, the master of the Magical Tower and the accompanying teachers step out of the tower's entrance at almost the same time, gathering behind one person. The leading teacher is a stern-looking middle-aged man with distinctive white hair, undoubtedly a member of the Ellis family. Hello everyone. I am the vice principal of the Magic Academy and the lead instructor for this practical training. Due to the special nature of this training, I hope that all students will follow the instructions of the teachers or superiors. Do you understand? The vice principal's voice is not loud, but it resonates in everyone's ears. Hearing his words, almost all the students instinctively reply, understood. Good, then I won't waste any more time and will proceed to the next step. As soon as he finishes speaking, he gives instructions to the accompanying teachers. Teachers, please line up, and students, stand behind your respective teachers in order. Teachers, count the number of students to ensure everyone is present. Upon receiving the command, Marilyn bids farewell to Nick Brown and quickly joins the line in front of his teacher, Payne Dubin. After a short while, all the students are lined up in front of their teachers. After counting, they concentrate and transmit all the information to the vice principal. Very well, it seems all students are present. Then let's depart. Marilyn is still wondering what kind of transportation the school will arrange to take them to Northwind Fortress. It is known that the number of students participating in this practical training is not small, especially with the encouragement from Elizabeth Ellis. According to statistics, half of the 4th-year students, 1/6 of the 3rd-year students, 1/14 of the 2nd-year students, and only a few noble students from the 1st year, similar to Nick Brown, are likely just going for fun. The total number of students present is close to 200. If carriages were arranged, one per person would not be realistic, as they could only fit a maximum of 2 people. That would mean 100 carriages, but Marilyn sees neither carriages nor horses. Just as he is puzzled, the vice principal unexpectedly turns around, opens the door, and walks back into his magical tower, while the teachers lead the students into the tower one by one. Stepping into the magical tower, Marilyn takes a look around but quickly loses interest. He often visits the Stanley Ellis Tower, which is 400 to 500 meters tall, and this 200-meter magical tower cannot compare. The entire tower has over 30 floors, with half of the floors storing supplies, and the remaining half easily accommodating 200 students. Teacher Payne Dubin leads Marilyn to a large room where there are more than 10 stone platforms, each with a cushion on top. Is this a place for meditation and cultivation? Before Marilyn can ask, Teacher Payne directly addresses them. Choose a spot, sit cross-legged, and concentrate. Be ready to listen for my commands. Saying this, he takes the lead, choosing a central stone platform and sitting on the cushion. Mariglin and the others follow suit and sit around Teacher Payne. Now, let's start regulating our breathing and enter a state of emptiness. Although they don't quite understand, the students follow the instructions. Very good. Teacher, what are we going to do? Before Mariglin can ask, another senior student speaks up. Prepare for takeoff. Teacher Payne smiles mysteriously and calmly responds, then continues, now, channel your magical energy downward. How do we do that? At that moment, Mariglin feels an invisible pulling force coming from beneath him, acting on his magical energy, guiding it to flow downward. The pulling force is not strong, and Mariglin could break off at any time, but hearing Teacher Payne's words, he not only does not interrupt, but actively channels his magical energy to follow the force into the stone platform. As the magical energy flows in, the originally dull stone platform suddenly lights up with magical array patterns. These patterns resemble wires, connecting to the stone platform below Teacher Payne. All the students' magical energy converges at the platform where Payne is sitting, finally heading toward the next floor. Under the irrigation of the collective magical energy from the teachers and students, the surface of the magical tower sparkles with numerous magical array patterns, and a powerful force suddenly appears, lifting the magical tower. Initially, the tower shakes violently, and Mariglin thinks it's an earthquake, only to be astonished to find that this 200-meter magical tower is slowly floating into the air. As he watches the things outside the window shrink smaller and smaller, and the magical tower rise higher and higher, Mariglin's eyes widen with disbelief. The 200-meter high magical tower suddenly rises up, floating hundreds of meters above the ground. Students from Ellis Academy and the townspeople all erupt in excitement upon seeing it. Look up at the magical tower where Mariglin is. They call out, urging friends and family to come see the spectacle. Honey, come out and see the magical tower. Humph. Those flashy students from the Magic Academy only know how to show off. Real fighting relies on true skills, not bragging. What are you staring at? Hurry up and mount your horses. Meanwhile, the students of the Warrior Academy, gathered outside, also see the rising magical tower, and they all display expressions of envy. Observing this scene, the head of the Warrior Academy, Apton Ellis, snorts coldly, and his voice echoes throughout the area as he issues the command to mount. The students of the Warrior Academy glance at the tall, fine horses provided by the academy beside them, and then look at the floating magical tower heading north. Letting out a sigh, why doesn't this horse seem appealing anymore? Chapter 96, Northwind Fortress. Although the flying speed of the floating magical tower is not fast, it travels in a straight line through the air, and not only would it not let anything obstruct it, even passing birds would have to endure 2 fireballs. The students rotate every 2 hours to provide magical energy, flying for over 10 hours, covering more than 1,000 kilometers. After the shift, Mariglin steps out of the room and stands on the lookout platform. The cold night wind blows against his face, chilling to the bone, but he takes a deep breath, savoring the brief feeling of conquering the sky. Looking down, the entire land is beneath his feet, very flat. Gazing ahead, aided by the moonlight, Mariglin sees 2 towering, majestic silhouettes. They are 2 steep and tall peaks, standing side by side like soldiers, with a low connection between them. This low connection is indeed Northwind Fortress. In fact, Northwind Fortress is quite massive, but it appears small in comparison to these 2 mountains. As the magical tower gradually approaches, despite the darkness, the moonlight and the unquenchable bonfire on the fortress reveal Northwind Fortress in front of Mariglin. The fortress walls are 100 meters high and 30 meters thick, stretching for 40 to 50 kilometers, blocking the gap between the 2 high mountains and thwarting the ambitions of the barbaric orcs to march south for thousands of years. Outside Northwind Fortress, the dense bonfires represent 200,000 barbaric orcs. This is Northwind Fortress. It's truly magnificent. The 200-meter-high floating magical tower slows down and gradually approaches Northwind Fortress while descending in height, preparing to land. At this moment, a figure shoots up into the sky, arriving in front of the floating magical tower. Is it the teachers and students of Ellis Academy? That's right, long time no see, Commander Carter. The top wall suddenly fell down, and Vice Dean Gale Lee stood in the floating magic tower, greeting the Airborne Legion commander. Haha, it's been a long time, Gal. The vice commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, Carter Powell, laughed heartily upon seeing Vice Dean Gale Lease, then flew directly into the floor where Gale Lease was located. The floating magic tower continued to descend, preparing to land, while the Northwind Fortress sent soldiers to clear and guard the landing area, waiting for the tower to touch down. Boom. With a loud rumble, the base of the floating magic tower made contact with the ground, shaking a few times, and the magical patterns above flickered as they reinforced the connections. A few minutes later, when the floating magic tower stopped shaking, the magical patterns on the tower ceased to flicker and finally returned to calm. The next day, after a night's rest, the fatigue from providing magical energy to the tower the previous day disappeared. Stretching, yawning, and moving his muscles, Mariglin entered a clear state of mind. Everyone follow me. Led by Payne, Mariglin and the others left the floating magic tower and walked into the city behind the fortress. Behind Northwind Fortress was a main city and 3 small towns, all built around the fortress. As Northwind Fortress served not only as a defensive shield against the barbaric orcs, but also as a stronghold for entering the northern plains. In the northern plains, magical beasts were everywhere, and countless treasures abounded, with large amounts of mineral resources still undeveloped due to the barbaric orcs. Moreover, during peaceful times, trading and exchanging goods with the barbaric orcs was quite common. This led to a significant gathering of mercenaries and merchants in the area, eventually forming the main city and small towns due to the influx of people seeking profit. Northwind City was very tense, with mercenaries carrying weapons all over the streets. Some mercenaries were still covered in blood on their armor, clearly just returning from the battlefield. Due to the barbaric orcs' attack on Northwind Fortress, the fortress had issued many lucrative exploration and kill missions, attracting many capable mercenaries to Northwind Fortress. These mercenaries were ruthless and unruly, often getting into fights over trivial arguments, sometimes resulting in fatalities. However, when the leading teacher from Gale-Lys Academy passed by with the students, these mercenaries all made way, and no one dared to block the path of the teachers and students. Is this the group of students that came out of the floating magic tower last night? Yes. They are so young and dare to come to the front lines. They must be students of Gale-Lys Academy. What are these students doing here? A field trip? Shoo. Are you looking to die? Although the mercenaries were hiding at a distance, secretly discussing, the students present were all capable mages with strong mental powers. So they easily heard these discussions. However, they did not pay attention, imitating their teachers' calm expressions, holding their heads high, and walking straight ahead. Soon, the teachers and students entered a military camp, where Carter Powell, who had flown up yesterday, was waiting with dozens of officers in military uniforms. Vice Dean Gale-Lys quickly walked up to Carter Powell to greet him, and Carter Powell nodded before turning to all the students. Let us start the registration. Upon hearing the commander's order, an officer stepped out from behind him and approached Mariglin and the others. Hello, students. Welcome to the Kingdom's 3rd Legion. Participating in this month-long practical training, we will conduct a registration process shortly, during which you need to provide truthful and specific information for creating identification badges. At the same time, we will also test your specific strength to arrange suitable tasks for each of you. I hope everyone takes it seriously. The registration process went smoothly, and the testing was very simple. The registering officer asked about Mariglin's strength, then had him demonstrate a few moves with the testing officer before completing the process. After registering, an officer assigned Mariglin a dormitory. Unlike the large dorms and shared rooms Mariglin had in mind, he was surprised to find he had a single room here. However, after asking other students, he learned that many years ago, to facilitate students' training, Gale-Lys Academy had funded the construction of this military camp in Northwind City. The teachers had single-room accommodations, and the students did as well. If Gale-Lys Academy did not use this military camp, the fortress could rent it out, splitting the rent with the academy. The next day, students from the Warrior Academy arrived at Northwind Fortress, and the originally empty military camp suddenly became lively. On the 4th day, after the mobilization meeting held by Commander Carter Powell and the head of the camp, Apton Gale-Lys, Mariglin received a box delivered by an officer. Opening the box, it contained 2 sets of standard military uniforms, a military manual, an identification badge, and a mission letter. Chapter 97. Team 35 on the first day of training, fully armed, Mariglin, carrying his weapon box, arrived in front of a military camp according to the instructions in his mission letter and said to the soldier guarding the camp gate, "Hello, is this the reconnaissance team of the 3rd Legion? I am Mariglin, a new recruit." Looking at Mariglin's youthful face, the gate soldier was a bit surprised. At first, he thought this young man was a noble visiting Northwind Fortress for leisure, but he didn't expect him to be a new recruit. So he asked, puzzled, "Do you have your identification badge? Is it on you?" "Yes, I have my identification badge with me." Upon hearing Mariglin's answer and seeing him pull the badge from his pocket, the soldier pointed towards the gate. "Go in and take the first right. That's the personnel dispatch office. They will arrange everything for you." "Thank you, big brother." "No problem. Are you a student here for training? You look so young. Like you just turned 18. "Yes, I just turned 18 this year." The gate soldier looked at Mariglin in amazement, not knowing what to say. So Mariglin bid farewell and followed his directions to find the personnel dispatch office. After checking Mariglin's identification badge and mission letter, the personnel dispatch office sent someone to take Mariglin to his assigned squad. Team 35, your new teammate has arrived. The 4 burly men who had been training on the field heard this and immediately stopped and ran over to Mariglin, staring at him in confusion. "You are a new teammate." Mariglin touched his face, realizing he did indeed look too young. If there was no mistake in the assignment, he must be the one. "Oh, come on. What use is someone so young?" A young man around 20 shouted, looking dissatisfied at the personnel dispatch staff. "Cough, cough. This is Mariglin, a student from Gale-Lys Academy here for training, and he is a mage." "What? A mage? Really?" "Absolutely." A burly man in his 30s suddenly looked at Mariglin with shining eyes, making Mariglin tense up. "Haha, thank you. It was worth it for me to submit reports for over 10 days. You finally satisfied me this time. The big man laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of the dispatch staff, making him wince but still smile. Get familiar with your new teammate. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Looking at the figure of the man rubbing his shoulder and quickly leaving, Murray Green felt a twitch in the corner of his eye and turned to look at his 4 teammates. One was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a hearty appearance, who was the squad leader, a second-level warrior named Barlow. The young man who initially looked down on him but now seemed to question him was named Marcus, while the other 2 were named Mike and Aichi. These were the 4 members of Murray Green's team. Hello, I am Murray Green, a first-level perfect telekinetic. Please take care of me. Green? Telekinetic? First-level perfect? Good, good, good. After a brief self-introduction, the 4 had varying degrees of interest, but their attitude towards Murray Green was quite friendly, and there was no sign of any intimidation. In the morning, Murray Green trained and practiced with the 4, fully integrating into Team 35. Our reconnaissance team's task is not to guard the city walls. The battlefield is in the Bissis Mountains. We patrol according to the reconnaissance route set by the higher-ups, looking for barbarian orcs. The 2 mountains near Northwind Fortress, although high and steep, can be scaled by adult barbarian orcs who are 5 to 2, 6 meters tall and very strong. Thus, there are quite a few small groups of scattered barbarian orcs who cross the 2 mountains to wreak havoc behind Northwind Fortress, even gathering there to rob supply lines. Their task is simple. If they encounter small groups of barbarian orcs, report or join other teams to intercept and kill them. If they encounter scattered barbarian orcs, intercept and kill. In short, just kill. Without the help of city walls, close combat with barbarian orcs has the highest casualty rate for reconnaissance teams. So the military achievements are also the most rewarding. During wartime, the basic pay for a first-level warrior is 30 military achievements per month, plus 1 for attendance per day. And if they kill an adult orc, it's 10 military achievements each, distributed to the team and allocated by the squad leader. The basic pay for mages is doubled. The squad leader decides the basic and attendance pay based on strength and ability. In wartime, a month equals a year of regular time. Faced with this sudden war, the 4 members of Team 35 were very excited because their purpose in joining the army was to fight. Fighting is high risk but has high rewards. Being a guard during idle times is not as good as being a mercenary, which offers more money and freedom. The 5 of them rode to the vicinity of the Bissis Mountains, returned their warhorses to the military camp, and after registering at the mountain checkpoint, entered the Bissis Mountains. Marcus, go ahead and scout the path. Received. As soon as they entered the mountains, squad leader Barlow immediately issued an order to Marcus, who had initially looked down on Murray Green. After receiving the order, he did not hesitate and quickly moved forward to scout ahead. We'll follow. By the way, Murray, our patrol speed is a bit fast. You're a mage, so if you can't keep up with our speed, just say so. We haven't worked with a mage before, so we don't quite understand their movement speed. Barlow turned to Murray Green and said, for the special treatment from squad leader Barlow, Murray Green smiled and nodded in response. Okay, I'll try to keep up with your patrol speed. Saying this, the 4 quickly followed Marcus's pace and advanced along the patrol route. During this time, Mike and Aichi also took turns replacing Marcus, participating in the scouting. The mountain path was rugged. Murray Green's physical fitness was better than that of an average person but not as good as a warrior's, so he occasionally used repulsion to counteract his body weight, barely keeping up with the group. Squad leader Barlow, who had been quietly observing Murray Green, noticed that as a mage, he was not pampered and could keep up with them, secretly feeling he had struck gold. It was uncertain whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. But after patrolling the mountains for a long time without any results, the sun was about to set. Barlow looked at the setting sun, raised his hand to stop, and instructed the 3 to find a suitable campsite nearby to set up a guard and traps. After finishing all this, the sun cast its last rays of light and disappeared completely. The bright moonlight could not penetrate the forest, and without lighting a fire, the surroundings were pitch black. However, Barlow and the others seemed unaffected, skillfully moving in the darkness and gathering together. Marcus, Mike, Aichi, you 3 take turns keeping watch. If anything happens, notify us immediately. Then he said to Murray Green, you rest first and keep your energy in top condition. The nights in the mountains are not peaceful. Chapter 98. First kill of barbarian orcs, taking out a set of military uniform from the black box. Murray Green laid it on a branch bed and sat cross-legged on it, leaning against the trunk, feeling much more comfortable. After a month of training, Webster Ellis would not be present, and once it ended, he could ask for leave to return home. His purpose for participating in this training was to go home for a visit, but he feared that if he asked Webster Ellis for leave directly, he might not approve. Although he was just a mentor and could not dictate Murray Green's actions, he could make the Count's parents write a letter to keep Murray Green at school for training. So he used Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse, saying he would go out first, regardless of whether he was actually pursuing Elizabeth Ellis. At least his position was correct. Even the dean would have a hard time stopping him unless Elizabeth Ellis explicitly announced that Murray Green was eliminated. Now that he was out, he thought, I'm sorry, but orders from above do not apply here. He decided to act first and report later, since he was already here. Taking a quick trip home and returning to school was not a big deal. This area of the Bissis Mountains, due to frequent battles between humans and barbarian orcs, had very few magical beasts and animals, with only a few birds flying around occasionally. Not far from Murray Green, Barlow had made a simple hammock with vines and branches and lay in it, looking at Murray Green, who had not yet rested. "Murray, you're so young. Just recently an adult, a student of Ellis Academy, and the Count's heir. Why are you participating in this battle? To be honest, for the sake of going home. Or perhaps to step onto the battlefield, or still that excuse, for Princess Elizabeth." Thinking of the need to keep up appearances, Murray Green unhesitatingly repeated that somewhat embarrassing excuse. "I came for Princess Elizabeth." "Elizabeth?" Among the four on the tree, some had puzzled expressions while others gasped. "The Elizabeth you're talking about wouldn't be the future Duke of the North, Princess Elizabeth Ellis, would she?" "That's right." Upon hearing Murray Green's unhesitating confirmation, the four exclaimed in their hearts, "Wow, these nobles really know how to play. Instead of dating by shopping and giving flowers, they come to the battlefield to talk about love. I don't understand. Is this the reason they are not nobles?" The four fell into silence, and the originally quiet forest had no other sounds apart from a few bird calls. "Let's rest. If we don't take the time to rest now, we might not get a chance later. Aichi, do a good job on watch. Don't fall asleep." After a few minutes of pause, Barlow no longer mentioned the matter, just reminded them a few times before closing his eyes to regain his energy. Murray Green did the same, but he still released spatial feedback from time to time to reassure himself. The bright moon hung high, casting down pure moonlight, but under the thick layers of leaves. It was pitch black beneath the trees. Just then, a group of tall shadows suddenly rushed through such an environment. The rugged and complex mountain paths, along with the obstructing branches, seemed insignificant to them as they effortlessly maneuvered past or dodged them with agile movements. Mike, who had just taken over the watch, suddenly widened his previously squinted eyes and sniffed the air with intensity, detecting a faint stench. As the on-duty Mike drew his longbow with his right hand and pressed it against a tree trunk, shaking it vigorously, the other four, who had been sleeping in the tree, immediately woke up. It was Murray Green's first time in the mountains, and he hadn't slept very soundly. So he sensed Mike's sudden action. In that direction, there might be savage orcs lurking. Seeing that all the team members were awake, Mike quickly pointed towards the direction where he sensed something was off. Hearing Mike's words, the team leader Barrow tightened the shield gauntlet on his wrist and ordered Marcus, "Go check it out." "Okay." Dressed in tight leather armor, Marcus drew his personal dagger and leaped down quietly from the tree, heading towards the direction pointed out by Mike to investigate. "Let's go down too." The four landed, with Barrow taking the lead, Murray Green in the center, Mike ready to shoot arrows with his longbow on one side, and Aichi wielding a double-handed sword on the other, positioning the mage Murray Green centrally. "Murray, just focus on attacking. We will protect you." "No problem," Barrow said to Murray Green, who nodded, and the group slowly advanced. Just then, a bird call sounded. It was Marcus's signal. A few ordinary scattered savage orcs, take them down directly. Hearing the bird call, Barrow charged forward decisively, and the three followed closely behind, quickly meeting up with Marcus under his guidance. 7 ordinary savage orcs. They spotted me and ran in that direction. "Run? Don't even think about it. Marcus, the two of us will intercept them. You three hurry and surround them from behind. I want to wipe them out completely." The seemingly honest-looking Barrow revealed a sinister smile as he strode forward with Marcus. As a level 2 warrior, Barrow moved extremely fast under full force, with only the wind-type assassin Marcus barely able to keep up with him. Soon, Barrow and Marcus engaged in battle with the orcs, and not long after, Murray Green and the other three arrived at the battlefield. Barrow, with his dual shield gauntlets, was both offensive and defensive, disrupting the formation of the 5 tall savage orcs single-handedly. Meanwhile, Marcus, wielding his dagger, was dodging 2 orcs, but he appeared somewhat clumsy in the scuffle. Witnessing this scene, Murray Green and the other 3 immediately stepped in to assist. Aichi shouted loudly, brandishing his double-handed sword, ready to charge towards Marcus, but at that moment, Mike, drawing his longbow, suddenly shouted, "Idiot, don't rush in. Protect the mage and me." "Oh." Aichi stopped in his tracks, while Murray Green waved his right hand, sending 2 spiral-shaped throwing knives towards the 2 savage orcs pursuing Marcus. The savage orcs, towering at around 5 to 2, 6 meters tall, were covered in green skin, clad in animal hides, with claws for fingers, fangs in their mouths, and 2 massive exposed tiger teeth, capable of facing a fierce tiger head-on. With physical attributes not lower than a level 1 warrior, the 2 savage orcs chasing Marcus hadn't reacted yet when Murray Green's throwing knives, carrying unparalleled lethality, pierced through their chests, leaving bloody holes. Letting out a confused roar, the 2 savage orcs fell to the ground, their strong vitality keeping them alive. But with their hearts crushed and pierced, they could only wait silently for death. "Well done." Seeing Murray Green take down 2 savage orcs with a single move, Mike cheered and then shot an arrow at the orc attacking Barrow. Chapter 99. A sudden turn of events. Mike, the archer, had good accuracy. An arrow pierced the heart. and the orc hit instinctively let out a scream before being sent flying by Barrow's punch, crashing to the ground and unable to get up again. With the situation opening up, Barrow's morale soared. His dual shield gauntlets allowed for both attack and defense, and he landed 2 punches on the orc's abdomen, sending it flying. Seizing the opportunity, Murray Green casually threw a spinning knife, decapitating it. Good. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 7 savage orcs had been dealt with. The remaining 3, sensing danger, no longer cared about attacking Barrow and dropped to all fours, using their limbs to escape into the surrounding open spaces. Don't think about escaping. Barrow took a big step forward, throwing a punch at the lower back of one of the orcs. This powerful punch directly broke the orc's spine. Ah! A scream erupted, and Barrow followed up with another punch to its head, smashing it apart, and even the strong-lifed savage orc died on the spot. The powerful Barrow could only intercept 1 savage orc, while the other 2 quickly fled. Just then, an agile figure spun in the air and collided with one of the escaping orcs. As for the last one, both Murray Green and Mike turned to look at it simultaneously. Mike shot an arrow without hesitation, and upon seeing this, Murray Green lowered his previously raised hand, using telekinesis to gently nudge Mike's arrow. The arrow, carrying great lethality, accurately struck the last savage orc in the back of its neck, the sharp tip piercing through flesh and blood, passing entirely through its throat. Ugh! The intense pain made it want to scream, but with its mouth open, no sound came out, and it ultimately collapsed to the ground, its eyes gradually losing their light. Ha ha ha, not bad, Mike. That arrow of yours was divine. It seems you've made great progress recently. Mike scratched his head, a bit puzzled by this miraculous shot. It was dark, and with some distance. To ensure he hit the orc, Mike chose a conservative shot aimed at its back, but it unexpectedly struck its throat, which truly caught him off guard. Haha, just lucky. Oh well, mistakes happen. Who knows, it might not have been my aim but rather the orc's poor reception. Having a mage is so convenient. They easily dealt with this group of green-skinned creatures. It wasn't this simple in the past. Barrow felt quite pleased. Having a mage significantly increased their team's lethality, both in terms of combat achievements and safety. Indeed, thank you, Murray. At that moment, Marcus, holding his dagger, walked over, shaking off the blood from the blade before sheathing it, looking at Murray Green with a slightly embarrassed yet grateful expression. Initially, he was the one who most disliked Murray Green, but unexpectedly, he was also the first to benefit from the mage's abilities. As an assassin, he was an adept at frontal combat, and forcibly intercepting 2 savage orcs had put him in a very dangerous position. If Murray Green had chosen to help the team leader first instead of him, he might have suffered more. Coming from a commoner background, Marcus had decent talent, becoming a level 1 warrior in his early 20s, which made him somewhat proud. However, encountering someone like Murray Green, who was much younger than him, left him feeling unbalanced. After the recent battle, Marcus felt relieved when the other party raised their hand and easily dealt with the dangerous opponents he faced. Competing with someone like that was like lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. The other party has now shown goodwill towards me. So why not soften up and cling to their thigh? Whether it's the future or financial prospects, there's a lot to gain. It's okay, as long as you're fine. Murray Green nodded and smiled in response, then retrieved the flying knives and darts, using telekinesis to grasp them, shaking them hard to remove the remaining blood before they flew back into his sleeves. After collecting the flying knives, Mike and Aichi also pulled out the 7 fangs of the savage orcs, carefully wrapped them up, and handed them to the team leader Barlow. Barlow took the fangs and kept them close. 7 pairs of fangs, 70 points of military merit. Not bad at all. Barlow patted the fangs he had stored away, somewhat amazed, then looked at the 4. In the previous battle, Murray Green performed very well, killing 3 savage orcs and showcasing his strength. So let's discuss the distribution of military merits again. Upon hearing Barlow's words, the other 3 nodded in agreement, while Murray Green looked a bit puzzled but still nodded along. I'll take 30 each for myself and Murray, 20 for Marcus, and 10 each for Mike and Aichi. This is my preliminary idea. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this distribution plan, Marcus's expression brightened, and he was eager to agree, knowing that previously the captain took 50, and a relatively strong teammate took 20, leaving the 3 of them with only 10. Now the captain was offering 20 to Murray Green and giving him an additional 10. How could he refuse? No problem. Mike and Aichi had no losses, so they had no objections. Marcus, who stood to gain, of course, would not refuse, so after the other 2 agreed, he quickly accepted. Then all eyes turned to Murray Green. Facing the gaze of the 4, Murray Green nonchalantly nodded in agreement, joining the team and getting the same share as the captain. Barlow was quite straightforward, so Murray Green had no objections. Seeing Murray Green nod, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief and revealed bright smiles. All right, Mike, handle our tracks. No need to process it. We have guests coming. Before Barlow could finish arranging, Murray Green squinted his eyes and looked in one direction, saying, upon hearing Murray Green's words, the 4 quickly became alert. Just then, several tall black shadows charged towards the 5 of them, causing Aichi to exclaim in surprise. We weren't just fighting scattered orcs earlier. They were scouts, and a group of orcs is following behind. What's there to fear? They are just ordinary savage orcs. Charge forward and break through the encirclement. As the captain, Barlow had a wealth of experience and immediately issued orders. Aichi charges in, Mike provides support, Marcus scouts for other situations, and I'll protect Murray. Saying this, Barlow reached out a large hand towards Murray Green, intending to pick him up directly. In response, Murray Green used his telekinetic force to quickly dodge away. Just charge. I can keep up. Although the other party meant well, with the enhancement of 3 forces, Murray Green could keep up with them in a short time. So there was no need to waste Barlow's combat strength. Chapter 100. Intense Combat Greenskins. Your Grandpa Aichi is here. Aichi, holding up his double-handed sword, yelled and charged forward, with Mike quickly following behind, shooting 3 arrows in quick succession, totaling 9 arrows in no time. The savage orcs that noticed Mike's flying arrows either blocked them with their claw-like blades or dodged them, while those that didn't notice took the hits with their bodies. The 3 consecutive arrow shots lacked great power, and even if they hit, they only caused flesh wounds. Not a single savage orc fell. However, Mike's 3 rounds of arrow attacks suppressed the orcs' offensive. Good job, Mike. Aichi cheered, stamping his feet hard on the ground. Leaping over 2 meters high towards an orc that had been hit by an arrow. With a jumping slash, Aichi struck the orc's shoulder, and with his enormous strength combined with the gravity from his fall, his great sword cut across the orc's chest, finally coming out from its waist. Such a heavy blow directly split the savage orc in 2. After killing this savage orc, Aichi landed and performed a sweeping kick to push away the nearby savage orcs. But the savage orcs were not soft persimmons to be easily handled. One savage orc lunged fiercely, pressing down on Aichi's double-handed sword with both claws, opening its bloody maw to bite Aichi's head. But at that moment, Aichi vaguely saw something flying in front of him, flying into the savage orc's mouth. And then he saw a spray of blood erupting from its mouth. Murray made his move. A thought flashed in Aichi's mind as he raised his left hand to shield his eyes from the orc's blood, regaining control of his great sword with his right hand, swinging it left and right to drive away the other savage orcs nearby. The savage orc that had pinned down his double-handed sword, after spraying blood from its mouth, fell backward with its head tilted back, and Aichi stepped on its corpse to continue advancing. After killing the savage orc in front of Aichi, Murray Green shot out 2 spiral-shaped flying daggers, then quickly applied the telekinetic force to himself, making him light as a swallow to quickly catch up with Mike's pace. Meanwhile, Barlow was at the back, looking at Marcus. Marcus, how's the situation? Not too good. There are more than 10 greenskins behind us. Marcus couldn't care about hiding anymore and shouted loudly, followed by his frantic fleeing figure, as a large group of tall savage orcs chased after him. Damn it. We really are surrounded. Although Barlow had the worst-case scenario in mind, he didn't want to fall into that worst situation. It's fine. There are at most 30 or 40 of them. They can't stop us. With the situation clear, Barlow no longer waited, clenched his fists, and shouted as he charged forward, quickly passing by Murray Green. I'll help Aichi break the path. Marcus, come over and bring you along. Okay. As this fierce warrior entered the fray, Barlow punched and shattered a savage orc's knee. With its knee shattered, the orc's body uncontrollably knelt to the ground. Raising his hand for an uppercut, he struck the savage orc's chin, causing it to scream and fall to the ground, its mouth twisted in a way that made it impossible to eat. Then Barlow and Mike teamed up and quickly broke through the few savage orcs blocking their way, allowing the 5 to escape the encirclement. After breaking free from the encirclement, Barlow immediately took out a signal flare and shot it skyward in the direction they were fleeing. Run. When our reinforcements arrive, I'll make this group of greenskins pay. Roar. Behind them came more than 10 roars, and the number of roars was increasing. Feeling the savage orcs closing in from behind, Murray Green thought to himself, it turns out that if a wizard has not reached a certain level, it's best not to go out. Otherwise, they can't fight back and won't even have a chance to escape. This is the situation. Sigh. Murray Green sighed and reached for his waist. He originally wanted to fight alongside you as an ordinary wizard, but what I got in return was your relentless pursuit, taking advantage of numbers to bully the few. No more pretending. I am Murray. Come up. But just then, Marcus ran in front of Murray Green and grabbed his shoulder. With the added force of repulsion, Murray Green felt as if his body had no weight at all. Marcus casually picked up Murray Green and threw him onto his back, then started sprinting forward while carrying him. Thanks, Marcus. Being carried on Marcus's back, Murray Green's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. No need to thank me. Murray Green closed his eyes and said softly, keep them within 100 meters. We're going to make a big profit today. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 spinning throwing knives shot towards the barbarian orcs behind them. The first barbarian orc in the front felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something was flying towards him, and instinctively extended his sharp claws to block it. Clang! The throwing knife collided with its claws, making a crisp sound. The orc felt as if its claws had touched something and momentarily froze. Another spinning throwing knife then flew in from the side, slicing across its neck. The barbarian orc felt a sharp pain in its neck and stumbled forward a couple of steps, but soon realized something was wrong as it suddenly flew into the air. Am I flying? Before its large but not so smart head could comprehend, it found its head falling to the ground, and behind it, a headless corpse staggered forward a couple of steps, knelt down, and finally collapsed. Howl, seeing their companion die strangely in front. The few barbarian orcs behind who witnessed the entire process let out howls to warn their allies to be cautious. But some things cannot be solved just by being cautious, such as Murray Green's throwing knives. The palm-sized throwing knives, under Murray Green's control, spun at high speed, being not only sharp, but also having great lethality. Ordinary barbarian orcs without armor or weapons could be injured by a brush or killed with a touch. In the blink of an eye, 2 more barbarian orcs fell under Murray Green's spinning knives. At first, Marcus didn't quite understand what Murray Green meant. But when he turned back to see 3 barbarian orcs being killed by the throwing knives controlled by Murray Green, he showed a very surprised expression, followed by a surge of joy. Is this what a wizard is like? This ability is truly amazing. So Marcus slowed down a bit, maintaining a distance of 60 to 70 meters from the pursuing barbarian orcs. Murray Green used a spatial feedback throw, and with his level 1 full mastery, he could detect the situation within 100 meters. 7. Let's kill these 7 first. Detecting that there were only 7 barbarian orcs within 100 meters behind him, Murray Green immediately controlled 5 spinning throwing knives to kill again. Howl. It seemed the barbarian orcs were shouting, and the spinning knives drew beautiful arcs in the air, aiming at the vigilant barbarian orcs. However, when all its attention was focused on one of the spinning throwing knives, suddenly, a very fast, grayish spinning knife came from its side and swiftly cut through its neck. This was a space-enchanted throwing knife. Howl. Seeing their companion die, the barbarian orcs, who had the numerical advantage, were furious and sprinted forward, their speed increasing significantly. You've angered them. Just a bunch of angry fools. If they speed up, they might catch up. Murray Green replied with his eyes closed. Hearing Murray Green's words, Marcus quickened his pace, once again creating distance from the barbarian orcs. Meanwhile, Murray Green took the opportunity to use the enchanted spinning knives to kill 2 more barbarian orcs, leaving the angry orcs behind to passively take hits. Howl. Suddenly, a roar much louder than usual echoed, and then a strong figure charged from the side of the group. It was a level 1 barbarian orc. Seeing this figure, Mike shouted loudly, his voice trembling, and upon hearing this, the faces of the 4, including Barrow, changed dramatically, realizing the danger. The barbarian orcs, aside from looking somewhat human, also had their own civilization and could fight against humans, and of course, they had powerful cultivators. Unlike human battle chi and magic, the barbarian orcs' cultivation is about reinforcing their bodies, making their physical strength surpass that of steel and precious metals, similar to magical beasts, but more systematic. In some aspects, their cultivation methods could even rival those of dragonkin, with a body over 2 meters tall and a strong physique. This level 1 barbarian orc moved faster than the level 2 warrior Barrow and quickly closed in on the 5, just seeking death. After softly uttering this phrase, Murray Green sent an enchanted throwing knife towards the level 1 barbarian orc. Facing this elusive enchanted knife, the level 1 barbarian orc, being one of the best among them, swiftly leaned forward like a snake, and the knife aimed at its neck only managed to cut a few of its fur. The knife spun around. The mist enchanted knife, under Murray Green's control, arced in the air and attacked the back of the level 1 barbarian orc. This time, Murray Green's attack was much more secure, but the level 1 barbarian orc, possessing animal instincts, sensed the incoming enchanted knife before it could get close, its back fur standing on end. Immediately realizing that even if it wasn't fatal, it could still inflict serious injury. Howl. Opening its mouth, it let out a howl while not stopping its steps, and instead charged forward, turning its body to swipe at the enchanted knife with its claws. The sharp enchanted knife, upon contact with the level 1 barbarian orc's claws, instantly severed its proud claws and continued forward. With its claws cut off, the level 1 barbarian orc gritted its teeth and raised its right hand, which had lost its claws, to block in front of it. If the sturdy claws could be cut, then cutting off the barbarian orc's arm would be no problem. However, after severing the claws and the arm, the flying speed and lethality of the enchanted throwing knife decreased significantly. The sturdy barbarian orc, creating an opportunity, didn't hesitate and rolled on the ground to dodge the fatal blow. Nice job, but it won't help. Before the level 1 barbarian orc could stand up from the ground, a spiraling throwing dart shot straight out, turning into a gray light aimed at its head. As the level 1 barbarian orc rolled on the ground, its head was pierced, and its brain was smashed by the dart, resulting in instant death. Howl. Seeing their leader die without even touching the enemy, the pursuing barbarian orcs howled continuously, their chase speed significantly decreasing. They're scared. They're circling from the side, using a kite strategy to take them down. Sure thing. Seeing that Murray Green had killed the level 1 barbarian orc from afar, Marcus was extremely shocked, momentarily distracted, almost crashing into a tree. Thankfully, he reacted in time, stepped on the tree, ran up the trunk for 3 or 4 steps, and then leaped down. Very nice. As long as I don't fall, it's all just a performance. If he weren't carrying Murray Green on his back, Marcus would have planned to do a few rolls after landing. Otherwise, landing straight down seemed a bit dull. After landing, Marcus changed his direction slightly, not following the three in a straight line, but instead running out in an arc from the side, altering his trajectory in relation to the group's forward path. Marcus, what is going on? Why are you running off course? Come back. Barlow discovered that Marcus and Muriel Green were not following closely behind him, and his heart raced. Fortunately, he quickly found the two of them and shouted loudly. Hearing Captain Barlow's call, Marcus was still contemplating how to respond, but Muriel Green directly shouted back at Barlow. Captain, their leader has already been killed by me. The rest are just small fry. I can take them all down. I know that level 1 green skin has been killed by you, but we are still being followed by more than 30 savage orcs. And it's not going to be easy, Barlow replied. Being chased by savage orcs made Barlow very angry, but if he chose to turn around and fight back, he absolutely could not agree to it. Because 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, even though his strength was stronger than that of a level 1 savage orc. Being surrounded by 30 or 40 savage orcs meant that Barlow could fight his way out, but Mike and the others wouldn't survive. It's quite manageable. I'm a mage. As long as I keep a certain distance from them, I can kill them all without a scratch. With that, Muriel Green used 3 flying knives to launch a fierce attack on a savage orc. With his dual claws against the 3 knives, there would always be a gap. So the surrounded savage orc was struck in the throat by a flying knife and collapsed dead on the ground. Barlow was skeptical of Muriel Green's words. Although he had heard that as long as a mage is given enough space to cast spells, they are invincible, there were still more than 30 savage orcs behind them. One misstep could mean his escape, but Muriel Green and the others would be doomed. Finally, Barlow gritted his teeth and instructed Mike and Aichi. You guys keep running forward and wait for support. I will replace Marcus. As soon as he finished speaking, Barlow turned and ran towards Marcus and Muriel Green, quickly reaching their side and grabbing Muriel Green's shoulder, throwing him onto his back. Marcus, you and Mike keep escaping and wait for support. Muriel, since you were so confident, I will accompany you this time. I hope what you said is true, otherwise you will be in trouble. Putting it bluntly, in such an urgent situation, Barlow didn't care about Muriel Green's status and directly expressed his stance. Don't worry, even if the mage's methods don't work, I can still save the situation. Muriel Green confidently replied. Chapter 102. Movements from all sides. A level 2 warrior is indeed a level 2 warrior. While Barlow ran, not only was his speed more precise, but even the movement's jolt was lighter. This mount of Barlow's had great shock absorption. If Marcus was a sedan, then Barlow was a luxury business car, with not only speed but also a significant improvement in comfort. This allowed Muriel Green to invest more energy into attacking, as 5 flying knives danced in the dark forest like ghosts, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Facing such bizarre attacks, the savage orcs were terrified, fearing that if they weren't careful, their heads would roll. Before long, 6 more savage orcs fell, leaving fewer than 30 still chasing behind. Oh well, just then, the savage orcs that were frantically chasing Muriel Green and the others slowed down and turned to flee. Wow, they are escaping. Upon noticing that all the savage orcs had escaped from his attack range, Muriel Green immediately spoke up. Hearing Muriel Green's words, Barlow felt somewhat incredulous and quickly turned his head. Although it was pitch black and he couldn't see clearly, he could still make out the figures of the savage orcs. And they were getting farther away. They really escaped? The intelligence of low-level savage orcs is not much different from that of beasts, so when they have the upper hand, savage orcs will relentlessly pursue their prey. It seems this group of green skins knows fear. At this point, Barlow paused, his speed gradually decreasing. Sensing Barlow's movement, Muriel Green quickly said, should we pursue and kill them to collect more heads? Barlow pondered for a moment, then increased his speed again. However, he bent his body and turned around. Our scouting team's mission is to find and hunt savage orcs. Although we have already sent out the message, it is very necessary to keep track of their escape movements at all times. Muriel, this task is important. We must not be careless. Understood, Captain. Muriel Green replied with a smile, his lips curling up as he closed his eyes and pointed in a direction. Captain, I feel that there are more savage orcs fleeing in that direction. Shall we chase in that direction? All right, let's go. Meanwhile, other squads resting or tracking the savage orcs in the Bisis Mountains saw a distress signal rise into the sky and immediately rushed toward the signal's direction. They didn't know that the squad sending out the distress signal would soon face casualties. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and follow. A tall figure paused its frantic run, looked up at the signal flare in the sky, and immediately changed direction, preparing to bypass the area and seek another route to break through. Behind it were still over 100 savage orcs. As Marcus and the others continued to run forward, they noticed that the sounds coming from behind had diminished significantly. Turning around, they were astonished to find that the savage orcs were fleeing, and Muriel Green and Barlow were actually taking the initiative to chase the savage orcs. Muriel is indeed a mage. He is really impressive, Marcus exclaimed, while Mike and Aichi nodded in agreement. Though the Northwind Fortress housed a mage corps, they were just a bit higher in level than the regular soldiers and had no opportunity to interact with those mages. Moreover, They often scouted in the Bisis Mountains and had never witnessed the mages in action on the front lines. All their information came from tavern conversations with other soldiers. So, in their impression, mages were incredibly powerful, but they had no clear concept of them. Now, Muriel Green was effortlessly killing level 1 savage orcs and driving away more than 30 savage orcs, even daring to take the initiative to pursue. They finally understood that no matter how quirky a mage's temperament or how many demands they had, countless people wanted to team up with them because of their strength. The captain and Muriel have gone after them. What should we do? Keep escaping or follow them? Let's first collect the loot on the ground, then catch up and pick up the savage orcs they leave behind. Mike, that's a brilliant idea. Aichi exclaimed as he slapped his forehead, his thoughts suddenly clear. Looking at the corpses of savage orcs with shining eyes, rubbing his trembling hands as he walked toward the nearest savage orc corpse. 1 pair of teeth equals 10 military merits. Now the military merits are lying on the ground, ready for us to pick up. I wonder how long this simple and happy joy can last. Sigh. I heard Muriel has only been here for a month. If he stays longer, we could gain quite a bit of military merit by following him. Then I want to open a tavern, drink while working. It would be simply wonderful. Aichi eagerly pulled out the savage orc's fangs while dreaming about the future. Hearing his words, Mike shook his head. Murray is a genius student at Ellis College, the son of an earl, and a suitor for the future duchess. He may stay here for a long time, and his achievements in the future are bound to be limitless. Will he be granted a title? Marcus suddenly said. I have heard of the Green family. Their territory is in the west, also close to the border. Not only have they defended their territory, but they have also carved out a piece of land in the savage orc territory, which is particularly fierce. So now the easiest place to be granted a title in the entire northern region is there. Murray is the second son of Earl Green, and he will definitely follow his elder brother into battle. Given his strength, it would be easy for him to be granted a title. Now they are fortunate to become cultivators. As long as they don't die in this war, they can gain decent rewards, go home to buy some land, or open a shop, which will allow them to live well in the future. But in the kingdom of Lanyas, only nobles live the best lives. Sigh. I really envy Murray. He actually has the chance to be granted a title. Coming from a commoner's background, their biggest dream is to be granted a title. But of the 2 ways to be granted a title, the simplest one, the merit noble, they cannot achieve, let alone the land noble like a local emperor. If Murray were to start afresh and choose to carve out a territory on his own, I would definitely follow him. Haha, do you think Murray is foolish? It's much more comfortable to follow the family. He can easily become a lord and live a life above others. Why would he leave the family to do it alone? Mike shattered Marcus's fantasy and urged him to seriously look for the corpses of the savage orcs. If they missed one, they would lose 10 merit points. And that would be heartbreaking. Chapter 103. Army Composition. Kill. Murray, kill quickly. Sigh. That one got away. At first, Baylor, who adhered to the attitude of killing one more to earn one more, found that as long as the savage orcs entered within 100 meters of the 2 of them, they would die in no time. These savage orcs are tall and have physical qualities comparable to first-level warriors, but their combat skills rely entirely on instinct, which may intimidate some rookie soldiers. However, in front of Murray Green, without solid weaponry and equipment, and lacking strong physical defense or agility, they can only become lambs to the slaughter in front of his flying knives. If they had relied on their flesh and numbers to withstand Murray Green's killing range as they did at the beginning and managed to get close to him, there might have been a chance of victory. After all, aside from wind element mages, the mobility of low-level mages does have fatal flaws. But now, riding on Baylor, Murray Green has no dead angles. Thus, more than 10 savage orcs have already fallen on their way, and half of them are still fleeing, which makes Baylor unable to remain calm any longer. He quickened his pace and chased after them. However, the savage orcs had become clever, realizing that as long as they kept their distance from Baylor and Murray Green, they would be safe. So the originally disordered group scattered like flowers in the wind, each finding their own way to escape. Witnessing this situation, Baylor became anxious. Although he was a second-level warrior and could run fast, he couldn't catch all the savage orcs that were running everywhere. Captain, there are more savage orcs fleeing this way. The remaining 10 or so savage orcs ran in different directions. To maximize their results, Murray Green immediately pointed out the direction with the most fleeing orcs. Good. Hearing Murray Green's guidance, Baylor immediately carried him and chased after that direction. Meanwhile, Murray Green manipulated 5 rotating flying knives, turning to fly towards the front of the 2. Soon, one slower savage orc entered Murray Green's attack range. The 5 rotating flying knives attacked simultaneously, and before the savage orc could react, it was dismembered by 5 knives. Dying a gruesome death, Baylor jumped over the unfortunate savage orc, and Murray Green seized the opportunity to kill another one. The last one ran much faster than the other 2, and Baylor couldn't catch up for a moment. Run, a green-skinned one. Can it run faster than your grandpa Baylor? Baylor shouted angrily, and Murray Green felt Baylor's speed increase a bit, indicating that Baylor was burning his battle energy. However, no matter how much earth element battle energy was burned, it didn't have much effect on speed, so the 2 could only slowly close the distance. I'll help you. The last savage orc was just too fast. After waiting for a long time, Murray Green retracted his flying knives and fully activated the repulsion force on Baylor. Baylor suddenly felt weightless, and with a light step, he could cover a long distance. He was overjoyed. He quickly closed the distance, and before long, the desperately fleeing savage orc entered Murray Green's attack range. Die. Having been delayed by this savage orc for a long time, Murray Green was somewhat annoyed. A spiral sword-shaped flying dart shot out at a speed faster than usual, hitting the savage orc's head and smashing its brain. Baylor angrily arrived beside this savage orc, crushed its head with a kick, then set down Murray Green and pulled out its pair of beast teeth. This damn guy wasted a lot of our time. Otherwise, we could have gone back and killed a few more. After pulling out the beast teeth, Baylor opened the savage orc's head and retrieved Murray Green's sword-shaped flying dart. Handing it to him, Murray Green wrapped the dart with telekinesis, cleaned it, and stored it inside his windbreaker. Haha, not bad. The initial 7, plus the later 22, makes a total of 29, including one first-level savage orc worth 50 merit points. We should earn 340 merit points tonight without any losses. That should be pretty good. Good. Not just good, it's simply excellent. I never thought I could earn over 300 merit points in one day. Baylor laughed heartily. Like a 200-pound child who just got candy, nearly dancing with joy. He casually tossed aside the savage orc's corpse and turned to look at Murray Green. His eyes filled with amazement and joy. I struck gold. I really struck gold. This personnel dispatch office finally satisfied me for once. Unlike last time, when they sent a strong but brainless fool who, after finally getting the hang of things, got bitten in the head by a feigning dead savage orc while handling the corpses. The soldiers in this world actually have a somewhat complex background. The best kind of soldier is one who comes from a military family, taking over after their elder relatives retire or die in battle. These soldiers are the most loyal and have decent strength since they are from military families. However, nurturing such soldiers is very difficult because the Lord must actively cultivate them, providing them with land and food. Moreover, when these people cannot marry and have children, they still need to be arranged with wives. The 3rd Legion of the Kingdom only has a few of these good family soldiers, and they are mostly core teams brought over by the Legion commander from the Central Region, who are now basically all officers and have retreated to the 2nd line. The second type is those who joined the military at a young age and participated in military training and ideological development. Their loyalty and discipline are decent, and those trained generally can enter the main force. Most frontline combat soldiers are actually temporary soldiers. These temporary soldiers will experience attrition or choose to retire for various reasons every month, so the military will release quotas each month based on the situation to recruit soldiers, keeping the troops operational. When an emergency arises, a large amount of rewards is offered to restore the army to full capacity, and then a multitude of tasks is released for mercenaries to claim, allowing them to handle some trivial issues. Therefore, the sources of these temporary soldiers, who come for the rewards, are quite complex. As long as their physical fitness is up to par and they have no pending cases, they can enlist. After a month or so of training, they are dispatched to various units and thrown onto the battlefield for practice. Those who die receive compensation based on their position and achievements, or they can choose to retain their accomplishments for their descendants to inherit. Those who survive either take their rewards home or get promoted and enter the main force to undergo formal military training, but they will also be subject to military regulation. Their squads are made up of temporary soldiers, formed through deployment, and with the constant need to combat savage orcs. Any camaraderie that could have developed may not even have a chance to form before someone is lost. Some may be frightened off the battlefield and submit applications for discharge, while others might feel they've earned enough on the battlefield and leave with a substantial reward, each with their own reasons. Thus, the relationships among temporary soldiers are unstable, maintained solely by interests. Therefore, Barrow has no nostalgia for the comrade who sacrificed himself. His sacrifice has instead brought about a mage, and he even feels a bit grateful for it. Chapter 104. Joy turns to sorrow after dealing with the savage orc. Barrow looked up at the sky. Even though the distress signal flares could last in the air for a long time, after burning for so long, only a faint glow remained. Sigh. It's all this green-skinned creature's fault for making us chase for so long, straying far from our original patrol route. Getting back will take some time. When we caught up, I was using all my battle energy, even burning it, and now I'll have to walk back on foot, which will take quite a while. After complaining, Barrow, somewhat angrily, kicked the savage orc's corpse, sending it flying over 10 meters away, crashing into a tree, blood splattering everywhere, looking particularly tragic. All right, let us not waste time. We should head back. Otherwise, Marcus and the others will be anxious waiting for us. Muriglin tried to calm Barrow and turned to head back the way they came. But before he could take a few steps, he felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. So, Muriglin quickly looked at Barrow and noticed that Barrow's expression was also off. Captain, do you feel something too? My warrior instinct sensed something amiss, but I haven't actually noticed anything. I thought it was an illusion. If you feel it too, then it's bad. One person sensing something wrong could be a misconception, but if two people, one a warrior and the other a mage, both feel something is off, then there is definitely a problem. He turned his head to continuously survey the surroundings, but everything was calm, and there was nothing unusual. Muruglin's spatial feedback had also been used several times, yielding no useful information. Now the problem seemed even bigger. Run. Before he finished speaking, Barrow grabbed Muruglin's shoulder and fled back the way they came. However, they had barely run a few dozen meters when a series of low roars from savage orcs reached them. Several level 1 savage orcs charged in from the side, with the leading one being faster, larger, and surprisingly wielding a weapon. A level 2 savage orc. The combat power of a level 1 savage orc can rival 2 or 3 level 1 warriors. 3 level 1 savage orcs are capable of encircling and killing Barrow. Not to mention that the leading one is a level 2 savage orc, followed by who knows how many savage orcs. It's over. Barrow's face darkened, and his battle energy decisively entered a burning state, while Muruglin also enhanced Barrow with repulsive force to increase his escape speed. Roar. Seeing Barrow and Muruglin running faster, the level 2 savage orc, who initially wanted to dispatch them quickly and then swiftly cross the patrol line, became anxious. While running, it lifted its 3-meter-long bone spear, its arm muscles bulging, and in the darkness, a pair of green lights glimmered, its eyes fixed on the fleeing figures of Muruglin and Barrow. Drink. The bone spear in its hand transformed into a white light, shooting straight at Muruglin. Sensing the deadly danger, Muruglin quickly redirected the repulsive force to meet the incoming bone spear. The repulsive force combined with telekinesis scattered upon impact with the enormous force carried by the bone spear. What great power! Through the telekinetic feedback, Muruglin felt the terrifying strength of the level 2 savage orc, grimaced, then changed tactics, forcefully pressing down on the head of the bone spear, pulling it towards the ground. Under this push and pull, the released bone spear could no longer control its flight trajectory and plunged into the earth. Roar? The level 2 savage orc let out an incredulous roar, then charged violently. Without the assistance of repulsive force, Barrow's escape speed significantly decreased, and he was soon pursued within 100 meters by the level 2 savage orc. Sigh. Forget it, Captain. At this rate, you'll be dragged down. While your battle energy hasn't burned much yet, and you still have some strength to fight back, let us just kill them directly. Hearing Muruglin's words, Barrow showed a shocked expression. Big brother, you're a mage, but only a level 1 mage. They are level 2 savage orcs and several level 1 savage orcs. It's good enough that we can escape, and you want to counterattack? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're not a wind attribute warrior. You can't outrun this level 2 beast. If I enhance your repulsive force, you'll be attacked by the spear. If I don't enhance it, you'll be caught up quickly, and the chances of escaping are minimal. Call for help. Even if we can't kill them, waiting here for support is the best and only option. Alright. Though reluctant, Barrow couldn't refute Muruglin's reasoning. So, he placed Muruglin on the ground, took out a signal flare, and shot it vertically into the air. Where are the people? Where did the ones calling for help go? Following the guidance of the signal flare, a small team arrived ahead, ambushing along the road, waiting for the one calling for help to pass by so they could ambush the savage orcs pursuing from behind. However, after waiting for a while, they noticed that the signal flare was about to extinguish, and the person calling for help had still not arrived. Captain, that small team hasn't been caught up while fleeing, have they? The tall captain, clad in full iron armor and wielding a two-handed sword, shook his head slightly upon hearing his teammates' words, then said, it shouldn't be. Since they fired the guiding signal flare, and it wasn't shot vertically, it indicates they've broken free from the encirclement. Once they've escaped the encirclement, it's unlikely for the savage orcs to wipe them out. If they can't run faster, can't they separate? As long as one person escapes, they should have made it close by. As for the possibility that they had run past or arrived late, they had considered that too, but after scouting, they found no traces of humans or savage orcs passing through the area. Both sides, in a state of escape and pursuit, had no time or energy to deal with traces, so they must have either gone off course or not made it. But the signal flare was flying in the air. How far could it stray? Thus, the most likely scenario is that they simply didn't make it. Why don't we head towards the location where the signal flare was fired? At this moment, a team member suggested. Hearing this suggestion, the captain thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Jumping down from a branch 5 or 6 meters high while clad in full iron armor and heading towards the location of the signal flare. Soon, a group of 5 found the corpse of a savage orc lying on the ground. One team member immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting the savage orc in the head. Captain, this savage orc is dead. Regardless of whether it was dead before or just pretending to be dead, it was truly dead now. So the group walked over to the body of the savage orc, turned it over, and examined it. Its tusks were missing. Right. The tusks of savage orcs can be exchanged for military merits, so unless it's a particularly urgent situation, they would take the tusks. Chapter 105. Team 17, let us see what they are up to. The group of 5 continued forward, occasionally discovering bodies of savage orcs that had their tusks pulled out. Seeing these corpses made a few of them a bit envious. This was free military merit. The 5 moved quickly, and before long, they spotted Marcus and his 2 companions who were in the process of pulling out tusks. They hurried over. Upon hearing the commotion, the three immediately gathered the tusks, gripped their weapons, and looked at the five. Seeing that the five were smaller in stature and not savage orcs, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hello. We are members of the 35th Squad from the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Corps. May I ask which squad you are from? 17th Squad of the 3rd Army. Is the 35th Squad down to just the three of you? Where's your captain? The 35th Squad. If I remember correctly, the squad leader should be Barlow. The leader of the 17th Squad, Eve, recalled this name, thought about his appearance, and looked around the three but did not find Barlow. Could it be that Barlow was killed, or did he go to lure the pursuing savage orcs? The captain and one teammate went after the savage orcs. Chasing. Eve's voice suddenly grew much louder, and the atmosphere became tense. Marcus and his two companions were startled and instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Looking at the 17th Squad with caution. Your squad can handle these savage orcs, so why release a signal flare? Do you think a signal flare is a toy? You just released it casually. The 17th Squad, rushing over upon seeing the signal flare, was quite angry, feeling they had been played. Not only did they fail to ambush the savage orcs, but they also witnessed other squads reaping the rewards while they got nothing. Eve, feeling dissatisfied and somewhat off balance, scolded the three harshly. Hearing Eve's criticism, the three could only smile wryly in response. Actually, at first, we couldn't handle that group of savage orcs. We encountered a small group of orcs, about 30 or 40 savage orcs, with a level 1 savage orc leading them. Huh. The five changed their expressions upon hearing Mike's explanation, directing their gazes at him with looks of doubt. A group of 30 or 40 savage orcs, with a level 1 savage orc among them, meant that no squad could take on that group alone based on squad strength ratios. The normal procedure would be to fire a signal flare to call nearby squads to encircle and eliminate them. So when the 35th Squad fired the signal flare, they immediately came to provide support and also to encircle the savage orcs, ensuring they didn't escape past the Bissus Mountains and to earn military merit. Go on, we're listening. After saying this, Eve planted his great sword into the ground, pressing his hands on the hilt, and stared at the three with an examining gaze, bringing a heavy pressure upon them. After realizing we were surrounded by this group of savage orcs, the captain made a decisive decision, leading us to break through and escape, firing a signal flare to create an opportunity for a counterattack. But the mage in our squad had exceptional skills and was able to control flying knives, continuously killing the savage orcs chasing us. Even the level 1 savage orc fell to him. Upon hearing this, Eve's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Marcus and his companions. Wait, what did you say? A mage? Your squad has a mage? Although we were surprised too, earlier today, the dispatch center did send us a mage. Though he's just a student mage, his strength is quite impressive, and his methods are solid. Ordinary savage orcs, no, even level 1 savage orcs, can't get close to him. No way. Why do you get a mage? If Eve's mentality was somewhat off balance before, upon learning that the 35th Squad actually had a mage, his mindset shattered completely. Eve had never cooperated with a mage before, so he had only heard about their strength. Now he finally understood just how powerful mages could be. A group of savage orcs that would typically require 2 or 3 squads to encircle could be broken apart by a single squad led by a mage. Is this the terrifying strength of a mage? I also want to find a mage teammate, but my squad is full, and the dispatch center won't assign new members to my squad, which is also a problem. Thinking of this, Eve narrowed his eyes, a strange light flashing in them as he glanced at the 4 teammates beside him. Those who caught his eye felt a chill run down their spines. Humph. You're lucky to have encountered a mage teammate. Let us go? Since there was no point in staying here, they prepared to return to their patrol line and continue searching for traces of the savage orcs. Just as the members of the 17th Squad turned to leave, a bright signal flare shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Eve raised an eyebrow. Here we go again. Is tonight a game? It wouldn't be another squad falsely signaling, would it? But that location feels somewhat familiar. Captain, seeing the location of the signal flare, Marcus and his companions changed their expressions dramatically and urgently said to Eve, Captain Eve, that location is the direction where our captain and Muriglin are chasing. It must be them who fired the signal flare. They might be ambushed and unable to escape. Please, you must save them. Captain, that location seems to be on the edge of our patrol line. We just patrolled that area today. How could they encounter any danger there? Said a member of the 17th Squad. Hearing this, Eve snorted and ran in that direction. Let us go. Let us take a look. After Barlow fired the signal flare, he clenched his fists, bumping them together twice. The sound of his shield gauntlets colliding echoed like a horn signaling an impending attack. Muriglin extended his left hand and placed it on Barlow's right shield gauntlet, silently chanting an enchantment. Soon, a faint gray light appeared on Barlow's shield gauntlet. I've cast an enchantment on your right fist. It will last about 3 minutes. You must pay attention to the time. Upon hearing Muriglin's words, Barlow swung his right fist a couple of times, feeling his punching speed increase significantly, as if there were no air resistance, making it feel quite effortless. Haha, Murig. Well done. Having a mage teammate is truly wonderful. Originally quite fearful, Barlow gained a lot of confidence due to Muruglin's enchantment. At that moment, a level 2 savage orc pulled out a bone spear that was stuck in the ground and let out a roar, charging towards the two, raising the bone spear as it entered within 50 meters of Muruglin. Chapter 106. Not playing with you anymore. Looking at the level 2 savage orc charging straight at them, Muruglin's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like I was too lenient with you, being so arrogant. Two enchanted spinning daggers circled around him as Melagrin extended his hands forward and suddenly lifted them. Double arc. At the moment his hands were raised, the two daggers shot up into the sky like flying birds, tracing beautiful arcs in the air, but their target remained fixed on the level 2 barbarian orc. Howl. In the blink of an eye, the enchanted spinning daggers flew in front of the level 2 barbarian orc. Faced with such a strange attack, it let out an angry roar and thrust its white bone spear without hesitation. Melagrin's fingers twitched, causing the dagger that was about to be stabbed to slow down and cleverly avoid the level 2 barbarian orc's earth-shattering thrust, instead aiming for its face along the white bone spear. Realizing something was wrong, the level 2 barbarian orc tightened its grip on the white bone spear and shook it hard, causing the spear to vibrate and deflect the spinning dagger. The level 2 barbarian orc's strength was such that even the enchanted dagger could not withstand it. After leaving a deep scratch on the spear, the dagger was knocked away. Then it turned around and thrust its spear towards the other dagger that had already closed in behind it. This time, with previous experience, the level 2 barbarian orc quickly shook the white bone spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows, and Melagrin's finely controlled dagger was directly hit by its area attack. Old orc? Seeing this scene, Barlow exclaimed in surprise, then carefully examined the orc's appearance. It was tall, somewhat sturdier than a typical orc, but upon closer inspection, one could see its back was slightly hunched, and its green skin was a bit grayish, showing signs of age. It was a battle-hardened old orc. Barlow assumed a defensive posture and said with certainty, "Unlike humans, barbarian orcs have a much shorter lifespan, probably only in their 40s. But they reach adulthood at around 7 or 8 years old and can kill an adult man with their bare hands by the age of 3 or 4. So even though this orc was old and lacked the vigor of its youth, its rich combat experience made it even more difficult to deal with." Looking at the white bone spear that had been in battle with him for a long time and now bore 2 new cracks from the recent exchanges, the old orc looked at Melagrin with a bit more caution. Howl. The white bone spear was wielded majestically, and with its legs exerting force, the old orc lunged at Melagrin like a fierce tiger, continuing its assault with overwhelming might. "The target is me. Quite clever. If it were any other time, I might be interested in sparring with you for a while, but I'm not in the mood to play with you right now," Melagrin murmured to himself, while Barlow, hearing Melagrin's words, felt somewhat speechless. "My brother, you really are my brother. What time is it now? The enemy is almost upon us. Hurry up and attack with your daggers. Stop boasting here." Facing Barlow's resentful gaze, Melagrin moved his shoulders, lifted his head, and pointed forward with his chin. "What are you looking at? Look ahead." Hearing Melagrin's reminder, Barlow turned to look at the approaching old orc, his expression turning serious as he prepared for battle. But just as Barlow turned his head, Melagrin's right hand, which had fallen to his waist, suddenly drew his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The magical array on the giant python pistol flickered, and a gray beam shot straight towards the old orc's forehead. Sensing the deadly threat, the old orc widened its eyes, vaguely seeing something flying towards it. "Is this the thing that will kill me? It's too small, hard to block, I must dodge." Thinking this, the old orc instinctively moved its head, trying to lean to the side. Melagrin, who was prepared for this, quickly reached out with his left hand, a gray light flashing continuously in his palm, and slapped out, "Airstrike. Did I let you dodge? Stand still." Just as the old orc was about to tilt its head to evade the spatially enchanted bullet, it suddenly felt a slap across its face. Although the slap wasn't strong enough to break its facial defenses, it interrupted its dodging motion, leaving it dazed. In its over 30 years of life, it had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Oh no, the spatially enchanted bullet did not stop due to the old orc's momentary daze and, enhanced by spatial power, quickly reached the old orc's forehead. Even the tough skin and skull of the barbarian orc, comparable to a level 1 weapon, were like slightly aged tofu against the spatially enchanted bullet, not tender, but not tough enough to withstand the impact. Thanks to Melagrin's warning, Barlow suddenly noticed that the old orc charging forward had paused, and then its head exploded, with a large amount of red and white tissue splattering from the back of its skull. The incident was so sudden that the old orc's body hadn't reacted yet. Even after the event, it took 2 more steps forward. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sudden roar that reached his ears, Barlow's eyes widened in shock. What happened? Could it be Melagrin's doing? Before he could turn to look at Melagrin, he saw 6 level 1 barbarian orcs charging behind the old orc, 5 of which also had their heads explode. The remaining one, seemingly unaware that its companions had already died, continued to charge towards Melagrin and Barlow, until the old orc's corpse fell to the ground. Its massive inertia caused it to roll quite a distance, landing not far from Barlow. Looking down at this old orc, which was as easy to deal with as a child, Barlow felt a chill run down his back, and cold sweat uncontrollably broke out. How? Discovering that the boss had fallen to the ground and did not get up again. The last level 1 barbarian orc forced to a stop let out a confused roar and looked around, only to find its companions also lying on the ground. Well, terrified by the situation, the level 1 barbarian orc emitted a pitiful whimper, looking at Melagrin with a face full of despair. Melagrin holstered the giant python pistol, stepped forward a couple of paces, and calmly looked down at the old orc's body. Your boss and companions are dead. You must be quite lonely up there. Let me send you down to keep them company. Before the words had left his mouth, the remaining level 1 barbarian orc tried to flee. But as it turned around and had only taken a few steps, its expression froze as an enchanted spiral dagger pierced through its neck from the back. The powerful spiral force directly shattered half of its neck, and even with the barbarian orc's strong vitality, it could not take a few more breaths before finally ceasing to breathe. Chapter 107, Aftermath. Barlow stared in disbelief at everything before him, feeling his worldview shake violently. Level 1, Level 2, Level 1, Level 2. His gaze kept shifting between Melagrin and the old orc, but when he looked at Melagrin, it was as if he was looking at a monster. Although I have heard of some geniuses who can defeat enemies across levels, I never expected that this would happen right before my eyes one day, and I still didn't quite see what exactly had happened. Barlow, feeling somewhat lost in life, had pale lips and an unusual flush on his cheeks, his state becoming somewhat abnormal. Cough, cough. I know you're about to say words of praise. I like to hear those too, but there's a level 2 and 6 level 1 barbarian orc's fangs on the ground. Aren't you going to pick them up? As soon as he heard these words, Barlow immediately regained his senses, realizing that the ordinary orcs who had originally charged alongside the first-level barbarian orcs had fled in panic. And there were plenty of military merits on the ground waiting for him to collect. He was suddenly engulfed in happiness. Ha ha ha, you are truly impressive, Murray. You are a genius magician. While praising, Barlow kept moving his hands, swiftly pulling out the fangs of the old orc, then going on to remove the fangs of 6 first-level barbarian orcs. Murray Green did not move, but instead watched the hundreds of ordinary orcs fleeing, lost in thought. Finally, he shook his head and gave up on his plans. We can't chase them anymore. When he asked Barlow, the latter, who was happily pulling out the orc fangs, immediately shook his head frantically. No way, we really shouldn't go after them this time. After the previous counterattack, they had encountered an ambush. Although Murray Green always surprised him with miraculous escapes and flawless counterattacks, Barlow felt that experiencing such heart-pounding situations twice in one night was enough anymore. And he felt he would die, not from being killed by the barbarian orcs, but from being scared to death. We're too weak. Although you are strong, with hundreds of barbarian orcs running around, we can't catch many. It's better to consolidate our gains and leave these remnants to other teams to handle. Saying this, Barlow decisively pulled out all the signal flares on him and fired them in the direction the barbarian orcs had fled. Several signal flares shot up at an angle, causing a few teams that were still rushing towards the two to curse loudly. Damn it, which team is this? They are shooting signal flares everywhere. If I find out who it is, I will report it to the captain, and they will regret it. 2 teams, noticing that signal flares were being shot towards their position, felt that the team firing the flares was unreliable but still set up an ambush, quietly waiting for news. Soon after, a dozen barbarian orcs, barely maintaining their formation, appeared before them. Seeing the frightened and fleeing barbarian orcs, the team members' eyes lit up. Hee. Thanks to the nameless team for the gift. We won't be polite. Let's kill. At the command, the team suddenly sprang into action, catching the already frightened barbarian orcs off guard. That signal flare wasn't fired by your captain, was it? The 3 members rushing towards Murray Green and Barlow, along with the Avesli team, displayed different expressions upon seeing the spectacular signal flares in the sky. The 3, including Marcus, were extremely anxious. It seems the situation is dire. Even the captain is firing flares in a panic. Meanwhile, the Avesli team looked down on the situation, thinking that the captain of Team 35, Barlow, was a fool. They knew that different methods of firing signal flares represented different meanings. This method indicated that a large number of barbarian orcs were fleeing in this area. Normally, if surrounded by many barbarian orcs, multiple flares would be fired vertically to signal that a large number of orcs were gathered here. Marcus and the others ran frantically, disregarding the barbarian orc corpses that Murray Green had killed but had not yet had time to collect. Soon, they saw Murray Green, who was lost in thought with a black box on his back, and Barlow, who was happily tidying up the battlefield like a little bee. Captain, Murray, oh, Marcus, you 3 are here. Come help. The orc fangs have been knocked out, and I couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Let's look together. We can't miss them, as these are the fangs of first-level barbarian orcs, worth 50 merits. Seeing the 2 unharmed, Marcus and the others looked at Murray Green and Barlow with shock, continuously sizing them up. After hearing Team Captain Barlow's words, they instinctively followed orders and walked over to Barlow. But soon, they reacted and immediately asked, Captain, what exactly happened here? Where are the barbarian orcs? Weren't you surrounded? Why are there only the corpses of barbarian orcs left? Aichi transformed into 100,000 questions, his mouth non-stop, firing a series of inquiries that left Barlow with a headache. However, the answers to these questions were quite simple. Barlow looked at Murray Green, prompted by his action. The four looked at Murray Green simultaneously. What is going on? Murray Green, who was contemplating his next weapon, was startled by the four strange gazes, quickly returning to his senses and asking, young Master Murray is mighty, powerful, and handsome, captivating to behold. Although Barlow didn't explicitly say it, Marcus and the others quickly understood that in killing these orcs and driving away the rest, this temporary teammate, Murray Green, had played a significant role. Of course, they would never think that all the credit actually belonged to Murray Green, and their captain had merely been a bystander. What is going on? At that moment, the 17th team arrived slowly. However, when they saw several corpses of barbarian orcs on the scene and Murray Green and Barlow, who had no obvious injuries, they couldn't help but question them soulfully. You are Avesley. Upon seeing the leader, Barlow narrowed his eyes, recalling and recognizing his identity. Avesley. Thank you for coming to support us. Fortunately, we had a powerful team member with us today, allowing us to turn danger into safety. After laughing heartily, Barlow quickly walked up to Avesley and explained briefly, then said to Murray Green, Murray, this is the leader of the 17th team, Avesley. Avesley, this is our team's magician, Murray Green. Murray's strength is exceptional. Thanks to him, I wasn't sure I'd survive tonight. Avesley scrutinized Murray Green, noting his bizarre attire and the large black box on his back, which indeed gave him the appearance of a magician. He was handsome, and most importantly, he looked very young. Chapter 108. The transformation of the team. Thank you, brother. No problem. You all hurry and chase. Otherwise, if all the barbarian orcs are hunted down by other teams, and you don't get any, then it will have been for nothing. After bidding farewell to Barlow, Avesley immediately led his entire team, rushing towards the direction where the barbarian orcs had fled. 1 second level, 7 first level, and 29 ordinary barbarian orcs, 200 for second level, 50 for first level, totaling 840 military merits. This amount of military merit was something their team might not have been able to gather even after patrolling the Bissis Mountains for half a year, and they might even have suffered losses. However, on the first night after Murray Green joined, they racked up 840 military merits without sustaining any injuries. Faced with this astonishing number, Barlow and the other three looked at Murray Green with complex expressions. When teammates are strong, one can rely on them, but now, it seemed like it wasn't just about whether teammates were strong or not. One god leads 4 to glory. The god got 5 kills, directly steamrolling, as if the 4 of them had nothing to do with it. No, they can also be mounts. Barlow and Marcus felt a bit more at ease. Lord Murray, the 4 of us discussed it together. According to the effort put in, we should get more military merits. We need to revise the distribution ratio of military merits for our team. After collecting the spoils and returning to their original base, Barlow approached Murray Green with a look of emotion and said respectfully. After hearing Barlow's words, Murray Green smiled and nodded in response. Captain, how do you plan to modify the distribution ratio of military merits? After a series of events tonight, the 4 who initially had a bit of a senior demeanor became particularly respectful in front of Murray Green, showcasing the transformation that strength brings. Given Murray Green's personality, he wouldn't intentionally flaunt his power, but he also wouldn't force himself to appear low-key, taking a submissive stance of not retaliating against insults. Just like during the Elizabeth Ellis banquet, when Joanna Stewart tried to test him, although Murray Green didn't want to stand out, he wouldn't indulge her either, allowing her to strike without restraint. In this mountainous area, Murray Green wouldn't limit himself to hide his strength, so he has been performing normally so far. But his opponents are simply too weak, not worth him pulling out the treasures from his box and getting serious. Nevertheless, even so, Murray Green's performance was astonishing to the 4 from Barlow. Although they wanted to worship him, they still maintained some dignity as teammates. That's right. Tonight we earned 840 battle achievements, but basically all of them were earned by you. So I shamelessly want to discuss with you that, including tonight, you take 80 of all the achievements. After saying this, Barlow cautiously looked at Murray Green, fearing that he would disagree with this distribution plan. Although the 4 of them taking 20 seems small, it's still not insignificant. Upon hearing Barlow's words, Murray Green directly shook his head, making Barlow's heart sink. He opened his mouth to suggest changing the 20 to 10, but Murray Green spoke first, saying, I am a mage, as long as the enemy hasn't approached. They are just targets to me. Tonight, although the vast majority of the savage orcs were killed by me, without your assistance, I might have spent several times the effort to deal with them. At this point, Murray Green paused, and because of his previous words, Barlow's slightly calmed heart rose again. Not far away, the 3 who were starting a fire perked up their ears to listen closely. So, you take 40, and I take 60. Really? The 4 spoke at the same time, and in response to their inquiry, Murray Green just smiled and shrugged. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Oh, we are incredibly grateful, Lord Murray. Barlow exclaimed excitedly, and regarding their gratitude, Murray Green did not decline, only smiling in response. It's nothing. as long as you protect me well in the future. Of course, with such a fierce mage, who wouldn't he want to stick to a golden thigh? Even though Barlow was only a second-tier warrior, he was extremely excited at this moment, feeling no superiority from being at a higher level. Haha, the fire is ready. Aichi, boil some hot water to make Lord Murray a cup of tea. Marcus and I will go hunt some prey so Lord Murray can taste my cooking and have a late-night snack. You don't need to call me Lord. Just call me Murray. As you command, Lord Murray, Marcus said jokingly, feeling very pleased, and then he and Mike went off to look for prey. Seeing the three busy without consulting him, Barlow's expression became complicated. These three actually don't discuss it with me at all. They treat me, the captain, as if I don't exist. Also, they didn't assign me any tasks. What should I do? Should I pat their shoulders? Or thump their thighs? Barlow was extremely frustrated that he wasn't a girl, as he couldn't do any of those things. If they were in the fortress town, he could clearly arrange things for Murray Green, ensuring everything was comfortable. But now, in the wilderness, it was difficult to make something out of nothing. Before Barlow could think of a solution, Murray Green looked at him and then turned his gaze to the campfire. Why didn't we light a fire before? But we can now? Upon hearing such a simple question, Barlow immediately answered, because in the Bisthess Mountains, this is our battlefield with the savage orcs. And both sides are secretly clashing here, so concealment is very important. If we light a fire at night, it would easily expose our position and could be easily bypassed or surrounded by the savage orcs. At this point, Barlow looked at Murray Green earnestly and continued, but now, after the previous battle, the savage orcs around us are either being hunted down by other squads or have already fled. At this moment, there are not many savage orcs around. This is already our territory. Even if there are, with you, a mage, sitting here, they would just be delivering food. Of course, Barlow only thought this last sentence in his heart. Not long after, Aichi returned quickly, carrying 2 cups of tea made from wooden cups. And Murray Green and Barlow chatted while drinking tea. However, it was mostly Barlow talking, and Murray Green listened carefully, occasionally nodding and smiling. Coming from a commoner's background, Barlow, although not well-versed, had experienced a lot to reach the second-tier warrior level without family support. Moreover, the perspective of a commoner indeed differs from that of the nobility. As he spoke, Murray Green's understanding of this world gradually deepened. Marcus returned quickly, carrying 2 wild chickens, and together with Aichi, they quickly prepared one for roasting and one for stewing. Haha, the chicken soup is ready. Chapter 109. Army Logistics Department. The next morning, Murray Green opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and climbed out of the wooden hammock, which was layered with 3 layers of leaves. After getting up, he found a basin of warm water placed under the tree for washing up. After washing, Murray Green had breakfast consisting of fried bird eggs with mushroom chicken soup and some fruit that he couldn't identify, likely wild fruit, but it tasted quite good, sweet and sour. After a good sleep and a hearty meal, his mental power, which had been greatly consumed from last night's battle, was restored. Murray Green's eyes were bright and spirited, feeling full of energy. Life was going on here much like at home. At home, he had a personal male servant, Jim, to handle everything. He only needed to arrange and enjoy the service. Now, under the arrangements of Barlow and the others, he was surprisingly enjoying a sense of home in the Bisthess Mountains. Murray, how was breakfast? It's a pity it lacked a bit of oil, otherwise I could have fried the bird eggs to a golden crisp, making them more delicious. Very good, it has a taste of home. After praising, Murray Green looked up at the sky, watching the sun rise, with brilliant sunlight pouring through the trees, beautiful and completely contrasting with the deadly atmosphere of last night. At this moment, Barlow, having finished packing, looked at the others and, finding everyone ready, led the group to continue along the patrol route they had received. On the 5th day, the 35th Squad, having completed their patrol, returned to the fortress with smiles and went to the Army Logistics Department. The Logistics Department was established in a small town behind the fortress, a massive building covering over 10,000 square meters, 50-some meters high, and 5 stories tall. Located next to the main force of the 10th Army. Upon entering the Logistics Department's hall, it was bustling with people. However, Murray Green noticed that their attire and demeanor resembled mercenaries rather than soldiers. The first floor of the Logistics Department was responsible for distributing and handing over tasks to mercenaries. Some tasks, though not urgent, were relatively complex and fragmented. Dispatching regular soldiers for them didn't seem worth it. So these tasks would be passed on to be handled by the mercenaries. Seeing the look of confusion on Murray Green's face, Barlow gently began to explain to him. His eyes swept around. Directly opposite the main entrance was a row of counters where mercenaries took on tasks and collected task rewards. On either side of the hall were 2 rows of wooden walls, displaying numerous tasks for mercenaries to choose from. Occasionally, staff members would pick up some tasks and categorize them in different areas. When a good task was spotted, someone would immediately take it down, and there would often be quarrels over task grabbing. However, in the Logistics Department's territory, no one dared to make a move. Even cursing had to be done quietly. Naturally, the tasks went to whoever was quick. Unlike the military achievements of regular soldiers, the rewards for mercenaries were coins, achievements could be exchanged for coins. But coins could not be exchanged for achievements. After watching the hustle and bustle for a while, the group quickly ascended to the second floor. Unlike the crowded first floor, the second floor was much quieter, populated by regular soldiers. This was the place for soldiers to hand over tasks and exchange achievements. The 35th team of the 3rd Army's Reconnaissance Regiment had completed their patrol task and were now handing over the task for inspection. Barlow chose an empty counter and walked over with a few people, pulling out a rolled-up animal skin map from his clothing, revealing their patrol route. Good. The staff member was a young woman with a delicate face, dressed in military uniform, around 20 years old. She smiled as she took the map and laid it flat on the counter. She reached out and caressed the animal skin map, and surprisingly, the counter surface lit up with magical array patterns. Seeing these magical array patterns, Murray Green's eyes brightened. This was the Information Transmission Magical Array, said to be set up only by a 5th-level magical array master. Equipment makers learn to inscribe some magical arrays to manufacture or enhance weapon power. However, some magicians choose to specialize in magical arrays, mastering their use to an extraordinary level, even creating new magical arrays. They are known as magical array masters. You can fight a magical array master, but you cannot have a duel with one. Magical array masters, who invest a lot of energy into researching magical arrays, may not even match the combat power of an ordinary magician of the same level. But given enough time to set up a magical array, they can even confront and defeat battle mages. This information transmission magical array is akin to computers and networks in the previous world, the entire Northwind Fortress. With the efforts of a group of magical array masters over countless years, possesses many magical arrays. Besides defensive and offensive magical arrays, there is also this information transmission magical array, which is a super large group of magical arrays connecting the information of the entire Northwind Fortress. It can not only transmit the battle situation occurring at a certain section of the city wall in real time to the commander, facilitating troop movements, but it can also record the achievements and positions of soldiers, making everything much more convenient. There is also a large information transmission magical array in Ellis Academy, where soldier cards and student cards serve similar functions. Shortly after uploading the patrol map, the magical array patterns flickered slightly, with only a change in color. Task handover complete. All of you did very well on your tasks. The task reward is 50 achievements. Please, squad leader, hand me your soldier card, and I will record the achievements under your name. The staff member looked up at the 5 people, and when her gaze landed on Murray Green, she seemed momentarily transfixed by his youthful and handsome face. Taking a deep breath, the office woman smiled even sweeter, her tone becoming more amiable as she said, "Of course. If these achievements have already been allocated, then you can all hand me your soldier cards, and I can separately process the achievement levels for you." Seeing the sudden change in the office staff from formal to warm and approachable, Barlow and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous. Those who worked in the logistics department usually had family members who were officers or came from decent backgrounds, having often interacted with many officers and received considerable attention. Therefore, their standards were not just high. Ordinary officers often did not catch their eye. So when had they ever been treated so kindly by someone like her? The 4 carefully scrutinized the woman and noticed that although her gaze was directed at them, she frequently stole glances at Murray Green, revealing the reason for her change in attitude. Even though most of Murray Green's attention was on the information transmission magical array, his keen perception allowed him to quickly notice the office woman's furtive glances. He smiled inwardly but maintained a calm expression, as he had long since grown accustomed to such situations. Sigh. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. I might as well be a quiet, pretty boy. Chapter 110. Redeeming achievements not in a hurry. We also have some beast fangs to submit. Please help us exchange them for achievements. Barlow carefully pulled out a large bag from his chest, opened it, took out 2 cloth pouches, and placed them on the counter. One contained a pair of 2nd-level ogre beast fangs, while the other held 1st-level ogre beast fangs. The large bag was filled with ordinary ogre beast fangs. Upon seeing the pile of beast fangs before her, Leva carefully scrutinized Barlow and the others. That's right, 5 people a squad. With so many beast fangs in front of her, she initially thought they were spoils from a brigade or a larger team. Leva first placed the 2nd-level ogre beast fangs on the platform, and the magical array flickered. After verification, she took out a wooden box to store them and proceeded with the same process for the remaining beast fangs. Thus, it didn't take long for the achievements of the 35th squad to be calculated, totaling 1,820 achievements, including the patrol task. Hearing this number, although they had been mentally prepared, when the moment to receive the rewards approached, Barlow and the others still felt a bit dizzy, overwhelmed by happiness. It was like hearing about $1 billion. It didn't feel real until the actual money was right in front of them, allowing them to truly feel the shock. At this moment, they were ready to have the money deposited into their bank cards. Even Murray Green felt a bit excited. 5 gentlemen, a total of 1,820 achievements. Would you like them recorded under this squad leader's identity card, or separately? Other teams also submitting achievements turned their surprised gazes toward the 35th squad upon hearing Leva's words. they discovered it was just a single squad. How could they have obtained such a large number of achievements? This made them even more astonished. Record separately. Come, miss. Please record 60% of the achievements under this noble magician, Lord Murray's identity card. Squad leader Barlow excitedly said, seemingly oblivious to the curious stares from those around them. Murray Green calmly returned the gazes directed at them. Those caught in his eyes, even second-level warriors, were few who could withstand his scrutiny. Realizing that Murray Green was not simple, along with Barlow's words, the onlookers, many of whom were envious, gradually turned their attention back to their own matters. Wow, this handsome guy is not only a magician but also a noble descendant. That's just wonderful. Watching Murray Green gradually approach her, Leva felt a flutter in her heart, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. Hello, my name is Leva. I am pleased to serve you, Lord Murray Green. Hello, Leva. Just call me Murray. Please help me record the achievements. Thank you. Murray Green placed his identification badge on the counter. Hihiware. This is just my job, no need to thank me. With a bright smile, Liwa placed Murray Green's identification badge on the platform, manipulating the magic array to transfer 1092 battle achievements onto his badge. Murray, I just heard your captain say that you are a magician and a student from Ellis Academy practicing here, right? Yes. Have you met any of my other classmates? In response to Murray Green's question, Liwa nodded. In the past few days, many students from Ellis Academy have come to hand over tasks and exchange battle achievements. But they were all warriors. You're the first magician I've seen. Chatting with Murray Green made Liwa feel that work was no longer boring. I heard from others that most students from the Magic Academy are assigned to the fort's walls, casting spells to attack barbaric orcs. Why did you join the reconnaissance team and patrol the mountains with them? Because I am a telekinetic, joining the reconnaissance team allows me to fully utilize my abilities. Murray Green said, without hesitation. As a proper spatial mage with 3 spatial skills, only the spatial strike could be considered an attacking spell. Although it was useful, its lethality was not great. For the tough-skinned barbaric orcs, it was only slightly more effective than a mere tickle. Wow, you're a telekinetic. I heard that telekinetics are among the strongest magicians. Are many magicians no match for you? Liwa's eyes sparkled with bright light, making Murray Green chuckle. In the first level, there shouldn't be many who can defeat me. With perfect first-level magic power, fully equipped first-level telekinetic skills, 3 first-level spatial spells, 3 basic combat skills, and equipment crafted by himself, Murray Green felt that no one could defeat him at the first level, but he still chose to be modest. Although Murray Green spoke very softly, those who came to hand over tasks were all cultivators, so many around them heard his words. The 4 from Barlow, after spending a few days with Murray Green, felt that he was not wrong. Others at level 2 and above thought that Murray Green was a bit cocky, but they didn't pay much attention. Boys just boast in front of pretty girls. It shouldn't be taken seriously, as they were the same way. If they had a couple more drinks, even the king would have to kneel before them. However, those at level 1 felt a bit angry because they were the ones being compared to. But thinking of the look in Murray Green's eyes earlier and his name, they could only choose to endure. Hearing such a calm yet imposing statement from Murray Green, Liwa's eyes lit up with stars. Handsome, sweet-talking, noble bloodline, magician, and strong power. Love it, feeling weak. At that moment, in Liwa's eyes, Murray Green seemed like a celestial being, glowing with golden light, making her feel weak all over and her heart race with excitement. Hee, Murray, your battle achievement record is done. Here, your identification badge, please take care of it. After completing the record, Liwa carefully held out Murray Green's identification badge towards him, but when he reached out to take it, Liwa's hands gently covered his. After placing the badge in Murray Green's hand, Liwa secretly touched his palm twice. Murray Green's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been taken advantage of. Thank you. Murray Green maintained a calm expression, thanked Liwa, put away the badge, and stepped back 2 paces, giving way. It's my turn now, Miss Liwa. Could you please help me with the battle achievement record? Thank you. Seeing that Murray Green had finished and stepped aside, Barlow excitedly approached, placing his identification badge on the platform and respectfully speaking to Liwa. For some reason, Barlow noticed that Liwa, who had been full of smiles, suddenly transformed from a radiant smile to a formulaic one at a visible speed. Chapter 111. Power Gauntlets. Although Liwa lost her enthusiasm and warmth, she still handled the battle achievement records for the 4 of them in a businesslike manner. With a reluctant look in her eyes, the group bid farewell to Liwa and went to the 4th floor. Murray, if you don't come visit the weapon exchange on the 4th floor, it's a wasted trip. When I have nothing to do, I like to browse here. Although I can't exchange for most of the weapons inside, it doesn't stop me from taking a look and satisfying my cravings. Behind the Northern Wind Fortress, a city was established along with 3 small towns. To quickly support every corner of the fortress, logistics offices were set up in these places. All 4 logistics offices were 5-story buildings, with the one in the main city. Northern Wind City, built higher and larger than the others, which were quite similar. Their functions were also quite similar. The 1st floor for mercenaries to hand over tasks, the 2nd for exchanging battle achievements, the 3rd for applying for supplies, the 4th for exchanging weapons, and the 5th for exchanging training methods. They were just a small team, So it wasn't Barlow's turn to apply for supplies on the third floor. Typically, it was the team leader who came to apply for supplies for the month, while their team would apply to their superiors. So Barlow had never been to the third floor, but he was a regular on the fourth floor because that was where weapons could be exchanged. As soldiers, who wouldn't want a good weapon? And here, the best weapons from the entire army were gathered for soldiers to exchange. If the first floor was a vegetable market where mercenaries picked and chose, then the fourth floor was a weapon exhibition hall. Stepping onto the fourth floor, Murray Green saw many soldiers browsing the weapons, all arranged by type and level on different display stands. All the weapons were leveled, each with its own display stand, and a paper hanging on the weapon introduced it, with a price tag beside the display stand. Looking up, various weapons and equipment came into view. Swords, spears, halberds, longbows, crossbows, full armor, chainmail, you name it. After glancing around, Murray Green frowned and asked, why are there only weapons and equipment for warriors? What about those for magicians? Barlow, who was initially excited, suddenly froze, realizing that Murray Green was not like him. He was a magician who needed magical equipment, not weapons. Well, the weapons and equipment for magicians are managed by the Northern Wind Fortress Mage Corps, so if you want to exchange for something, you have to go to the Mage Tower at the Mage Residence in the main city. The Mage Tower? I'll check it out when I have time to see if I can find something good. Murray Green muttered to himself before rejecting the suggestion to head to the Mage Tower right away, choosing to accompany the four of them in browsing the weapon exchange instead. Some of the weapons here had engraved magic arrays, and as Murray Green looked at these magic arrays, he felt he learned a lot. Just then, Barlow stopped in front of a pair of brown gauntlets. Power gauntlets, level 2 weapon, forged from mountain copper, mixed with magic iron and tempered steel, with an additional level 2 strength enhancement magic array. Incredibly sturdy, capable of enhancing the user's strength. Manufacturer, level 3 refiner Halen Hollis. Price, 180 battle achievements. Barlow's weapon was a pair of gauntlets, considered an unconventional weapon, and ordinary blacksmiths wouldn't forge them. So his pair of shielded gauntlets were still ordinary weapons without a level, and he had always wanted to replace them with a better pair. Soon, Barrow stood drooling in front of the pair of boxing gloves, then waved his hand grandly and said, I'll switch. After reading the introduction of the boxing gloves, Murray Green thought to himself, Harlan Hollis. Isn't that the senior who wears 5 rings? He didn't go to the battlefield, but is here forging weapons? Sir, I Harlan Hollis. Once again request to be reassigned to the front lines. Harlan Hollis, wearing 5 rings on his left hand, solemnly made his request to a burly officer in military uniform. Looking at Harlan Hollis in front of him, Samuel Garden, the commander of the 10th Armament Corps, felt a headache coming on. If it were any other subordinate who dared to speak to him like that, with his fiery temper, he would definitely make the other person understand how flowers bloom. But this one was a genius weaponsmith from Ellis Academy, already a level 3 smith in his 4th year, with limitless potential. When this genius was first assigned to him, he was overjoyed, and Harlan Hollis did not disappoint him, having forged many unconventional weapons in just a few days. Each weapon was in high demand, and as soon as they were sent to the weapon exchange, they were quickly redeemed. Samuel Garden took great care of such a treasure. But one thing he couldn't understand was why the other party insisted on being reassigned to the front lines. What does that mean? Is it that my armament corps cannot provide warmth for you? This smith? He had handed over his forging room for the other to use. After all, the forging room of the corps commander was equipped to the standards of a level 5 smith. So it was more than enough to meet the needs of a level 3 smith. If any other level 3 smiths walked in, they wouldn't want to come out. No way. Samuel Garden rubbed his aching temples and directly rejected Harlan Hollis's request. Why? Harlan Hollis's previously calm face showed signs of anger and sorrow as he asked. Since the first request had vanished into thin air, this was Harlan Hollis's second request for reassignment. And the result was different from the first. Samuel Garden firmly denied his application right away. If I dare to sign your reassignment request, the commander will sign the punishment order and send me to a military court. The battlefield is no child's play. Sending a smith to the front lines means either I'm crazy or I'm violating regulations. It would be fine if nothing happened. But if Harlan Hollis encountered any trouble on the front lines, the commander in Ellis Academy would surely skin him alive. How could this be? Harlan Hollis's mindset was somewhat collapsing. He came here to show off in front of Elizabeth Ellis. But with Elizabeth Ellis stationed at the front lines, he was assigned to forge weapons in the rear. Even if he produced exceptional weapons in the back, Elizabeth Ellis wouldn't see them with her own eyes, which he couldn't accept. If I had known during the testing that I could have said I was an ordinary mage, I would have gone with the main forces to the front lines instead of being assigned as a smith to various armament corps. Why wouldn't I? Harlan, the commander thinks highly of you. You are a noble smith, unlike those lowly pawns risking their lives on the front lines. You only need to sit comfortably in the forging room, crafting weapons to your liking, and you'll earn a lot of military merit. Chapter 112 Harlan Hollis military merit is good. Based on his current rate of earning military merit through forging, it wouldn't take long to accumulate enough for a baron title. However, even if he stayed here until he died, he might not earn enough for a landed baron title. Now, he had an opportunity. a chance to share the rights of the Duke of the North. As a noble second son, if Harlan Hollis did not seize this opportunity, he would have to struggle on his own. Therefore, he scoffed at Samuel Garden's words. How much could he earn through his hard work? If this worked out, Harlan Hollis would enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of his life. Thus, Harlan Hollis's face darkened as he said firmly, I came here for Her Highness Elizabeth, not to make sacrifices. Since that's the case, I'll withdraw from the trial. With that, Harlan Hollis disregarded Samuel Garden's darkening face and continued, Sir, please process my retirement. Harlan Hollis threw his identity badge on his Samuel Garden's desk and turned to leave without looking back. Watching Harlan Hollis's departing figure, Samuel Garden's face changed from black to red, then from red to green, and finally took a deep breath to regain his composure. Sigh. These talented youths with backgrounds and strength are truly unmanageable. But this is also good. Although I lost a capable smith, I can still account for it in front of the commander. Samuel Garden, commander of the Armament Corps, picked up Harlan Hollis's identity badge and operated it on the magic array to process his retirement application. Just then, a new military merit record appeared on this identity badge. Power gloves, sold for 90 military merits. What a lucky guy to have exchanged for Harlan's last work here. If it weren't for being in the army, how could you common folks have such a good opportunity to encounter the works of these genius youths? Genius Smith Harlan Hollis. A noble descendant and a strong candidate for Elizabeth Ellis's fiancé, even the fire attribute martial art Morphy clan cannot overshadow his brilliance. Therefore, to obtain a weapon crafted by him, one must make a reservation, and prior to the reservation, one must verify their qualifications. Not just anyone can reserve with him. But even with such strict conditions, the reservation requests he received were already lined up until graduation. Now, because of Elizabeth Ellis, he took a month out of his busy schedule, only to be assigned to logistics. A few days ago, Harlan Hollis was still preparing to follow the proper procedures to be reassigned to the front lines, but after realizing there was no hope today, he did not hesitate to withdraw from the trial, going to the front lines as a free man to show off in front of Elizabeth Ellis. With a cold expression, Harlan Hollis walked out of the Armament Corps, quickly walking along the street, preparing to take a carriage to Northwind City. Just then, a figure appeared in his peripheral vision. He immediately turned to look at that person, and the one being stared at immediately felt his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Senior Harlan, hello. Merle Green felt that this world was truly full of wonderful coincidences. Having just purchased a weapon made by the other party, he encountered him shortly after. Feeling the other's gaze, Merle Green took the initiative to greet him. Merle Green? Senior, you know me? How could I not know you? I went to the dormitory to check out the so-called owner of the first invitation letter from the Magic Academy, only to find a farce. And the next day you were thrown into the mountains for training. The latter half of Merle Green, due to poor performance at the banquet and lacking any news. He didn't think much of him afterward, unexpectedly running into him here. I saw you once at the banquet. You were standing next to Ryan Green. Harlan Hollis would not say he had been paying attention to him for a long time. Hearing Harlan Hollis's words, Merle Green expressed regret, saying, sigh. It's a pity that I left early that night and couldn't see your brave performance, Senior. Where? I didn't perform much that night. Rather, it was you and Miss Joanna's love-hate relationship that I still hear about now. I wonder if it's true. Half true, half false. Only hate, no love. Really? I can rest assured now. I originally thought you were going to take the best friend route, but instead, you ended up at odds with His Highness's best friend. This competitor really is useless. No wonder I ran into him in this remote corner. Thinking of this, Halen Horace, who had a somewhat cold expression due to previous events, felt much more relaxed. What a pity. I heard that Miss Joanna is favored by the Marquis and has been prepared a large dowry. I thought you, Junior, had already secured the first spot. Hearing Halen Horace's words, Merle Green shot him a glare. This Senior is not a good person either. Joanna Stewart, that crazy woman. Who marries her will suffer. If she doesn't get beaten up 8 times a day, Merle Green would say she's in a good mood. All this dowry preparation must be from medical expenses. Hee, Senior, if you don't have any topics to discuss, we can talk about weapon refining methods. There's no need to awkwardly chat about these uncomfortable matters. As for these competitors, Merle Green wouldn't say something like he came here for Elizabeth Ellis. Isn't that just asking for hatred? So Merle Green forcibly changed the topic, showing a posture of a loser. Aren't you a telekinetic? Do you also have some research on weapon refining methods? How do you know I'm a telekinetic? Who doesn't know that? Halen Horace looked at Merle Green's strange attire. As a magician, he wasn't wearing a robe or holding a wand, and he had heard he didn't even cast spells. Merle Green was speechless and changed the topic again. Chatting with this Senior is really exhausting. Senior, coincidentally, just now when we were at the weapon exchange, we saw the weapon you made. Captain, this is Halen Horace, the creator of those gauntlets. While listening to the two's somewhat odd conversation, the 4 of them whispered to each other, only to find out that the person chatting with Merle Green was actually the level 3 weapon refiner, Halen Horace. Barlow glanced at the gauntlets on his hands and walked up to Halen Horace with a flattering expression. Master Halen, I've long admired your name. The first time I saw these gauntlets, I was deeply attracted to them, so I exchanged for them without hesitation. Halen Horace nodded slightly. He had heard this kind of flattery thousands of times, if not more, and was already immune to it. So after casually pointing out a few usage precautions and how to maximize the effectiveness of the weapon, he bid farewell to Murray Green and headed towards Northwind City. Chapter 113. Breakthrough. Level 2 Mage. Watching Halen Horus's departing figure, Murray Green felt that chatting with him was really exhausting, even more tiring than fighting a battle. Wow. No wonder he's a level 3 weapon refiner. That demeanor, that style, that walking posture, it's simply enough, Captain. He.S. already far away and can't hear you anymore. All right. Barlow opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't he continue with the praise. He looked down at the gauntlets, flexed his hand, and casually threw a few punches, feeling that the power gauntlets were becoming more and more comfortable to use. He turned to Murray Green. Murray, thank you for your help these past few days. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain such a large amount of military achievements so easily. Today, we should treat you well. Seeing the unserious expressions of the four, Murray Green's heart stirred. No need to worry, we're going to a proper place. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Before Barlow could finish speaking, Murray Green had already agreed. And then the group turned their backs to the fortress and walked towards the town. The further they got from the fortress, the fewer military buildings there were. Gradually, there were shops, restaurants, and taverns, these consumer places. Continuing forward, Barlow led Murray Green to a tavern. Flames and Blood, this is the place. It's a 4-story tavern, primarily red, with many red decorations hanging. When the wind blows, it sways like flames, looking quite stylish. Let us go? Barlow took the lead towards the entrance. At the tavern's entrance stood 2 armored men and 2 hostesses in red dresses, who were attractive and well-built. Welcome to Flames and Blood. We hope you enjoy your time here. Following behind, Murray Green felt his heart race at this scene. Wow, today might involve learning some strange knowledge. Entering through the door, a waitress dressed somewhat lightly approached, but before she could greet them, Mike flicked his thumb, and a silver coin flew out. Quick as a flash, the battle-hardened waitress immediately reached out to catch it, her smile growing even more radiant as she sweetly said, "Gentlemen, where would you like to sit? We just opened, and there are still plenty of seats available for you to choose from." It was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, just after the tavern had opened, but there were already 2 or 3 tables of people drinking and chatting, occasionally teasing the lightly dressed waitresses. "Arrange a private room for us on the 2nd floor and serve a few signature dishes. We've been in the mountains for a few days. Let's treat ourselves first." After patrolling, the group was eager to return from the mountains, so they hadn't eaten lunch yet. All right. Due to the tip, the waitress chose a nice private room for them on the 2nd floor, opened the door, and the hall on the 1st floor came into view. Pushing the window open, they could see the street scene outside. Entering the private room and sitting on the soft fur sofas, Murray Green suddenly felt somewhat tired, instinctively leaning back against the couch. Lying down completely, the other 4 did the same. Although they had had a relatively easy time these past few days because of Murray Green, the battlefield and the front line against the savage orcs still weighed heavily on their hearts. Now that they were in a comfortable and safe environment, that pressure instantly released, leaving the 5 feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Lying on the couch, Murray Green emptied his mind, not thinking about anything, closing his eyes. Quietly listening to the soft exchanges among the group, the laughter and curses of the customers downstairs, and the bargaining sounds of the vendors outside. At that moment, Murray Green's calm mental sea unexpectedly began to operate on its own, and it sped up increasingly. When Murray Green realized this, the spinning speed even exceeded the limits he usually practiced. What is this? Is a breakthrough coming? Finding a breakthrough without searching for it, it comes effortlessly. Since reaching the 1st level's perfection, Murray Green had always wanted to break through to the 2nd level, but because of insufficient training time and insufficient foundation, he had not reached the breakthrough standard for a long time. Unexpectedly, after spending 5 days in the mountains, his mental strength naturally transformed under high-pressure conditions and began to step towards the 2nd level. Although this place isn't ideal, since a breakthrough opportunity has finally come, Murray Green didn't hesitate, ready to resolve it quickly. He wanted to stay at Northwind Fortress for a month before heading home for a while, and he had been at the 1st level's perfection for a while, so before setting off, he had asked Lindenbale for the 2nd level meditation method. As a student of Dean Webster Ellis, Lindenbale had taught it to him without much hesitation. So, Murray Green quickly began to operate the 2nd level meditation method, accelerating the spinning speed once more. Under Murray Green's active control, this spinning speed grew increasingly faster, and the magic power, which had expanded to its limit, actually began to refine and shrink. Just like soybeans encountering a stone mill, a vortex formed by magic meeting the sea of consciousness was quickly being refined, ultimately transforming into a small puddle of liquid, quietly flowing in the sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Murray Green sighed in relief and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a natural progression, and he had effortlessly become a 2nd-level magician. The moment Murray Green became a 2nd-level magician, the 4 members of the Barrow group in the same room felt a strong mental pressure emanating from Murray Green. The 4 of them jumped up from the sofa, their faces filled with shock as they looked at Murray Green. After completing his advancement and taking a moment to adjust, Maury Green opened his eyes and, with a smile on his lips, said, "Sorry, I just advanced and didn't control my power well." "Wait, you just broke through like that?" The Barrow group had question marks over their heads that seemed ready to break through the ceiling. They exchanged glances filled with shock, but their eyes conveyed nothing useful. Marcus swallowed hard, opened his trembling mouth, and cautiously asked, "Did you just break through to become a second-level magician? Otherwise?" Upon receiving this affirmative answer, the four felt as if struck by lightning, their minds going blank, their eyes glazed over as they stared at Maury Green, unsure of what to say. Isn't the cultivation of a magician about the environment? Isn't it supposed to require clean clothes and food? Now, in this environment, he broke through. At such a critical moment, he just lay on the tavern sofa and gloriously advanced. It was simply blinding for the four of them. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown amount of time, a knocking sound came, followed by the voice of the waitress from earlier. "Dear guests, sorry to bother you. Is it convenient to serve the dishes now?" Yes. Hurry up and bring in whatever good food and wine you have. We are celebrating Lord Maury Green today." Barrow, coming back to his senses, immediately shouted, startling the waitress outside. Chapter 114. Foot washing. Although this tavern, Flames and Blood, seemed primarily focused on drinks, the food was also quite good. After ordering twice, the five of them enjoyed a hearty meal, lying on the sofa, unwilling to move. "Hello, gentlemen. The foot washing service you requested is now ready. Please move to the third floor." Though Maury Green lay comfortably on the sofa and didn't want to move, hearing the words foot washing stirred his curiosity. So, he overcame his laziness and followed the waitress to the private room on the third floor. Upon entering, he saw 5 single sofas. While they were called sofas, they could also accommodate guests reclining. Maury Green sat in the middle sofa, leaning back comfortably, and drowsiness washed over him. Once the 5 were seated, 5 male attendants entered with foot basins. Seeing this, Maury Green maintained a blank expression, but internally felt quite disappointed. It turned out to be a legitimate establishment. This made Maury Green somewhat disheartened, but he refrained from asking for a different group of attendants, as he wanted to respect local customs. Moreover, this body was only 16, nearing 17. Although it had the soul of an experienced driver, most of its energy was consumed in cultivation. Cultivation was paramount. This golden period for training was only a few years. If he damaged his body, leading to adverse developments later on, it would be a huge loss. Otherwise, he could have called upon Leva, who had hinted at him before, and with a simple gesture, he would have had a delightful night. The attendants placed the foot basins at the feet of the 5 and lit incense on the small tables next to them, a rich fragrance wafting through the air. Then, they sat on small stools and began to remove the guests' shoes. However, the moment the shoes were taken off, an indescribable sour odor overwhelmed the fragrance, quickly filling the entire room. Upon smelling this odor, Maury Green's drowsiness vanished, and with the fatigue from his breakthrough, his mental energy moved, creating a barrier over his head to block the stench. Besides the attendants, the others waved their hands near their noses, trying to fan away the persistent sour smell. But to no avail. Every time I come back from the mountains, not only do I ruin a pair of shoes, but this smell is truly unbearable. Patrols in the mountains required constant vigilance. They didn't eat well or sleep well, and even when sleeping, they had to wear clothes and hold weapons. Even Maury Green, who received preferential treatment, could only wash his face in the morning. As for taking off shoes to wash feet, they had not been so audacious. After several days and nights, combined with daily battles and sweating, the smell from their shoes was indeed overwhelming. Wash Lord Maury Green's shoes clean, dry them, and bring them back. Dispose of our shoes, and then buy us each a pair based on our sizes. Barrow arranged, tossing a gold coin that an attendant caught, immediately agreeing with a smile. He then packed the 5 pairs of shoes into a wooden box and took them away. Upon hearing Barrow's arrangement, Maury Green had initially not wanted to keep his stinky shoes. However, thinking that they were his handcrafted first-level magical items, inscribed with magical arrays, discarding them just because they smelled seemed too extravagant. Forget it, washing them makes them usable, Maury Green thought. He then shifted his attention. After taking off his shoes and socks, the attendant directly placed his feet into the basin, washing them with warm water, then emptied the basin and replaced it with a tub of soapy water. This time, the attendant washed for a long time, thoroughly cleaning his feet. And combined with the ventilation and incense, the room no longer smelled of the previous foul odor. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. After washing their feet, the attendants brought in a basin of cold water. The moment his feet entered the water, a chilling sensation shot through to his head, making Maury Green feel suddenly clear-headed. Before he could recover, the attendants took his feet out of the basin and placed them into a wooden barrel filled with a red liquid. If the previous basin had been cold, then entering this red liquid felt like stepping into a fire pit, extremely hot. Before Maury Green could cry out, Marcus beside him stole the spotlight. At that moment, the attendants began to knead his feet, and the originally scorching heat became gentle, like sunshine in winter, making Maury Green feel extremely comfortable. Wow, this skill is quite good. Haha. Of course, we basically come here to wash our feet every time we come back from the mountains. Their signature service, Flames and Blood, is quite nice. It feels like flames flowing in blood. After a massage, you feel warm all over, then take a bath, sleep soundly. And the next day you are full of energy. Maury Green had initially thought it was just a tavern, but he never expected it to be a foot-washing place. However, as the attendants gradually increased their strength, Maury Green wanted to cry out but held back. He felt extremely comfortable all over, almost wanting to fall asleep, but the next second, a cold sensation shot through to his head again. Damn, Maury Green could no longer hold back. Although the foot-washing time did not exceed half an hour, Maury Green felt as if he had lived and died several times during that period. It was truly a novel experience. After washing his feet, Maury Green's drowsiness completely disappeared. After thoroughly bathing in the third-floor bathing area, Maury Green wore a loose bathrobe, carrying a black box, and handed his clothes to the attendants for washing. Back in the private room on the second floor, unlike the lethargy they had when they first entered, the five were now glowing with health and full of spirit. Murray, let's go downstairs for a drink. No, to keep my mind clear, I don't drink. Maury Green could accept the previous services, but he didn't want to participate in the self-inflicted punishment of drinking. After rejecting the invitations of the four, a figure of a mature woman suddenly appeared in Murray's mind, Anchi Jan Lees, who had gotten him drunk during the adulthood ceremony. Shaking his head, Murray cleared his mind and took a couple of laps in his mental space. After being promoted to a second-level magician, his inner vision had improved significantly, becoming much clearer than the previous gray haze. Looking at the liquefied magical power, Murray felt that the intensity of his magic had doubled. The same spell he cast was much more powerful than when he was a first-level magician. Moreover, his magical capacity had also increased. As long as he rested and recovered well, his strength would be at least twice as strong as before. With my current strength, even without relying on the giant python pistol, I can defeat Joanna Stewart, Murray estimated confidently. Chapter 115. Sparring as night fell, the foot massage parlor became lively. With soldiers finishing their missions, groups of mercenaries, and war merchants seeking fortune all coming to enjoy life. Murray sipped juice while looking through the private room window at the bustling scene below, occasionally glancing outside. Just then, a few young-looking individuals with impressive gear walked by on the street. They were students from Ellis Academy. The thought crossed Murray's mind, and after a quick glance, he lost interest. Meanwhile, the leader among the students turned to look at the private room where Murray was. "Senior, what's up?" "Nothing." The leader shook his head and continued onward with his companions. After they passed, Murray noticed several more groups of students, feeling a bit curious. Why are they here? Is there something going on? The next day, after a good sleep in the temporary military camp, Murray stretched and walked out the door, while Marcus and the others had already started training on the playground, and Barlow was nowhere to be found. Weightlifting, weighted running, endurance training, all basic physical training without any techniques or combat skills, making it seem rather dull. After watching for a moment, Murray lost interest. "Murray, you're awake. How about we spar?" Marcus approached Murray with an expectant look after finishing a set of weighted training. After a moment of thought, Murray nodded at Marcus's request. "All right. I just broke through last night. I'll test my strength." "Great." Mike and Achi, who were listening, brightened at the conversation and quickly cleared an area. The space wasn't large. Murray and Marcus were over 20 meters apart. This distance was relatively dangerous for a magician, especially since Marcus was an assassin. However, a straightforward duel didn't give an advantage to the assassin either. Marcus held a wooden dagger in one hand and focused his gaze on Murray, taking a deep breath. Standing in the middle, Mike shouted "Start," and quickly retreated. As soon as the word left his mouth, Marcus bent his legs slightly and took a step, choosing an angled attack rather than a direct one. In the Bissis Mountains, Marcus had witnessed Murray kill countless powerful barbarian orcs with a single throwing knife. So no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Murray's knife. Not bad. Noticing that Marcus was consciously avoiding his knife attacks, Murray thought that he could easily defeat him by just increasing the knife's speed or using a couple more knives, but he decided against those methods. Sparring should have the feel of sparring. Therefore, Murray opened his right hand and grabbed at the ground, using telekinesis to lift over 100 pounds of sand, and then threw it violently toward Marcus. Push! The sand thrown into the air became a sandstorm under the force of telekinesis, sweeping toward Marcus. Seeing this, Marcus's face darkened, bending forward as his whole body fell toward the ground. He pressed his left hand against the ground, holding the dagger in front of his face with his right hand, using his legs to push forward, down with the sand. Faced with Marcus avoiding most of his attacks in such a manner, Murray smiled and pressed his right hand down, causing the flying sand to drop back to the ground. Marcus, who was advancing on the ground, could no longer evade this attack. However, since the sand wasn't too heavy, even under Murray's telekinetic pressure, it didn't cause him much harm. He was just buried in sand, looking somewhat disheveled. So, Marcus simply curled up, protecting his face, and then burst out of the sand pile, stabbing the dagger toward Murray with a reverse grip. Murray, who was within 10 meters of Marcus, remained completely calm. He raised both hands forward and lifted them up, making Marcus feel as if his body had become extremely light, as if he were about to fly into the sky. Not good. Marcus hurriedly steadied his balance, but Murray directly pulled the sand from beneath him, causing him to lose his footing. Take off. A burst of force struck Marcus, making him feel like he had bumped into a large round ball, pushing his body backward. With no ground to push off from, Marcus was pushed back over 10 meters, nearly returning to his starting point. When the force dissipated, Marcus flipped over and landed steadily on the ground. Marcus looked at Murray helplessly. What's the point of this? He initially thought that within this 20-meter distance, he would be defeated by Murray, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even cross that distance. How about you three come at me together? Noticing that he had no pressure dealing with just Marcus, Murray turned to look at Mike and Archie, who were watching from the side. After hearing his words, the three exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Then let's all experience your skills together. Go. Archie tightened his grip on the wooden greatsword and shouted, charging straight at Marcus, who closely followed behind, hiding his body behind him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Mike was at the back, drawing his bow to shoot arrows, directly releasing a 3-arrow volley, with the 3 wooden arrows shooting toward Murray first. With the 3 working together, Murray felt some pressure. This was the advantage of team coordination, a well-equipped squad in battle. First, the archer interrupted the opponent's rhythm with arrows, followed immediately by the magician's spells sweeping the area, and finally, the warrior would charge in to finish. Most enemies couldn't withstand such a combination of attacks. Turn. Telekinesis grabbed the 3 flying arrows, diverting them from their trajectory, causing them to fly past Murray. He then pulled the arrows and spun them around him, sending them flying towards Archie. Drink. Archie stepped to the side to dodge 1 arrow, and with a loud shout, he swung his greatsword, shattering 1 arrow, while Marcus leaped up from behind him to intercept the last arrow. Charge. At this moment, Archie was less than 15 meters from Murray, a distance that was deadly for a magician. Archie launched his charge skill, his body moving like a raging wild bull, rushing towards Marigreen with an unstoppable momentum. Oh no, Marigreen sighed casually, pointing towards the weapon rack. A wooden spear shot up into the sky like a missile, spiraling downwards in an arc towards Aichi. Not good. Mike instinctively exclaimed this, immediately drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. The heavy strike arrow aimed straight for Marigreen. In response to Mike's full-powered shot, Marigreen dared not be careless, pulling back some of his psychic energy from the spear to meet the incoming arrow. As Aichi saw the spiraling spear approaching for a lethal strike, his heart sank, and he concentrated all the power he had accumulated from his charge, swinging his greatsword. The wooden spear collided with the greatsword, and a massive force exploded forth. The wooden weapons could not withstand the clash of Aichi and Marigreen's powers, instantly shattering into pieces. Aichi covered his head with his arms to block the flying shards, while behind him, Marcus dashed out from the side, moving like a curve towards Marigreen. At this moment, most of Marigreen's attention was on Mike's powerful arrow, with his psychic energy enveloping the wooden arrow and grappling with the residual force it contained. Unfortunately, Marigreen did not have enough time to dissipate the power within the arrow to use it for himself, as Marcus was already closing in. So, Marigreen yanked the arrow fiercely with his psychic energy. The heavy strike arrow veered off course, flying past Marigreen, and all of his attention returned to the imminent threat of Marcus. With the cover of Mike and Aichi, Marcus successfully closed in to within 5 meters of Marigreen. For Marcus, 5 meters was merely a step or two. Holding the wooden dagger upside down in his right hand, he suddenly accelerated, closing the distance to Marigreen like a bullet. With a swift thrust, he attacked. Facing the imminent strike, Marigreen's eyes flashed with silver light, and a powerful repulsive force erupted from within him. Here it comes, that move again. The dagger that Marcus thrust forward felt as though it struck a water balloon. And then his arm, followed by his entire body, felt as if it crashed into a colossal wave. The closer Marcus got to Marigreen, the stronger the impact force became. Grinding his teeth, Marcus prepared to push forward again, but Marigreen reached out his hand towards Marcus, who could no longer advance. Noticing that Marcus was less than 3 meters away, Marigreen's right hand grasped for Marcus's neck, his psychic hand seizing the unprepared Marcus's neck with full force. After catching Marcus by the neck, Marigreen lifted him up effortlessly as if pulling a weed from the ground. Wow! Seeing Marcus float up, Aichi, who had just dealt with the wooden fragments, was immediately stunned. Mike quickly drew his bow, preparing to shoot, but Marigreen moved his right hand slightly, and Marcus's body was now blocking him. With his feet not touching the ground and unable to exert force, Marcus could no longer resist the impact wave and was instantly sent flying. Aichi immediately jumped up, grabbing Marcus's foot to pull him down. Wow! The second-level psychic power is significantly stronger. It can actually lift a person. Marigreen stood still, contemplating, while Marcus and the others surrendered. In their earlier sparring, Marigreen had only attacked once, merely practicing with them. If they continued to fight seriously, it would be them suffering. Haha, Lord Marigreen is indeed a prodigy. At such a young age, he can already. Mike opened his mouth, wanting to compliment Marigreen, but suddenly saw Marigreen's feet slowly leaving the ground. his whole body starting to float. Is he flying? Witnessing this, Marcus stuttered, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Maragreen was frantically using repulsion to push himself away from the ground. And seeing his feet successfully leave the ground, he subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. However, as soon as he relaxed, the previously furious repulsive force weakened, and suddenly, like an airplane losing its wings, Maragreen's body began to plummet back towards the ground. Fortunately, Maragreen hadn't floated very high, only about 20 to 30 centimeters. So he managed to control his body and landed steadily on the ground, followed by heavy panting. At this moment, Maragreen's face turned pale due to the excessive use of psychic repulsion, resembling someone gravely ill. Yet, he wore a brilliant smile. Ha ha ha, I did it. I really did it. Finally, he could not contain his excitement, laughing heartily like a madman, reminiscent of a character triumphantly succeeding in an examination. The three who had witnessed the entire process hastened forward to congratulate him loudly. Congratulations, Lord Maragreen. Your strength has greatly increased. May you soar to the skies soon. Hearing their blessings, Maragreen found it somewhat strange, but still nodded in acknowledgement. You all continue training. I need to rest for a bit. That last effort nearly drained all my psychic energy. With a pale face, Maragreen turned to leave, and the three of them gazed enviously at his retreating figure, staring for quite a while until it was blocked by the door. After an unknown amount of time, Mike sighed and said to the others, "This is what a true genius looks like. To be able to touch flight at the second level, that's a realm only 7th level sky warriors can step into." Yeah, 7th level. The three of them simultaneously expressed longing. As cultivators, who wouldn't want to become immensely powerful? And at the 7th level, there were only 3 such individuals in the entire Northwind Fortress: the Legion Commander, the Deputy Commander, and the head of the Army Mage Corps. These 3 were the pinnacle of the 3rd Legion, and in the entire Northern Territory, apart from the 8th level Guardian of the Ellis family, they were at the peak. Reaching such a level, if they pledged allegiance to the king, even without any military achievements, His Majesty would at least grant them the title of Baron of Merit. With military accomplishments, being titled Duke would be quite normal. Just like the Master of Northwind Fortress, the commander of the 3rd Legion. He was a Duke of Merit, powerful and noble, a goal for every cultivator. But now, someone had touched the abilities of a 7th level warrior at just the 2nd level, which was a tremendous shock to them. Closing the door, Maragreen pressed his head in pain, immediately lying down on the bed, closing his eyes to recuperate and alleviate the pain caused by overusing his psychic energy. However, the effect was not ideal. The phrase head-splitting pain was vividly manifested in him at that moment. Huff, huff, Maragreen gasped heavily, his face as white as snow. But his expression was one of excitement and joy. The sky had always been a forbidden zone for humanity. In the previous world, technology allowed them to touch the skies. But now he had stepped into the air by his own ability. Though it was only a low height of 20 to 30 centimeters and lasted less than half a minute, the breakthrough from 0 to 1 could be infinite. However, moving from 1 to 10, or 10 to 100, could be a natural progression. Chapter 117. Elizabeth's inspection. What? Elizabeth is coming to inspect? When? I have to avoid her. Maragreen's face turned pale after receiving the news. Barrow, who had just gone out to gather intelligence, said, I heard it's happening this afternoon. Oh no, Mary. Maragreen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After finally finding a place far from Elizabeth Ellis, preparing to spend a stable month. She came here to inspect. What is there to inspect? It would be better for her to stay in Northwind City as a mascot. The people on the city wall said it seemed like there was a new change in the battle situation. The barbarian orc army has retreated a certain distance. And according to reports from scouts, they have split into 2,000 to 3,000, preparing to enter the mountains. What? Upon hearing Barrow's words, Mike and the others also turned pale. If the main force of the barbarian orcs enters the mountains, wouldn't their patrol mission become even more dangerous? Although their squad had Maragreen, if they accidentally bumped into the main force of the barbarian orcs, they would be facing level 6 or even 7 barbarian orcs and the existence of barbarian orc priests. They, as small fry, could be swallowed in one gulp without causing a ripple. What about our main force? Mike asked, and Barrow immediately replied. The main force of the 10th Army is currently assembling. The main force of the 7th Army is expected to be mobilized soon, around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Her Highness Elizabeth will arrive here with our regiment and the 7th Army reconnaissance team. Then Barrow looked at Maragreen. All the students and teachers coming to Northwind Fortress for training will come with Her Highness. With this news, Maragreen's anxious heart finally settled. The 3rd Army reconnaissance team had been fully transferred, and their squad would definitely have to act with the main force, unable to avoid Elizabeth Ellis. Unless Maragreen retired from service during the war, as a student, he was only here for training, and choosing to retire during wartime might be approved. However, if Count Green found out he retired during wartime, he might be so angry that he would come over and flay him alive. The Green family had grown during the war, relying on the heroic sacrifices of their ancestors. If he, at this point, produced a son who retired during wartime, Count Green could not bear that shame. Sigh, what a troublesome autumn. Maragreen sighed. and the four thought he was referring to the war that was about to break out in the Abyss Mountain. So they nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms to prepare their gear. Rubbing his head, which had eased up and no longer hurt as much, Murray Green felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He touched the black box on his bed, his expression changing, and finally muttered, "Damn it, whatever happens, happens." Being on the front lines, one wrong move could mean death. To keep a low profile and conceal his strength would be the act of a great fool who seeks his own demise. Only by surviving could he handle the troubles that lay ahead. After putting on the gear he had already washed, Murray Green sat cross-legged on his bed to adjust his breathing, quietly waiting for the developments. Meanwhile, in Northwind City, Elizabeth Ellis, dressed in a snow-white military uniform, stood on a 10-meter-high podium, looking at the soldiers and students gathering on the playground below, and asked her companions, Apton Ellis and Gal Ellis, "Are all the students here for training gathered?" Apton Ellis, the dean of the Warrior Academy, immediately replied, "From our side of the Warrior Academy, out of 324 participating students, 153 are currently present. Among them, 32 are injured and have been removed from the team, arranged for retirement and rest. So, there are 121 who can fight. The other students are either already patrolling in the mountains or performing other tasks and cannot arrive in the short term. All 24 teachers are present." Elizabeth Ellis nodded calmly and turned her gaze to Gal Ellis, the vice dean of the Magic Academy. "From our side of the Magic Academy, there are 186 students participating in the training, with 173 currently present. 3 are on a mission in Abyss Mountain, so they haven't been summoned. 1 has retired but will fight as a free person. The others are still on their tasks, and all 13 teachers are present." "Oh, you have someone retiring in the Magic Academy? Were they injured?" Upon hearing Gal Ellis's report, Apton Ellis asked. "They're students in the Warrior Academy. Even standing on the fortress wall with its protection, would still engage in real combat with the barbarian orcs. Even with teachers watching over them, injuries were unavoidable. Minor injuries could be handled easily, while more serious ones could be treated with healing potions, and the next day they would be back to fighting fit. Only life-threatening serious injuries, even with the help of healing potions, would take time to fully recover, and thus would lead to retirement. However, it was different for mages. When the barbarian orcs were still far from the walls, they were already casting spells from atop the walls. By the time the barbarian orc army reached the walls, these mages would have already retreated. As long as they were careful not to cast spells on themselves, there was no risk of injury. Listening to Apton Ellis's increasingly teasing inquiries, Gal Ellis let out a bitter laugh and quietly said, "It was Harlan Horace who chose to retire. Isn't that your academy's genius craftsman? What happened? Scared by the battlefield? Afraid?" The name Harlan Horace even made Apton Ellis raise his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing it. He wasn't scared by the battlefield. He was originally assigned to the Equipment Corps. However, he wanted to transfer to the front lines, and when the commander disagreed, he had a conflict with the commander and chose to retire. Good grief. Why would a craftsman want to leave the Equipment Corps to go to the front lines? At this point, Apton Ellis's gaze suddenly fell on Elizabeth Ellis, then glanced at Gal Ellis, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement, so he no longer brought it up. After hearing the two deans' conversation, Elizabeth Ellis said nothing more, simply nodding and calmly giving orders. "Since we have gathered here, let's set off. Dean Gal, please arrange for the teachers and students of the Magic Academy to activate the floating magic tower. Dean Apton, you organize the teachers and students to prepare to board the tower and head to Abyss Mountain." "Understood. No problem." After receiving the agreement from the two deans, Elizabeth Ellis directed her gaze toward Abyss Mountain, the towering Abyss Mountain coming into view, but her expression remained cold, as if she were a block of ancient ice. On the playground below, Harlan Horace, who had just returned from the town of Abyss Mountain, felt quite speechless. He had just retired yesterday, and now he had to go back with them again. Wasn't that a waste of his retirement? Chapter 118, Academy Army. "Murray Green, you have your orders." While quietly waiting for the arrival of the main force, Murray Green was knocked on the door and received the latest orders, transferring him from the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Team to the temporary 11th Army. 11th Army? Yes. It is a temporary army formed by the teachers and students from Ellis Academy here for training, commanded by Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis. All right, Murray Green nodded, putting away the transfer order given by the messenger, then turned to look at Barrow and the others, who all had bitter expressions. Just as fierce battles were about to erupt, their team's golden thigh was being transferred away. Anyone would find it hard to bear. However, considering that Murray Green was returning to school to team up with classmates, it was only natural, and they had no reason to stop him. "Barlow, Marcus, Mike, Aichi, I'm going back to school now. You must be careful in the upcoming battles and not get surrounded." As he spoke, the black box behind Murray Green opened automatically, and 4 test tubes filled with red liquid flew out towards the 4 of them. "These are 4 healing potions, my farewell gift to you. Take good care of them. I hope you won't need to use them, but when the time comes, I hope they can save your lives." Hearing Murray Green's words, the 4 of them reached out to catch the healing potions, looking at him reluctantly. They opened their mouths to say something, but in the end, Murray Green looked up at the sky. "They are coming, much earlier than expected." The four of them followed Murray Green's gaze and saw a floating tower flying in from the direction of Wind City, soon to enter the area of Bissis Mountain Town. Witnessing such a spectacle, the four of them were dumbfounded. They had heard that when Ellis Academy arrived, it came in a floating magical tower, but on that night, very few people saw it. Now, in broad daylight, a 200-meter giant tower was slowly flying in, moving everyone who saw it. I should go now. Take care of yourselves. You take care too. As the four said their goodbyes, Murray Green, carrying the black box, calmly walked towards the playground where the floating magical tower would land. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and by the time he reached the playground, it was already surrounded by people, and the floating magical tower was descending. Not long after, the floating magical tower secured its position and opened its doors, and all the students, led by their teachers, orderly walked out of the tower. When Teacher Payne stepped out of the tower, Murray Green walked over. Murray, how have you been in the mountains these days? Was it fun? As Murray Green's supervising teacher, Payne Dubin naturally knew what task Murray Green had been assigned. Telekinetics are not good at the front lines, so being assigned to patrol Bissis Mountain was indeed a suitable task for a telekinetic. However, what Payne Dubin couldn't understand was why, as a student of the Dean, Murray Green, who should have strong combat abilities, did not showcase his skills on the front lines. There is no better place than the battlefield to demonstrate combat strength and deterrence. Several combatants were going crazy on the front lines. Not bad. I met a few good teammates who took good care of me, Murray Green replied with a smile. Payne Dubin looked him up and down and noticed that Murray Green's face was pale, clearly exhausted from overusing his mental power. What have you been doing? Why are you so drained? I made some breakthroughs. Raising an eyebrow, Murray Green smiled mysteriously. That's good. Let's regroup. Compared to the soldier classmates standing rigidly on the playground, the students from the Magic Academy were much more relaxed. Following their teacher, several familiar students gathered together, chatting and laughing, completely devoid of the tension of war. Hey, Murray, where have you been these days? At that moment, a big hand landed on Murray Green's shoulder. And without thinking, he knew who it was. I went into the mountains for a bit. Murray Green turned to look at Nick Brown, only to find his head wrapped in a bandage and his lips pale, showing signs of blood loss. What happened to you? I had a fist fight with the savage orcs. Bullshit. I'm a mage. How could I do such a rough thing? His injury was caused by stepping wrong when coming down from the city wall last night and rolling down the stairs. Before Nick Brown could finish, a voice suddenly came from the side, followed by a burst of laughter. Murray Green first glanced at Nick Brown, who was looking down with a face full of indignation, then looked around at the classmates. Noticing that Nick Brown didn't rebut, he also burst out laughing. Ha, Nick. You really got me. Do you want to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my fresh achievements from the mountain? The surrounding classmates laughed out loud at Murray Green's playful and amusing tease. Stop laughing. Nick Brown covered Murray Green's mouth with one hand, stifling his laughter. But he couldn't change the fact that Murray Green's face was about to split from grinning. Nick Brown regretted it at that moment. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have participated in the training from the beginning. If I hadn't participated, I wouldn't have gone up the city wall, and if I hadn't gone up the wall, I wouldn't have rolled down the stairs and been ruthlessly mocked by this group of people. Especially this Murray Green. He's not a competent nephew at all, only knowing how to laugh and not caring about my well-being. Although he looks big and strong, he also has a fragile little heart. The prince and the dean have come out. When all the teachers and students walked out of the magical tower and stood on the playground, Elizabeth Ellis and the others flew out from a floating stone platform at the top of the tower. Looking up at Elizabeth Ellis, her snowy white hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite face was exceptionally charming. Her tall figure in a fitted military uniform gave her a unique style, adding a touch of heroism. So beautiful. Although it wasn't the first time seeing Elizabeth Ellis's face, each time was still stunning. She truly deserved to be called the most beautiful woman in the North. Seeing her stunning figure, Murray Green felt his bottom line being tested. Sigh. She's not married yet. Can I reserve to be her lover in advance? The center of attention, Elizabeth Ellis, calmly looked down, scanning the area before gazing beyond the fortress walls. Her expression turning serious. This time, with 200,000 savage orcs attacking, they were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Their main goal this time should be to scout the two mountains, wanting to find a hidden route to bypass the fortress and pave the way for the main forces. These trash. If it weren't for His Majesty the King always unwilling to declare war, we would have long since flattened the wasteland and driven them all into the snow. Apton Ellis replied contemptuously. Chapter 119. Entering the mountains again, there are 37 teachers. So the students present were divided into 37 teams, each with 36 to 37 individuals. In the team that Murray Green was in, there were 36 people, and the supervising teacher was none other than Payne Dubin. After the teams were assigned, everyone formed a semicircle and sat down. The leading teacher, Payne Dubin, stood in the center of the semicircle, looked around twice, and spoke. Now everyone is part of a team, and a team must have a leader. So I need a team captain. Who is willing to be this captain? As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the audience looked at a student who had a well-proportioned figure, dressed in black, wearing light armor at vital points, with two one-handed swords resting horizontally on his thighs. The black-clad senior, being watched by everyone, stood up calmly, seemingly born to be the main character, and walked confidently to Payne Dubin. "Teacher, I want to be the captain of this team. I am neither your team member nor your competitor, so this statement shouldn't be directed at me." Upon seeing this person, Payne Dubin replied with a slight smile. The black-clad senior nodded, turned to the crowd, and said calmly, "I, Edwin Lambert, want to be the captain of this team." After scanning the audience, the black-clad senior continued, "I finished speaking. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Murray Green was still puzzled about why so many people were watching this. The senior in black, who looked somewhat familiar, seemed to be the one everyone was counting on. When Murray Green heard the name Edwin Lambert, he immediately felt it was indeed correct. Edwin Lambert, a fourth-year, level 4 advanced warrior, heir to Count Lambert, and one of the top 10 experts at the Warrior Academy. If Ryan Green was at the bottom of the top 10, this person would definitely be in the top 5. He also remembered why this person looked familiar. It was from that Elizabeth's banquet when this person appeared alongside Ryan Green and others, and he had caught a few glimpses of him. A few seconds later, seeing that there were no opposing voices, Edwin Lambert nodded and sheathed his twin swords behind his back. "Very well, let us get to know each other, do some self-introductions, so you can understand me, and I can understand you. I am Edwin Lambert, an advanced wind attribute warrior, a professional shadow swordsman." "Good. Next, we'll start with you." Edwin Lambert pointed with his right hand at the person furthest to the right, who stood up and began his self-introduction. Before long, it was Murray Green's turn, and he stood up to speak. Murray Green, a level 2 telekinetic, short and direct. Soon, everyone present finished their introductions. 1 level 4, 23 level 3s, and 12 level 2s. As expected of the top academy in the north, this strength ratio could easily support a 1,000-man regiment in the army. The 11th Academy's military personnel were few, only 1/10 of a normal army, but they were all outstanding practitioners of the same level, with combat capabilities that could rival 2 normal armies. This army entering the Bissis Mountains could completely annihilate the savage orcs without considering casualties. "Just now, I went to a meeting. Our combat area is the rear line of the Bissis Mountains. We will set off to enter the mountains in 2 hours, and we need to tally supplies. Besides the basic supplies provided by the Legion, we need to configure some additional items." Edwin Lambert said this, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally landing on Murray Green. "Murray Green, I heard from Teacher Payne that you have been on a mission in the Bissis Mountains for the past few days, so you are more experienced than us. Write me a supply list, and when I go to collect supplies later, I will take it along." "Okay." Faced with Edwin Lambert's straightforward arrangement, Murray Green immediately agreed and then requested paper and pen to write on the spot. "Weapons and equipment? No. Everyone here is a talented student from Ellis Academy. Customized weapons are basically in everyone's hands, and they can all use standard military weapons." So what Murray Green wrote on the paper were pots, pans, and seasonings, these inconspicuous daily necessities. Although they weren't important, lacking them would make life in the mountains quite difficult. The teammates around him saw what Murray Green wrote and opened their mouths in disbelief, then slapped their foreheads and gave a thumbs up, as expected of someone with experience. Very thoughtful. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the group, carrying full backpacks, quickly made their way towards the Bissis Mountains. As a magician, Murray Green did not carry a backpack and walked in the middle with several magician teammates. At the front, Edwin Lambert held the route map and led the way, while behind him, Teacher Payne Dubin followed leisurely, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if he were sightseeing. Nearby were several teams on similar patrol routes, not far apart from each other. After entering the mountains together, each team set off along their respective patrol routes. Before long, the other teams disappeared from sight, leaving only their team. Many students were entering the mountains for the first time, their faces filled with curiosity, treating it like a picnic as they admired the beautiful scenery. However, after walking for 2 or 3 hours, they realized something was off. "Damn, this patrol is so boring," one of Murray Green's magician teammates complained softly. But Murray Green smiled and replied, "It's best if it stays this boring. Otherwise, it means we've encountered enemies, which would indicate trouble ahead." Watching the sun about to set, although they could continue for another hour or so, Edwin Lambert still ordered them to stop, set up camp. Unlike the caution of the small team, Edwin Lambert directly had the warrior classmates take action, cutting down all the trees around the selected campsite, piling them up as a defensive wall. The visibility around the campsite immediately improved. Then, several large bonfires were lit around, even at night, under the illumination of these bonfires. It was not much different from daytime. The freshly cut trees were not easy to burn, but with a few fireball spells, it was no problem at all, only a matter of how long they would burn. Watching these fireball spells, Murray Green was envious to the point of drooling. This was offensive magic. He was almost going crazy thinking about offensive magic, with plenty of spatial magical power swimming in his mental sea, essentially without a place to be used. Who could understand this feeling of frustration? After lighting the bonfire and setting up the tents, Murray Green took on the role of chef, having the warrior classmates butcher a few wild rabbits and wild chickens they caught along the patrol route into pieces, adding oil to the pot, throwing them in, then seasoning, and finally stir-frying to bring out the aroma. After the dish was ready, Murray Green divided it into several portions using a basin. A strange aroma wafted through the campsite, making everyone who smelled it swallow their saliva. Even Payne Dubin came out of the tent and gathered around the pot. Then, Murray Green crushed some dry, hard smoked meat, tossed it into the wild vegetables, and simmered a pot of vegetable meat soup. Everyone gathered around the basin, dipping military dry bread into the vegetable meat soup, eating happily. Chapter 120. Delicious Food in the Deep Mountains. After the meal, Murray Green consulted Payne about some techniques for Level 2 telekinetics, then returned to the tent to rest. As a magician, maintaining energy was most important, so Murray Green was not assigned to guard duty and could rest peacefully at night. As night fell, the bonfires warded off the darkness, and a few students on watch sat together, speaking softly. In the nearby forest, there were also assassins and ranger classmates hidden in the branches, taking turns resting and keeping watch. A calm and quiet night passed, and after a good sleep, Murray Green stretched as he walked out of the tent. He cooked a pot of meat porridge using the rice and smoked meat he brought, then blanched the wild vegetables, making a cold dish with seasonings. Paired with military dry bread, it was another hearty meal. Murray, your cooking is quite unique. Where did you learn it? Payne Dubin sat on a stump, sipping porridge and enjoying the cold wild vegetable dish, finding it quite appetizing, much more comfortable and convenient than the usual combinations like creamy bread, milk, and steak. I learned it from my previous teammates, some civilian cooking methods. Oh, after receiving this answer, Payne Dubin nodded and did not ask further, while Murray Green also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, lying in front of a telekinetic was quite dangerous. A powerful telekinetic was very familiar with mental fluctuations and could easily distinguish between truth and lies, since they were all students. Although the requirements from the Warrior Academy were much stricter than those from the Magic Academy, they were still not as demanding as the military. After finishing their meal, they washed up and set off again. Among the team, the lowest level was 2, and Murray Green's speed was considered relatively slow. So a wind attribute magician cast a feather fall spell on him. Combined with his occasional use of repulsion, he barely managed to keep up with the team. They stopped to rest for 15 minutes. After more than 2 hours of travel, Edwin Lambert arranged a rest period based on the situation, and then continued on, stopping twice more along the way. By around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Edwin Lambert took out the patrol route map, checked the sun, and then pulled out the locator that had been issued along with the map to take a look. Finally, he nodded and said, "This is the place. They haven't arrived yet. It seems our team has come relatively quickly. Let's rest here and prepare a meal." Each patrol route is devised by strategic advisors in the military. If each patrol team is a line, then all the lines interwoven create a giant net that sweeps through the area. The location they are at now is a node in this net, where 3 teams are planned to intersect. These 3 teams will briefly gather here to exchange intelligence. If the 3 planned teams do not arrive within the stipulated time, it indicates a problem. The team that reaches this location should immediately fire a signal flare to summon nearby teams to search for those who have not arrived. If they are eliminated without even firing a flare, it suggests that a big fish has passed by, and elite forces must be urgently dispatched to pursue. If lost, or for other improper reasons, then military law will be enforced. Once everything was settled, everyone turned their eyes toward Murray Green. So, what game did we catch today? Realizing he had become the head of the food team, Murray Green was somewhat taken aback. However, at this point, he couldn't imagine what these genius students, who probably had never even entered a kitchen, could cook. For his own safety, and to ensure he could eat with peace of mind, Murray Green felt it was very necessary for him to take on the role of head of the food team. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, several students responsible for scouting brought out some wild chickens, wild rabbits, a deer, a wolf, and 2 wild boars, 1 large and 1 small. What a thorough preparation. Seeing these ingredients, Murray Green pondered for a moment and then began to give orders. "Seniors, please process these game animals." He then looked at a few senior assassins and asked them to find some edible wild fruits and vegetables. After arranging that, Murray Green instructed a warrior senior to chop down a large tree, using the stump as a table to set out the seasonings from his backpack. The wood was split into firewood for later use. By the way, seniors, dig a pit here and set the soil aside. Murray Green's organization was becoming increasingly proficient. The pit was quickly dug, and the soil was turned into mud by a water-type mage. Not long after preparing this side, the seniors who had gone to process the game returned. The wild chickens were thrown whole into a pot, along with some plant roots and nut fruits suitable for soup, and boiled over a high flame. Before serving, wild vegetables were added. The wild rabbit was separated from the bones, with the bones coated in flour and deep fried, served as snacks for all the students, while the meat was diced and stir-fried with chili, releasing an enticing aroma that made everyone swallow their saliva. The small wild boar was brushed with honey and marinated with seasonings before being roasted over the fire, controlled by a few fire-type warriors and a fire mage, who turned it occasionally and brushed it with the seasonings prepared by Murray Green. The large wild boar's meat was cut into strips, marinated, and smoked over the fire. The deer was cut into several pieces, marinated, coated with crushed wild fruit jam, wrapped in large leaves, and finally, Murray Green used telekinesis to cover it with mud, forming several mud balls to be thrown into the pit and then placed into the burning firewood. After a lot of busy work, all the dishes were served on a temporary wooden table made of planks: wild vegetable chicken soup, stir-fried rabbit meat, roasted suckling pig, smoked meat, and beggar's deer. Looking at these steaming dishes emitting fragrant aromas, everyone gulped, feeling the military dry bread on their backs, but ultimately decided against taking it out. With so many dishes, who needed dry bread? All right, everyone, my task is complete. Please enjoy. Upon hearing that they could finally dig in, the crowd, who had been unable to contain their excitement, immediately grabbed their utensils and started to devour the food. By this time, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Apart from the breakfast they had before setting off in the morning, they had been on the road ever since. Even though everyone was a cultivator and could go for days without food, being hungry was still uncomfortable. On the contrary, as cultivators, their energy needs were much greater than ordinary people. The reason they could endure longer than others was that they could use their internal battle aura or magic power to replenish their bodily needs. However, the feeling of hunger could not be eliminated, so unless one reached level 6 to connect with the energy of heaven and earth, they couldn't think of skipping meals. Even after reaching level 6, if they could eat, they would choose to eat, whether it was due to hunger or simply because it was delicious. The food made by Murray Green was quickly devoured. At first, some people maintained a semblance of decorum, but when they found themselves eating slowly and being overtaken by others, they could no longer remain calm and immediately joined the food scramble. After leaving some food for those still patrolling, Murray Green also joined the food battle. Chapter 121. Culinary skills warmed the heart. Halfway through the meal, a student who was patrolling the area returned. Seeing everyone eating heartily, he was dumbfounded. "Hey, seniors, I saved you a portion, come eat with us." "Okay." He walked towards Murray Green, but halfway there, he suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly walked over to Edwin Lambert, saying, "Captain, I found another team while patrolling. I brought them over." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people burst out from the woods and approached the dining crowd. "Edwin, I didn't expect your team to move quickly. Did you find anything on the way?" "Nothing at all." Edwin Lambert put down the deer leg in his hand and walked over to the captain of the other team. After exchanging information and finding that neither team had seen any savage beasts, they parted ways, and Edwin picked up the deer leg again. The other team, under their captain's lead, set up camp about 50 meters away from them, with the agreed time being noon the next day. The third team had not yet arrived, and according to patrol regulations, they had to wait here until they arrived or until noon the next day, given that it was already getting late. Even if the third team arrived, they wouldn't be able to relocate the camp. With more people, the safety would certainly be much greater. After setting up the tents, the hungry crowd sat on stones or tree roots, pulling out smoked meat and military dry bread to wash down with clear water. Watching the others enjoy their steaming feast while they nibbled on dry bread and drank cold water, the atmosphere became awkward. "Captain, what should we do?" "What do you mean? Can you cook?" The captain replied while chewing on the smoked meat, occasionally glancing in the direction of Murray Green and the others. His nose twitching as he inhaled the distant aroma, saliva pooling in his mouth. Cough, cough. Finally, the captain violently coughed a couple of times, drawing everyone's attention, and then said loudly, "Are there any students in our team who can cook?" The crowd looked at each other. As students of Ellis Academy, they were either descendants of nobles or came from wealthy merchant families. At the very least, they came from decent commoner backgrounds. Otherwise, how could they possibly cultivate? They lived a life where everything was provided for them since childhood. Cooking? What is that? Moreover, they only brought a few standardized pots and nothing else. The pot was only used once to boil water. Looking at the confused expressions of the crowd, the captain glanced back at the person who asked the question initially. His eyes filled with helplessness. "Captain, why don't you go negotiate with them and ask them to share some food? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Are you the captain, or am I? Why are you arranging things for me?" Although they were all from the 11th Army and were teammates, there was a competitive relationship between each team. As captain, he was basically considered one of the best at Ellis Academy. Therefore, no one was willing to bow down to another for a bit of food. He was not willing to lower his head to the captain of another team for such a trivial matter. However, seeing his teammates gnawing on dry bread and drinking cold water, their spirits low and fighting spirit weak, he realized this was not going to work. Each team had a teacher. They were not only there to protect the students, but also had the right to observe and grade them. If he led the team like this, his evaluation would definitely not be high, and if this team performed poorly later, the primary responsibility would fall on him as the captain. Watching the other team eat heartily while his side was so desolate, gnawing on bread, the captain gritted his teeth, sighed deeply, and suddenly stood up, startling those around him. Sigh. He brushed off the dust on his pants, his expression resolute, and walked towards Edwin Lambert. The wind was howling, and the hero would not return once he left. The others looked at the captain's heroic figure, putting down their smoked meat and dry bread. their faces full of anticipation. Edwin, what's the matter? Edwin Lambert tossed aside the leftover leg bone of a sheep, feeling a bit full, then picked up a bowl of chicken soup, thinking he could still eat a little more. Just then, the captain of another team approached and called out to him. Can you share some of your food with us? A sentence of just a few words was said in an increasingly quiet voice. After all, he had to save face too. Hearing this, Edwin Lambert showed a look of surprise, sizing up the other captain from head to toe. I didn't expect this. You were pretty brave at school, but now you're softening. That's not easy. In a good mood, Edwin Lambert turned to look at the food on the table. But under the whirlwind of the crowd, there was not much left. What remained were mostly soups or parts with a lot of bones. Sharing these would be akin to giving the other team the scraps that no one wanted, and the captain, seeing this scene, felt a chill in his heart. I came too late. I should have known to come over earlier. Ahem. Edwin Lambert coughed twice to draw the other's attention back to him, then said, As you can see, our food is basically finished. We can't share anything anymore. Upon hearing this, the captain's already cold heart almost froze. However, I can ask the students who made this food if they can help you make some more. This was a complete turnaround, a ray of hope. There was no reason to refuse. Thank you. Could you please introduce me to the student who cooks? Although the other's gratitude wasn't worth much, Edwin Lambert felt more comfortable than if he had earned 1,000 gold coins, so he directly called over Muriel Green. After eating and drinking enough, Muriel Green was sitting in his seat chatting with other students. When he heard Edwin Lambert shout, he lazily walked over. However, upon hearing whether he could help arrange food for another team, he initially didn't want to take it on. But seeing the hopeful look on the captain's face and the hungry students in the distance, Muriel Green agreed. I'm really on a one-way path to becoming a cook. I can't stand to see others go hungry. How strange. Getting into character, Muriel Green divided the remaining wolf into 2 parts. One half for soup and the other for roasting. Since wolf meat is not very tasty, Muriel Green didn't process the wolf and, with enough other food, left it aside. As a result, this wolf, which didn't enter their mouths, would now enter the mouths of another team. One wolf wasn't enough for an entire team. But getting hot meat and drinking hot soup felt completely different from before. Hearing the words of thanks, Muriel Green felt it was worth it. Chapter 122. Pursuit of the savage orcs. The next morning, after the third team, which had arrived late, gathered briefly with the other 2 teams. They set off again along their patrol route. The mountain roads were winding, and the woods were dense. However, in front of a group of cultivators, trees were chopped down, and rivers were crossed. Even a canyon seemed like a big pit to them. They tied vines to arrows and shot them across to the other side of the canyon, then walked over on the vines. After being enhanced by the light feather technique, Muriel Green quickly advanced by stepping on the swaying vines, moving like a master, full of vigor. However, when he saw Payne DuPont floating directly over, he lowered his head again. Sigh, I still need to practice. He had only recently started learning to float, and recently, due to patrol duties, he hadn't had the time or energy to train, resulting in no significant breakthroughs. Not long after crossing the canyon, a right-side assassin student quickly ran back. Report, there are traces of savage orcs in this direction. Hearing this report, everyone perked up, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Edwin Lambert immediately ordered them to leave excess luggage behind and prepare for battle. Then the group headed towards the area where the savage orcs had been spotted, only to find it in disarray, with a lot of animal blood spilled everywhere after a brutal feast. There were many footprints that looked neither human nor beast, and claw marks left on the trees. From all this, it was clear that the savage orcs had rested here. Based on the footprints and the scale of the scene, it was evident that 100-strong savage orc team had stayed here, and the blood still had some warmth. They probably hadn't gone far. Good. After the investigation, Edwin Lambert nodded and smiled, then immediately made arrangements. Wind attribute warriors and mages stepped forward, and Muriel Green, you are a telekinetic with strong scouting abilities. Let's form the vanguard to pursue the savage orcs. The others will follow. Hearing Edwin Lambert's orders, Muriel Green stepped forward with the black box on his back, and then a level 3 wind attribute warrior came to him, slightly crouching. Come on, Muriel. Although he didn't really want to be carried by someone. Seeing that another wind attribute mage had already naturally climbed onto the back and was holding a magic staff while starting to chant a spell, he jumped up as well. Sorry for the trouble, senior. No problem, just give me some repulsion boosts along the way, the senior replied with a smile. Swift wind. At that moment, the wind mage shouted, and a gentle breeze blew, surrounding everyone participating in the chase. After being enhanced by swift wind, everyone felt light all over. Everyone, follow me to pursue. Before the voice faded, Edwin Lambert led the way and quickly took off, with the others immediately following. On the way, Maury Green provided a repulsive force to the senior. Having already broken through level 2, his normal repulsive force became even stronger. The senior felt as light as a swallow, with Maury Green on his back, feeling almost weightless. Teaming up with a wizard is indeed quite convenient. With a sigh of admiration in his heart, he unconsciously quickened his pace and soon ran behind Edwin Lambert. Meanwhile, Maury Green, with his eyes closed, continuously scanned the surrounding environment with his mental power. occasionally providing spatial feedback to look for clues along the way. Footprints on the ground, beast hair floating in the air, and claw marks left by savage orcs on tree trunks were all collected by Maury Green, informing Edwin Lambert of the savage orcs' whereabouts. The savage orcs moved like the wind in the forest, but Edwin Lambert and his companions were all wind attribute warriors. With the enhancement of the swift wind, the group chased after them, continuously closing the distance. Suddenly, Maury Green sensed a tall figure and instinctively sent out a spatial feedback. The 2-meter-tall figure, with green skin, was indeed a savage orc, running wildly ahead, completely unaware that a small team was pursuing from behind. "Captain, I found the savage orc. About 200 meters ahead to the right." As soon as Maury Green said this, the pursuer's eyes lit up, and Edwin Lambert nodded with a smile. "I'll go check it out, you all follow." Saying this, a green light flashed from Edwin Lambert's body, and his entire form turned into an afterimage. The next time they saw him, he had already jumped forward more than 10 meters and disappeared from Maury Green's sight after a few more flashes. In Maury Green's spatial feedback, Edwin Lambert was quickly approaching the savage orc he had detected, running at full speed as a level 4 wind attribute warrior. He soon appeared behind the savage orc, which was focused on running alongside its companions. Looking at its physical characteristics, it turned out to be a level 1 savage orc, and a glance at the few in front revealed they were all level 1 as well. Indeed, this was a regular troop, not a group of scattered soldiers. Unlike the roaming savage orcs, the strength of this group was evenly distributed, and their discipline was much better. He circled around the savage orc's side, carefully detecting their numbers and strength, discovering there were about 70 to 80 savage orcs, with the leading savage orc being level 3. Edwin Lambert breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of killing intent in his heart. "I can take them down." With this thought, Edwin Lambert immediately took out a signal flare and shot it into the air. The savage orcs, focused on their journey, noticed the signal flare suddenly fired near their team. The sound of beast roars echoed, and the leading level 3 savage orc, whose intelligence was comparable to that of a 12 or 13-year-old human, had some basic understanding. Realizing that their team had been exposed, it knew that being exposed in the Bissis Mountains meant a life-or-death situation. Its eyes turned red, and it let out an angry roar towards Edwin Lambert, who had fired the signal flare. "Roar, kill him." Receiving the order to kill, the already brutal savage orcs erupted instantly, roaring as they charged towards Edwin Lambert. Facing so many savage orcs, Edwin Lambert calmly stood his ground, a smirk of disdain on his lips. What a bunch of beasts, seeking their own death. With his twin swords drawn, Edwin Lambert stepped forward, choosing to engage proactively. Both sides were fast, and within 2 or 3 seconds, Edwin Lambert was less than 5 meters away from the leading savage orc, holding his twin swords. Edwin Lambert's foot flickered as he passed by the savage orc, which seemed oblivious to his presence, and continued charging straight ahead. It was only when Edwin Lambert passed the third savage orc that the upper half of the first savage orc flew off, while its lower half collapsed to the ground. It turned out he had already cleaved the savage orc in two with a single sword strike. The speed of Edwin Lambert's sword was such that it hadn't even registered before it was too late. Shadow of the Sword, swift as a phantom. Chapter 123, Spatial Enchantment Mixed Magic Crystal Explosive Ball. Not far from the savage orcs, Maury Green and the others saw the attack signal sent by Edwin Lambert. And the wind attribute wizard immediately raised his magic staff, beginning to chant a spell. As he began to chant, he transformed into a vortex of wind, surrounded by raging gales that kept intensifying. Seeing this, the nearby warriors cast eager glances. Flowing wind strangulation. Compared to other spells, this long chanting magic was finally unleashed. The gentle wind transformed into numerous blades that flowed into the forest, targeting the savage orcs attacking Edwin Lambert. Before they could react, they were suddenly struck by countless wind blades. Their tough skin was sliced open with blood streaks, and a few unfortunate ones had their throats cut, bleeding profusely. This area of effect spell had a wide impact, with 40 to 50 savage orcs suffering varying degrees of injury. The savage orcs charging towards Edwin Lambert's team momentarily hesitated, and then most of them turned to attack Maury Green and the others. Here they come. 40 to 50 tall, bloodied savage orcs charged towards them, looking terrifying. However, everyone present showed no signs of fear and raised their weapons. Triple shot, draw the bow. Wind attribute warriors mostly focused on speed, so many became assassins and rangers, who carried bows. Therefore, several people drew their bows and knocked arrows, aiming at the savage orcs charging from 100 meters away. The wizard raised his magic staff and began chanting another spell, while the archers kept an eye on his staff. After a breath, the wizard pointed his staff forward, and all the archers released their arrows. Wind enchantment. At the same time, the wizard unleashed this magic, wrapping the arrows in wind to speed towards the savage orcs. Maury Green watched the arrows flying towards the savage orcs. His eyes narrowed, and he activated his telekinesis, adjusting the flight trajectory of the arrows. With a chorus of roar, under the triple shot, more than 10 enchanted arrows formed a curtain of arrows. The savage orcs struck by the arrows cried out in agony. Some were hit in the eyes, and before they could even scream, they collapsed to the ground, unable to get back up. In the first wave of arrows, 4 or 5 savage orcs fell on the ground, and those charging behind stepped over their corpses, continuing forward. Free fire. The savage orcs were fast. And after this wave of arrows, they had already closed in to about 60 to 70 meters from the group. There wasn't enough time to wait for the wizard's second wind enchantment, so the archers immediately began to shoot freely. So many savage orcs. Looks like we have a tough battle ahead. Hearing the senior's words, Maury Green took a deep breath, channeling his telekinesis into the black box behind him. With a click, the black box suddenly opened a hatch. A metallic object resembling a large radish slowly flew out, its surface engraved with a gray magic circle. The surrounding seniors looked at the strange magical item Maury Green had pulled out with curiosity, but with the savage orcs about to charge, no one had the time to inquire about what it was. Spatial enchantment mixed magic crystal explosive ball. Maury Green silently answered their unspoken questions in his heart. Magic crystals are the best and highest quality energy source in this world, but ever since Maury Green got into refining, he realized that while magic crystals are the best energy source, they are not the best explosive. Just like gasoline, it can burn to provide energy, or it can be made into a gasoline bomb, which has quite a bit of power. However, when faced with nuclear fission and fusion, bombs made of black gold and the like are not that impressive. Although this world lacks science, it has magical research, alchemy, and weapon refining techniques, allowing for the exploration of some things with explosive power even greater than that of magic crystals. Of course, those more powerful items are beyond the reach of Muriglin, who has only recently begun to dabble in weapon refining and has not yet learned how to create them. However, with a research mindset, Muriglin can combine knowledge from both worlds and conduct studies. Ultimately, while learning weapon refining, he developed a catalyst that can enhance the explosive power of magic crystals several times, leading to the creation of this explosive bomb. As Muriglin activated it with his telekinesis, the spatial enchantment magic circle on the surface of the explosive bomb was triggered, and it began to spiral. Then, a gray light flashed, and the explosive bomb was launched into the midst of the barbaric orcs by Muriglin's telekinesis. One barbaric orc felt something flying past it, and its heart raced. Its instincts told it that this object was extremely dangerous. When it saw the explosive bomb, it noticed the spatial enchantment magic circle on its surface collapse, followed by a blinding white light, and then it lost consciousness. Among the crowd of barbaric orcs, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared. Everyone who saw this light, whether human or barbaric orc, was unable to withstand its brightness. However, this white light only flickered briefly and did not last long. In the next moment, flames shot up into the sky and spread outwards. The swift barbaric orcs had not yet reacted before being engulfed by the flames and felt a violent impact that penetrated their tough skin and attacked their internal organs. With a thunderous roar, the sound echoed through the clouds, followed by a torrent of flames. The barbaric orcs caught in the explosion were either killed instantly, their bodies turned to ash by the intense flames, or were blown to bits, while those further out had flames erupting from their bodies, screaming in agony. Those outside the explosion radius were also knocked to the ground by the flying flames and the shockwave of the explosion, their faces filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? At this moment, their heads were buzzing, completely unaware of what had transpired. In the face of the explosion, everyone was equal. Even those standing at a distance felt the powerful shockwave rushing towards Muriglin and the others. Prepared, Muriglin immediately activated a repulsion shield, placing it in front of everyone. However, under the intense explosion's shockwave, Muriglin's repulsion shield shattered instantly, and his face turned pale. Yet, thanks to his barrier, the shockwave lost much of its power, only pushing everyone back a few steps. However, the warriors' strong physiques meant that the impact they felt was far less than the psychological shock they experienced. What on earth is this? Witnessing 4 or 5 dozen barbaric orcs suffering heavy casualties from the explosion, even those who survived had no strength to fight back, causing everyone to turn their heads towards Muriglin, staring at him blankly, unable to articulate their thoughts. The spatial enchantment mixed with the magic crystal explosive bomb